That first album was sick, just dropped the wrong time for the king to make it. You sacrificing the pawns, right? Lyrics is shot live, dancing with the devil, a rebel. I am in God's eye. Ship I'm in, I'm sinking, I'm taking this for a long ride. Tried to show the world I deserve to be in the top 5. Yeah, look, multiple off grind. One time my mama told me that chasing your dreams will cost life. I told her that won't hold me. I'm slowly watching the guap rise. Put her in the Bentley and mansion before my mom dies. Yeah, look, you can't kill the pride. I see you hating, but your bitch said I hit it right. I keep going till I finish life. I hope the last words I say before I die, I did it right. Did it right. Say I did it right. This episode of the SpeakeaZy Show was brought to you by Verbal Combat Friday, a one-of-a-kind open panel blood sport debate where anyone can join but not everyone stays. 5 to 10 various topics will be thrown out through the night. The debaters will debate it. It starts at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time, ends at 2:30 a.m. Eastern Time, unless we get a show extension that is paid for by the chat. Yes, the chat has a numerous amount of attacks that they can do. We have the $2 name changes, the $4 random annoying sounds. We got the $40 1v1s. We got the $100 fatality, and much more. There's only very little to no rules here as well. There's no personal attacks on children, no using children to attack, there's no doxing, and no going against the YouTube terms of service. We want to stay on YouTube. Again, that's 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time to 2:30 a.m. Eastern Time every Friday, right here on the SpeakeaZy channel. The winner at the end of the night will get $100, a custom verbal combat character, promotion for a week on numerous Discords and YouTube channels, and again, bragging rights. Come compete to be the best at the blood sport of debate. It's the fastest, craziest, most unique debate platform created on YouTube by yours truly. Let's take a look.
How does that make sense? No,
are people more productive or less productive?
Don't ask me another question.
Marijuana.
Answer my question.
Brutality.
Yes, you can, because the radio isotopes are much easier to track than somebody who has.
Finish him.
It's a white ass special person on there, so maybe he can't count to 5, but he ain't special like that.
Welcome to Verbal Combat. Name change.
Makes sense.
Welcome to Verbal
Good
Combat.
Prozac. Daniel didn't like that.
By you leaning into it, what Grace is famous for on the internet is that people think that you had sex with her, Ben.
Flawless victory.
You've got a wig on, haven't you? You've got a wig. Pull your head, grab the hair on the top of your head and pull it.
Brutality.
By the way, my voice is about to give out, so if I punk out,
Stop sucking so much dick, bro.
giving up on the principle, you're like ready to
What
have
is
an
the principle
authoritarian
without-
government.
Yeah, the
principle.
principle.
Can't imagine how
Why
that.
are you guys getting all bogged down in these particulars
you
for?
mean like acting?
This is Verbal Combat.
Your soul is mine.
Yo, what's up?
What the fuck? Of course I was muted.
What's good,
Of course you
Ease?
were.
What up? What up, everybody? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Ease, I disagree.
You disagree that I won every debate?
Yeah, no. Not debate, beef.
All right, which beef did I lose?
Okay, because you beef with my homie.
Who's your homie?
Machine.
Machine.
Who the fuck is that guy?
The machine lies. The most
Oh,
intelligent dude
machine
on YouTube.
lies.
But Ace, I fuck with you heavy. I fuck with you heavy though. Like, but why did you beef with him? He's
Well,
intelligent as
no,
fuck.
I didn't beef with him. What happened
Ah,
was he
what
had somebody
happened?
up on his panel that kept bringing up my kids, and he wouldn't
Oh no.
stop it. So I told
Right.
him it's goofy as fuck that you're
Yeah.
gonna sit here and let people talk about people's kids on your panel. I expected
Yeah.
more of you. So
Yeah,
I
exactly.
think I won that pretty easily.
You know what? Something like that did happen to me. I was like, a bunch of guys were like screaming at me to turn my camera on at one point. And like, the thing is, like, Machine knew me personally and shit, but like, he didn't really stop it. But regardless, like, I still fuck with him. Like, I guess, people just do that maybe, like, so people can watch and stuff.
Yeah, well, see, that's what I'm saying. Like
Yeah.
but this is what I was explaining earlier about like the elephant in
Yeah.
the room, right? Where like people will be like, "Oh,
Ah.
there's an elephant," but
Is
they'll
that who
act
you
like
were
it's
talking
not there.
about?
Well, no, that's not who I was specifically
Uh,
talking about. I was just saying in general, this is what a lot of people do.
Oh yeah, I'm really sorry about that. Yeah, that's fucked up. Like when it comes to kids, because obviously, like I have 3 kids. Like that's disrespectful, bro. Like you don't fucking let someone talk shit about somebody else's kids. That ain't it. But yeah, no, because I didn't really know. Like, but oh well, what can we do?
Yeah.
Mm. Guess
But
what I'm drinking?
what I was wondering if
It's
King
oh yeah.
Yeah.
were you disagreeing with?
Yeah, I was coming up to talk about the whole gun registry.
Yeah. So what do
Yeah,
you?
so I was gonna say so you're saying have a gun registry to make it easier to track these guns.
Yeah.
But at the same time though, you're saying that most of the idiots who don't even try to cover up their crime very well or, scrub the guns and all that kind of stuff,
You
most
know
of those
what?
kind of idiots get caught anyway. They get caught really easy. You
So
said that yourself. So the guy who steals grandma's gun, he's going to get caught anyway. Because he's not a criminal career. He's not a, career criminal. So of course he's going to do something stupid. He's going to get caught.
Sure.
So having a registry isn't going to help.
Unless we allow grandma to private sell the gun. And then it was like, oh, I sold it to this person, and this person sold it to this person, but this person doesn't know where it went. It went missing. I lost it on the boat. There's so many ways to just. But I had just thought about a system right now in my head. See, I'm too good at this shit. I just thought about a system in my head. The only way that I would be cool with the citizens' private sales, if citizens were allowed to access the background check system and run that before they sell the gun.
Oh yeah, no,
if like citizens were allowed to pay for a service that they could run background checks on people before they sell the gun, and then they have the competency test that I also mentioned, because so John earlier in the chat had mentioned how in the past he had attempted on his own life, so they won't let him own a gun. In my world, he'd still be able to have a chance at owning the gun, because he'd have to be able to prove that he's competent and not fucking crazy. And as long as he can prove that, we're not going to hold somebody's past and think they're always going to make the same decision they did in the past. Right? That's stupid. So you take away chances from people without having that. See?
But I don't understand how the I can agree with that on that aspect. Maybe a competency test can help.
Like, I want you to know how to use.
Can maybe help somebody get their their gun rights back. Maybe, I guess I could understand it in that sense. So maybe that's what it would be. You'd take a competency test to be able to get your gun rights, but not to keep them. Because I don't understand how a competency test would stop criminals anyway. Like, I don't understand how it would stop anything. Because the people doing the illegal crimes are going to achieve the guns illegally. So even if you have me who go through a competency test and all my guns get stolen, then what happens? Like, then it's on me because, I was competent. I had them in my safe. Somebody stole my safe. Now my guns are out there in my name.
Because then but now you know your guns were stolen, and that's where they know that there's that report that anytime if your gun comes up in a crime, they say, "Hey, look, his guns were stolen.
Right.
We don't need to."
That's the way it works right now without a registry. Is if your guns are stolen, they hold and keep that serial number. And then they put it into a database where it can be flagged. So then if a crime happens and they run the serial number, it comes up as stolen.
Yeah, but listen, this is what I'm not understanding, okay? Mm-hmm. You're going straight to just the criminal thing when I had mentioned there's other pros.
No. I said I agree on the aspect of getting your gun rights back, like in Deadman's case. Like
but I'm saying when you're saying that it won't stop gun crimes, right? This reminds me of when, like, it's like saying murder laws don't stop murder, so why even have them? Like that's the same thing to me.
Well, no.
Saying,
I see what.
Why have a registry? It's not going to stop the crimes. That's really.
Because all the registry is going to do is affect the people that are already legally registering their guns. Like
I want people that
the people who are legally registering their guns aren't the ones doing the problem. So it's not gonna fix anything.
It's not about legal gun owners being a problem. Just like it's not about.
So then why should my name be on the list?
Being a problem. It's not. It's
right. But then why should my name be on a list? And why should they know how many guns I own? If I'm not a problem.
Sir, do you have a birth certificate?
Yeah.
Your name's on the list.
Yeah, but not one that not one that says that I'm armed against the government.
No, they've literally turned your name into like
I know. They do that when you do when they do that into a social security card. Yeah, I got all that. But I'm saying but they don't have a list saying that I own guns and I can uproar against the government. They don't have none of that. They have nothing. They don't know me as an individual. So then by them having a list of all the guns I own.
You buy a firearm from a shop, you're giving that information.
I'm still hung on one thing.
And the serial number is trackable. So
what other right do we have a competency test for before we're provided that right?
To drive on the roads?
That's not a right. You do not have a right to drive.
You have a right
after you get a license. Wait. After you get a license, you do. Yeah, you do.
No, you do not have a right to drive. It is a privilege. It is not a right.
Yeah.
It is a privilege. It is not a right.
That's what your rights are. All your rights are privileges.
There is nothing in the Constitution that says you can drive.
You have the right to travel.
Right to travel does not say you can drive.
My guy, all your rights are privileges given to you by the guy with the biggest stick. Every single one of them.
But a privilege is not protected the same as a right. So it's not the same.
It's funny how like this one thing is the one thing you guys will have this say for. So okay. Let's just do something else for a second.
I mean, we don't have a competency test for speaking. We don't have a competency test for voting.
So like, juggies are gonna jug.
Why do we have this for guns?
Hey, juggies are gonna jug. Why not just make it legal?
Right.
Making it illegal isn't stopping drug use. So,
well, drugs were never a constitutional right that were ever granted. My point is this is something that was granted. Now we're
life, liberty,
take this away and make it a privilege.
Life, liberty, and what are they? Life, liberty, and say it.
My point is,
come on, bro. Say it.
The American way.
You cannot take a right away and turn it into a privilege.
But they all are. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, my friend. What if doing cocaine and fucking banging hookers every night is my pursuit of happiness?
Then go on and do you, man.
It should be legal, right?
No. There are still.
Why not? It's my right.
Well,
it's
I mean,
unalienable right.
Well,
God
I mean,
given.
God doesn't give rights.
It's.
Wait a minute, though. This is what you guys do.
One, that was never granted.
The gun one, it's like to you guys in your head. God gave me the right to a gun. I can own a fucking gun.
If you want the
right. But yeah, hookers, everything else, no.
And all of that, by all means, I don't have a hard stance against it. I'll grant you that. You can have that.
Let's get into another part. What's the utility? Utility of a firearm. What is it?
What's the utility of a firearm?
It's a tool.
Yeah. I mean,
exactly. Tool for.
Tool for
banging. Are you bang? Do you banging nails with it? What's the tool for? Hunting. So killing things.
No, it's for hunting and protection.
Well, hunting isn't killing.
So killing. Wait, hunting isn't killing. You kill the animal. You kill the animal when you're hunting. You eat live animals, bro?
You don't have to kill.
No. I mean, maybe Cardi's eating a live fucking deer right now. It's half alive.
You don't have to use it to kill. You can use it to disable.
Excuse me. Okay. You can use it to disable.
Yeah, I can mortally wound something.
Okay, so killing and wounding, right?
Right, yeah. There you go.
Okay, so the utility of a gun is killing and wounding.
Yeah.
So
and you know, target practice, that's always fun.
You think there should be nothing stopping you from having a tool that the only fucking utility it has is killing and wounding.
Well, okay.
I feel like
driver's licenses.
I feel like the government. The whole reason that right was written is the government shouldn't control. The government, the people that we have the right to own the guns to protect ourselves again.
Yeah.
They should have no control over those guns.
Guys,
they obviously don't want us to fucking
I don't know if you think you're arguing with a no guns thing. Are you remembering what my stance is, right? Sometimes when I hear your answers, I think you're thinking I just want no guns.
No.
I want you, King, to be able to have a tank in your fucking driveway if you want.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah, I mean,
as long as
if you have enough property, get yourself a fighter jet, all right?
Wonderful.
I want you to be able to own this, right?
All based on competency, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Again.
Yes. I conceded
the fact that if you use it in that aspect, I already conceded that. If you use it in that aspect,
you know that just for me to become a dual citizen, I had to do a test that made sure that I understood the Constitution. You understand that? You guys made me do a competency test just to be a citizen, but a competency test for a fucking weapon is too much. This is insanity. Guys.
I will
what
again.
You're saying
again. I will concede if you want more than just the standard right to own a gun. Like you want a tank, you want to earn your gun rights back. Great, competency test 1,000%. I will completely agree with that.
I don't want retards to be able to own a gun,
guys. It's a type of power, though, and
then you have like people like that can go into a pawn shop and buy a fucking gun from a pawn shop and then go blow their own brains out later because they had no background check, nothing. It's just stupid to me.
Well, I mean,
a person that could buy it at a pawn shop could buy it at a sportsman shop at the same. It doesn't.
Or a gun show.
Yeah, pawn shop is going to be cheaper.
Yeah,
because it's a used,
like I said, if okay, I'm cool if we don't take away the private sales, but we have to allow citizens to access the background check.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. You should be able to background it. Yeah.
So
and if somebody starts abusing the background check, right? They're running a bunch of background checks. You look into if they actually sold those guns to people, and if they didn't, then you fucking take away their ability to do it.
They have if they wanted to pay, they would have access to that right now. The problem is, you're right. It's not enacted that they should do that.
No, a citizen. No, you have to. No, right now you have to be. Wait. Right now you have to be a business to run background checks, right? A citizen can't just run a background check.
Yeah, you
right
can.
now.
Yeah, you
Not
can.
necessarily. Yeah, yeah.
If somebody gives me their date of birth and social security number, I can run it.
No, I mean a real background check
Yes.
with the actual fucking FBI and shit.
Yeah.
That's the same
can
thing.
run an
Yes,
NCIC.
you can do it because
Yes.
it's allowed for
pay for
private
it.
sales. Like that's what I'm saying. They allow it 100%. But the problem is that the people aren't using it. I completely agree there.
And plus, you have
Yeah, no,
to think
definitely
here in
you can.
America, as long as you get arrested, it doesn't have to be convicted. It's all public access. Also.
Right, all of it,
Right.
every little thing. Even if it gets freaking thrown out, it's still public access that you were arrested for it.
Yeah. As I was saying, it's a form of power, though. They don't want people to have power. They want to be in control in different aspects of our lives. So, even like with my dad, he had his own security business. And me growing up, he had a gun for protection and everything, but he couldn't afford, to pay to have his license anymore. So I didn't really know, that was in Australia.
Wait, so your background check simply only shows arrests, federal or military employment.
Right.
That's the only three things that provides.
Maybe
Trash,
So-
man.
And if you sit there and pay for a third party,
Trash.
you can also get rent, credit.
No,
and
they need to
everything
give you
else.
a real background check. The same background checks they're doing.
Yeah.
Come on.
Well, literally,
Yeah, they do.
the way that the system is built now, that's what they're running when they run your background check. Criminal record. That's pretty much it. They're checking to see if you have a criminal record.
Oh, so they don't know if you were in the mental hospital just before you went to that fucking shop, right?
And honestly,
Smart
we
of my
should
knowledge.
Like that's what I'm trying to say. Like there needs to be some type of
No,
a
I agree.
more
I
strict
agree.
background check. I don't want a
I
guy
agree.
coming out of the fucking psych ward from just
Sure.
trying to fucking.
Right. And I'll concede that they do have this new red flags policy. So maybe I don't know because I'm not totally versed in that. Maybe that's what the whole thing is now. Maybe they do have it where you get red flags when they have some type of mental thing, but I'm not entirely sure.
No way.
State by state is different. I know that much.
I don't know how that red flag works.
Apparently,
Okay,
Australian gun laws
so
are way
so
worse.
I'll concede that. Oh shit, Norwegian Dan. Sorry, bro. Didn't see you back there. I'll concede to the part that I was wrong about citizens can run an FBI background check, but it's limited to what you're getting compared to, I know they can check if you've been in a fucking mental hospital. It's on record if you've been in a mental hospital.
Right. You're
and
right.
They can get that.
That might be
That's
the red
what I'm
flag thing.
saying.
Yeah.
Right? I want you to be able to get that information. I want you to know if there's some fucking weirdo that's coming in to get this gun and go to the school down the street.
And I think that has changed. I think, like I said, it's called like red flag policy or something. I don't know. I'm not entirally sure.
But
I know something has changed with the mental aspect of it.
You have to remember too. Anybody that comes out of any type of hospital, doesn't matter if it's medical or psychological. You got patient doctor privileges, which you got HIPAA. So there's all kinds of different.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, like there's so many things that when it comes to a citizen doing the background check that they just can't.
Well, but
right?
that issue's,
I mean, there is a questionnaire you have to fill out where you're supposed to, it's a federal document. So if you lie on it and say you haven't, there is technically a thing where that asks you, do you do this? Do you do this? Have you done this? Like it asks you, but exactly.
Yeah, so we're talking about like regular citizens, not one step back, not somebody with, you know what I mean?
But not an FFL. Just as a regular citizen, you can get a criminal background check on somebody.
What that doesn't do on that check,
any rental, credit, anything. I mean,
but here's the thing: as far as it goes with if you've been in a mental hospital, whatnot, right? You don't necessarily go in there because you have like mental issues where you want to do harm or things like that, right? You could go into a mental hospital for like a recovery process. You can do that, and that wouldn't necessarily show up in the report, but you would be deemed ineligible, even though you're perfectly competent to have a weapon.
Right, and in that case, I think a competency test would be perfect. Like in that sense.
It doesn't matter. They couldn't get that data. Even the government running that check would not be able to take that and use specifically why you're in there in that competency. It would just say they were in the hospital for this.
Yeah, because of HIPAA
Well,
law.
it would depend. It would depend.
Why they're in the hospital.
No, right? It doesn't depend. You got HIPAA laws that go against it.
Well, no. So, no, wait. So, listen. If you run into this issue where, it says that in your background that there's some type of, you say, okay, what if I provide you the information from the doctor that says that I'm mentally fine and everything, and it can explain exactly what that's from. And there's a system that you can redeem yourself from that. That's what I'm saying. Like, there should be a system to redeem yourself from, like again, for people like John.
Yeah.
If someone,
it's like getting,
someone has
like
a past where they did something stupid, but they've changed, changed their way to God or however they've done it. And they're not going to do that stupid shit again. They should have a chance to redeem themselves.
So even in the criminal part of it with the law, you can go. I mean, even a felon, after so many years, could go in and get their stuff expunged so they could get their gun rights back. I mean, you get a second chance. It's just, and that's through all the paperwork and stuff.
And that's ultimately the only portion of the background check I agree with as a criminal, because you do lose rights as a convicted felon.
Mm-hmm. Right. And after so many years, that person that committed that felony could go in and get the documentation and the paperwork and everything done.
To get it all expunged. But it all depends.
Again. Yeah. So
it all depends on the situation. And
so but that's not determining competency. That's just determining that your right has not been revoked.
Right, the right to have it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're just determining that you have said right, and therefore you are unable to exercise said right.
Yeah, because even a felon could sit there.
But even all of that,
every time you guys keep saying you have the right, this has no bearing on the conversation to me. I don't care.
Well,
if tomorrow you had the right to rape, would we make an argument that rape is okay now because we have the right to it and we should allow people to do it because it's their right? Come on, dude. I don't care that it says it's your right. I want to know an actual argument for why it's good to just allow anybody to have the utility to fuck people up. That's what I'm saying, bro.
No, I think that's a good point. I think that if you go to the laws, we're talking inside a bubble, though. So when it comes to a just system, I think it's good to have checks on who owns something that can kill people. I think when we're talking about a government who has gone sour, things change, right? So, I mean, I'm just going to finish the point. If we have a just system that controls everybody's right to bear arms, that should definitely work on making sure that crazy people do not carry and bear arms, even though there are ways to access arms other ways. But then once you come into a system, if the system turns sour, if someone takes over the country, to go to the extreme, the system will try to take your arms so that you cannot stand up against it. And so it's kind of a difficult argument either way, because it depends on who is governing, right?
Well,
everyone says our arms are so that we can fight back against a tyrannical government.
No,
then they say, I don't want to be on a registry just in case we have to fight back against a tyrannical government.
Yeah,
what?
It's very difficult. It's very
you
difficult.
want the right for something you're not willing to fucking do? Fuck
That's
y'all.
what I'm saying. It's
like,
very difficult.
I don't care about that. Stop
telling
me that.
It depends. It depends, right?
That's actually retarded.
it really depends on.
I don't want to have to stand up against the tyrannical government, so I don't want to be on a registry. What's your gun for? What is it your right for? That's literally what it's your right for. So why, like, stop being so fucking pussy.
So you see what I'm saying?
It sucks.
So you see what I'm saying, right?
Let me tell you what happened over here. And I know exactly what you guys are talking about, right? I know exactly what you guys are talking about. Over here, it's happened. Assault style rifles, I had to sell mine back, right? By a certain date. But guess what? When we get Pierre back in office, we're going to have them back again. We're going to get it back. That's one of the things he wants. So this whole bullshit, the whole thing you're not understanding is you're saying it, oh, this could happen. Because Canada wasn't willing to all get together and fight back, they sold their guns back. I wasn't going to do it alone, man. I got kids to live for, right? I'm not going to go alone man the government myself, right? I'm not the fucking Punisher. So I still have other ones, but I had to sell these ones back. But I'm going to be able to buy them again soon. 2025 now. By the end of this year, we'll end up moving right back to there. And the way that this happened, I knew that my power in this day and age was inspiring culture. That's what we can do. So we need to show people why it would be wrong to say someone competent can't own a fucking tank. Why? Why can't they? They're literally supposed to have their fucking firearms so that if you guys want to be tyrannical, they can fight back against you. So let's make it real, right?
But the problem is, Easy, is you're letting them determine the competency on top of that, right? So they can just make it
them.
impossible.
Who's them? I'm saying we should come together as a society and decide what's competent for people. Just like you guys say this, right? And I don't think you guys are against, again, because I explained to you, drugs. This would be under a pursuit of happiness. Pornography right now, prostitution, a freedom of expression. Yeah, I want to take away that shit from y'all too. Nobody says bats an eye when I say that. Nobody even cares. You guys agree with me, actually. So you guys are authoritarian. You guys are no problem being authoritarian for this
porn.
This part, but if I want to like add a couple more rules so that people can have chances to get guns back and even more guns than they're able to have now. It seems
that's just policy.
I think you're implying a lot
like I'm being
if you
out of the world for some reason.
No. What I was talking about specifically, and that's when you said what you said. I don't know if you meant to say what you say in response to what I said or just in general. But what I was talking about was not really thinking about America or Canada or Norway where I am or anything.
Yeah, no, I was speaking in general too, but I was speaking to because like the whole it could happen.
Sure,
right?
I mean
like,
that's the interesting
there's an example in Canada where something like this did happen.
Sure,
right? But
they didn't
look at
try
what's
to be
happening now.
tyrannical, right?
Everybody's kicking Justin Trudeau out. Everyone's telling him to fuck off. Canada's leaning way more towards the right now. That's what's up.
I mean, and then you have, and it always comes down to that. What I'm supposed to say now, so you might like, oh, come on, man. But then you have obviously what happened during World War II. You know, with the Germans having to give up their guns and they were taking over. So, I mean, just in the most, it doesn't mean it's right, but in the most, horrible scenarios, what do you do, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. When we get to this, where we go, I don't want to give any type of leniency when it comes to owning a gun, because I'm supposed to be able to own a gun to fight against a tyrannical government, but I don't want to have to fight a tyrannical government. Well, then what for the gun for then? You shouldn't have the right then. If you don't want to do it, if you're not going to fight against a tyrannical government, put your gun away, my boy. Go lock that shit up.
It's the only reason you have a gun,
This
right?
ain't
To
for
fight
you.
against a tyrannical government or someone intruding. It's the only reason you have a gun, right? Unless you're
Listen,
hunting.
when they did that shit in Canada, me and a few boys did talk about it, right? Like we were like, "Yo,
Right.
are we actually gonna like give this shit up?" Like, nah, they can't. 'Cause and we said these arguments. Then it's gonna be the next one, and the next one, and the next one. Right? We said all these arguments, but
I think you're making a
poor
bad
guys.
or a bad argument, Easy. So you're saying that we won't fight a tyrannical government. I think
No, that's what you're
I
saying.
think we would fight a tyrannical government if what we see is it crosses a threshold of that point. We don't want to have to fight a tyrannical government.
Right.
We would
You're
like
not
our government
willing
to
to.
not become
So you're
tyrannical.
not willing to.
No, it's not a matter of willing. It's a matter of we don't want to let it get to the point that it is tyrannical and that we have to.
Wait, so but when you say tyrannical, do you mean absolute control or do you mean just doing things you don't want them to do?
Yeah, let's define tyrannical. That's a good point.
Because that's what it is. Doing things you don't want them to do.
I think it'd have to get cross certain. I think there'd just be a threshold. I don't think it'd have to be
Yeah.
absolute control. I just
Doing
think it'd have
things
to
you
be
don't want them to do.
a certain threshold, in which case, at that point, that would be the point where we would say this has gone too far. I mean, that goes back to in our own history. They didn't the tyrannical government we fought against. We still had certain liberties, but we fought against certain things that we felt very strongly against, and for that is where we rebelled, and we would like for it to not get to that point again. So it's one thing to say that we don't want to do a thing. That's easy. That I agree with. But saying that we won't do it is a different argument that I don't think you have the any basis to make that claim.
Okay, so you don't like that I said you won't do it. So let me rephrase it. Your argument of I want to be able to have a gun to fight back against a tyrannical government.
Yeah.
But I don't want to fight a tyrannical government.
Right. And
It's stupid.
what's wrong with that statement?
It's stupid.
I'll do it if
you're saying you don't want to do the thing.
I wish it doesn't happen. I wish it doesn't happen.
You have the right.
Right.
It will happen.
I wouldn't want that to happen, but if it happened,
Yeah, how
I
is
wouldn't
it
have any
stupid
other
saying we
choice,
don't want it to
right?
happen? That doesn't make, that's like having a gun for self-defense and saying, I can't wait for somebody to break in so I can shoot him in the face. Like, that doesn't make any fucking sense, dude.
Right,
So
King, you
you're
don't want
saying
someone to break in.
If I have a gun for self-defense, I don't want to use it, but if I have to, I
I'll
will.
answer very clearly, right? If my government started telling people they couldn't have babies and started mandating abortions, I would want to fight back, and I would love fighting back against that. All one man action.
And the operative word,
That's saving humanity. I'll be punished for that
Easy.
day.
Right. Okay, great. That's perfect. But what happens when your government has a registry of all the competent, goodwill people that have guns, and all they got to do is just drop a bomb in each one of those people's houses before you even fucking hiccup? Then what happens?
They can do that now. What?
Yeah, but they don't know where the fucking guns are.
Yeah, they can just carpet your whole fucking city. Have you seen
Yeah,
those drone
that's what I'm
shows?
saying,
Wait. Have you seen those drone? No. You don't get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They don't have to know which houses have the guns. They take all the houses out. Don't you get it? The whole house is gone.
Yeah, but then what's the point? If you take everybody out, then what's the point? What's the point if you have nobody to rule over? Exactly. They need somebody to rule over.
Are flying in the air right now. You know how many planes are flying in the air right now, and that's not even fucking half of the planes that are in the world.
And what would be the point of them wiping out everybody?
You just okay. Excuse me. Stop. You can't bring it to a scenario where they're gonna start bombing the houses because they know
Yes,
they
I can
have guns in them?
because there's a registry showing where each person that owns a gun and is competent.
All right,
That's where it goes. But then you want to go to the extreme of just leveling out everybody? Like that's not the same, dude. That's disanalogous.
No, wait. No, I'm using your analogy.
No, you're not, dude. You're adding in killing everybody.
To a point where we had to fight back against a tyrannical government, and then they started targeting the houses with the guns. And I said, it doesn't matter. If they know where the guns are or they don't know where the guns are, they're gonna fucking carpet the whole fucking every house because they might know your guns are there, but you could have the guns at the neighbors' houses because they know you're at a registry, so you might be hiding them somewhere else anyways. So they'll just say, "Fuck it, let's not take any risk and carpet the whole city." If they're trying to get rid of people with guns, what are you talking about? You bring it to
they're gonna want people to rule over easy.
King, stop. Let me finish. You bring it to the scenario where they're wiping out people with guns. So I just stayed at your level and said they don't need to know where the people with the guns are. They can just wipe out the whole fucking city. And they've got all the people with the guns.
Why would but then they have nobody to rule over. That would be absolutely stupid. Like that's the whole point of doing it would be to take out the competent people so that they can have all the retards who can't defend themselves.
It's really ugly.
The point is they wouldn't have to if they had the registry. They could literally just go to you and take it from you, one by one, in force.
Yeah, like you bomb a house, you're bombing the neighbor a bit too, anyways, guy. You think these bombs are just taking out this little area? Just shred shit all flying everywhere. Your fucking cars explode. You take out the neighborhood anyway. What are you talking?
But I mean, it wouldn't even get to that. Like literally, they would just come house by house with, ATF and military and all that, and
they just fucking pick all the gangbangers cities first and just wipe them out.
They got a list.
They pick all the fucking redneck cities next and wipe them out. Anyone they think would own guns, they just wipe all those cities out, and they'd say, "All right."
That's why the list is bad. Is because one, it gives them that list of every house to go to, but the other thing is it lets them know what's out there on the streets on a legal aspect. In which case, then they push to make it not legal and take it away.
But Jeremy, to be fair, if this did happen, let's bring it to your world. Where
all of that only restricts.
Let's bring it to let's do it. Wait, let's do this for a second. This did happen. They say, you know what? We're coming and taking all the guns. We got you on registry. We're coming and taking all the guns. And if people started losing guns in boating or fishing accidents or whatever, technically there's nothing that's going to hold any law over these people's heads, are there? Right?
It's always a boating accident.
Just saying. So, could happen. It's unlikely, right? It's not a probable thing that a bunch of people would get into boating accidents and lose their gun, but it's possible, right?
Well, I don't know, because if it gets down to that point where you had to have gone through this competency test and all of that, right? Then there would have to be some sort of chain of record that you would have to uphold on that as well, right? So if you don't have that chain of record, where your data doesn't align with the government's data in their registry, now you've got a big problem. That'd be like your since you like to use driving, which doesn't work because driving is a privilege, but you like to use driving as analogous to this, right? I lose my license and I'm out driving. Guess what? I'm in violation of the law. I have to have my license on my person. I can't just, I lost it in a boating accident and I can drive around. No, I'm in trouble for that.
Right.
Right.
But you don't.
So if you don't.
But you don't. But are they gonna be searching your house, or are you gonna be walking around with your rifles on your shoulder? Do you do that now or something?
Yeah.
You walk around with your rifle on your
If you
shoulder?
can't account for your gun, then you're in trouble. That's what's going to happen.
You guys walk around with your
That's
rifles
hot.
on your shoulder?
No, I don't.
That's hot.
I walk around armed every day.
It's funny. It's
With
funny.
a rifle?
It's funny. I don't
In
even
my
like
truck, yeah.
guns. I just wholeheartedly defend this.
Yeah,
I
but-
walk around with a handgun on my hip every single day.
Nice.
Okay,
Open
but
carry.
we were talking about a rifle just now.
Well, I mean,
Only
but a gun is a
during,
gun is a gun is a gun.
But
It is
yeah, if you want to,
actually
if you
legal
want
in
to,
this
if you
state
if you want to
to
just talk
open
about
carry
all
around.
guns in general, so you would just be not able to walk around with a gun on your hip.
Well,
I mean, you can do it.
currently
Did
in
we
the
not
state of
just have a
Tennessee,
kid
you
in
can
Wisconsin
carry a rifle.
who literally?
Yeah, I know currently, but I'm just
articulate
saying, like that would be the change, the one change.
No, there's no change. I mean, the only change I would recommend is that everybody carry a gun and no registry exists. That's the change that needs to be made.
Yeah,
You're
but-
required. Matter of fact, I believe that every home should be required to own a gun. At least one member of the family own a gun.
So
They
like
did that, by
the
way.
drunk, abusive,
Hold on. They did that, by
fucking
the way,
dad
in
that's
Florida.
always
Hold on.
beating his kids and
hold on,
wife.
hold
He should own a gun too.
Hold on. Yeah, he has the right to own a gun. Why would
No,
he
no.
not?
You said it should be mandated. So you're saying
Yeah.
like the abusive
You know
drunk
when-
dad that's
yeah,
beating
but
his
do
wife
you know
and
what
kids
happened when they did
should
that
be
in
mandated
they
to
did that
own a
in
gun?
Georgia? Do you know what that?
That's
You know what happened when they did
crazy.
that in a town in Georgia, in a county in Georgia? I bet you
What?
don't. So in Georgia,
You're jumping
they
all over the
mandated
place.
that
I
everybody
asked the question.
I'm answering your question. Do you know that this
No, you're
exact
asking me
thing
a
that
question.
I'm talking about has been done? Do you know the results of it?
You're
you
asking
don't.
me a question.
Okay.
You're not answering my
I'm
question.
answering your question. Do you know the results of what you were asking? Because it's already been done, and what happened is violent crimes against women dropped to the lowest level that they've been in since recorded history in that county. Do you know why?
So they
Do you know
mandated.
why? Do you know why?
Okay, if you're just gonna like hammer a bunch of shit, not
I'm gonna
answer
hammer
any
it because
quality.
I've been listening.
You're
hammer
not
these
like
people ask-
clarifying anything. Like this
I
isn't a
clarified.
conversation. If you just want to hear yourself talk, then go ahead.
No, I clarified for you. Kinnison County, Georgia, passed a law that said that you had to own a firearm. Every household, one member had to own a firearm by law.
All right, let me.
Kinnison County. And violent crimes against women dropped. Lowest levels.
You know, one thing I
Because
love is these
an
days
armed
neighbors
society
next
starts
door.
a peaceful society.
Right.
So great. Are you saying that no one dared to do anything
What do
when
you mean
people
no
had
one dared?
guns?
I'm sorry.
No one
I don't
dared to
understand.
commit any crimes because they could get shot?
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
It's weird. Man chooses his words carefully when they may be his last.
Well, it's like that thing.
Wait,
You know,
how's it
you go
spelled?
into a bank
That's
with a
it.
gun. No, with everybody with no
A-E-N?
guns. Yes, the robber gets away.
Where's
When you go
Kinnison
into a
County?
bank with everybody carrying a
Georgia,
gun.
Kinnison County,
The
Georgia. I
robber
believe
gets
it's
caught.
actually Kennesaw County, but
Oh, okay. I put the wrong place.
by the way, do you know who is a great proponent of gun registration?
Yeah, it's Kennesaw.
Do you know who is a great proponent of that? Hitler. Hitler
Oh,
was a great
God.
proponent of gun control and registration. As a matter of fact, that was the
So
first.
you're comparing me to Hitler now?
I mean, you're the one endorsing the.
No, I'm asking you if
Wow.
you're comparing me to Hitler.
No,
You
I'm
said
saying
it.
that he shared the same view.
Yeah. Hitler had a hat like that, so you endorse Hitler, bro.
He didn't
Like that's so stupid what you're
He-
saying
he
right now,
actually-
Grid. Like that's
he actually went out of
actually
his way to
retarded.
hurt people with
That's
hats.
actually
Oh,
retarded.
that is
Yeah,
so funny.
Hitler had a black shirt, Grid, so you endorse Hitler.
He had a green
No.
card.
Like that's actually fucking retarded what you just said.
No, but easy. That's what I
Actually,
talked about
it's
earlier.
not retarded at all.
No,
sir.
that's
I mean,
actually fucking
you can come
retarded.
at
No,
me with the
easy. That's
rhetoric.
what I talked about earlier. That people in World War II
People use
started with.
Hitler way too fucking much. Like
It's what I
Exactly.
said. It's what I also said.
Adolf Hitler
But it's
endorsed
what
gun
happened.
control so that he could go house to house and seize guns. It's exactly what he did.
That's what I said earlier,
Exactly
and
what
you seem
said
to agree.
Whatever
Izzy.
happened. And it also happened in Cambodia. Pol Pot did the same thing.
The gun law, Georgia has a law that requires every head of a household to own a firearm for home defense. So these are like homeowners, not renters. And however, the law is not enforced. Residents with certain residents with disabilities, felony convictions, or religious beliefs are exempt.
Sure.
So no, it's not mandated that every single person has to own a gun. You just made that up.
Exemptions.
Just made that up.
Exemptions. I didn't make it up.
Yeah, you
just
did.
read the law.
You came up here talking to me like I'm stupid, interrupted me, didn't let me ask any clarifying questions. I asked you a question. It turned into you firing a bunch of questions at me. Completely disrespected me, calling me Hitler and shit. And then you
I didn't
fucking
call you
completely
Hitler.
lied
You
about the
identified
fucking
with
thing
Hitler.
you just stated.
I didn't call you Hitler. I simply said that Hitler endorsed the same things you're
Yeah,
endorsing.
Hitler hated LGBT. So do you hate LGBT?
I don't really hate anybody.
Yes.
Okay, are you against LGBT?
Yes.
Oh, you're like Hitler, bro.
I am.
You're like Hitler, bro.
Sure. Okay.
That's crazy, dude. I can't like that's wild that you just came and said that shit. That's wild.
We all heard that wasn't what he did.
He actually went house to house and
Yeah, I'm not
guns.
talking about going house to house and taking people's guns. I didn't say that. I don't want nobody to go to take people's guns. I didn't say
We
that.
didn't think.
whatsoever.
We don't think you do.
That's what he said just now. He
No,
went house to house and took people's
That's
guns.
exactly the
That's
point that you were
inferred from
arguing
what he
King
said.
Blackout about.
That's not what he said.
But the registry would
He-
permit that.
To be
act
fair, he's talking about
if it were
Hitler. did
Right.
that.
A
Because then they would
registry,
know exactly
the
what-
only
where to
purpose of a
go.
registry is confiscation. There is no other registry.
And you can't in that same place, you can't even carry the gun outside of your house. You need a license to do that. So look, they mandate shit there too. Like that
Well,
example
can
you just
carry
brought
it.
up.
Hold on. You can carry it.
You can own a gun in their
can't
house
carry
without
it on
nobody
you.
knowing.
You can absolutely carry it in your vehicle.
What do you? I don't even know what you're talking about, dude. You can. If I'm not mistaken, I think Georgia's
Georgia is lagging behind.
Yeah.
The rest of the states. They are not quite. They're not quite caught up to the rest of us, but they're getting there. They are an open carry state. However, you have to have a permit, I believe, to carry open carry. Not 100% sure on that because their laws have changed the last couple of years.
Although you know what's interesting is apparently Georgia has one thing, which is that if you have a concealed carry permit, you can actually conceal carry on college campuses.
Mic check.
Yeah.
Check
Hear
and
you.
go through.
So at least in my state, and I can't speak for all states again because the laws are literally changing almost day to day.
Yeah.
First of all, I can carry open, concealed, whatever, doesn't matter. I can carry a rifle if I want to. I don't, but I could.
Yeah.
You know who else liked the Mind Comfy chair?
I'm in a neighboring state of yours.
And so, basically, I mean, we're going the opposite direction and it's working perfectly. We're no registration, less laws. We need to get rid of the NFA. We need to get rid machine guns for everyone if they can afford them. And let's go.
Yeah, but the premise is not like Easy's never said that let's get rid of guns. Easy's premise is that we need to make sure that we have competent
At
people.
the mental hospital guns, guys. They all should own one. Every single one of them. The people who think walls are talking to them, we should give them guns.
No, they should not.
Exactly. Like
the
all you
most
like
wild
agree like
shit
that
I've
it
ever
should be
heard.
a competent adult that like owns the gun, right? And then Easy's
14-year-old
then next premise is to prove competency. One sec. To prove competency, there must be some sort of test or procedure that's followed.
Well,
you know what I mean? Which is what
but
Easy's
even-
saying is in terms of a license.
No,
and then you
Easy's
just go,
going-
that's infringing my rights.
No,
but
wait,
it's like,
Terry,
how else do you prove competency?
Easy's going one step further and saying that they also need to exist in a registry. So there needs to be a docket that states you
What,
own.
needs to be
this
documented?
gun.
How do you prove competency?
By
Well-
not voting Democrat.
How do you?
Well, that would
prove
be a great one. Actually, if we could ban Democrats from owning guns, that
There you
would
go.
reduce most of the problems we have.
Sounds great.
So it's
If
okay
you have
to
ever
infringe on
supported
some
the left
people's rights.
wing,
So you want to
allowed
infringe on
to
some
gun.
people's rights, but not on
So
others.
fuck the whole thing of
I can't hear
so just
any
fuck
of
the
you
Constitution
guys.
out the
You guys-
window.
It's just this great, wonderful wall of noise.
You do understand jokes, right, Teriak?
But like, but this is what I'm saying. You agree that it should be a competent adult. Yes, correct.
No,
We all agree there.
no, we're not.
Okay,
we don't
you-
agree. My son has 3 guns in his room right now.
Okay, so just to be clear, so
Well, your son is probably
we
14.
think.
That's
So
hot.
just to be clear, we think you. So you're saying like, I don't know if you're talking about a kid. Are you talking about like a kid or
My
like
son, my
a young
14-year-old son
adult?
has a double-barrel shotgun, an AR-15,
Ooh.
and probably
He said
probably a
14.
second one in his room right now.
I would go with the age of accountability
So, like,
over
should
adult.
all 14-year-olds have guns?
I don't know. I can't speak for all 14-year-olds.
I would go with
Okay.
age of
Should
accountability.
should everyone be able
When
to
you
smoke
say
pot?
everyone, that means 14. Like you're not being specific. Then, like who's
Age
everyone?
of
Who should be able to
accountability.
own a gun?
Again, I asked, how are you proving competency? And you say, well, age. Well, age is irrelevant.
Yeah, I mean, I
No.
agree that there should be a level
No,
of competency. But
Age
so
is
many-
irrelevant. So you tell
wait a
me
sec,
that
wait a sec, wait a sec, wait a
8-year-olds
sec,
should have
wait a
guns
sec,
in
wait a
their
sec.
room?
14-year-olds
Wait a
should be able to go buy guns.
Like,
Grid, what are you talking like in terms of like how is this question how to prove competency? Like we have driver's licenses, we have
Well,
licenses
I
for other
understand.
things.
You don't have. There's no
I can only answer
constitutional
one
right to
person.
drive.
One-
Like how do you prove that you're competent in a particular field or a topic? It's like you can go get a degree. It's you test the
One-
procedure
No,
and then
Guess
you
what?
document
Guess
it.
what? Guys, do you guys want to?
I
Do
can't
you
hear
guys
you,
want to
Terry.
ban prostitution?
One person at a time.
Let me ask you a very simple question. Do you want to
Sure.
ban pornography?
No,
You can't ban
You don't want to
either.
ban
I do
pornography?
not want to ban pornography.
Oh,
Why would I do that?
You can't ban either one of those.
Why would
Oh,
you
you don't
why would-
want to?
Why would I want to do that?
You guys
I mean,
don't want to ban pornography. So I want all of you to admit it right now on the panel. You guys don't want to ban pornography. Go ahead.
I do. I do.
I
Don't
would
ban
ban the
the
left
with these
wing.
freaks.
I would, yes.
I
I wanna
believe
ban
you're
it.
attempting the
Prostitution,
impossible.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the ones that do, just to be clear, the ones that do, under freedom of speech, the right to speak, publish, and view what you want without government interference. But
that's not
you-
the freedom of speech, though.
Wait,
That's not what
wait.
freedom of speech entails. To view what you
James,
want, they didn't even have that.
James,
back
That
then.
is what it is.
It is because
That
View
is
what you
exactly
want.
what
That's
it is,
not.
James.
They didn't have videos back when they made that.
James,
That
James,
right.
Publish.
Matter.
It doesn't
James.
matter. It's
Nothing wrong.
publishing.
James.
Also, you can have
even
morality
still,
overrule
Even still, it
freedom of
does fall
speech.
under. It does fall under also expression, which
And-
expression falls
And it's
as
supposed to
in
be
a
without
subsect of-
government interference.
That's
in
correct.
the U.S.
But I want government interference.
When you start
Well, I don't think.
infringing on other people's
I don't
rights,
think sexual activity on a video counts as expression.
I mean,
Yeah,
That's
that's
in books, magazines,
However, the
newspapers,
reality
art.
is that it is in fact expression.
Yeah, freedom of the press. Listen to the freedom of
it
the
is
press,
a form of
James.
expression. I
The
don't-
right to publish in books, magazines, newspapers, art, film, music, and online materials without government censorship.
Yeah, I'm not a freedom of
Well,
speech person.
yeah.
Then, based on that
Well,
definition,
here's the interesting thing about
One
the-
sec.
to get
I just
it.
want to point out that the
Hold
people
on,
like
hold on,
Grid,
hold
everybody who turned around and said that they wouldn't ban pornography are the reason why there's tees doing these drag shows in front of children. These are the reason, because you basically will not like bite the bullet here and say ban pornography.
Yep.
First of all, you
Because
can't.
your whole argument
if you
was it's
wanted
their
to.
expression. It's free expression.
You can't. So how are we banning child porn then? How are we banning that, Grid?
You don't.
How are we
ban it.
banning that?
Okay, literally, it
Why
happens
isn't it
every
just
single
popping
day.
up everywhere?
Every single day. I hate it, and I would love to kill every one of them, but unfortunately, it happens every single day.
When it comes to child pornography, they're infringing on someone else's rights.
Yeah, and they have
Well,
systems.
I
No,
understand
that's
your
not what I.
viewpoint
No,
on it.
listen,
I
that's
don't
not
give
what
up
I
my
was
viewpoint.
speaking
Okay.
to. My point is they can definitely censor what you can find on the internet. Yes, they can. How are they going to cut off TikTok? How are they banning TikTok if they can't? They can't do it. What are you talking about? They can do it. That's insanity.
We don't have the right to murder people. That's not a freedom of expression, right? We don't have the right to make children do pornography. That's a
That's
infringement.
not what I
They
was speaking
normalize
to. That's
all
not
that
what I was
I'm,
speaking to.
I know.
When you said we can't,
I
I'm
know
speaking to
that's
when you
not what
say
you're
you
saying.
can't.
Everyone's
saying you
knowing that's
can't
not what
do
you're
it.
saying. I'm just saying that.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. I don't think.
All right.
I'm speaking to the fact that you say it's not possible. If it's not possible, how are we doing it right now with a bunch of shit?
It is possible.
All it does is create a black market for it.
Yeah, it's programmed, and they literally.
Okay.
Well, there's okay, Grid. Hold on, Grid.
Grid, do you want to legalize drugs too?
We've had a 30
Then we
year
shouldn't.
war on
We shouldn't
drugs.
regulate murder. Then it makes a black market.
So, Grid, do you want to legalize drugs
black
too?
market?
You want my honest opinion?
Yeah.
I think all drugs should be legal.
So then, wait a minute. That would make a
not
black
heroin.
market. Wait a minute. That make a black market, Grid.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Based on that, it make a
Somebody
black
right.
market.
I said all drugs should be legal, James.
Oh,
There would be no
legal.
place
Oh,
for a
my
black
bad.
market, you dumb
I say that's damn near preposterous there, boy.
No,
So
as
what
long as
about-
you got evil retards, you have to make
So what
some
about
drugs
people?
illegal.
So what about people selling and pushing drugs? Then I mean,
How would they
It would
sell
have
those
to be
drugs if you can walk
legal.
into the drugstore and buy them?
Because there's still going to be restrictions, Grid, like age and all that kind of stuff. There's still always going to be a black market. There's
Well,
always going to
alright,
be
then
people
we
who
need to
can't
ban
have it that are going to try and
I
get
mean,
it.
that's a great argument. Let's ban alcohol.
absolutely.
tried
is
it.
a
It
Yeah,
was
you
problem,
can't. You
though.
wouldn't be able to just outright ban something like alcohol, but you could actually weed it out.
We did
The way
ban
they-
it. It
the
was
way they
called
use-
prohibition.
Yeah,
and
but
it,
didn't
that
work
didn't
very
work
well.
But
because
that was a straight out ban.
the
and it
problem
gave
with
the mafia more
prohibition-
power and money. So
Yeah,
that was
but
a bad idea.
and the problem with prohibition is you have a bunch of people that are alcoholics, and you're
You
making
guys
them
think,
cold
I
stop, and
I
it's
guess
going to cause a lot of
maybe I need to make-
problems.
maybe I need to make a point here.
But if
I believe in exceedingly small government. Exceedingly small.
I agree.
The government has no right to tell me what the fuck
Well,
to do.
you might want to go find a different country to live in, then, my guy.
Well,
I got the perfect country
You have
for
the
you.
most powerful force in the world. That's
I don't
your
want
government.
more laws. I want less laws. I
Come
want
to
a lot less laws.
Conservatoria. We have very
laws,
small government.
not your government. You want the laws. Okay.
Yeah, I want very small government.
Do you want a bigger government?
Small government,
Speakeasy?
strong military. That's
SpeakeaZy obviously wants a much larger government.
Do you think a larger government will solve human
I
problems?
think having actually only one person as the main authority and this face that we vote for all the time is a stupid way to do it.
That's
Checks
why you
and
need at least
balances
3.
prevent that. Checks and balances prevent that.
What?
Checks and balances obviously prevents that. You have one face you vote for, but then you have Congress. I mean, in America, you have a
And
Congress,
you never give
you have
one
a
person
House.
all the power. That's easy.
And hopefully you have
Oh,
the fourth
you're
power.
saying that the government or the president of the United States doesn't have any singular power, you're saying?
Doesn't have absolute power, no.
They're just
No, I didn't
puppets.
say no. I didn't say absolute. I said any singular powers. Anything that he himself holds authority to that he can do.
He has executive powers.
Yeah, right.
That can be overturned.
Which can be
Which can
overturned
be
by the
other executive
Supreme Court.
powers.
He can
in
only
check
make,
by
he can only
the
interpret
Congress.
and clarify laws and focus a law's intent. He cannot make a new law out of thin air.
And can be enforced by the judicial branch and the legislative branch.
Right.
But he's the only one who he can still do pardons though. Pardon alone.
Yeah, he can pardon somebody. Yeah.
Nobody can take that away from him.
That's a power that he has alone, isn't it?
The one power the president has that cannot be overturned is the pardon.
Luckily, the president cannot do the opposite of pardon.
No, that you need the judicial branch for that.
Yeah.
Well, you can always hire the FBI to put your political opponents in jail if you want to.
Yeah, the executive branch is a figurehead. You guys, it's weird that people think that the president has all the power, but for a long time, Congress has been ceding its power to the judicial branch by not actually making any decisions and not making laws that actually fit, so that everything just ended up in the Supreme Court, and then the Supreme Court would decide, and then and it's engineered so that congressmen don't have to own up to anything that they do, right? They can always say, well, I voted for it, but the Supreme Court overturned it, or whatever. So,
And even though the U.S. government sucks, it's one of the best governments on earth. There aren't many better governments at the moment, so take what you can get.
What's a better government than what the U.S. has?
That was my point. I just said, even though
I got you. I'm sorry.
Even though it sucks, it's one of the best governments on earth. Is what I was saying.
It's just bloated. It's just bloated. It's got, we got all of these things, and oh my God, we need to infantilize everybody. So let's make everybody have to follow a law. And when we have to follow the law, then we don't have to be personally responsible.
So, Grid, do you think that Doge is gonna be
following
able
a
to
law is being personal?
I can only listen to one of you guys.
When you break a law and you're punished for it, that's holding you personally responsible for the I feel like you're just arguing against things I'm not even saying, dude. Like you came up here saying I'm fucking.
I don't even
Hitler.
actually understand what you're saying because I can hear you clarify because everybody else was talking and I'm just answering what people are asking.
I think Doge is an oxymoron. Creating more government to put government in check is a bad idea. We need like a Javier Milei chainsaw style of government where you just cut out all the government bloat. That would solve it.
Yeah, basically, let me explain the argument then, right? Let me explain the argument. What Easy was saying was that we should have some sort of test in place and it to be documented, recorded. To verify that this is a competent person wielding the gun.
No.
Yeah, he's not even listening. You're not even listening, dude.
Well, you're never going to get that past me because who administers it?
No.
If you're going to say
negative. Negative. No. See how annoying that is? That's so childish, dude. It's fucking embarrassing, bro. I never expected any of this.
Don't like what I'm saying, Easy. It's okay.
No, you're the one who just doesn't like what I'm saying, and you came up here acting like a fucking child, bro.
I'm not acting like
it's sad, bro.
By the way, earlier
trying to ask you a question, and then you just started firing questions off at me instead of answering my question.
I asked you if you had ever heard of
called me fucking Hitler, talked over me. Just now, someone was Teriak was talking. And you couldn't even let him talk. You're going, no. For someone who gets mad about being over-talked, that's fucking weird, dude. Like this side mouth shit you're doing to me is fucking getting weird as fuck, bro. If it's because you're mad because I don't like Glenn, that's your problem, bro. That's your problem. You like dudes that call men pedophiles on the internet for no reason. That's your problem, not mine, bro. Yeah, it's if you don't like that I pointed out the elephant in your room, you gotta go
in my room.
Deal with that. Yeah,
elephant in my room.
That you don't like it. That's what you don't like. This is what you
like
do.
what?
Every time I've addressed you about the Glenn shit, oh, actually, I'll get around to it. Blah blah blah. You just
About the
completely
Glenn
fucking
shit? Are you
sidestep
still
it, and then do all this little side eye shit to me, and I'm sick of it, bro. The other day
I
on
don't
Sarah's
give a shit
panel, you
about
were doing
what is
some weird
between
shit
you
to
and
me
Glenn.
too. It's
I
getting
don't
weird, bro.
care.
It's getting okay, dude. You come up here and
Why do you bring that up?
comparing me to Hitler and shit.
You're
Bad
literally
faith
like
as
the
fuck.
only way that you
Not
can do this
listening at
argument
all,
is
dude.
to
This
bring
is
up
just
something that
weird,
I
dude.
don't care about.
If you don't care, why the fuck did you come up here to talk about it then?
I didn't come
compare
talk
it to
about
Glenn.
anything that had to do with Glenn.
I came
You're
up
the one
here
that
to
brought
talk
Glenn
about.
up.
Yeah, because
Everybody
ever
just
since
dude.
ever since the thing between me and Glenn, you do all this little side shit to me, and
No,
it's
I
fucking
don't.
weird. And this
There's nothing
call
weird
it.
about anything
This
I've
is
said.
the last straw, bro.
Nobody
This is it.
thinks
I don't
anything I've
care,
said is
bro.
weird, dude.
I don't care. I just don't. I just don't care. You're disrespectful
what?
as fuck, and then you're getting mad because I fucking
I'm not
pointing
mad
it
at
out.
all. I'm literally not mad. I think it's funny, but I don't think I'm not mad.
Yeah. Okay.
So, anyways, the comparison to the left wing is the National Socialists have a tendency to like first register your guns and then take them away and all that sort of stuff. That was his point.
No, listen.
They do.
You keep because people. I see someone in the chat asked the same question. He said, I said it very clearly. Ever since the thing happened with me and Glenn, he gives me side attitude when we're on panels for no reason.
No, I don't.
He did it the other day on Sarah's, right? I tried talking, and every time I tried talking, you'd go, "Oh, I want to hear what this person's saying." Like they weren't even talking at the time when you did it. Like it was like you just didn't want me to talk. It was weird, and I was like, "All right." And then you come on here today. I ask you a question. Wait, let me finish. Grid, see, can you let me finish and explain myself?
Sure. Yeah,
and then you can answer me.
Okay.
You don't understand it, but you don't want to hear it either? Okay. So then you come on here, I ask you a question, and you get all hype about it, start firing off all these questions that, do you know what happened here? Do you know what happened here? Do you... I didn't even fucking talk about taking guns from anyone. And you say, oh, that's what Hitler wanted to do. Like, this whole fucking thing is all fucking weird. And you've done it ever since the Glenn shit. And that's all I like. If you have a problem that I have a problem with Glenn, just say that. Instead of doing this side shit, dude. It's weird.
I don't know why you think that. First of all, I
said why. It's because ever since the Glenn thing, you've been doing this weird shit.
I don't give a shit about the Glenn thing. I've told you that like 1,000 times, man. I told Glenn the same thing. I'm not getting in the middle of it. I don't care. You guys sort it out. I told him same thing I've told you 12 times. I wish you guys work it out. Apparently you can't. You guys don't like each other. That's cool. I don't care. I'm not giving you any attitude. I have not fucked with you. I didn't do anything to you on Sarah's the other day. And if you think so, then you need to say, then you can actually, instead of on a panel, you should have PM me and say, bro, what the fuck? Like I did you when
if I came up onto your panel grid and started comparing you to Hitler, would you take that?
I didn't compare you to Hitler. I said that's what Hitler wanted to do.
I said, are you comparing me to Hitler? And you're like, you're the one who said it, bro.
No, dude, that's not what happened. Play it back.
Okay,
bro.
so everyone's just gonna all right.
Play it back.
We'll just pretend that it didn't happen then.
Play it back. I said Hitler was a fan of gun control too. And you said, are you calling me Hitler? And I said, no. I said, he's a fan of gun control. But you went off about it being all about you. No, I said Hitler's a fan of gun control. He did, because he did exactly what you were talking about doing. He registered guns in the name of safety, and then he went door to door taking them. And that's what I said.
All right.
All right.
Back.
Cool.
That's really what you want to do.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah.
By the way, there is no
I'm gonna say
problem
that
with.
from the start too, so that you can see how I tried to ask you things and you wouldn't answer me, and you just fired off a bunch of shit, completely bad faith. I want you to see all my claims, right?
Sure. Go right ahead. I know I was asking you questions because I wanted to see if you had the information
that you didn't even have correctly. Like it's just a joke, dude. Like, and this is what I mean. It's literally happened ever since the fucking shit happened with Glenn, and like,
dude,
I have Glenn over here fucking calling me a pedophile. You over here comparing me to Hitler. It just seems all fucking weird.
Glenn hasn't
Fucking
talked about you in a
slimy shit,
month,
dude.
bro. I mean,
it just seems like it's weird,
passive.
slimy shit going on.
What?
And
Look,
I'm not the
if
one to
Glenn-
be quiet
Glenn
about
seems
it.
to be
So if I'm
passive,
wrong, fuck it.
we don't even talk
If
about
I'm
it.
wrong, I'm wrong. But
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I'm not.
So, how was everybody's Christmas?
It's been good, thank you. I've been enjoying chess.
Hey, by the way, SpeakeaZy, I just want to drop by and give you some kudos on your panel the other night when on Sarah's. I thought you were doing a pretty good job. So this is I-Fi, by the way. I don't know if you recognize me or not.
I figured that out.
Yeah.
Anyways, could you girls quit bitching at each other and let's get to politics or something? Because this is getting kind of lame. By the way, if either one of y'all have a beef with Glenn, can y'all take it over to Glenn's panel or something?
Yeah,
I guess I'm tired of hearing
I don't have
panel
any
versus
beef at
drama,
all with
man.
SpeakeaZy, man. Dude, I rated you the other night. What the fuck?
Anyways, I have no problem with gun control as long as we prevent the left wing from owning guns. As long as it's only left wing voters that are prohibited from owning guns, then I'm cool with that.
I had a chart depicting all of the like school shooters, and they were like all leftists. Or not just school shooters, but like Columbine, a bunch of stuff. But it was really funny. But since you asked about Christmas, this was like the first Christmas in years that we haven't traveled somewhere for Christmas, and I loved it, man. It was so great not to have to pack all my shit up and then unpack it again.
Staycations are the best.
Yeah, I'm about over just. I really like being at home. Just about over all of it.
So, was there any other hot topics of debate other than gun control? I missed the first.
Real
chunk.
quick, just
Okay.
what this part first.
Who was a great proponent of gun registration?
Yeah, it's kind of saw.
Do you know who was a great proponent of that? Hitler. Hitler was a great proponent of gun control and registration. As a matter of fact, that was the first.
So you're comparing me to Hitler now?
I mean, you're the one endorsing the.
No, I'm asking you if you're comparing. See, you first say.
That's not me comparing you to Hitler.
You're the
That's
one
me asking you a
endorsing.
question.
Wait. So.
That was a statement, Grid. That was a statement. That wasn't a question.
So just to be clear,
No offense, sir.
yeah,
That was a statement.
everyone is gonna say. Everyone because I'm the wrong one, right? I'm sound crazy. Just now, a bunch of people in the chat were saying that wasn't what was said. So just to be clear, we're all gonna say right now, if I went to Grid and said, you know who else was a proponent against LGBT? Hitler.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
But am I comparing your ideology to Hitler?
If he shared the same ideology, then yes, I'm sure he wore socks.
You're comparing.
Too.
Okay, so
I wear
thank you.
socks and Hitler wore socks.
Thank you. That's all I'm saying. So you compared me to Hitler. So thank you. I was right about that one.
You're the one who made the statement that you're
I say
a
something?
proponent for gun control.
Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
Okay, so I mean, when you get slammed in the face with "you're comparing me to Hitler now," then I would also feel the proposal to say to come back with something like that, like it's insane to think that he's comparing you to Hitler, like and for him
what?
No, that is insane. No one thinks you're Hitler. Like, you're the opposite of Hitler. We know you, man.
No, but yeah, but clearly, like, that's the case. What Easy's trying to point out is that, like, Grid's kind of trying to do the old, like, poison the well fallacy, where it's like, well, you know,
That's
who
not-
else thought
yeah,
this?
But that's
You know,
but
Stalin.
I did
or,
that
like,
before Grid came on. I said the same thing, and Easy agreed with me. He didn't say, "Are you comparing me to Hitler?"
Those are the same type of statements they said about certain policies that Trump wants. And when they said that Trump was like Hitler, that was the same way they did it. They said,
They
you
said
know who
very
else is a
directly.
proponent of this? Hitler. Yeah, Trump's the same
But then they
endorsing
couldn't
Hitler
prove it
type
out.
shit. Like, that's
But-
the
but-
same thing they were doing.
but
You know what happened
they-
to Trump? He got shot at, my guy.
But they were after him. So unless you think Grid is after you, you wouldn't think he's
Yeah,
comparing you with Hitler.
I don't know what the deal is, Speak, man. You know, I don't get it. I didn't think you were this thin-skinned, man.
But to speak Easy's defense, if he
again,
thinks that things
I
have
can
changed
play the
after
whole
the Glenn
thing.
thing,
I can
you
play
might
the whole
think you're
thing
after
where
him.
you kept interrupting me. You wouldn't answer any of the questions I was trying to ask you. It was like you weren't even trying to have a conversation with me. Do you deny that's how it went, or?
I asked you questions to see if you had the information. I didn't think and yes, I did misstate the title, but then I corrected you or corrected myself and gave you the right name of the county.
No.
I said, yeah, I think it's Kennesaw, Georgia. And then I said, no, wait, that's wrong. It's Kennesaw, Georgia. And you said, yeah, it's Kennesaw, Georgia.
By the way, that's not a county, that's a city.
You're correct. Yeah. It's
But
not-
even when I said, so are you comparing me to Hitler now? You go, well, you're the one making the statement. Like, that's literally like you're saying, well, you're comparing yourself to Hitler. Like,
Also, earlier you said
on,
age
dude.
is irrelevant, and it would be much better phrased that there's an age of accountability, not that age is irrelevant.
I think that we infantilize our youth. I just think that we've decided all of a sudden that anyone under 18 is a complete fucking idiot.
Right, but earlier you said age is irrelevant, which made a couple
As
people
being
kind
a
of
little
lose it.
tough.
So obviously, we're not talking about infants or anything like that, but at the age of accountability, even young children can, responsibly handle guns.
What are we gonna?
It was
what are
your
we gonna
point.
put that at, right? Like if you're gonna say age of accountability is 10 or 12 or
It's up to the parents to decide the age of accountability of
It's up
their
to the
children.
competency of the person.
but if
You just have
if you're
a standard
looking for-
competency test.
Yeah, so this is the problem is when we invite the government in to decide such things, it's always bad. It's never
I
good.
agree.
Right, and that's the whole thing. I'm not saying that there's not a level of competency required for ownership of a firearm. I would say there's level of competency for almost anything or everything, right? But
Yeah.
empowering the government to set that competency and require that, I think is an overstep of power that we're granting them to behold. I think that level of competency belongs to the parents. In which case,
let's take a stroll then.
children don't adhere to what society expects out of that, then it comes down to the parents for being responsible for that, and in which case then they get brought on charges for such. Bad parenting should be a crime.
Yeah. So let's walk down the lane. If you don't want you want a competency test, but you just don't want it to be the government that regulates it, then if not the government, then who?
I think there's a level of competency required for generally anything you do, right? You going to the store requires a certain level of competency, and I'm not going to send a 2-year-old to the store to go buy something, right? No, I'm going to wait and expect them to have a certain level of competency to be able to go and
Jeremy,
do that.
is it? Jeremy,
Yeah.
could I just really quickly? So last year, and it's an ongoing case again in Georgia. By the way, I found out that Georgia has more people locked up than all the rest of the states combined. Did not know that. Interesting, little side fact. But Georgia actually arrested a mother for allowing her 10-year-old son to walk a mile to a store in a rural area and back.
Too much government.
That's crazy.
Now, your parents decide if you are competent to own a firearm. And if your parents can't do it, then the government gets involved when you do something stupid. And that's the way laws are supposed to work. Preventive laws, this idea that we can legislate everything and legislate morality, which is, by the way, that's what banning pornography, you're trying to legislate morality, and that never fucking works. It just doesn't. All it does is create more evil. And I want less evil, not more.
You can legislate.
You know what?
Because
Grid just set himself up here.
We have a whole uptick in kids identifying as trans, but letting people do what they want brings less evil.
Yeah.
Guys.
So.
And
so
then
Grid,
what's
would you be correct
happening?
in saying one sec, fellas, because it's a slam dunk case, right? So Grid, you're saying it should be up to the parents to decide the morality, correct?
Sure.
Okay. What happens if the parents think it's morally acceptable for incest?
Yeah,
That's not a question I can answer.
It's a very easy question. The word is government. The word you're looking for is government. You want the government to intervene and to protect the kids.
That hypothetical doesn't match. I understand what you're trying to do, but I'm not going to participate in it because the hypothetical doesn't match.
Yeah, because it destroys your logic.
Now, what you could say, and I'll help you out here, you could say, well, what about allowing a child at 14 to drive a car, which I would say that would be fine with me because I've seen 12-year-olds drive cars just fine all over farms throughout the Midwest and all throughout Texas and all throughout Tennessee. They drive cars just
farms.
What's that?
That's the key, on farms, not in public on the roads.
Okay.
But given your worldview, Grid, you don't want the government to intervene.
Yeah, the government will intervene if they drive on the public road. That's the only reason why not, James. But now,
I'm going back to my scenario.
Can't do that, and that's up to the parents to decide.
By the way, Grid One, I don't know if you want to
that we don't just let the parents decide.
My 14-year-old has been shooting competitively since he was 10. I started teaching him about firearms at the age of 4.
By the way, Grid One, I don't know if you're trying to.
I gave them to him.
I don't know if you're trying to argue like ANCAP or something, because if you're going full anarchist, you're going to have a whole different set of arguments. But
who is me?
Yeah,
you.
I'm not
dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodging.
Look, I'm constitutional.
He is tap dancing right now. He's Michael Flatley. Someone changed his name.
So Teriyaki, I think most libertarians agree that we have the rule of law. We can't. I am. I'll speak for libertarians. Okay. Libertarians agree that we have a rule of law. We do legislate morality, such as not killing, stealing, cheating, lying, whatever. But your point, Grid, is that there should be a very hard cutoff right after those fundamentals. Like we don't want like every aspect of our lives governed by the.
I don't think we can. I think every time we try, we fail miserably.
But you got to have some form of government. You can't have no anarchy. Doesn't work in real life ever. Right. It sounds good on paper, but it never works.
Constitutional conservative. If it doesn't exist in a constitution, it shouldn't exist as law today.
Which is enforced by a government, by the way.
Let me finish. Except at the state level, right? The federal government has way too much say in my everyday actions, and all 3-letter federal agencies should be gone. They should be gone tomorrow, and I would be much happier.
Even a small local government is
make
still
it
government.
Easier for people to go underground, guys. That's what we should do.
Is that illegal?
He means being
like
the reason
the FBI was for the mafias to come back. All that shit that like when John Dillinger was walking around shooting people in the fucking face and then walking away like nothing happened.
Yes, what he's talking about is the reason is the FBI was established.
Like mafia members were known killers, but got to walk around publicly and eat in restaurants, and they were praised by the public. Like that's what happens in those kinds of places. right? Pablo
won't got them.
Escobar is what happened.
Now we live in modernity where we have computers that we don't need a federal law enforcement agency anymore.
You never needed federal law.
We did, but we don't anymore.
Sorry, who took down Pablo Escobar again?
Who could have shut him down? Texas Rangers could have shut him down way
It was a
earlier.
state-
but
Oh
the
yeah,
feds kept saying no.
No. Who actually went and took down Pablo Escobar? Was it state police?
The Texas Rangers could have, when he was in
State
Texas,
government?
they
No,
could have
but
arrested him when he was
That's
in
not
Texas.
why he did.
The Fed said
He didn't
no.
come to America. He didn't want to be in America. He sent
came-
all the
he came across
drugs
the
to
border
America
like
because
nobody
America is
even
where
knew.
they were bought. He didn't come to America. He hated America. His fear was America. He didn't want to go to an American prison. He was just afraid of it. What are you talking about? I'm saying in a country like that where there's hardly any actual fucking 3-letter agencies that can look and connect all the different things together.
Modernity has helped.
That's what happens is somebody like Pablo Escobar takes over.
So, SpeakeaZy, would you rather have FBI, CIA running other people's countries, or like a small local government?
I want to get as many God-fearing men into those positions of power. Yes, that's what I want to do, right? Because to think that we could ever live under a thing that a type of system that doesn't need an enforcement to, be able to take shit down,
like all the
will
God-fearing men that have been
happen.
running
And, like,
the Middle Eastern wars for the past 20 or 30 years, and the God-fearing men that are interfering with Russia and Ukraine and Hamas and Israel, all those God-fearing people.
Just because
No,
just
if I
because they
was talking
claim
about
God,
men like that, obviously I would have said men like that.
just
What about even the good examples? Like, I hate communists, but do you think like Vietnam and Korea were good wars for America to get involved in?
Oh, now you're talking about something else.
Well, we're still talking about the FBI, CIA. Who do you think set up a lot of these organizations?
Well, listen. No, there's a lot of things that obviously we're doing. Like we were told that there was these massive fucking weapons, and we were starting wars over it, dropping fucking drone bombs every fucking day almost over it, right? Like that's fucked up. I didn't say anything that's good about that. Why do you do that? Like, why do I say I want something that protects us from this, and then you say, oh, but you want them to also be able to do this, or they could do that? I'm not saying any of that. I'm not saying I want guns on a registry so that they can take our guns. Fuck it.
Why can't we just have a
reason for registry to exist?
Yeah, no.
Why can't we just have like a national guard that's made of like local militias and police forces instead of like federal police government that interferes with foreign governments?
And just to be clear, Easy, I'm not saying that your intent here is that you want them to come and take our weapons. But the point is when you go and you put you want the registry and all that to exist, you create the enablement for them to do that.
Right, but
you're essentially opening the door, allowing it.
Instead of losing such faith in humanity and thinking that that's absolutely where it's going to go to, why don't you like use the power we have, inspire the culture around us to do the right things? I don't understand.
The right thing is smaller government.
Those things
The right thing is always
the problem is that power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Yep.
And I think that the problem is that most of the people who wish to control others are not good people.
The FBI has been investigating
absolute power corrupts absolutely. That's dumb.
Years under direction.
Wait. Why is that dumb?
No, that's one of the oldest truths known to mankind.
No. That's a fucking made up saying for you to say it's
that all
true.
wise people recognize.
I read history and I saw it's true.
Oh, is that right? Dan. So
Yes.
Dan, just let me ask you something. Do you believe God has absolute power?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe God is absolutely corrupt?
I believe God is absolutely sovereign.
No. Do you believe God is absolutely corrupt?
God is not a man.
Oh, so this is only for men. Okay.
Yeah,
So just making
it's
sure.
a saying about
Okay.
men, not
So
deities.
what is absolute power? Explain that to me. What is that?
When someone has power that is unchecked.
For example.
All powerful? Would that be a phrase?
Absolute. No.
No, I need a definition though. Like what?
Unchecked power.
I'll try. I'm trying, but
The highest
power
authority.
over what?
Of anything, anyone.
I have unchecked power with this minion, right? I have unchecked. You can't fucking do shit. Nobody can do shit about what I do. I stick this up my ass, your ass, anybody's ass, and nobody can do nothing about it, right?
No, you can stick it up your ass.
I
You can stick it up your ass. You stick it up my ass. You'll get a fucking.
Well, not if you wanted me to, though, right? That's what I'm saying. Nobody could do nothing about.
No, but the thing
power
is that
we have over this minion.
Yeah,
That's my point.
Yeah.
I'm being ridiculous on purpose.
I love your ridiculousness, but the thing is that.
But you get it, right?
I get what you're saying, but
mean.
you're asking me what power is, right?
But that's, I mean, that
an
example,
example.
that
Give an
analogy,
example.
easy doesn't really work because in that particular thing, that minion, that little toy has no value to anybody, so nobody's gonna equate that to anything. What if we change that and we make it a person?
Okay,
right?
so here we go. Now
Or a
you're getting
nation.
to the answer of the question.
Can I
It's
give
very.
can I give an
I think
example?
this is an easy question to answer. Let me ask you. Let me give you what I think your answer is. Absolute power means you can do anything that you are humanly, physically able to do and never be stopped.
Can I give you an example?
Wait, this is your.
I didn't start this, but can I give you an example?
Oh, can you? Okay, I thought you asked me for an example. Okay, go ahead.
No. I didn't start it. I'm just bearing. I'm just adding. The Jan Sixers, right? That were imprisoned illegally. That's a pretty good example of absolute power.
That should have been checked.
Well, yeah.
The government has checks and balances. If it was appropriately working, it would have been checked. But that's the thing. We need to have people in government that will do the proper thing. And the problem is just because someone says they believe in
and all of
God
those people
doesn't
were
mean they fear
elected by
God.
people like you and me who thought that they would do the right thing.
Right, but James, the problem is when it comes down to God, we can only go off a person's word. Because how are you to judge a person if you can only go by
That's
what
what
they
I'm
tell you.
saying. Just because they claim they believe in, fear God doesn't mean they really do fear God. You can actually judge their fruits. You don't just go by their word though necessarily.
Have you, Jim?
Speakeasy, you asked me a question.
Do
Can
you
I
know
ask
every
a question?
politician's fruits?
No, I don't know every politician's fruits. I worry about the ones in my state mainly.
Okay,
I watch
the
out
ones
for
that,
their
the ones
fruits.
that claim that they're for God, they're Christian.
What?
The ones that claim that
Can
they're
I-
Christian.
Listen, Speakeasy, you asked me a question about God, right? Can I answer that question?
So just to be clear, the January 6th people, the majority of the charges are for disorderly conduct and unlawful entry. And I'd say all the people that were like breaking windows and throwing shit around, definitely give them those charges. I'm cool with that. Matter of fact, what they should have did is the first guy that broke the window, they should have blew his face off.
guy
And
that
then
broke the
anybody
window
else
was
comes
dead.
in, they're getting the same treatment. That's what
Does
they
that
should do.
include the
If you
security
guys are all
guards that
about like
opened them
protecting
in?
your shit, right? That's what you should be doing.
Easy.
That seems like a really bad place to just let people.
Does that include the
rent
security
stuff.
guards that let them in and the FBI
easy.
agents that incited
guy who broke
a
a
lot of the
window was
riots?
a-
After wait, come on, wait. That was after the window was broke, though.
No. The first guy through the window was a
On the
friend.
other side, they were let in. Yes, on the other side, but the one side there was people fighting the cops. Are we gonna just be stupid and say they weren't?
And
fighting
before
cops?
anyone broke in, there were FBI agents
The
inciting
frontline
people to
I'm
go
not
into the
saying
building.
everyone. Are you guys like, come on, bro? Are you guys just
You're
gonna
not,
be
you're
dishonest?
not willing to listen. You've
The
already drawn your
frontline
conclusion.
people, the
I'm trying
frontline
to
guys
help you.
weren't breaking in.
Can I answer, or are you just going to keep yelling?
Well, are you going to answer me with a question, or are you going to answer mine?
You. I'm going to give you. I'm going to give you some answers. So I had a guy on my show, Tim Hale. He has been in jail for the past 3 years. A year of it unconstitutionally. But that's just the way the ball bounces when you're fighting the federal government.
Wait, who's doing that with their mic? Stop.
I don't know.
Someone's doing some weird shit.
I'm not sure if you heard me. Tim Hale was in jail for about 3.5 years. He was just released. He's being pardoned, hopefully. He didn't do anything but walk around. The first guy who broke a window was a Fed. They've identified now 27 federal officers, and every single one of them were acted to incite the riot that didn't happen. All of the things that you see on camera are mostly feds, plants. And that's
the riot that was walking in between the velvet ropes.
Hold on, I wasn't quite done. I could agree with you to some extent, and I did, honestly. I thought that it was way worse than it was. I had the guy on my show. He's got the receipts. Do you know that they actually had his roommate of 3 or 4 years wear a wire trying to get him to say incriminating things?
Will it push?
I mean,
Push the button. Good job.
Jan 6 is a bad example to use because it is absolutely an example of the government not acting in the interest of its citizens at all and exceeding its authority in a massive way.
Checks and balances. That's what I'm going to keep saying. Checks and balances.
Go in there and lay down. Go.
Just because it doesn't work the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah,
doesn't mean we ain't
mute up while you're, just unmute yourself after. Go ahead. Sorry, what are you saying, James?
We need to check it. Just because it doesn't work right doesn't mean we don't need to check it. That's the whole point of the people being the government, to check the government. So the government gets checked on things.
Yeah, like
that's my wife. Sorry, guys.
All right.
Easy. Be cool, man. We're cool. I don't have anything against you, man. I got to roll, though. My wife's calling. See you.
All right. Take it easy.
Also, it's hard to accuse people of disorderly conduct when they're walking in between the velvet ropes and they're not actually like breaking anything or whatever. So it's not really much of an insurrection or a riot, as they put it. But yeah, they should definitely get a slap on the wrist.
At first, before they start letting them go through on the one side, when they're fucking all coming up the fucking stairway that's barricaded off and they're shaking the fucking shit and throwing shit at we're gonna say those guys shouldn't get disorderly conduct.
Oh yeah, the federal agents should definitely go to jail. I agree. The ones that incited most of the chaos should definitely go to jail for a long period of time.
And the people who listen to them, right?
So
all the DNC agents and stuff.
More than 100 defendants have entered guilty pleas. So are they just
about that now?
Yeah, that's
some of them could be guilty of some of the stuff.
129 go to trial. 87 were convicted of all charges. 40 received mixed verdicts, like one charge or the other for the disorderly conduct or unlawful entry, and 2 were acquitted of the charges. Several hundred more were waiting as of June.
You realize, though, some people, and in this particular case, I'm sure there are several who are in this situation or scenario, will take a guilty plea just to be done with it, because for how long they've already been locked up for, their sentence would be time served and they go home that day.
Yeah.
And a lot of people can't afford lawyers.
I'm just reading you the information I can find. That's all I'm doing.
That's true. The statement on that is saying 100 people had pled guilty to that. That doesn't mean they got a conviction for that. They pled guilty to that. Doesn't mean they actually did it. They just they accepted the claim and pled for it just to be done with it.
Because fighting it with lawyers gets expensive.
I'm sure some of them are guilty of certain they were accused of, but
they were
I'm not
strong
gonna say
armed. They were strong armed to make the guilty plea.
Weren't there people accused of stuff that weren't even there? I read some stuff about that. I don't know if that's true, but someone should look into that. But yeah, it was pretty shitty, dude. I wouldn't defend that incident at all. It was the DNC aided by the FBI. It was all orchestrated by them. And of course, there were some retards out there that were, Trump voters, but they weren't trying to like stage an insurrection or whatever. You can't insurrect a country like with
the whole mob mentality,
flags and stuff.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Oh my God! Listen to
they're
all
pretty
this
bad- plenty of bad
stupid
actors
shit.
Here comes FG.
Yeah, no, I agree that it wasn't an insurrection, but I watched the videos, and those dudes that are fighting the cops are all retarded. It's just all retarded. Like if you thought, like if you weren't going there, you were going there to protest.
Some of those dudes fighting the cops were getting like pepper sprayed and tear gassed by cops for peacefully protesting outside of the building. So there's a lot of bullshit going on there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there are plenty of bad actors on every side. I'm
That's
not
the thing,
thinking-
right?
There
This
was
is
an
the problem.
hours-long fight in the tunnel leading up to the main entrance exit to where the representative, like an hours-long
That's the
fight
fight
in that
I'm
tunnel.
talking about. That's the fight I'm talking about. All those people are stupid as fuck for doing it like that.
Yeah, there was a ton of violence. You guys you guys point to one entrance and be like, "This is how it was." The Capitol's a big damn building, and people were coming in from all different sides. And the side you guys are talking about was basically the public entrance side, and those cops were basically told, "Don't do anything because we're already overwhelmed on the side where there's a ton of violence."
And then when they got up, you have the first people who smash the window and try climbing through, and then they end up eventually just letting them in because it's either fight them or fucking shoot them, right? Like I'm sure they didn't want to kill everybody. Imagine. But I said, if we're talking about a building like this, right? This should seem like a building you need to protect under gun.
Right. Yeah.
So,
It's ridiculous to argue against this. The part that they were protecting, the part that they were fighting tooth and nail to keep protesters away from, was the section where the representatives and senators run away to when stuff like this happens. Like the where they formed a hard perimeter where Ashley Babbitt got shot. That's the hard line. They were not going to let you pass that. Obviously, we saw why. That was like the threshold from getting to our representatives. It just people not understanding half this shit just is mind-boggling with all the information we've had, with the entire commission we've had.
I still think one of those
you're
cops
assuming a
should have
lot
just
here
pulled out
because
the gun,
they're
shot in
letting
the air a
people-
couple times, and said, "Everyone back the fuck." You hear shots, everyone's
we
gonna
hear
start.
So I'm just saying from the video I've seen, and I might not seen all the video. There's one side that are people extremely violent, throwing stuff, and then there's another section where the cops seem like smiling and letting people in, and the people coming in wait do not seem violent at all. So
yes, that was the public section. That's the section
they
that you
let-
can
they let
block
them in
off from
because-
where the representatives are.
okay, so they let them in because they don't want to
No,
fight
they let
these
them in
people?
on that side because all the cops were on the other side dealing with the mass of people. That
cops
side
let them
didn't
in.
have many of the Capitol
FG.
Police, and they weren't going to just start a fight in a place where they were already outmanned.
They didn't have to
Also,
fight
it was
the
a
people
public
they let
building.
in. They
You
didn't have
remember,
to
though,
fight the people they let in.
Effigy, you also remember though.
Well, they had already been breaking the doors, and that's why there are videos of some of the cops just like opening the door because they were going to break down those doors, and that section was a section they didn't have to defend because it was one of the public sections of the Capitol.
That doesn't.
Hard line was actually in the Capitol chambers. Like when someone
wait.
got
So the thing though, Effigy, I do want to point out though, because we know how like mob mentality works, especially when everyone's like all hyped up and shit. And we also know that it's been shown that federal agencies have used military and different types of people to go and incite riots in peaceful protests. Like,
This is cope.
like it's
Like-
actually happened. What do you mean it's cope?
It's cope because I've heard since the day this happened. I know, but since the day this happened, the people who perpetuated it and the ideological side that perpetuated it has been trying to find every excuse to blame someone else other than themselves. Like they say that, oh, it was Antifa in there. Well, that's funny. I've seen video of just a reporter who was in the middle of that crowd who like 3 guys called was Antifa, and he barely made it out of that crowd without getting assaulted.
Hey, Effigy, can you educate us on Ray Epps' participation in this event?
Oh, no, why don't you tell us what you think Ray Epps is?
No, you tell us since you know so much about like what did he play in the January 6th insurrection. Go ahead, educate us.
He was there.
He was there. Wow.
No, why don't you tell us? No,
did he say or do anything to incite the
things.
crowds to go into the building, even though they were outside peacefully protesting and had no interest whatsoever in going into the building?
There were a bunch of people doing that, obviously.
There were a bunch of Ray Epps? Oh, like Ray Epps and his buddies?
No,
like, who would his buddies be?
Who were literally there to go to the Capitol.
Would they be like DNC people or Antifa or other federal agents?
People, right, sure.
Oh, was it MAGA people? Were MAGA people trying to incite the protester to go inside the building? Do you have any evidence of that? Maybe some.
Oh, you mean besides the plan to stop the certification of the election that we know that was done by?
No, I mean like like people who were there, like camera recordings and stuff like that. You know, do you have any evidence of your theory that it was MAGA that Trump planned to start an insurrection?
Who were leading?
So what about the people who were actually convicted of seditious conspiracy?
Who was leading the insurrection?
The federal agents? Oh, they were let off with a hand slap, but all the MAGA people are still in jail for some reason.
Who were leading the insurrection?
Go ahead, Effigy. Tell us, who was it? And who's Ray Epps, by the way? Tell us everything you know about his background and why he was there and why he was inciting people to go into the building.
Forget him, but who were leading this?
He doesn't want to talk about evidence or facts. He just wants to talk about feelings.
I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you. Who were leading? Like, who do you think, or do you see evidence of leading the insurrection?
Look, the January 6th thing happened because there was a rally that was planned for that day in conjunction with 2 other plans. One, the fake elector scheme, and one, the mess with the certification scheme. The messing with the certification entailed the public causing an uproar, however you want to say, whether that's just protesting or actually infiltrating the Capitol. Obviously, there were a ton of groups who actually planned to infiltrate and do things in the Capitol to our representatives because they were convicted of doing the plan and trying to carry it out.
And
none of this was coincidence. You don't just put a rally right away from the Capitol on the day the certification is happening, on the day you're trying to stop the quote unquote steal.
Yes, someone did something, but I'm saying, who started the insurrection? Who led this? Many groups? I mean,
and who was orchestrating it behind the scenes, pulling all the strings? Can you tell us what Nancy Pelosi knew about what was going on and ordered the security to do and not to do? Effigy, could you enlighten us about that as well?
Let me ask you, actually. Let me ask you, Effigy, if from based off of Trump's words, like that he said, would you have taken that if you were someone that was like, just think of someone that you're willing to follow their instructions? Would you have taken that as instructions to go and storm the Capitol, break everything, and cause chaos? And he must have disconnected by accident.
Yeah, he's gone.
He got recalled by his agent.
No, he'll probably be back up.
While we're on the topic, SpeakeaZy, have you seen the chart of the votes historically recently, like the Trump Biden vote?
Wait, wait, what?
They have like charts of like how many popular votes each candidate got in the past 2 or 3 elections.
That's a couple million.
It's funny that we're talking about, the conspiracy theory that a lot of the MAGA people felt like that the Biden vote was rigged or whatever. Because if you go back and look at the numbers, Biden got like like
Extreme died
almost
there for some reason.
twice as much or 3 times as much as the normal amount of votes in the past 3 or 4 elections. And so I thought that would be an interesting conversation for, when we're done with this stuff.
I'm not sure when you cut out Effigy. Did you hear everything I said, or should I repeat some of it?
If I did hear, I only caught part of it.
Oh, okay. No, I just basically like in summary, I was asking who were like planning the insurrection. Was it the group of people, or how did it come about? And then SpeakeaZy, you can continue because you got a really good question.
Yeah. Like I was asking you, like if Trump was like, just think of it as Trump being someone that you would follow their instructions, like based off of Trump's words, his words that he said. Would you take that as him instructing you to go to the Capitol, break in, cause chaos, and maybe kill
based on
people?
what actually happened, though, can you admit that there are groups who had this plan going to the Capitol, so that they planned this beforehand? So there was kind of an implicit idea that we're going there to stop something?
Seems likely.
I'll grant you that, Effigy. If you would be willing to say that those groups could have been associated with all political affiliations and not just all right wing.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Yeah, so I get what you're saying. Like you're saying that they knew there was going to be.
Why would
I'm not going to leave room for your conspiracy brain shit? Like,
why would left wingers want to go in and get a bunch of right wingers riled up to look bad? Why would they?
What's that dude's name? John Sullivan.
Why they would want to do that?
John Sullivan, was that his
videos
name?
from on the ground that day. People were being actively hostile to anyone they thought were left wingers.
Bragging about how he did it on social media.
It was a right wing rally.
The only funny thing is to me is that it seems that January 6th is the only day when right wingers got like really apeshit crazy. And after that and before that, it hasn't really happened like that. So I just it doesn't fit the bill.
I genuinely believe that there were people on every political affiliation that went there. Some on the right went there riled up and wanting to do shit. There were some on the left that went there and wanted to rile up right wingers to do shit. And other people were just literally just going there just to cause havoc. I think there were plenty of people with all kinds of different motivations in there from any walk of life, not just all being right. That's my belief.
Like, think about this. This literally could have been a BLM group that thought that Kyle Rittenhouse was a terrorist against black people, and he got off free, and they were working on their revenge, and that's actually why they did it, because they just wanted the right
that was
to look really bad.
Right.
They wanted them to look really bad and make them look like a bunch of like crazies and Nazis and all the other shit they call the right side.
Kyle Rittenhouse shot 3 white dudes, bro.
I know, but remember the whole thing was because of the whole story at first that it was black people and he was actually there because he's racist. Like it was all
they're full of hate on him, dude. And I mean, I don't think the young dude should have been out there with no gun to begin with, because what the hell are you doing, dude? You're looking for shit. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
But at the same time, he was within his rights, and he didn't shoot until he was felt threatened. And, it took another dude shooting first. So I can understand, but I'm like, at the end of the day, I wouldn't be out there acting a donkey with a gun, dude.
So let's backtrack.
That's not cool. I mean, in nobody's mindset, that's not cool, really. But the law did what it did, so we're gonna let it be. But at the end of the day, that shit wild. That's wild as fuck, dog. You know what I'm saying? That shit wild as fuck, dude. Like, why are you out there, young man, with a big ass gun? You looking for the shit, though. You know what I mean? You want to smoke, fool. You want to smoke. I mean, but
hang on, Cold. It's not like he was the only one who went out there with a gun, right?
That's what I'm saying. That's why it all popped off, right?
Out there, and he joined a group of people that were out there with guns.
Sure,
right.
but
It's not like he went out
other
there.
group had guns too. That's how it popped off.
All right, since we're switching switching topics, I'll go
group may
on
have
into this.
told him-
You don't think it's just a little bit suspect for a 17-year-old to take his weapon, cross state lines, and go and protect a gas station he has no affiliation to?
That's what I'm saying.
Doesn't
That
sound
shit
like
was
a
wild.
vigilante to you? For
Yeah,
a protest
it's
that you
wild.
don't
He
even
shouldn't
know
have
that
been
will be violent or not?
Does it sound like a dude that's tired of watching a bunch of rioters burn down his country? Yeah, that makes
true.
sense to me.
I mean, it's not like
that's true too, though.
states across the country to do that,
Well, then
right?
that's just the definition of a vigilante. Then,
But
like,
then-
It is, though. That is what that is.
And
maybe he
it's
felt
speakeasy.
like since the law was sitting around doing nothing, maybe he had to take it into his own hands. I guess that was the way he
And
was
that's
looking
kind of
at
what
it.
his defense was. If you kind of like looked over the case and shit when it was going down, that was kind of his point. Was like nobody's out here defending these businesses.
By the way, Effigy,
So
if there
I
were a
have
bunch of
citizen
left-wingers
win.
burning down your business and the cops were just
I'm gonna be
watching
hot,
you
dude. I'm gonna
and
be the first one on
clapping,
the scene.
would you be cool with that?
No, hell no! I'll be the first one on the scene,
property
man.
damage and
I'll
shit.
take
No
that
one's
deal if I
usually
have
for
to.
that, man. Come on.
Speakeasy.
And even
You know, like when the buildings are on fire and the reporter's like, it's mostly peaceful protesters
Yeah,
out
that's
here.
what they said in 2020, the summer of rage.
Well,
Y'all remember that
that's
shit?
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Speakeasy,
Dude, they
you
was beating
invoked
dudes to death.
black.
Did y'all see that? The Antifa was out there
Hold
beating
on,
dudes
hold
that
on,
own
one
their
sec,
shops
one
to
sec,
death,
one
dude.
sec. Speakeasy, you invoked Black Lives Matter. That they might have something to do with it. I find that very unlikely because I have never seen them do anything violent.
I think he meant like the Antifa Black Lives Matter conglomerate, not just BLM.
He got it. He got it.
Damn, son. Damn, son. I can't help that. That shit was funny, though. That shit was funny.
Yeah. So with the whole thing, as your laws are there, he's allowed to, you know, have the gun in his possession to protect the property. So like, yeah, he didn't break any laws. And like when you watch the video, like dude runs up to him and tries to take the gun out of his hand. Like who knows what happens after he takes the gun out of his hand, right?
Well, the dude threw something at him and was chasing him and
Yeah.
running up to him. So yeah, it was,
There's no actual like
it wasn't like the guy just drew it up.
confirmed
and
about what happened
bang,
before
bang,
we
you
got
know,
the
no,
video. Like we're not sure what happened before that. What started the?
Didn't he get shot at too or something at some point?
Yeah,
no, he didn't. No,
First
somebody
guy they
else.
shot.
No, Rittenhouse was
Somebody
never
else
shot.
Popped one in the air. And then when they popped one in the air,
I said
when
shot at. I didn't say he got
No, look,
shot.
by the time the third guy gets
No, but
to
they
him,
didn't say
there's a
he
bunch of
actually
people
shot at
basically
him.
freaking out in the crowd thinking there's an active shooter. So a guy
Right.
who's trying to come and help is the third guy, basically.
Yeah, the first guy that got shot had a gun, shot it into the air. Like didn't shoot it at Rittenhouse, but he didn't know that, and because basically the jury found that it wasn't reasonable to say, or no, that was reasonable to say he was in fear of his life when he heard the first gunshot. That's kind of what all led to the verdicts.
If I'm not
And then once from that moment forward, he was in fear of his life. So the next guy that got shot was a victim, and it just is what it is. And then the last guy that got his arm almost blew off. It was the same thing for him too, because he actually had a gun too.
Well, wait,
I think that what's
believe
important to
There's
learn
only-
here,
there's only
the moral of the
three guns that
story
they know
is
of
that
in the case, and that was the one the first guy shot, and he shot that guy, and that was the one that was the PDF, and then there was the second guy when they were chasing him or
This is
whatever.
the
he
exact
did-
reason why you got to keep guns like away from this kind of shit, right? So regardless of how whether or not the first thing is justified, like even if I grant you that, as soon as
Right.
that shot goes off, irrationality spreads like a fever
Right.
through that
For
crowd.
everybody.
The
Yeah.
third guy thinks he's doing the right thing, thinks he's
Right.
helping people and saving them.
Right.
So all of a sudden, it doesn't matter anymore who's right. We just have guns
Right.
out shooting people.
Effigy.
But that's
well,
where the
law
jury
enforcement
came.
use their guns properly. Maybe citizens wouldn't feel the need to use their guns. Maybe that's the problem.
Effigy,
Only
that's a
legal
really
people use
dumbass
their
take,
guns.
because none of those guys, other than Rittenhouse, actually could have been carrying a gun legally anyways.
Hey, that's what I was just finna get at. I was just finna get at that. The same thing is that the first guy was already a convicted PDF, so he wasn't allowed to actually possess a firearm. You see what I'm saying?
Nor
So
was
the
the
fact
other
that
guy
he
who got
even
his arm
had
blown
one
off.
was a felony in itself. And then chances are he was probably on narcotics too, because I've got a cousin that's always in and out of prison, and he's always on something.
Of those
Always
people,
on something. He gets out, he's out for 2 months, he goes right back.
Does he have a firearm?
7 years old, been inside the incarceration system since he was 11 years old for the same BS, dude. Same
Cole,
BS.
does he have access to a firearm, Colt?
Does he? I mean, he could because he's got connections with what do you call them? The underground culture, so to speak.
Well, that changes everything, doesn't it? That changes everything. Because
but there's always an availability, yes.
Yeah,
I've been on the dark side of culture. I understand. Yes, there is avenues that I can get what I want. All I got to do is take it. That's the mindset.
All right.
That's the mindset. When you're at that level of life, you are what I call a bottom feeder. I've been there, and I know what it's like, dude. You don't give a about nobody. Anybody is victim. Family is victim, and that's the cold-blooded thought I've ever had run through my mind. I've never screwed my own family, but I know my own family has screwed theirs. You know what I'm saying? My brothers and stuff, but on the uncle side and stuff, and through great aunts and shit like that. But I've seen it, dude. I've seen them. They steal everything, dude. 4-wheelers, firearms, everything in between. They don't care, dude.
So SpeakeaZy, I think the moral of this story is it's okay when the left wing does it. You're just not allowed to do anything if you're on the right wing. So you can riot and burn shit down and kill people and beat them up and all kinds of shit. As long as you're on the left wing, it's okay.
Did anyone at any point say that I-Fi?
I think you're trying to argue that, FEG. It sounds like
I didn't argue that at any point.
Defending the left wing and attacking anyone who even appears to be right wing, even if they're not actually right wing.
No, I think that's a hell of a
FEG did not argue that. He did not.
No, not at all. I-Fi is in a constant state of hearing what he wants to hear.
Yeah. It's a conspiracy theory, bro.
That is literally what you say all the time.
I think that's a pretty far straw man you're trying to make there, I-Fi.
No, I've met this dude before. I know what he's about. And this is why I have to argue with SpeakeaZy, because he keeps listening to these leftards and he keeps getting convinced by them that they make rational arguments and shit like that.
Right.
Yeah, SpeakeaZy an asshole. He's a dumb asshole. He doesn't understand anything.
Sometimes the leftists can be very persuading, man. You just gotta watch these P's and Q's, man. You gotta stay on your shit.
Regardless of how or what secret people who fucking was inciting the fucking violence that happened there, whatever. All I said was to deny that there was a bunch of dudes fighting the cops to get it in the barricaded area is just dumb. It's
definitely
right.
Those people should go to jail. I agree.
Regardless of who they are, I'm saying we saw video of them fucking fighting for time up these fucking stairs against the fucking police.
And just because they're MAGA right-wing voters doesn't excuse it either. I agree.
I still don't think it was an insurrection. There's nothing that you can.
I think it was a very orchestrated psyop by the DNC.
Let me ask y'all a question.
The FBI.
I don't think that. I don't think that either.
I do want to ask a question though.
Wrongdoers should be charged for wrongdoing.
No, not about that. No, I'm going to get onto another tangent real quick. It's kind of related, but think about it like this. When he said he wanted conscientious objectors, do you know what that means from an electoral college stance? That means he wanted that certain states would say, hey, we think it was close enough, we should get a split of that electoral vote. That's what an electoral conscientious objector is. In other words, he's saying, no, the Republicans are saying they want a part of that vote. So you got 13 votes. We want at least 4 or 5 of them.
Some states still permit that, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. But they still have a right to petition, the courts and the system. And it's it was rushed through. If you realize how it really worked down, it was pushed through real fast.
You have rights to go through the courts all the live long day, but you do not have the right to create 7 complete slates of fake electors, which is what they tried to do.
That's what I'm saying. He was testing the waters. The system's still open to that.
Yeah, AKA testing the legality of laws.
But that's what the legal system is for. We can separate what is law and what's not. What is
I should go rob a bank just to see if the laws work.
That's what the Supreme Court's there for. That's their third leg of the government. That's what their purpose is. If you've got a dispute within the law and you think you have a legitimate claim, you can petition the court to say, hold up, put halts on the legal processes. We want to see what y'all say. Because you're the final leg between legislative and executive. You've got the judicial. The judicial is the final say. That's why the whole I don't know how to say it, within TOS, to relinquish one's child until, the system, so to speak, throw it into the fires. Okay, but that's why that was so strong for so long, was through the judicial process, and that's my point. That they're looking for court precedent. I'm not against the electoral college, but I understand the concept of
on
a
the day of the
conscientious
certification and then
decision.
say it's late to go back. That's exactly what was trying to take place. Everything was dependent on that one moment of certification. All the pressure was on Mike Pence, and if Mike Pence ran because of the riot, they had the next person in line was ready to do the job.
Right, and that's what ruined it, was because the whole uproar made it a fiasco, right? Nobody wants this drama, dude. Nobody wants that shit show that looks like we're all going to burn down. Nobody wants
to
that.
make the fiasco.
Huh? I didn't hear you, my bad.
No, I'd say it's part of it. I think that's what the Eastman plan basically called out for. I think there are multiple interviews, including with Steve Bannon, that basically give away the game days before the rally happens. I think if any of you actually sat down and watched all of the J6 commission and saw all the information and the actual people who were there testifying, I think you'd have a lot bigger grasp on this. But yeah, I think it's pretty cut and dry.
Yep, it was definitely DNC and FBI coordinated.
Yeah, it was a lot of
incite a bunch of MAGA retards to
a lot of playing with your mind. Yeah, right.
By the way, MAGA people aren't the brightest geniuses or anything like that. So there's definitely some retards out there, out there voting for Trump and stuff. So, but it's real easy to trigger them too, which, the left wing knew and played to their advantage. It's pretty obvious.
I don't know about that. I don't know.
Oh shit! Here, 1 second. I got a few things I gotta just address here real quick. Getting behind. We got the $2 super chat from William. Happy New Year! Thank you, William. I appreciate you, and Happy New Year to you as well. We got Mr. Boulay with the big $50. Belated Merry Christmas, SpeakeaZy, and Happy New Year to you all. Best wishes, everyone, for a prosperous 2025. Fact. Thank you, Mr. Boulay. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you and the family as well.
Happy New Year.
And hold up. That one needs one of these. Hold up. Hold up. Let's. And William coming in with not one but 2 gifted memberships. Thank you, William. You are a G. And Shazzy with the big 20-pound super chat. Happy New Year, Easy. Happy New Year to you as well. Happy New Year to you as well. And we need one of these.
Hey! Ah! You ripped it! Okay. You ripped the money! We're rich. Look. We're not rich! You're rich. We're broke! We're rich! You gotta fake it to make it! We're broke! Oh my god.
Yeah, fake it to make it.
I was gonna ask if we could get that.
That's
video.
my favorite.
That shit about killed me, dude.
that
That shit about killed me.
I actually like that one more than the Dollar Dollar.
No, the dollar is best. That dollar is absolutely.
When he sees him rip the belt, he's like, "Ah, you ripped it!" It's so good.
We're broke.
Like he seemed really passionate about it.
Well, anyways, SpeakeaZy, I just want to drop by and say, hey, I really thought you did a good job on that panel the other day, so I didn't really hear any.
So which panel, which one are you talking about?
On Sarah's. Remember when you were like educating her on what was the topic? It was like
no fault divorce.
Yeah, that one. It was that one. the no fault divorce, where like the agnostics were educating the religious people on moral standards and shit. It was pretty whack. Teriyaki was there. He remembers.
I think I was there for that one too.
Yeah, the one where you and Flo had a nice little
I liked it.
on one that he had to have like a 4-hour.
Yeah, he had a literal 4-hour cold stream about it after.
Yeah, Slow State's got, mental challenges, so don't make fun of retards. But anyways. I was just kind of annoyed that, even the host,
when you talk shit about his people.
That the host wouldn't allow the panel to like get into it, and like every time Speak started making good points, they just like try to quiet them down and everything. So, anyways, I think you did a good job. So,
yeah, I even had to point that out to Sam. I'm like, yo, you keep playing these stupid ass videos every time I'm getting into a fucking point. What do we do?
Talking over people and shit.
Yeah.
Like, pretty annoying. Anyways,
that girl knows how to mind wipe you.
I'm gonna bail unless anyone wants to debate whether or not there's even a real right wing anymore left in America. Any takers on that?
No, it ain't no left or right wing.
There's definitely a left wing. There's just no right wing.
No, they make you think it's two wings, and they feed you the left and the right and tell you it tastes different. But
It's a left-wing uniparty.
Because it's the same bird, dog. It's the same damn bird, and they telling you it tastes different. It's the same bird.
But it's definitely a left wing. They're a bunch of socialist authoritarians that are controlling the uniparty.
That's what a neocon is.
Hold up a second.
Divorced from reality.
Clarify what you're saying. Are you saying that there's like no more far right, or
no? The far right is a myth. First of all, there is no alt right. The alt right is also the left wing. The National Socialists are left wing people. First of all, second of all, the right wing are the middle class, libertarian, capitalist, God-fearing people, which don't exist in this country anymore. So that's why it's all left wing. It's all left wing uniparty. The Republicans are just GOP rhinos. They're all Democrats. Trump is a Democrat. Tulsi Gabbard's a Democrat. RFK Jr. is a Democrat. And these are all people controlling. They're going to take over the Republican side of the government, which is retarded because there are no Republicans. But anyways, there is no right wing. It's all a big gaslight psyop. So anyways, that's my take on it. That's why I love to like poke fun at the faux right wing, like the Jesus freaks that come in here and tell me about how, Reagan's going to save us or George Bush is going to save us or whoever. And now they're voting for Donald Trump, who's a Democrat, by the way. But anyways, this is how fucked up the country is. So that's all I'm saying.
Biden.
How about Donald Trump? So.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you got to think about it.
Biden.
I mean, most people here voted for Trump, but like, I didn't vote for Trump because he's Republican. I voted for Trump because compared to the alternative,
compared to the batshit crazy left wing, so that's our only choices: is the extremely left wing or the batshit crazy left wing. That's our only choices.
Did I have a better option on the ticket?
We gave you Ron Paul, and he only got like 2% of the vote, which shows the whole voting process is rigged. First of all, the Uniparty controls it. They won't allow you to vote right wing because they know that would completely destroy all of their power and everything. So that's why it doesn't matter which one you vote for because they're all Democrats anyway.
I'll go one step further. In 2016, I voted for Trump then too.
Good job. You voted for
me as well.
Yeah, but you also have to think too. Those
you see who I voted against.
the others also have more money, right? Like I notice in my house in America, it comes right before election for like the first the 2 months leading up to election. It comes in the mail literally every fucking day. A pamphlet saying vote for this person. But who didn't? Pamphlets didn't come in? Vote for Ron Paul.
Yeah.
Tell that motherfucker get his money up so he can put more pamphlets out.
How many illegal immigrants were allowed into the country to vote for Ron Paul?
Well, this is a whole different thing we're talking here now.
Yeah, that's a whole.
That's what I said. Get your tinfoil hat, boys. I knew where this was going. This always goes down this road with Wi-Fi.
No, dude, it's real. You don't know about how many hundreds of millions of illegal immigrants the DNC let in just to vote for Democrat?
Then how did Trump win the election?
You get that only
because there were still enough
elections, right?
Because there were still enough people voting against them.
IFI is like skipping a whole bunch of steps, but what IFI is trying to say is they made a bunch of illegal immigrants citizens so that they would vote. Like they basically made it easy, or made them able to become citizens under.
And they were passing out voting hats as they're crossing the border. They're like, vote Biden as they're letting them into the country and giving them debit cards and like hotel rooms and shit.
Yeah, but
I gotta say, when Ronald Reagan,
one sec.
How stupid
Musk
that is.
literally sent people into the Amish community to drive them to the polling stations to vote. Like that, like those sorts of shenanigans were going on both sides. IFI.
So now.
But the sad part is the people who think that voted for Trump think they're saving our country. They're like, oh, these evil Democrats are trying to ruin our country, but Trump's gonna save us. He is also part of the Uniparty. Like he was already president for the past 4 years, not right before Biden. And
So
what
wait,
changed?
Your plot twist is like Biden was being
did the swamp get cleaned out? Did he build a wall? Did he reduce the size of government? Did he get rid of all the corruption with all the alphabet gangs?
We can talk about that because when he got in, he wasn't
didn't do shit.
He didn't know anything. He got he has to employ 14,000 positions, and he got all these people telling him what to do. You should do this, you should do that.
He stood by while Fauci shut down the government and the country.
I know, right? And Fauci's
Fauci did that himself, huh?
No, Trump allowed Fauci to do it.
Yeah,
Trump was in charge while Fauci was doing that.
And he got all the people working for him. And Trump was very proud of that.
Nuts with your logic.
Wait.
Listen, guys. Nobody becomes a pro right in the beginning. Come on, Dan.
I'll give him 20 more years. Maybe he'll figure it out.
Dan, you want them to be a pro right away? Come on.
Hang on,
Pro what? No, of course not. So here's I wasn't done, right? So the thing is that it's very clear for those who have seen all the rallies, everything that's going on, that Trump has learned his lesson, right?
He hasn't
Anyone
learned shit.
Disagree?
No. What are you talking
He's
about?
got Tulsi a Democrat, RFK a Democrat.
What am I talking about?
Everything
You
that has
don't even
happened
know.
in the 4 years after he was president has basically
Yes.
told this guy that there are no consequences for him. There was even a fucking Supreme Court ruling that says that he's going to get immunity for a whole bunch of shit that previously we would have said presidents can't do. What the ever-loving fuck are you talking about?
He's already planning new tariffs.
What's the
Trump
immunity
country now,
for?
boy.
What's the immunity for?
For his ego.
For an entire
whatever the
array
hell
of
he
things
wants.
that were just made up in a
Array of
category that John
things.
Roberts
Can you-
decided
come
to
on.
create. What, have
Array
you
of
read the
things.
decision? Yes,
I read all
he
of
created
it.
an entire section of things called official duties, unofficial duties. And there's a third category. He's making categories of things that are just blanket immunity from prosecution that we would not have considered in that form before.
What
And also earlier, someone asked about Doge and Elon.
What
And so do you think colluding with a mega corporation is a good move for a government?
What do you say?
Also, Bitcoin.
What?
What am I saying?
No,
I'm saying
Elon
Bitcoin.
Musk,
Peter,
head of
but-
Doge.
Well, no,
He's going to be in
there's no
charge
such
of
thing as
like
Doge. Why do you guys
government
keep pretending
efficiency.
this? There is only a government agency once a law creates it. Otherwise, this is just made up bullshit. With a government agency without statutory power, it has no teeth. This is a made up thing in their minds. Like it's just a playpen for these.
They're
rich kids.
advisors on his cabinet that is going to affect decisions he is going to be making as president. That's very real.
He has to have support for it, right?
Plus, he might start making things happen, even though there isn't like precedent or even law for it. Just
If he
like
does-
when there
if he
wasn't
does
law
that-
for Biden to use the FBI
Yes, I
to
know,
take out
I
his
know.
opponent either.
If he does
but
that, it
they
can
just
be
make it happen.
overturned 4 years from now. Like if you're talking about
We'll see
once
if
they
it
get
even
in
happens.
office. Sure. But
It's
what
all a
you were
big
saying
charade anyways
earlier,
by the
Effigy,
Uniparty.
you were talking about something earlier, Effigy. What you were talking about. Do you have any actual evidence? Or can you point to something specific?
Yeah, so what he's asking you, Effigy, is like something specific that he has immunity for now. And
Hold on, I'll speak to
Wrongful
that
Rage with
super
the
chat.
$20 super chat says, but we all know IFI won't save us either.
Yes, I will.
again, no better options, just criticism without merits.
I
It's
have the
President
best
Trump and
option.
Kamala, hands down, no contest.
I have the best option. So on the
Well, no,
spirit,
hang on. He's
in the
asking
spirit
me-
of
he
Ron
asked me a
Paul,
question.
I'm going to propose Conservataria, which is
Yeah.
a libertarian capitalist Christian government.
Yeah,
God, no one cares.
wanna-
He
I
did.
wanna-
He sent a super chat.
So this is
specifically-
all extremely new because this immunity was just created. Previously, there was basically a just kind of like addendum that they followed in the Justice Department since Nixon that you don't prosecute a sitting president, which is nothing the founders ever intended, at least in my view. But the lawyer in the case in the Supreme Court posited the very interesting scenario that because they are basically saying that official acts, quote unquote, are completely immune, that a sitting president could officially tell the Navy SEAL Team 6 to go and assassinate his opposition. And that since it's an official act in his official powers made by the Constitution, he would have complete immunity from any kind of prosecution over that, even though he's officially just declaring, you go murder this person.
You're
That's what
talking
the-
about when Obama murdered an American citizen, right?
I would agree there. I agree.
Yeah.
I think that shouldn't have happened.
By the way, the super chat disagrees
Although there
with
is
you.
precedent for once someone takes up arms against you, that you can treat them as an enemy in the field, basically, and treason allows you to. But I was not for the droning of an American citizen, even if he is on the other side. But
no one gives a shit
that's
about your uniparty.
That's a 10-year-old argument. So
No, I thought that what you read reminded me of that.
no, for sure,
So,
it would fall under it directly. Yeah, it would completely and utterly fall right under that.
So
But then
Trump,
does that shift over to them having the ability just to kill anyone as long as it's? I mean, the official power is to control the military. So if you create this category that you're blanket saying,
he's a commander in chief, and I think he should have the most responsibility.
it's never been implicit in the Constitution that he's above the law.
That's what I'm saying.
Never been a part of our Constitution.
Well, theoretically,
think
we have checks and
the
balances,
people-
but that's gone.
No. Yeah, I know, but what I'm
That's the
saying
thing.
is that
Jack
the
just
person,
left.
effigy, the person who is on the top, if he does something wrong, he has the most responsibility, and I think it should be much more difficult to sort of. But if it's proven that he has done something wrong, he should be, getting you know what I'm saying, getting a more powerful punch back, right? If that's even possible.
Yeah,
but
I don't know at this
has
it's all
What?
wishful thinking. We had and I know no one here thinks that it was an insurrection, but I do, and a lot of people do. And
All
we
right.
have law that say that a person who's engaged in or supported insurrection can't even run for office. And
I don't but I've seen the video of his entire speech, right? Saying go and protest peacefully.
Clearly an insurrection when you say protest peacefully. According to Effigy.
No, but
yeah, you asked him for actual evidence earlier. You notice he didn't respond, so there's your answer.
no, but
he hasn't got
no,
shit.
no, but he cuts in and out. I
just
think
look
he
up
cut
the
out.
Eastman plan. Like go look at all of the testimony given during the January 6th commission. Like at this point, it's just throwing shit at a wall with you guys. So like, what's the point?
That's a very dumb thing to say, FG.
Well, what do you
And-
expect from
and-
Effigy?
Relieve stress.
And how
I'm
often
here
have
to
you
listen. I'm here to
talked
listen,
to
Effigy.
Norwegian Dan about it?
Well, the Eastman plan basically outlined how all this would work, why the fake elector slots were chosen, when the point of trying to change the certification would happen. All of it was working in concert. There was obvious intention behind the rally, as evidenced by the people who had literal plans to overthrow the government in their smaller groups. So, like, just focusing in on the few words that Trump said while not taking the entire scope of all of it, including the things that were said by his
So he was
subsidiaries and all these other people.
He were connected with these groups. He was controlling them, or are there implied, not direct but implied evidence that he was controlling them?
Because he can't control what they say.
Controlling them directly, each individual group? No. No,
But
I wouldn't argue that he was directly controlling, but basically giving them the window, calling them. I can't remember what there were a few specific things that you have to do for it to be incitement or direct incitement.
Yeah, I'm not gonna you're wrong because you can't remember certain stuff. You've read this, and I see that you're very.
It really all come down to if you believe incitement is possible. That's from getting this debate so many times. That's really what it comes down to. If you think that I can lie to people, get them in a group, get them angry at certain people, point at them and say a group across the street and say, "Hey, those are the people that did the thing to you. You should probably go hurt them," and they go run and hurt them, whether or not that's my fault or not.
Here's my pushback to what you're saying. Here's my pushback to what you're saying. Trump, when you see his rallies, when you go to his rallies, he has so many supporters, all the people that come out to meet him. He got the popular vote, and that hasn't happened since 2004 in the Republican Party. He could do anything he wanted. He could really, really
do you understand that?
He could. Well, I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm not done. I know you. I know you're seeing where I'm going, but I'm not done. He could really overturn whatever he wants. But it doesn't seem like that's what he's doing. And I'm inferring that, just like you could infer that he was controlling these groups. So to imply that he is controlling these groups into an insurrection, I think is wrong on its merits.
In other words, Effigy, what is your evidence that Trump incited the insurrection?
Just the stuff that came out during the J6 commission, the evidence from the conversations that were had, the Eastman plan specifically, the stuff that Bannon said about things that are going to happen, implications of it being wild, plans previously known.
What did Trump say? What was the spark that's like everyone in the crowd knew this is the trigger?
No, because then we get to the mob boss thing, right? Where the mob boss never actually said to go and whack Bobby, but he implied it. Therefore, you go do it, right? Like
he implied it by saying peaceful, Teriyaki. You're not getting it, dude. He said when he said peaceful, he was implying that you should start an insurrection with your buffalo hat.
I hate when IFI's on my side. Because it's happened like twice in a row now.
You deserve it.
Just,
I'm not on your side, dude. I'm on the right wing. You're still there in left wing land.
No, I'm like I said, I'm just looking for the evidence. Like what was the?
You're not going to get any. He's already been asked like 2 or 3 times, and you're not going to get an answer.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm holding the feet to the fire per se. You know what I'm saying? I'm just kind of saying it's like so like there's basically no evidence that we can point to.
He's holding to the fire.
Well, no, you're looking for something that is cartoonishly obvious rather than a set of things that all come in conglomeration and create a thing.
It's very subtle, Teriyaki. It's very
scandal. It's not enough you pressuring Mike Pence to flip his
I'll give you a rebuttal.
certification.
I'll show you what you mean.
I'm sitting here listing them for you right now. Trump and Eastman wanting Pence to break the law by violating the Electoral Count Act, creating 7 full slates of electors. Some of the things that Bannon have said.
Gish Gallop, like with what I'm saying is that
you're saying I'm not giving. I'm literally
the mafia,
offering
like
you
the head boss. The head boss doesn't directly say, "Yo, whack him," but he gives this thing, but you can at least explain the process in which it works. But it seems like with you guys, when we say, okay, how did Trump incite the thing? Like, where's like the messages, text messages back and forth?
So what would be like the language or?
Also,
Like,
Bannon and Trump broke up a long time ago, dude.
Like,
catch up.
In order for there to have been like some sort of conspiracy
the language,
with Trump,
yeah.
like where's the actual communications?
It's very subliminal,
between him and
dude.
these
You
other
gotta,
Chinese
Do I lose because I don't have access to all the communications from everyone who was involved in that I don't have their cell
But you're
phones in
saying
front of
these
me?
communities apparently have all these evidence of this.
No,
Because
definitely
you're saying
They
these
do.
communities have
They
evidence.
have
if I
testimony of people's conversations. Yes.
if I were
just like
saying
all the
stuff
Russian
like this on the
connections
left
and all
side,
that
I
stuff,
would
did
dude.
Trump
They got
say?
evidence.
God, I just shut up. People are
Trust
talking.
me, bro.
No, but what I'm saying is, what I'm trying to get at is like, what did Trump actually say? Because at the moment, all you're saying is that it's like we have testimonies from these other people that aren't Trump. That supposedly Trump said this, but
it's a conspiracy theory.
That's hearsay.
Come on.
He's even citing Bannon, dude. Just listen to what he's saying.
I mean, what do you want? Like words like the fight like hell. We can't show weakness. If you don't fight, you'll lose your country. Like that stuff like that.
No,
Yeah, so
are you reading what Clinton said right now? You want me to read you what Clinton said? Okay, let me look it
hang
up.
on that the whole fight like hell thing, dude.
Read a bunch of quotes from DNC people about using violence and not allowing the Republicans to win and shit like that.
So it's just
No, but
imaginary
I
the
think
implication when you're
what-
going there
what-
on the day of the certification and you're saying if you show weakness you'll lose your country. Combine this stuff with the knowledge of the plot against Mike Pence and what he was being forced to do at the time. Like, come on, this is not hard to see these things. Once you know what was happening with Mike Pence, which has been fucking sworn
Like,
under
at this
oath
point,
and
at this
testimony.
point, seriously, FG, at this point, if you search conspiracy theory, you would have your beautiful animation smiling, holding a cake, because this is exactly what's going on. You have no proof. You talk about things people have said. There is no direct link, and you can see the fruits not matching up other than around January 6th. If you really try hard, you can make a connection to Trump. But all of the other years, before and after, it doesn't happen. You can laugh,
Right.
but it's the truth.
So yeah, while Mike Pence sat in the bowels of that building while that shit was going down, holding his daughter who was there with him, you know what Trump was doing? Instead of stopping it, he was tweeting that Mike Pence had failed. That's while people were chanting to hang him outside. Like, come the fuck on, man.
And that's
The dude was being pressured to steal an election. Like, what are you talking about?
No, that's what you're saying he was.
Wait, pressured to steal an election.
and hang people, dude. Catch up.
That is what the entire point is, right? You guys understand what the fake
Well,
electors
no,
are for, right?
No, his knowledge to it, he thought the election was being stolen, right? Like just put yourself in his head, right? The election is being stolen, and he's trying.
No, not Mike Pence. That's what Trump says.
No,
Pence
saying,
obviously
yeah,
does
that's
not
what I'm
believe that.
saying. As Trump, right? In Trump, you like pretend you're Trump, right? And you think that the election is being stolen. So,
I mean, he's
who are you
admitted he
going to
didn't
reach
do
out
it.
to?
By the way, FG,
Wait, what?
Biden got more votes than Obama. Does that sound kind of
Wait.
fishy to you?
What did you say there?
He's
What did you
admitted
say
since then that he knew he lost. Like you
Any
can find
thoughts
him
on
still saying
Biden
he knew
getting
he
more
lost.
votes than Obama? Effigy?
You guys are so gullible. It seems like, come on, this dude knew he lost. He had been laying the groundwork for that shit for months. He had been saying that the mail-in ballots were going to be late, and that at the end of the night that they're not going to be done. And like there was so much stuff that just happened, and it's plainly obvious.
I think he also got more votes than Hillary too. I have to double check that, but
Yeah,
Well, Hillary still says that the election was stolen in 2016.
No, but the point was, for all the people that were saying that there is evidence that the election was stolen, there is pretty good evidence to show that, because Biden got more votes than Obama and Hillary. I think I'm pretty sure it was both of them. But
So I just
then
want to.
again-
Okay, can I just follow up here before we get too far away? Because I was trying to say, and Trump said he thinks the election's being stolen. You say he admitted since then that he knew he just lost. So when he said that we have to make this one too big to rig, does that imply that he thinks that he lost, or that he thinks that it was rigged and we have to make sure that this one, we have too many of our people here so that they can't rig it? Like, that was literally one of his quotes that he said at his rallies many times. Too
Every
big
time.
to rig. So
That's
clearly
all of them.
he still thinks that it was stolen, right?
Well, of course, you're not going to stomp it as a piece of rhetoric that you use. But he's said in interviews that he's lost before, right?
Okay.
So
okay.
rhetoric is wrong.
Let's go back to what I was trying to say.
If you want to sit
though.
here and bring up every time that Trump has contradicted himself, we would be here for days.
He
is a dumb
it's
Democrat.
A
That's true.
contradiction, but sure. Let me just get back to what I was trying to ask you. My point was, if you think the election is being stolen, who do you go to? Did he not go to the right person that he thought would be able to help him in the event of an election being stolen? I thought he did. I mean, who else would he have went to?
Probably the 60 some odd court cases that he lost is a good indication as to whether you are correct on that assumption or not, I would say. All those court cases happened before January 6th.
I just want to highlight a thing. I've changed my profile picture because I've written out an equation. FG, you might be able to recognize 2 + 2 = 4. How can you explain Biden getting more votes than Obama, Hillary,
Hang
and then
hang on,
Kamala,
Terry,
like fumbled in the bag?
Before you guys want to drive, let me just put one thing.
And then
in
later, Biden.
Hang on, Biden
when they
got
were actually
more
counting
votes.
the votes.
Hang on, Biden got more
Are
votes.
you guys trying to talk about a whole different conspiracy theory now?
In all
No,
of
we're
history.
talking about the actual voting results. Just go back and check the numbers.
Sorry, what did you say there, Jeremy?
I just, you guys keep saying Biden got more than this. Biden got more votes, at least based on the numbers that are public. He got more votes than any presidential candidate ever in history.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might speak to the absolute misery that everyone was living in that year building up to that election.
Yet none of them turned out.
Probably had something to do with the fucking morgue trucks that were parked at hospitals and shit like that.
None of them didn't turn out in.
By the way, who handled COVID better, the Democrats or the Republicans?
Let's not get into that topic.
Oh yeah, we can't say the V word, but just generally speaking.
Let's not even get into that topic.
Oh, we can't even talk about the idea?
Well, no, none of the medical information around it or nothing.
That's why I wasn't asking like medical stuff. I was just saying, like, politically speaking, which party do you think handled it better? The left wing or the right wing? Even though there is no right wing. Let's pretend the Republicans are right wing, just for this sake of argument.
Like, I fight. This is what I'm saying. It's like, just stick on the one thing. Like, explain how this guy has more votes than any candidate in history, and he can't even wipe his own ass. Please explain this to us, FG.
In that particular election, I just did. Like, you were in a historically
that a dude who can't wipe his own ass is the most popular guy in American history. Like, and you're basically sitting there, the house is on fire, and you're saying this is completely fine.
Come on, man. If you
can't
vote for Trump, you ain't black.
What kind of point are you even trying to make?
Like, basically,
we've
you're
elected
saying
all
that the
kinds of
system,
presidents.
the
We've
system is
elected
so
old
flawed that a
presidents.
dude who can't even
you
wipe
guys
his
just
own
elected
ass
the oldest
is your
president
most
ever
popular
elected.
candidate in history.
Yeah, but
Or-
was Trump senile when they voted for him?
Yeah, probably.
Nah, dude,
You
he's
heard the guy
still
talk?
doing okay for an old guy. Now, Biden, on the other hand, even his puppet propaganda channels had to admit that he's senile and out to pasture, but it was too late then, when he was already about to rerun. But anyways, luckily the
I still find it completely
Democrats don't
surprising
care
that
about
you guys are
democracy
surprised that the
because
2020 election was so big. People were in abject misery.
it's a good thing that the DNC doesn't care about democracy, because you're supposed to vote for who you want to become president, and they didn't even let them pick. They just gave them Kamala, because if they would have let them vote, they probably would have picked Bernie or somebody else. Like when they
So just so I'm clear here, Effigy, you're saying that you think the reason he had more votes than any president in history is just because of how miserable everyone was?
Because of how great the economy was doing, in spite of the.
No, I fight. Relax
year
for a
y'all
second.
talking about?
You're just
Like-
going all over the place. Wait,
So
I'm
the-
just
the con-
taking. I'm asking Effigy for his answer. So I'm asking, like, was your answer that it was because how miserable everybody was leading up to that election? So that's why
That's what he
got
said.
the most
Yes.
votes?
Why is there a historically big turnout? Yeah, I think it was because it was number one, it was easier to vote because ballots were sent out to pretty much everybody. And two, I think it was because there was a historically bad thing happening and people were absolutely miserable and horrible things were happening. So they wanted to change the person who they were going to blame for it. It's kind of the
Miserable
exact same
because
thing
of
that
all
happened to
the
Biden.
wars that were ending and because
So
of
then-
the reduction of illegal immigration.
sec,
That's
Alfred,
what
one
was
sec,
making
Alfred.
people miserable.
So people were so miserable under Trump that's why so many people.
Are you
voted for
guys
Biden.
brain dead? Did you guys forget?
And then
what
under
COVID
Biden,
like,
the most
there's
popular
definitely
dude,
someone
who can't
brain
wipe
dead
his
on
own
this
ass,
panel.
they then re-voted back in Trump.
I told you he was retarded, but you guys keep.
Well, the
pushing
thing
it.
about the inflation is that it happened under Biden, right? Even though most of the money supply was expanded during COVID, right? But all of the pain happened during Biden's term because that's when production kicked back in and we started filling back unemployment. Therefore, the actual inflation that we had pre-baked in because we were using the money supply to make up for our lack of employment, that's when it all kicked in. And he took the brunt of that. That's what everyone's been bitching about for years.
I thought the
right?
inflation
One
kicked
sec,
in
one
when
sec.
Biden started printing money to try and.
No. Do you know the
No,
Olympics?
the money
the
printer
economy.
topped out at the day that Biden took office. He sent that back down. You can
You know
look
the
at
Olympics where you have
M1
to like the
versus
gymnastics
inflation.
section.
This is what I love about left wing people. They
You know what I'm
can
saying?
do no
Like they're doing
wrong.
all like the flips and all that kind of shit with the ribbon and all that kind of shit. Like this is what Effigy is doing right now. Like only it's like the Special Olympics. Because like the shit that you're saying is retarded, man. Like you're
Completely.
saying that things were so bad under Trump that there was such a high turnout for Biden, and then but if like he's the most popular candidate, he lost to then the guy that everybody was so miserable under. Makes no fucking sense.
Makes perfect sense. We've done this before as a country. We've had a president lose and then win again before. Like, what are you talking about? This has happened in plenty of other countries where people lose and they come back and run again and win again. Things change, situations change. How
it's
are
happened
you
once,
not
yeah.
wrapping your brain around this?
That's happened
No,
once, yeah.
No.
Aren't
like,
you guys
Biden
literally the
has-
ones who are like,
Biden
don't you
has
remember the grocery
most
prices
votes in
under
history.
Trump?
This is the thing that you're missing. That you're trying to dodge.
Yeah, they
dodge
were
the dip line
cheaper.
dodge.
Yeah, and what
Biden
happened
was-
after that?
Biden got like 85
People
million votes.
restricted
some shit like that.
voting. They took away all of the mail-in voting stuff that was expanded. It went back basically to normal, and then all this other shit happened. People started not really liking Biden as much because of the inflation shit. All things change. What are you talking about? You're like, but this one election wasn't the same as 4 years later. Yeah, it was 4 years later. You fucking idiot. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, because I keep pointing out that was like over like 85, like it's like something crazy, like 85 million votes, and this time around Trump won with like 75 or some shit like that. I don't know what the totals are.
Yeah, it was a lower
but it's something
turnout.
ridiculous.
Turnout doesn't always go up. Sometimes it goes down. If you want to imply something, you can say it directly, but I don't know. You're just like, it's just weird,
but
right?
If
it's just
if
weird,
you,
huh?
If you vote out someone that like supposedly it's miserable, and then you vote like the dude that you vote back in is the most popular dude ever, like the most amount of votes ever, and then he runs against the
Teriak,
dude that
because
you
he
rescued,
stayed
quote,
as the
unquote,
head of that
misery
party,
from.
and then you only get two choices, right? So it's always going to be a 50-50. So it's always going to be a coin flip. I couldn't control that Trump stayed the head of the Republican Party. Only Republicans could control that. Weird, right?
Can I come
It's only
with
a coin flip for who we vote in.
So
I have the vote numbers. I have the vote numbers from the different elections. Shall I read them?
Yeah.
I wanted
Okay,
to point out
so-
something interesting off of that too,
Okay.
Dan. So let me follow up after you.
Hold up. Okay, cool. So in 2016, Trump got 62,900 million.
62
right?
million.
Hmm?
62
I'm sorry,
million.
63. So 63 million votes, right? And then he got 74 million in the COVID era vote, and Biden got 81. Now, Hillary Clinton going back, got 65 the year that Trump won. And now, the last election, we got 77 against 75. So 77 goes to Trump, 75 goes to Harris. So it seems that during, to Effigy's point, there were a hell of a lot of votes during 2020.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a few points.
But I think 81 million to Biden. I don't know, man.
The interesting trend here is too is when you look at this, those 3 elections, Trump got more votes each election, right? He was in an upward trend in every election that he was in.
Sure.
Which is an interesting pattern, right? And yet then we look in 2024 and you've got Trump went up 3 million in this election than the last election, but I can't compare that with Biden since he didn't go on that, but Harris lost 3 million votes, and 3 million voters just didn't even turn up because there's a deficit of about 6 million voters in the total count of voters compared to 2020. How do you I just don't that makes no sense to me. There's something
This is not
really
hard.
fucking
This is
weird
not
when you
difficult.
compare 2020.
No, you're trying to be conspiracy brained against this. This is really, really easy. It
Hey,
was made
SpeakeaZy.
extremely easy to vote in 2020 because of the bad times. All of those expansions were taken away by crazy Republicans who believed in the steal afterward.
Hey,
So are you saying one sec? Are you saying that it was so easy to vote that it possibly there might have been some fraudulency?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. That's you thinking that.
Taking away. What do you mean
I'm just
taking
asking.
away?
I'm just clarifying.
No, we went back to normal, which our normal is having voting day on a work day where a lot of people can't get off work.
No, that's you're making a terrible argument there. You by law are allowed a break from work to go vote.
Yeah, I'm here, but they're talking.
That doesn't always mean
Can I present
that
while they're
happens.
talking? I got a picture that we can all look at while they're talking. Is that okay?
I'm not sure.
I mean, if it's not too
it's exactly what they're talking about.
During the 2020 voting day. Like, it's
There you
really
go.
simple.
There you go. Just show that while they're talking so they can see what they're talking about.
Employers are legally required to grant you 2 hours of leave for voting.
Notice the sudden jump in 2020. Even Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama couldn't get those kinds of numbers, or even Kamala Harris, who's supposedly the same ticket.
It's hilarious that you guys are have amnesia so much.
20 million more voters
people thought
found
about
the
this
earth
guy in 2020.
Yeah, like Trump duration syndrome was real, you guys. Come on now. Like you can't negate the fact that the media spent all 4 years of Trump just bashing the shit out of him. Like, and then exactly take the fact that they're doing literally mail-in ballots. So literally anybody sitting on their fucking ass at home watching this crappy media could send in their new ballot and choose for whoever they wanted. It was just ease of use and the times that we were at. Like Trump even got 74 million. Like that's an insane number. That's more than any of the past people as well. Like,
well, I mean, but the point on that would be it would literally be that Trump flipped 3 million Democratic voters, and then
because the voter base is far wider because people no longer are coming out of their house. They don't have to even leave home to do it. And the derangement syndrome was real. People would foam at the mouth if you mentioned Trump.
All right. I have a question. I have a question for Effigy.
Okay,
I'm the only one that gets questions, so yeah, bring it.
You're the only one who gets questions because you're the only one who's saying something oppositional to what everyone else is saying. That doesn't mean you're wrong, but here's my question. why do you think that Biden got more votes than Donald Trump during 2020, when it seemed like both Donald Trump and Biden agreed that it should be handled the way it was handled? We can't say what it is, but we all know what it is, right?
You blame the guy in office for the problems happening currently.
I'm asking Effigy.
You blame the guy in office for what is currently happening. That's really, like, if you want to be simplistic about it, that's really what it is. We were currently in a really shitty situation. People were dying. Stuff had shut down. It was a mess. When anything bad is happening to the electorate, they just blame who's in charge. Like, that's really just the sentiment, and you could basically say that.
Okay. So why did he then get so many votes that year when he was doing such, like,
the electorate is split. There's like a 47% of each side of the electorate who are just going to vote for their side, right? Or at least a stiff percentage that will always vote for their side.
But so this time
the middle is really the part that shifts.
But this time it seems like he got a lot of votes, right? Compared to 4 years
like
before.
20 million more.
So why is that happening if what you're saying is true?
I mean, I just explained it a little while ago. My biggest thing is that it's because I believe of inflation happened during his term.
Inflation.
Yeah. That's the number one thing you hear about people complaining about, right? Prices of things in grocery stores and stuff like that, even though it was worldwide.
Inflation went down during his 4 years.
I know. Yeah. That's what I've been arguing till I have no breath left in my body. Yeah, I argued that for all these months building up to the election. Then what and that no one cared.
I'm saying Trump.
no one cared that Biden brought inflation down.
No, but Biden did not bring inflation down at all. Inflation was at 2%. It was at 2% when Biden got in. It was at 7 or 9% when he got out. What are you talking about?
Wait, what do you mean? He's not out yet. Like,
I'm saying it's still up.
Inflation right now is like at 3 something, right?
No,
it was at 2% when he got in.
You're talking about the inflation rate. You're not actually talking about the inflation itself.
Well, yeah, the inflation rate is all we actually talk about.
Prices ain't going back down.
Yes,
no, that's a misunderstanding of what inflation is. The only way you can have prices go down is if you deflate the currency, right? And that's only happens with a freaking stock market crash, with a mass unemployment event, stuff like that.
That is just
Does that not happen?
Or a Democrat in power.
No.
But I explained it already. Like, inflation happened worldwide, and it happened when things were coming back online because we had shoved mass liquidity into a basically shut down unemployment market, and when employment came back online, the built-in money supply glut basically caused a mass inflation spike. It happened around the entire planet, all at the same time.
Anyone who pays for the groceries knows where the inflation rate is at. So
yeah, the thing is, if you
no, you see, that's ridiculous. You're just talking about a price increase. The inflation rate is how much the prices are increasing at a time.
Yes,
if you have a growing economy, you always have inflation. That's why the target is 2%, because growing economies are always expanding their money supply. Therefore, they're always inflating. Like, why do you think they keep saying target 2%? Because that's where your economy is supposed to be. You're always supposed to have this kind of low nominal inflation rate.
Well, theoretically, the target should be 0% or -%, but that's if you know how economics works.
No, then your economy's not growing. Like, see, you don't even understand the concept. That's why it's so difficult to have
growing out of where? Out of thin air? Like, just like when you hit the print button? Is that how you grow your economy? How do you grow your economy?
If it weren't for the tumor, you'd have nothing in your skull.
I know how economics works, so that's why I won't even debate this. I don't debate with socialists.
All right. So inflation was 2.1, 2.1, 1.9, 2.3, 1.4. This is all through Trump's term. And then starting in 2021, you go up to 7%. 2022, 6.5, then it says 3.4, and now it says 2.7
Yes, the spike happened after the year after COVID was done.
It doesn't. No, you're not saying it. Like you're saying it. This is because of COVID. It doesn't have anything to do with the COVID.
No, it has plenty to do because we injected liquidity. We expanded the money supply an immense amount during COVID to make up for the lack of employment.
People
It's
lost
how we
jobs.
kept economies. Yes, where do you think we got the money to pay them to stay home?
Exactly. People lost jobs, and that's my point.
Right, but the economy didn't collapse. We didn't have a deflationary event. Why is that? Because we expanded the money supply and paid them all. And because we had all that money built into the economy, as soon as we actually got things back online and the employment came in, the regular inflationary principles kicked in, and boom, we had an inflation spike because of all the liquidity we pumped in.
Yeah,
as soon as Biden took office, he stopped the inflation of the money supply,
Yeah,
and then the two had to catch up with each other.
In theory, that's right. But the thing is that it was, and I'm going to sound like a conspiracy theorist now.
Well, you'd be in the right room to do it.
Yes, you just spoke your piece, Effigy, so I do think I am.
I take that as a compliment.
No, I'm saying Effigy, you did the same. So I think...
Go for it, buddy.
What's that?
Go for it, buddy. Your turn.
All right, thank you. I think that they used this and inflated the money and using this as a co-op. I have no proof of that. I know. Sounds stupid, right?
A co-op to what?
They're using this now to cover what they did.
You mean gaslight or psyop?
Well, no, I mean, I would agree with you in the sense that they shoved out a whole bunch of money in PPP loans, gave it to a whole bunch of people who didn't need it, and then passed the buck on to all of us. I agree with you on that level. Through the inflation, but because I think like all the countries basically had to react in the same way by shoving liquidity into people's pockets to make up for the mass unemployment. And then all the inflation happened across the world, basically no matter where you were that did this. I don't know. I think it's kind of self-explanatory where it came from.
I think so too. Because
I think it's disingenuous for people to like run on saying that you're going to lower grocery prices, not basically, you're basically playing on the fact that people don't know that you can't do that without some kind of deflationary event or a dwindling economy.
That's right.
Or the government can just get the fuck out of the economy and let the free market run it like it should be. How about them apples?
Do you have any idea what that would have meant for like 2008 or when
it would have meant that the value of our currency would have deflated to an actual fair market value instead of some sort of government, what they call it.
Okay. Sure. Okay. Fair enough. Do you care what that looks like?
Stimulus bullshit where they say that you're going to suddenly become rich because the government prints money.
I mean, do you know what a mass deflationary event is called?
Good economy.
It's called a stock market crash.
Not necessarily. That's one way it can do it, but it can also occur when the government stops printing money out of thin air. One good move would to retie it back to something real world like gold, like when Nixon broke it away from the gold standard. That was a huge blow to our economy. So there's lots of things you can do to fuck up the economy. Like step one, let the government do anything.
Tangent after tangent. Yeah, let's link our entire economy
tangent
to a commodity we can pull out of the ground.
Okay, what was less more important than detethering the U.S. dollar to the gold bar? Tell me.
What was more what?
What's more important than that?
Bitcoin? What's more important than tethering your entire economy to a commodity that someone else could tank? That someone else can have any kind of control over. At least, look, fiat currency may not be the best idea, but it links its current value to the country, to the actual.
Okay, so when you have fiat currency and you do a stimulus bill and you print money out of thin air, what does that do to your economy? Does that inflate it or deflate it?
Inflates it.
Are you asking like basic economic questions?
Yeah, now? I'm just saying if you understand like 101 shit before we figure out what
if you just listen to
the
diatribe that I just went through for 30 minutes and you don't think that I understand that question, you're the one who hasn't been fucking listening, dude.
Okay, so who had worse inflation, Trump or Biden under their regime?
I literally just went. I'm not going to say this for a third time.
See, this is what I'm saying. Like, why do you guys keep like probing? Like he's suddenly going to come up with some smart response
No,
or
no,
answer.
no, no.
It's like
Put it
he
out
has
to the
no
panel.
evidence, no
Panel,
data. He doesn't
did I
even
not
understand
answer that
fundamentals.
twice? No. Put it out to the panel. Panel, did I not just answer my answer? Not you can say it's wrong or whatever, but did I not just answer that exact question twice?
Yes, Effigy said that that from 2021 we got the what we can't speak about on YouTube, but the situation. It caused inflation to go up. It take time, and then it lowered as we got it under control. Was that your response, Effigy? In a nutshell.
No, not really.
Hey, Cleaner.
How you guys doing?
How are you?
I kind of, I mean, like people have been talking about this topic for a minute, but I kind of actually want to go. I want to go at it with SpeakeaZy about his main point here, because he actually did lose the debate.
Yeah, hang on, Cleaner. Before you do that, I want to answer the question that I asked a few minutes ago about why do we keep asking Effigy these questions like he's going to say something different. And the reason why is because he might actually say something different. And I would rather ask the questions that drive him towards potentially saying something different than just saying, hey, you're an idiot. I don't agree with you. Shut
Do you know what the definition of insanity is?
Oh, here we go.
We're not asking the same question. We're asking different questions to see if there's a different angle that we don't see from our purview. So I would much rather ask him questions in different ways and see if there's
I used to think the left was capable of learning, but then I got better. They're not. They're
in the last 5 minutes. In the last 5 minutes, we've proven that not only does I not know what he's talking about, but he doesn't listen to you when you're talking.
I'm the only one who knows what I'm talking about, and I destroyed everything you said, all the bullshit you've been talking about for the past hour, and it took me like 5 seconds to completely wreck you. So let's move on and find something fun or interesting to talk about.
So
Go ahead,
Effigy,
Cleaner. Please move on.
Well, Effigy, before Cleaner goes, was my assessment right?
No.
Was that what you were
Before we
saying,
move it
or?
on, let me just poke the pincushion again.
Well, hang on. Let me answer Dan really quick. It was partially right, Dan. The inflation was because during the initial bits of COVID, they had to inject so much money into the system by inflating supplies, and because that inflationary action did not catch up until employment started to kick back in, because basically you kind of baked in an inflationary bomb into the cake because you had so much liquidity in there. And when the employment kicked back up, the normal kind of inflation metrics kind of started to work, and that's why it kicked in so much. It would be the same if you like had normal employment and you just started shoving liquidity into the market, right? You'd have mass inflation if you started doubling the money supply. It just took time to catch up.
Right, and I agree with that.
Especially because they were already doing Keynesian kind of stimulus still on top of that. So, and that's all governments were doing that. That's why it happened everywhere.
And then I started injecting conspiracy theories on top of that.
Yeah, I didn't understand the co-op part. But
yeah,
I think you mean if it was a. I think most times when there's any kind of mass event like that where there's a lot of stimulus, a lot of people use it as an event to extract money in large amounts.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And
For
it's
sure.
one
I
of
agree
those
with you
points
there.
where I had with like go into and look at a bunch of stuff like earlier. I can't do that.
Like we saw way too much of that happen in 2008 to be able to recognize it happening during the first part of COVID.
Thank
it
you.
definitely did with the PPP loans.
Yeah. Cleaner, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, please. Cleaner, you got the floor, dude. Start talking about Austrian economics instead of the retarded commie shit he was talking about.
No, Cleaner was saying that easy.
Keynesian economics is literally Austrian economics.
I was just
retard.
I had to go shovel some snow.
Oh shit, that sucks.
Yeah.
It's better than shoveling the bullshit I'm having to shovel in here.
Let me see here.
Well, stop dumping it all over the panel.
That's a good.
I've got a tag on your title.
All right, 1 sec. Let me get through these quick because we got some of these while I was doing that. 314.
Hi again.
That's a good one.
Hi, super chat for 15 gigas because why not? And then Shazzy comes in with the 186 Fixing it. Can't those uneven numbers, okay? Can't be having it. Thank you both. You're amazing. Wrongful Rage for $20 says, so I-Fi, you're just a confused individual. All of those words seem to
Prove
be
it.
contradictory. I'm just at listening. Good to see you all. SpeakeaZy, Teriak, and panel. Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's to you as well. And thank you.
Appreciate you
for the $20 super chat. You're amazing.
The perceptive person right there. Very
Come up on panel, bitch.
A perceptive. That they were up on panel.
Name one thing I'm confused
was up
about.
here.
life,
And they
the
also
universe,
said
everything.
another $10 says Norwegian Dan for the win. Effigy's reply was merely an emotional appeal to trust me, bro. Oh, scrolled up. An emotional appeal to trust me, bro. Because
That was
I
during
trust others' unproven words.
our January 6th part of the debate.
Yeah, that's what that was talking about there. Clearly, Dan took the W. Appreciate you again, Wrongful Rage. Another $2 from William says ballot dumps at 3 a.m. isn't normal. Facts.
20
And
million
like
of them.
we seen videos of like bags being found in like a desert. Like where the fuck did that come from?
It's
Like,
magic.
people's dead parents fucking voted somehow. Like this shit was
Illegal
There's a
immigrants.
lot of fucking weird shit about that. 100%. Another $20 super chat from Wrongful Rage. Well, I got to see an effigy burn on New Year's. Effigy, I thought Burning Man was months from now. When you dig, you have to leave yourself room to get back out. You
Nah.
wanted to die on Effigy Hill. Rhetorical denial, nothing more.
On Effigy Hill.
You can't fix stupid.
Effigy Hill. Sounds like a good movie. Like a scary movie. Effigy Hill. And another $10 from Wrongful Rage. Norwegian Dan for the win of being good faith operator. Noticed and applauded. Salute King, regardless of my trolling. Good discipline, Dan. You got some flowers given to you there, Dan. And
Appreciate
for
it. I'm
all-
humbled. Thank you very much.
For all the super chats.
Hey! 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 Ah! You ripped it! Okay. You ripped the money! We're rich. Look. We're not rich! We're rich. We're broke! We're rich! You gotta let me fake it to make it! We're broke! Oh my god.
That's awesome.
That one's so good. The way he as soon as the money rips.
What
and
are
then
you
he
doing?
He stops the music and everything. Like, what are you doing? We're not rich.
I bet they were all ones.
Yeah.
I think Wes Watson might need to watch that shit.
Easy though,
Yeah.
you know when you played that, Cleaner got a little sad because he really wanted that gap tooth to show up.
I'm not gonna lie, I did.
Is Wes Watson that ripped, rich, roided, and raged dude?
Yeah, the Wes Watson, yeah.
You mean
I can't remember what his logo is, but it's something like that. It's like roided, ripped, and raged, and raw, or something. I don't know. He's
Yeah.
got some weird saying.
Yeah, he's that
Ripped,
the Wes.
rich,
I don't
and
know
roided.
for sure if we're talking about the same guy. The Wes Watson I'm talking about beat up a mentally challenged kid at a gym.
Yikes!
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, he raged out on a mentally challenged kid at a gym and whooped his ass so bad the police had to get called.
Do you have like video of that or?
Yeah, there's like tons of videos all over
On
YouTube,
YouTube?
about it. Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, man.
That wouldn't surprise me. Roided dudes are pretty like
I know that
animalistic.
I know that he was attacked at a gym and he pussed out.
Yeah, that was a different scenario. The one that I was talking about, I think, was a little more recent than that. And yeah, he went off on the I don't know exactly how the confrontation went down. I didn't see the confrontation video. I just saw him talking about it, how he whooped this kid's butt, and then the manager was like, "Yeah, the guy was a mentally challenged kid."
I think I saw him spurg out on Andrew Wilson or something.
Yeah, he did.
That was
Fresh and
that was
Fit
the only
event.
time I've ever seen him on.
Yeah, I think that was like a year or 2 years ago, or I don't know.
No, not that long.
That was literally in 2024
Yeah.
Was it?
at a Fresh and Fit event. Yeah.
Yeah. The live event.
Because Andrew Wilson's such an intimidating factor, you know. That's what I was like, dude.
That's the whole reason Easy's got that clip or that song about the glasses or whatever. That Watch is Real or something.
Yeah.
The clip you always see, shave your goddamn arms.
Yeah. This.
Yeah.
Remember, kids, roids are bad for you. Don't
Shave your
do.
goddamn arm.
That, yeah.
That's what a man does.
That was not what he did.
That's what a man does.
So what's the new topic, Cleaner? You're
Well,
the
so
suspense
yeah.
is killing us.
You
Oh
got
yeah, Cleaner was
take-
about to tell me how I lost the debate. Apparently.
Yeah.
Because I showed up.
Okay,
Actually, you did. You did lose one.
All right, let me hear it.
I only found one, but I only looked at one.
I know where this is going.
I only looked at one, so I could only find one so far.
You didn't lose this one.
No, he did. He lost it. He actually lost it.
Is this that I have the right to be affected bullshit?
So I'm just gonna fucking ignore Jeremy for now because it triggers him even more with that. So the timestamp. I'll put the timestamp in the video in chat if you want for the.
I feel like this is a yes.
No, it's not.
Okay.
No. I'm not. I'm probably never going to bring that back up because of the shame it brings upon me to even say that bullshit. Like, I'll take the juxtaposed position on a lot of shit, but that I was stretching like a motherfucker.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what was it? Can you
it was
recap
in
for
Verbal
us?
Combat 50. He had a 1-versus-1 against Grid 1 Motorsports, and Grid 1 Motorsports beat him.
What was the
Oh, so by vote of the chat.
Those votes don't mean anything,
Right?
Andrew Wilson beat me in a vote.
Look,
They're
the
rigged.
prompt
Is that
doesn't
what you're
say
saying?
absent verbal
Is
combat.
that what
It
you're
says I won every
Hold
single
up,
debate,
hold
bro.
up.
Come
All
on.
right. So
Well, I mean, you didn't put the stipulation there, Easy.
well,
Leader might have a technicality here.
no, but listen.
I mean, without a metric, how are we to
Well,
judge,
that-
right?
that was-
Like,
Didn't Wally teach you then too once?
We know that anytime the chat has a chance to fuck with me, they're gonna take it.
But an L is an L, right? I mean,
So what you're saying is the chat has
didn't
never
set-
lost.
you did not set the standard here, and
It was because no matter what, I was still gonna be here in the background, but they didn't want Grid to be gone because if Grid goes, he's just gone. So they
that
wanted
sounds like a
Grid to
big cup
stay.
of Coca-Cola.
But we can play that whole debate if you want, and I can explain.
no,
to you how
He
I
left
won.
like
We're
3
not- we're
minutes
not- we're not
afterwards anyway,
saying-
which he said before the
Cleaner's-
1v1 started, he would be out shortly after that anyway.
Cleaner's point isn't that you lost on the argument. Cleaner's point is you.
So even that bit of cope isn't valid.
Because the loss is a loss. If the vote went in the other favor, then it is a loss, right?
Technically a loss. Your soul was taken.
Hey, SpeakeaZy, I'm gonna head out, dude. Thanks for having me on. See
All right,
you guys
bro.
later. Later, panel.
Thanks for coming, bro.
Have a good one.
Later,
Good
man.
seeing you. Merry
Take care.
Christmas and Happy New Year.
I mean, if you want to change and set a standard here for what a loss would be, then okay, we can do that. But when there's no standard that has been applied in the topic, I think on technicality, Cleaner would be right. That would classify as a loss.
No, wouldn't. Yeah, I'll tell you why it doesn't. Because
I'd say so.
when you guys, no. Well, you guys, Effigy, you'll be the first one to agree with this statement. Does winning the debate always win the vote of the chat?
What? That doesn't matter.
Why
Yes.
are you going to put me in
Excuse
verbal
me.
combat?
Yeah, it does
Yes.
because I said I won the debate. I didn't say I won the vote of the chat. I said I won the debate.
On
Chat
verbal
wins
combat
that.
night, yes.
Chat wins verbal combat. Nobody fucking wins except chat. What are you talking about? I don't win on verbal combat.
On verbal combat night,
Nobody
yes,
wins.
because it is win by popular vote.
Chat always wins. Chat is
The
one who
debate is won by popular vote, and everyone going into it knows that.
Listen. So that means Grid's more popular than me. I'm okay. I'm okay with that.
Sounds like a lot of coke here.
I'm securing myself, bro.
You did not just play the OnlyFans girl.
You know what? I'm going to have to agree with Easy because I too have never lost a debate.
Except the ones you had with me.
Both going
Except
around.
ones.
Except the one little one we've had. So you've got a 99 out of 100. That's pretty good.
Yeah, no, I see. I don't accept that because that doesn't fit the criteria of the prompt. And on verbal combat nights, everyone knows that to win the debate, you have to be voted the winner. Therefore, you lost the debate due to voting, and you
Actually,
go
it's
ahead, go ahead.
technically a 1v1 fight. So it's not Listen, everyone, go to verbal combat. Which one is it? 50.
Yeah,
And
50.
The timestamp was
2:58:38, just before.
I mean,
the
I
vote.
can link the video in the chat because
I already did.
The back chat.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I can post it in the actual chat.
Yeah. So post the link
okay.
to the one. Yeah.
I think it's worth looking at this because this became kind of.
If you want to watch the debate, you have to go back about 16 minutes to where the debate starts. It was about.
I didn't remember what the topic was.
It was a good debate, but the point is, you got voted the loser.
Yeah. Well, you know what we could do. Remember, this is the stream, right? To figure it out. So we could watch it. This was your presented evidence. Right? Speak now or forever hold the L. So
yeah, this is the only evidence I really cared to find. I didn't really feel like going back through all the debates and VKs. I remembered this happening and I was like, wait a minute. All right.
Well, now that you bring it up, Wally was holding on to beating you in a 1v1 pretty heavy too. I don't remember which one, so I don't have the receipt on that, but I know Wally was holding up pretty heavy.
That was on 30. I think that was on.
You guys are just making shit up as you go now.
Now, SpeakeaZy, this is good entertainment. You should thank Cleaner. This is great.
Let me see here. Just a minute before we get
All right, so I just walk me through why you think that professional jurors are good.
Yeah, so the thing with the what I was saying with the jurors, like when you're doing the jury process itself, this adds like a length to the trial process, just like in the sense of like gathering the jurors. You have to make them understand how this. There we go. I just wanted to get to where it starts and the topic, the timestamp. Wait, you can't hear me?
So would you like to play it from here, or let everybody review and
No. I'll play it. No, we'll do it right here. We can do it right here.
All right. Yeah, I was watching it independently again, but this will work better. We can all kind of review it at the same time. It was a pretty good debate.
Let's
I like
go.
it.
Let's do it. I'll just let it play. And we'll see. I think it goes like 7 minutes or something.
No, it's almost 12 minutes.
It's almost 12 minutes. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no joke.
Okay.
Yeah, chat had y'all going for a while.
Yeah, so the thing with the like what I would
just walk me through why you think that professional jurors are the way to go.
Yeah, so the thing with the like what I was saying with the jurors, like when you're doing the jury process in itself, this adds like a length to the trial process, just like in the sense of like gathering the jurors. You have to make them understand how they're supposed to go about it. If you've watched the trials, there'll be times where they have to like walk all the jurors out because they can't. Just real quick too, if y'all don't get what the topic is, I've realized that we don't actually say the topic. He just asked me that question. The topic is getting rid of juries, because I think it's fucking stupid to have retards deciding if we go to jail or not. But go ahead. Can't hear something ahead of time, or they can't see one person's
there's a process, right?
So like it adds on a lot of length to the process.
Why would professional jurors not need to be walked out if there was evidence only the court officers could hear?
Well, that's what I'm saying. In my idea, it would be a bench trial of panel judges. So like, and it would be like an odd number so that we can't come to a tie here, where like we're gonna come to a conclusion. And I want the people who are coming to this conclusion to be the most educated in the system, because there's times where people may think you're guilty when by law you're not, but they feel like you should be, and they'll vote just based off of that.
That's why we have an appeals process. I mean, while I understand that, some people do get a raw deal. By and large, the judges and attorneys do a great job of educating the jurors as they go along. The one thing I do have to say is that if you're going to make this argument, and I really look forward to hearing your response on this one. If you're going to make this argument, how can we have anyone vote? Because what you're saying is that you're too stupid to understand the laws, even after they've been explained to you, but you're smart enough to go vote in an election without knowing anything about public policy, without knowing anything about economics, without being an expert in anything, and yet you're making the most important decisions in the country. So I don't understand how you can have one and the other, and I'd really love for you to explain that to me.
Yeah, so I actually don't think everyone should be voting. I think like to vote too, there should be some type of test to make sure that you even understand what your vote counts for and how it works. Right? There's a lot of people that literally think like you vote and it's your vote for the president. That's it. Like they count it in total. They don't even understand the electoral college.
I really agree with that sentiment. However, now you're adding another layer of complexity into the system, because now you have to educate voters. Now you have to educate all these people, or you have to have some test which could be faked. You see, the problem is that when we seek to qualify people for any position, regardless of what it is, we have to do that very, very carefully, because what you're talking about adds so much complexity to an already complex system that it'll overburden it and it'll crush it. And what's worse is that the people that would benefit from what you're suggesting the most would never even get there, because the system would be so backlogged it would never work. Which is why our founders, in this country at least, chose the system they chose of having citizens, ordinary citizens, your neighbors, judge you, and not a professional who has no understanding of your neighborhood, has no understanding of where you grew up, has no understanding of anything except cold and hard law. Now, in history, Greece and Rome both tried what you're talking about, and both of them fell because the common man was no longer understood by those who were judging him. And so I look forward to hearing what you say about that, because what you're talking about is really a great idea. I just don't think it holds up to scrutiny.
Yeah, so I don't actually think it would be up to anyone specifically to educate the people that qualify to vote. Like, so we would have our qualifications to vote at all, and then you'd have to do the test to make sure you understand the voting process. If you can't pass that test, too fucking bad. Like, I don't care about your vote. Like, I really, if it got to the point where it's literally 100 people that get to vote, this would mean it was for the best, because again, I want the most educated people and the people who understand what's best for the in the sense of voting for the country, but in the sense of a jury process, how the laws actually work.
But
and
what if I don't agree
I'm
with
guilty or not, for sure.
But okay, so but that's what if the majority of people don't agree with your test?
What do you mean?
Who decides? Who decides?
Well, the test would be a basic knowledge test off of the electoral system and how it works, just to make sure you understand it. Like, anybody should be able to go and like.
I would
study
agree
for
with
this
that.
test
I think that's
normally.
reasonable. However,
Yeah.
I can 100% see BLM or some other group saying that your test is biased and should not be allowed.
Yeah, I definitely get that part, but I just say fuck them, man. Like, I the way I do now with a lot of shit that they complain about, right? It's
Right,
just,
right. And now you've agreed with me that it wouldn't really work, because at the end of the day, nobody's going to be able to agree on what that is. And this is again what the genius of the current system is that you can't disagree with it. They're your neighbors. You can't say you got a raw deal because the jurors do not reflect who you are, because they're literally from your community, right? And they have the same understanding law as you do, and they're educated as the trial goes on to the very specific laws that affect you, right? And there are rules about what the attorneys can and cannot say. As a matter of fact, I was just reading the other day that at least in America, I can't speak to any other country, but in America, lawyers have been restricted from doing specific things that would affect juries, like using distraction aids. Like, they used to put a steel rod in a cigar. Would you believe that? They put a steel rod in a cigar so the ash would get really long, and the jury would focus on that rather than the prosecution's arguments. And then the defense would be able to kind of bamboozle them a little bit. And that's a thing that's really, you can look it up, it's really banned in courtrooms. Among other things, burying lawyers in paperwork and all of these other things. And it's very interesting, the courtroom tactics used by lawyers to distract other lawyers and bury them, right?
Yeah, but you gotta also speak to the tactics. Like, there's tactics that like judges and lawyers have both used to like walk.
Well, judges should be impartial.
Their
You
answers,
keep
right?
acting,
Like, this is like
so. I don't know. Maybe it's different, but judges are impartial for the most part in the U.S. and now obviously we saw in Trump's case judges that were biased against him, and now the system is fixing that. Do you see?
Yeah, if the judges are impartial, then it would be good to have a panel full of judges instead of a random bunch of people that don't actually, because a lot of these things are like brand new to them sometimes, not to mention like they'll be like produced evidence sometimes.
What is that?
We don't know if we're traumatizing the fuck out of these people, right? Like, there'll be evidence of
I don't think your argument holds up there. I don't think your argument holds up there. First of all, I don't know who you're traumatizing. I don't understand. I think that law is supposed to be
seeing people's faces blown open and shit. That can be traumatizing for sure.
Well, they can say, I don't want to see that, but that's part of being. They can
they
literally
have to see the evidence.
They can literally say at the beginning, no, you don't understand jury selection, obviously. So jury selection said.
No, you guys keep saying that, but I understand it very well. You guys didn't. You didn't understand that a judge can overturn the jury.
Come on. Right. You just said it might be disturbing to see someone's face fall off. That's why they ask you as part of jury selection, hey, there's going to be some really gross stuff come out. Do you think you can handle it? And if you say no, they're going to push you off that trial. They're going to get another juror.
And then this is a time-consuming thing, like I said.
And that's fine. That's justice.
Well, it's not fine
That's
because the court systems are already backlogged so much that most things end up going to plea bargains because we don't have time. So all the judges just want to get through it. All the lawyers just want to get through it. So everything's going to plea bargains.
They don't.
97% of all criminal cases go to plea bargains.
I prefer slow justice, sir, to fast mistakes. I prefer the legal system move slower than be sped through and where mistakes could happen. We should not ram things through the system. We should not be trying to increase the speed of the system beyond what the lawyers, judges, and defendants are willing to participate in. You have a right to a speedy trial. You have a right to a speedy trial.
We're not even like actually having real justice if 97% of criminal cases are ending in plea bargains, right? That means like
that's a whole other subject.
Coming down,
but that's exactly what your system.
And this is what I want. I want us to have a guilty or not guilty and just get through this.
But they do plead guilty.
Professionals.
But they plead guilty. A lot of the time, it's exactly what you're asking for, sir. That's where a lawyer sit down and hash it out and say, okay, we can prove this. Oh, you can? Okay, well, we'll take this deal. That's exactly what you're asking for. And you're saying now it's broken.
What do you mean I'm saying it? What? No.
You're saying that you want someone who understands the law for this to be put in front of them. That's the district attorney and the defendant's lawyer, and they hash out the deal and they take it to the judge and sign it, and that's the end of it. That's how a plea bargain works, sir. That's exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's just making a deal to get through the case. That's what I'm saying.
How does it work differently?
And they're doing the reason they're doing that is because of how backlogged everything is, right? Well, if we just had judges that were presented the case and they got to make the judgment, it would be easier and we'd actually get
I will be honest that I have gotten traffic tickets before and I've gone in and rather than fight them, I'll take the deal and pay the fine. It's no big deal. Right?
Yeah, that's what I mean. But like,
why would I spend 2 days of my life in court over that?
Well, maybe you're not going to do it over that, but that doesn't speak to like the bigger issues that I'm talking about. Right, like again with like a murder trial, like OJ wouldn't have got off if it was professionals that was listening.
I think he would have gotten off sooner because all of the evidence was very scientific, and the guys would have gone with the scientific evidence first. I think, the interesting thing is I don't know that the claims that it was his son aren't real.
Right? So I just want to say what's interesting with this is.
Okay, and then we go to the vote, and then he was voted. So I want you to explain to me now, okay? Because now you have to defend this, Cleaner, because you're the one who brought this up, right? So first
I showed my evidence already.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was your evidence, but now I'm gonna refute it here.
Is it?
Well, I'm gonna explain it.
It's that time.
Well,
is it that time?
So wait, I can't ask you questions about.
Let's do
the debate.
Let's do.
Yeah. So
on the 4 points that y'all went through in the debate, I would say Grid absolutely demolished 3 of them that you made.
Okay, well, that's not very specific. So let me ask you specific things for a second, and then you can. All right. So first off, do you agree with me that Grid made a mistake or false statement, whether he mistakenly made it or he just said it to sound good? I don't know what it was, right? I'm not in his head,
right?
But the Rome did have juries, of your peers. Like they did have juries of peers.
It did at one point.
Okay, so they did.
Yes, at one point.
Okay,
It
so
did,
when he
yeah.
said that they didn't, and
No, he was.
they did it
He
only
was
my
saying
way, he was
in
wrong.
the
Right?
end. In the end of
Rome
it,
may
he
have
was.
juries, but maybe not. I don't think it would have been of their peers. I think Rome had juries of people who were above your station.
No, so they had it. So there was different. So for capital trials, there
It
was
started.
there
Okay,
was
to understand, it started
a
as a peer process, and then after a few trials of doing it that way, it didn't work, and so they elected the senators to go in and be the jurors.
The term jury of your peers came into our kind of legal lexicon with the Magna Carta.
I'm not saying they use the term.
Right.
I'm saying the definition of the term is what they had.
Right. I
So,
get
like,
what you're saying, SpeakeaZy.
okay.
I'm just clarifying. In the beginning, they did try the peer form thing, and then later on, because they figured out that wasn't working, because people's peers literally didn't even understand what the hell they were saying in court, because the senators and the two legal sides were speaking so far above them, they couldn't understand what the hell they were saying. So they moved to using senators and elected officials, and the system fell.
Okay, so, well, wait a minute. The system didn't. You're saying the system fell because of that?
I'm saying that was
Oh, you're just saying. Okay, I get what you're.
I'm saying it was a causality, not. I'm saying it was a correlate, not necessarily a causality. You understand the differentiation?
Yeah.
Right?
Yes. Okay.
I'm just saying
That's what I was asking.
aided to.
So, my thing is, I don't actually think it was just in the starting. So I'm gonna have to go bring this up now to make sure it wasn't just in the starting. The amount of bookmarks I have.
I've got folders
I do
that
be
have
looking up
folders that have
stupid
folders.
All right. So I just want to make sure. You're saying it was in the starting that they did it and then moved into.
Yeah, I don't even know if you'll actually be able to get an accurate just from doing a quick skim. I don't know if you'll even be able to get an accurate explanation of this, because this was something that was like while I was taking Latin class and learning about ancient Rome, this was something that we had to dive into multiple books in order to get to the heart of. So this is it's probably not even listed correctly anywhere other than in books. I haven't been able to find anything that lists it correctly so far, because I'm looking as well. But this was something that they did try. They did try the jury of peers thing.
Yeah, so what I'm reading here, when it came to the recovery of property, this was one of the courts that they held where there was a lawyer right? For each person,
right?
There was a jury of peers, and it doesn't say it was at the starting or the end. It just this was a Roman law. Here, and I'll link you the things too, so you can see what I'm reading here too.
But like I said, the Roman juries were almost always, even as they changed over time, were educated classes, and a lot of times the juries would actually take the place of a judge and perform the whole thing themselves.
Well, yeah, there's some
and I think
some
the idea
court
of
trials that they had literally 75 people, a group of 75 people, and they
right,
would
and this
present the
totally
trial in
wouldn't
front
be
of them.
like by
But
your peers in the sense of for the lower classes.
Well, not
It's
that.
by your peers
Not
for the upper
that. I'm not
classes.
talking about that though. My statement was simple. Rome had trials with a jury of peers.
I mean, not for
Right?
everyone, for sure.
Well, not for every trial, no.
Like, well, most
But,
people in
yeah.
Rome were plebeians, were poor people, so nearly everyone didn't get a trial by their peers. Like, it was juries in Rome were a very upper class thing. It was still like an upper class
Oh, it's
authority.
because they were upper class people.
Well, it wasn't okay. Like it wasn't
Well,
set up.
it's the meaning of peer, right?
It wasn't set up saying it had to be upper class people, but one of the prerequisites was that they could read and write, and most of the people in Rome couldn't. So,
anyways,
Well,
okay,
earliest the
this
juries
is
could only be senators, and then they added.
this is like one of
people
the
like
most minimal
equestrians and-
points. And we
yeah,
went on.
either way, anyhow, even if we just even if we just say as a given that okay, so they did at some point,
Right, and my point I was bringing up is the reason I asked you this question is because one, Rome did have a jury of your peers, and two, to say that the court system of not having a jury of peers is the reason Rome fell is a wild statement to me that I just don't know where we're even like how this is your link. But if you can explain to me that would be good.
Well, like I said,
you're
I would,
saying
I
it's
would
just
say
a
it's
part of it.
correlate. Yeah, I would say it's a correlate, not a causality.
Yeah, so okay, so yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not even an argument to me then, or even to the point. Because to say, oh, Rome did that and they fell. It's just it doesn't make a good argument to me. And then my other thing I wanted to ask you about that debate is that when he said, what you're saying now is that people are too stupid to vote then. If they can't be a jury of your peers, they're too stupid to vote. And I said, yeah, I think a lot of people are too stupid to vote and shouldn't. And you also should have to do a test to make sure you understand how your vote works so that you get the right to vote. And I don't know if you guys know this, but like to become a citizen in America, these are one of the things you have to know. Like you can't just come in and be stupid. You have to pass a test. Like you know what I mean? So
yeah, I know.
Like, right. So
Not under Biden, but yes.
No. Even under Biden,
Yeah,
in order to get your
You're
paperwork,
supposed
you
to
have
do
to
a
actually
test.
pass the test.
How people pass their test, don't ask me, okay? I'm not everybody's keeper, but I'm just saying there's a test. I know.
I mean, I
But-
think American-born citizens should have to pass the same test. Honestly,
Boom. So like this is what
But-
I'm saying.
or-
So when
or
I said,
what?
wait, let me
The
finish
thing
though,
is, though,
real
that's
quick
not
before I
what
lose
won-
it. Wait,
that's
before I
not what
lose
won
it.
that
Before I
point.
lose it.
Okay,
Cleaner.
go for it.
When I said to him, yeah, I do think that we should take away the vote from a lot of people because of what I just said. And then he said, yes, I agree with that. And then
I agree with your sentiment.
However, and
yeah,
then
but he
presented the other part of his
agrees.
argument so that you
So,
understand
but
it.
wait, if you agree with me about
Mhm.
people being too stupid to vote, then that's not an argument again. So he used two things that were non-arguments.
Now hold on. He agreed with your sentiment, and then he qualified the sentiment. It's on 3.30.
Right. So
right, but he agreed
that wasn't the definitive on that topic y'all were on, though. That's what I'm saying. You like that wasn't the only thing that made that topic. When y'all were talking about whether or not you should have a jury of your peers, that wasn't the only thing on that topic. There were other points that were made, and yeah, that was the one that I gave you.
Oh, grow up, effigy.
Yeah, right. So when he's saying I agree with your sentiment, right? This is just a way of saying I agree with your opinion, and then trying to say that my opinion is based off feelings. That's all he was trying to do, but he agreed with my opinion. That was my point.
All right.
Right?
Right.
I don't know.
What am I wrong, or how? Explain how I'm wrong.
I don't know. I can't say you're right if I don't know.
Well, wait. What?
I can't say you're wrong or
you
right.
You just listened to it.
Yes, I did, and that's what I got.
So I'm asking you. Asking you.
If I was him,
someone says they agree with your opinion.
Yes.
If it's based off whatever logic, feelings, whatever. If they agree with your opinion, are they not saying they agree with your opinion, or am I fucking crazy?
They're saying they agree with the specific opinion that you're discussing. Yeah. But
if I said I agree with your sentiment and I said it that way, it would mean that yes, I understand what you're saying. Yes, feelings, emotional, whatever.
Not then that would be I understand.
But the thing is,
not I agree with it. Why would you agree with it if you don't agree with it? That doesn't. Am I actually going insane? Are you guys?
You're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not.
The thing here is,
we're speaking English, right?
We are. Between the two.
You agreed with my sentiment. Why wouldn't you just? And then you said no.
It's the way he said it.
More
it's
like
the way he said it.
I understand your sentiment.
I take juxtaposed positions.
Agree
that
and understand
I literally
are wildly different
disagree
words,
with, and yet I still can make the arguments.
Yeah, but you guys agree
that
and
just because,
understand.
Just because you may agree
words.
with what someone thinks about something,
it's
or their
another
opinion
way
about
of saying
something,
I
doesn't
understand what
mean
you're
that
saying.
you can't still present the argument and agree that, or believe that the current system works better. You see what I'm saying? Like you can say, yeah, I agree with your sentiment that most people probably shouldn't be voting, but the reason the system works better this way instead of the way you're proposing is because X, Y, Z. See, and that's what he did. He agreed with your opinion. Yeah, most people probably shouldn't be voting, but that doesn't take away from the fact that this is the current system that works, and this is the way.
Cool.
The
when you're
works
talking about oughts, is don't matter. So again, a non-argument.
So
then why did you bring it up?
Not everyone is.
Then why did you bring it up?
Not everyone is a clear.
I didn't think that during the debate,
right,
I should also have to point out every W I get. That would be a really weird debate. Like you'd be meta debating the whole time. Oh, just so you know, I won that part, right? Yeah, because of that. Like that would be a fucking crazy debate, bro.
That's not how debates typically go anyway.
Right? I thought that the people watching would understand. Right?
That's not how debates typically go anyway.
I think people still don't understand because someone in the chat said
debates. People don't go, I won that point. That doesn't mean anything.
Wait, what?
That you saying that having to have the meta in order to explain what points you won or didn't win on, the argument doesn't mean anything because you literally don't do that even
when someone says an is and we're talking about oughts,
right?
You think that's an argument?
No, what I think the argument is he says it ought to continue being run the way it's run right now because it does work the best in comparison to the way you're explaining it. Of the two options presented, this system is working, and I believe it ought to keep going this way. And that was his argument. Your argument was we should change it to this. We ought to change it to this. And I believe that because
you're saying the follow-up. All right. But
because the argument was how it should be. Later.
I can't. Really can't. I've never understood in my life how anyone saying I agree to something that they're saying I understand it. I've never heard anybody do that.
I can tell
I'm
you.
trying to actually think if maybe I'm wrong, but I really
No,
can't.
you're
think
not.
of
You're
one.
not wrong.
You've done it before.
Oh,
I've agreed. I agreed with people with people's opinion that I don't agree with.
No, you've agreed with something that someone has said in an argument. You've given them a granted or an agreed upon so that you can move the argument into the direction of arguing the point or the other details to move off of that point that doesn't really make much sense or much difference in the argument. You've done that yourself, and that's basically what Grid did. Without
Okay,
saying those exact words, that's
okay.
basically what he did. He granted your argument by agreeing, yeah, I agree with your opinion. However, the fact is, and then continued with his argument. That's why I'm saying
The
that.
fact is, it is like this, and it should stay like this. All right, good argument. And so
Of the
that
two
So what
presented
was the
options-
argument you were going to bring up? Because these are, yikes.
Of the two presented options that you guys had, like the way that you were talking about doing the system or the way that he's talking about doing the system, it's like you have to argue the 2 points there. You can't really just
Okay,
like
can
go
you tell
everything.
me? Because I don't know if you even know, so I just want to make sure. Because some of the people in the chat were listening and they didn't understand, and I get they didn't hear what we were talking about right before that. So that's why maybe some of them are not getting it. So can you just tell me what my take on it is?
What your take on what we were just now talking about? Yeah, you were saying that you believe that a grand majority of the people shouldn't be voting. They should
No, for
actually
the
have a
jury
system in
thing. Like
place.
what's my take on the jury thing?
The way that you were previously explaining it was that it should be up to the people that actually know and understand the law so that they can make the decisions on whether or not someone should be guilty or innocent, because the average
but how
citizen
would
doesn't understand enough about the law to be able to say whether somebody is guilty or innocent.
Yeah, so but it wouldn't be like a single judge, right? You understand that part, right?
Right, I get that. And
Okay.
the thing that Grid was saying
Just
though
so you know.
was that one of the contributing factors to why Rome fell was because they moved away from using everyday citizens and came up with the you have to read and write, and then you have to have some kind of formal law understanding later, and that led to the decline. It wasn't the only factor.
I
but it was
don't
a
know how
factor.
you could
And
even.
that's what he
I don't
was
even how you
arguing
can measure
against
that.
what
So
you were
you
saying.
need to show me. You need to show me how you can measure that. That taking away
Well,
the
and
jury
see-
is what led to the fall, because that makes absolute. I just don't even know how that even logically follows. So you're
Right,
gonna have
disconnects
to.
the ruling
I
class
understand
from the
that.
lower
However,
class.
I understand that.
What?
Speakeasy. However,
It
we're
disconnects the
literally
ruling
not
class from the lower
debating.
class. It's the entire reason we got juries back after the Magna Carta.
How did it disconnect?
bec-
Like, you guys act like judges are these like people that live out in the fucking mansions and they're just like these high class. Like, dude, judges aren't like all fucking living
I'm giving you the
street and
historical
they're.
perspective, not like modern day. I'm
Oh, okay, but
like
so okay,
the
but like
ruling class used to be the
today.
only people, like, and there was no one to give you that lower class perspective because they were all aristocracy. Like
But
that's
what
was
kind
where it
of
all came from.
perspective? What kind of perspective do you need when it comes to like give me an idea. Like, what is it that, oh, you know what? Like, actually, they need the perspective of the everyday Joe to make sure that this person's guilty. Like, please give me it. What is like really needed? Like, what is the perspective needed of the everyday Joe?
I'll let you know.
The perspective
What
is
we
that the
need-
law is not so conflated that the everyday person can understand a person's guilt or innocence.
Then why do we need lawyers? That's the what are lawyers for?
To represent people.
If the laws are easy enough
to
to just
represent people and
understand for
guide
every,
people through the legal process.
Jury
right? Because a lot of
nullification, for
people
one
don't
thing.
understand the fucking laws to begin with, right?
We need everyone to be
So,
able-
like, I mean, do you want like the classic examples? Do you want the examples of people who juries refuse to pass judgment on people who helped runaway even though there were laws for it, or the Prohibition era stuff where juries refused to convict people with alcohol, even though there were laws on the books for it. Juries can nullify laws that are done with bad intent. Juries are a buttress against abuses from sources of power.
So just to be clear,
Mhm.
right? Just to be clear, you guys are for, just like if it's a law that you don't like, you should be able to break it, and like that's why you want a jury of your
That's
peers.
literally
Because
not what we said.
you just said it. Listen to me. Listen to me. Stop. Let me explain. I really don't fucking know how you didn't just say that, but let me explain. Okay, you said that juries refused to convict people of helping runaway slaves, but there was laws against doing that, right? And I agree. It's morally wrong to have laws against the people helping slaves. Okay, it's morally wrong. I agree with you. I'm with you. But
continue.
But right, you can't just let fucking everybody pass things that they think is, because then we'll start getting to everybody's subjective fucking think of what they think is moral. Do you not understand?
It's not
No, I
they, it's
agree.
us.
I
It's
agree.
us.
You can't do that. You should
It's
be
our
holding.
morals. Like,
But
that's why our community decides it.
Which one do you want to
That's why I
respond?
don't
That's
care.
why they
I don't
corrected-
care that the law
That's why they
seems
corrected
unfair.
the law
Life's
so
unfair.
that when there's a
I
preponderance
don't care
of
about
evidence,
that. That's
the
stupid.
judge can make an ethics call and say, "No, I don't agree with this. Let's have another trial on this."
No, Sweater, we can't hear you.
That's literally why that's there.
Okay, you both.
All right, so
Me and Effigy differ in this.
Yeah, but
I
you
don't
were
agree
saying
that those
something and
people
then
should
Dan
have.
said something.
I don't agree that
and-
those people should have allowed people to walk free for whatever when they were, no, absolutely not. I believe that they should have followed the law and understood, okay, yeah, morally that may not be right. However, the current law is this. We should change the law. Not someone should get away with breaking the law, but we should change the law. It's the same thing
They,
as like
they did jury nullification as part of the people being able to change the law.
Sure, we should change the law. That has nothing to do with me saying that people should be convicted of the things that are law, right?
Right.
Anybody with a fucking brainstem knows that OJ killed his wife, right? Anybody. But, jury of his peers.
Yeah,
Good
he
job, bro.
wasn't-
Let him off so he could write a book about how he did it. Good job. Good thing we had a jury of peers that had massive favoritism for this guy.
So,
Good job. That's the problem, right? The everyday
so-
Joe puts their perspective and their feelings into their fucking their process of what they're saying. I don't want that.
And other people
Keep
don't.
your perspective and feelings.
Everyone
the
does.
Fuck out of the
Right?
legal
Lawyers
system.
and judges don't. Come
The
on.
judge-
I gotta ask.
Okay,
hold on.
Yes, they
Hold on.
do.
Just so that you guys understand, okay?
And the ones that
was
do
that was
shouldn't, they should get
after the
fired.
time when the OJ trial happened. That was after the law was made to where if a judge believes a preponderance of evidence proves against what the jury ruling is, he can declare a retrial instead of going along with what the jury says. And yet the judge, the guy that you're saying should be the one who's the ultimate decider.
No, not
literally
only one.
didn't
No,
do that.
see, no, wrong. I didn't say only
Cleaner,
one.
you're slightly mistaken there.
only
The judge
one.
can,
Oh, yeah,
the judge
yeah.
can only
Okay.
refuse a guilty verdict. A not guilty verdict, the judge can't. do
Right,
anything.
the judge can't
No, they
refuse a not guilty verdict.
No, they cannot.
They can't refute it.
Yeah, they
declare
can't
a
overturn
retrial.
it. They can't do nothing.
Not
If
guilty
the jury
verdict,
says not guilty, buddy, you're out scot free.
They can't
do
refute
shit.
it. They
Suck
can
dick.
declare a
No,
retrial.
No, they can't.
No, they can't.
A retrial? Are you fucking insane?
They can only do that if
That
there's
is
a-
not
Why they
guilty
can't?
and get charged for the same thing?
That's
can
literally
only
why they
declare
can't
a
do it.
retrial if
because
there's a
double
hung
jeopardy would apply
jury.
in that case. They
Well,
cannot
we can hear
say
you.
not guilty.
How are you American? I should have been born there. You should have been born in this cold ass fucking country, bro. The
You're only
fuck?
half right, Cleaner. You're only half
Sweater,
right.
Sweater, we can hear you now.
Oh,
Cleaner. They
you
can
know
only
what?
declare.
This
They
went
can
way
only
longer
declare
than
a
I
retrial
thought.
if
I'm
there's
gonna
a
go
hung
make a
jury.
coffee, but I can still
But
hear you guys.
no, that's not true. They can actually refuse a guilty verdict as well.
Well,
But
yes,
they
but
cannot.
I meant
If it's not guilty. If the verdict is not guilty, the judge has to accept that. They cannot turn away a not guilty verdict.
yes. If there's 12 persons on the jury saying you're not guilty, they can't do anything about it. You're not guilty. End of story.
But they can refuse a guilty verdict, or they can declare a mistrial or hung jury.
Right.
So
They
you're partially correct, Cleaner, but you are wrong. A not guilty verdict cannot be overturned by a judge. That sticks no matter what. If you're right, please bring up any bit of evidence that would hold that true, because anything that I've seen, anything that I've researched in the last few minutes, all supports this claim that a not guilty verdict would stick because of double jeopardy.
The best I've been able to find out on this particular instance is in non-criminal cases, that if there's a non-criminal case that is decided by a jury, there was one weird case, I can't remember it now, but there was one weird case in which a judge tried to push a retrial for a negative sentence or whatever it was. But it's not criminal, so it doesn't matter.
But non-criminal
the deal is,
cases,
though,
they
it
operate
had
in a
to
different.
be due to a preponderance of evidence being against the jury's decision.
But
The
that would
judge
only
had
hold
to have
with
the judge had to have a strong belief that the preponderance of evidence was greatly against the jury's decision.
On a guilty verdict.
No, it's not. That part isn't specifically against a guilty verdict.
Yes, it is. No, pull it up. No, yes, it is, bro. I promise you, it is. I will give you the fucking next pay that comes from it if you can prove me wrong. Go.
I don't want the next pay, whatever that is.
Yeah, I'll give you all the super chats that I got tonight.
I don't want that.
If
I
you
mean,
can prove me
Cleaner,
wrong.
I want to side with you
Show
on
me
everything you presented here, but this one you're actually wrong on.
So you're saying I don't know American politics, so explain it to me. So if you have
in
a jury, the first trial,
if the jury says not guilty, the judge cannot overturn that decision.
and you
But
can't have a
if
you
the
can't have a
jury
retrial.
says guilty, no, you can't. It's double jeopardy is the word, right?
Yes.
You can't. They can't give you the same trial for the same charges twice. But if you are found guilty by a trial, a judge can say that there was insufficient evidence for the jury to even give this verdict, and they want to overturn it, or they can say that there was like some type of error they think happened, but they can overturn a guilty decision so that they have to do it again.
So innocent before proven guilty goes a long way.
That's what our legal system is based on, is innocent until proven guilty. So literally everything is supposed to be in your favor for defense from a charge. Everything is supposed to be in your benefit.
So is there any chance? Is there
not guilty would be your benefit, that the judge can't overturn that because you got the benefit.
Right. So I know that there's the death penalty in America. There has been cases where people have been judged to the death penalty, and they've been on death row or killed, and afterwards there have been evidence to prove that it was wrong. So when people are proven, or there's a jury saying they're innocent, has there in any point of time come up evidence that proved otherwise?
Yes. I mean, we just pointed out O.J. Simpson.
Okay. I didn't follow that. I was too young.
But yeah, no, literally that was a case where a celebrity or famous sports athlete, whatnot, went on trial for murder and beat the case, and then later it came out that I don't know if it came out that he did it or he assisted in it. But he had a part to play.
Well, he lost the civil trial, right?
Yeah. He lost the civil trial. He was held fiscally
responsible.
liable.
Yeah.
So he was judged or no?
Well,
Did
he
he
was
get away
he was,
with it?
he was not guilty.
He got away
of
criminally.
criminal case.
Yes, he
Really?
escaped jail. Yeah.
Yeah.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is had he been found guilty on that, then the civil trial would have wrapped really quick and easily because they don't have to prove as much.
Is that the only case? Is that the only case that's known, or?
But look, this is one of the things I argue as far as that is concerned. A shitty jury can only fuck up one trial. A shitty judge can fuck up thousands over his career.
Yeah, but the important thing on the legal system is it's the defendant or the accused is supposed to be the one with the benefit of the doubt. So every card is supposed to be stacked in the favor of the person accused of committing the crime. Whether or not they're guilty or innocent, everything is supposed to be stacked in their favor. So the preponderance of evidence is on the prosecution or the accuser to state that they're guilty of that thing. And then the defendant is saying that what evidence you're providing is invalid or inaccurate or whatever. That's what gets refuted by them.
And they really pushed on the reasonable doubt aspect
right.
of it in that
So,
trial.
So I found what it was that I was reading before that had referred me to this. Yeah, you're right. It's on only when there is a hung jury can he declare a retrial or a mistrial, one of the two. And that's so that they can get another jury in or have the trial over again or whatever.
Yeah, well, he can refuse a guilty verdict as well.
Yeah.
Everything goes towards getting to the benefit of the defendant, never the benefit of the prosecution.
Right.
So if the jury was convinced that they're innocent, they're innocent.
Right.
By what the power they have, whether or not they're actually innocent is a different argument.
Right. I mean, I'm man enough to admit when I'm wrong. I'm good with that.
So I hate to, I hate to be the one to disagree with you on that, Cleaner, but yeah.
No, that's fine. I'm good with that. It still doesn't change the fact that Grid won the debate.
Like, here, I'll give you another one. Let me give you another.
We can go through this and keep debating the debate that you had, but I mean, I
okay, well, no, I actually,
I mean, we can, like, we can go through
hold
it
up
all.
a second.
Every
Here.
single
First
little
off,
point.
let me give you another example here. First up, like the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case. Remember this? Imagine the jury would have fucking gave it to Amber because they were all fucking some love struck over this bitch or something.
I thought they did.
What? No.
Did they not?
Wait,
I didn't follow it. I didn't give a fuck.
They didn't.
I didn't follow the OJ
that's
case
even
either,
more
to be
fucked
fair.
up. Yeah, that part's even more fucked up, Jeremy.
Like I literally do not give a fuck about celebrity trials.
There were two different
So,
trials. There was the trial overseas and the trial here in the States.
Yeah.
He lost the trial overseas.
Mm-hmm.
And there's several reasons for that. One being affiliations with the judge's daughter and the prosecution and whatnot against Depp. And yet coming here in the States, they couldn't use the overseas trial as evidence against Depp here in the States. So they had to give him a new trial. They had to reproduce all of their evidence.
You're just adding in this. So wait, you said he lost because of what? Give me the specific reason he lost. You said
there are several things, but one reason was that they believed that the daughter of that judge had affiliations with the prosecution. Those who were against Depp, those were that were taking Depp to court. There was affiliations between the judge's daughter and those accusing Depp. I think she was trying to get an internship or something with somebody affiliated with them or the publication or whatever that was taking Depp to court or something. I forget the whole. There was
okay.
So
either way, you're saying that's a contributing factor, not a definition factor, right? It didn't define the thing. It was just contributor.
Correct.
No, this is just like. So you're just talking about one of the things that Johnny Depp has said he believes.
Well, that's not what
his lawyer. Sorry.
I mean, there's plenty of people who've stated that, but there is the association is there.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Speaking.
Yeah, but there's another article. There's another article here I can show you.
You losing the debate.
Hold up.
You winning the debate.
Hold up, Cleaner.
Why don't we just take a vote?
All right.
Regardless, he lost the trial overseas.
But let me.
He won the trial in the States.
All right. Let me answer this though. The Johnny Depp's lawyer in another article says that he believes the main factor was that because the U.S. trial was with a jury and the U.K. trial was just with one judge, after the British tabloids already had called him a wife beater. So he's saying that the British tabloids influenced that judge to come up with guilty, and that's just what he believes. These aren't like factual things. We don't know if that's actually why, right?
But it's possible just to influence a judge. Judge just a person just because they have a profession.
Right, that's why I don't want just one
judge. A person.
No, I don't want just one judge, right? This is why I said a bench trial in front of a panel of judges, right? My main thing is just that the people that are deciding if someone goes to jail or not, I want them to be educated in the fucking
right. I understand that
legal system. Like, I don't want them to just have a quick rundown of the type of fucking, because there's a lot of like different types of cases that people are going to be put in front of that they would have never even fucking heard of before or even understand how they're here. Like this, like, I just want only the fucking people that
you're speaking as though we haven't been doing trials by jury for hundreds of years. I mean, it's gone pretty fine so far.
We've done lots of things for hundreds of years. I don't know why that's an argument. That's
no, but why are you making the argument that we can't do it because situations that have undoubtedly already occurred might occur?
Wait, what?
That's what you just said. You're like, you're gonna have people like having to judge on all these things. Any situation you can come up with about trials by juries, we've encountered it, right? With the exception of advancements of technology and stuff like that. Like, trials by juries have been going on forever. They've encountered any kind of situation we can think of.
Okay, the trial by jury has encountered in any situation. Those individual people haven't. But you know who knows about all those different situations? The people who had to go to fucking school to learn about them. That's my point. I don't like. You're saying the system's seen this many times, but a jury is.
I think it's important to have normal citizens involved in the law.
Why? For their feelings? I don't care about people's feelings.
No, because it stops it from becoming such a strict hierarchy that power like coalesces up at the top. It insulates it against like political pressures. You have citizens right there in the room. You can't have judges and prosecutors and stuff like that collaborating.
Well, you know what? That's not good because something bad could happen. Like, that's a great debate style. I'm going to start winning like that.
Let's just take this back to what SpeakeaZy's original argument was on voting, okay?
It's funny that you guys
voting
can't
is the
name
perfect
it.
example.
Why can't you just fucking name anything? Come on.
I'm naming something right now.
Okay.
I'm literally naming something right now.
Is this like a tactic that people use now that like people sit there and say things and then they're like, you can't even name anything, like literally as or after they've named something? Or is it just no one listens to anyone talk anymore? They're just waiting to respond.
So, if you would like to hear,
what was my question, Effigy?
What did I say right before your question? It's easy.
You don't remember the question? Just say you don't.
No, you obviously don't remember my answer because it was literally what you just asked right after it.
All
like
right.
insulating
You
against
don't
political
understand.
pressure amongst there, so you can have citizens in there to watch, so that there's not a coalescing of power amongst these educated government officials, right? You have your citizenry basically being a stopgap on your government. It'll help like eliminate bias. It'll protect against government oppression on its most basic level. Having citizens right there, so that the government entities, the prosecutors, the
I'm not
judges.
saying people can't watch the trials.
Well, no, they're a part of it. They can ensure it. They can make
Oh, I don't
sure
want
there's
them to
not
be a
bias.
part of it. Yeah, wait, them. How can the uneducated person that can't understand the law ensure that the law is being followed
That's your
correctly?
assumption that they
Tell me
can't
that.
understand the law. They're
No,
not
no, no,
speaking
no, no,
Greek.
no.
The law's not
So
written
you-
in Latin.
Oh, okay. So you think the average person understands everything about the law?
They don't. The jury is
No,
not.
you don't have to understand everything. It's not all or nothing.
Okay.
I hate these maximalist positions you
Alright.
guys constantly take.
No, it's not a maximalist. It's an,
It
it's
obviously
the
is.
most
You don't have to learn
optimal,
everything about every
right? I
law. You
want
just have to
things
learn
to
about the
be.
law
I
that is
want to be.
pertinent
I
to what
want
you're
things to
doing.
be optimal, right?
No, wait. The jury is not supposed to understand every aspect of the law. One big piece of the jury trial is the jury instruction. The defense and the prosecution have absent the jury discussions to come up with what is going to be in their instruction that writes out in understandable plain text for the jury to navigate the evidence on and say, are they in violation of this bit here that is written in language I understand, not legalese or any of that. It's written plain and simple. Does this fit in this box? Yes. Okay, guilty. No. Okay, not guilty. Oh, I'm not sure. I need more evidence. Those are the three things that the jury is going to do. But they don't need to know every aspect of the law. That's what the lawyers are there for.
What happens when you're called into jury duty? What happens?
You have to take the day off work. You fucking whatever.
What's the
You have
no
to show up.
What was the
you get
screening
paid for the day.
process? Yes,
You
but
go
what's the
in,
screening?
You
The
go in,
screening
you fill out a
process is
form.
literally day one. You
You
go
go in,
in,
you fill out a
sit
form, and
down.
then-
Both lawyers ask questions and pick out who they like, who they don't like. They each make their lists, and then they sit down and they agree and disagree on different jurors by
You hear
themselves.
what you just said there? The
Right.
lawyers ask them
Yeah.
questions and pick who they like and don't like. Yeah, what a
Right.
what a good advantage tool for your side.
And these lawyers are on sides or what? Or
You know that the lawyers could just work together and still convict people because they're a higher powers, and they're all the higher power people are not everyday citizens because they're lawyers. They're not everyday, so they could conspiracy. They could
I
have
get
a
what you're saying.
conspiracy where the lawyers just decide that they pick who is going to actually be charged, and everything else is just a show. They pick
I
the
understand what you're
jurors
saying.
based off the questions because they know they're going to get the conviction
Yeah.
or they're not guilty.
Yeah, right.
And they just
I understand what
conspiracize.
you're saying.
This is
I
what
mean,
you're doing,
you
right?
keep you can keep going
I wasn't
on with
done
it,
with
but
my
I understand
questions.
what you're saying.
But
Yeah, I
it-
can keep going on. It'd be nice if you let me actually finish and stop interrupting every time I talk, right?
you're making an absurd, a very.
I was going to
absurd
continue with
thing.
my questions.
All right, go ahead, Dan.
All right.
And
So these lawyers are picking out the jury, who they like and who they don't like, and these are the same lawyers that would, without the jury, make an educated choice. Am I wrong?
Choice on what? What do you like? What would they be making an educated choice on absent the jury?
Yeah, it's actually not an educated choice that they're looking for. They're looking for an unbiased choice.
Are they?
Yeah, I mean, in the initial screening process, they're not looking on whether or not you're highly educated in deciphering whether or not they've violated a law. They're looking on whether or not you can take evidence that's provided to you and see this without injecting your own bias before even coming into the trial. So
Right.
they want to make sure that you're coming into the trial completely unbiased. They understanding you're
The lawyers that want to win the cases also
Yeah,
want to
lawyers are not
Yes,
biased.
the opposing lawyers who will each be opposing each other, who
Ah,
are not
okay,
going to have the
okay,
same
okay,
thing.
okay. So the opposing lawyers are
But why can't they
choosing.
conspiracy together? They're lawyers. You
Well,
just
because
said if I had a panel of
each lawyer
judges,
wants to
this
win.
separates this. If we have a panel of judges, this separates the everyday citizen from people, these higher ups that you just mentioned all of a sudden. But then, the laws are so easy that anybody can understand. So what is it?
They're not
Are they
easy.
higher ups for knowing everything about the law, or is the laws easy enough for anyone to understand? Because if
Easy.
that's the case, I don't even want judges. Fuck it. We don't need judges. Just let Dan be my judge.
done
FPT
building
can be
straw
my
man over there?
lawyer. And everybody should just be okay with that because
Wait, what's this thing about TikTok brain easy? Because you're fucking doing it right now. I literally laid this shit out like 5 minutes ago. The lawyers break down the complicated law for the jury then
That's
to
not-
read.
I didn't even say anything against
It's
that.
written out
Jeremy.
plainly for the jury to go off. They don't have to know the law. The lawyers know
I
that.
didn't
That's
say anything about that, Jeremy. I wasn't saying it back. Listen, when I said something, I don't know. Oh my fucking.
well, but the other
Okay, everyone just stop interrupting and let me finish it for a second. Okay? You said a panel full of judges it separates you from the everyday citizen, and these higher ups can have a way of using their power against you and unfairly charge you, right? But
No,
then
I didn't, that was after G.
okay, so that's what I was answering to. So why the fuck are you even saying I would? This is what I mean, bro. Like, come on. Oh.
My point is you were making the statement that law is complicated and juries can't do this. Juries don't need to do that. That's what the lawyers bring down and make it common for anybody to be able to understand. They don't care what the law is. They care whether they fit the box that's in the instruction that both legal teams came in to get put in there and the judge approved.
Okay.
And if
So,
they don't do
again-
that, then the judge can actually hold them in contempt of court.
Okay, but how are you going to prove that they picked somebody for being unbiased instead of picking everybody that was biased?
Well, they don't, I mean, and they don't have to because the defense has a certain amount of jurors that they can disqualify. The
All right.
prosecution has a certain number that they can disqualify. So they can put their biases in there, and generally they kind of do. But
right
at the end of the day, it still comes out to being what should be a relatively balanced set of jurors to go off and deliberate on that.
Oh, okay. So it should. That's how it should work out based off.
Wait,
of,
I haven't gone and done studies to determine if that's actually what it does. I'm just saying that that's the intent of how it comes out to be.
Just like judges should be loyal judges,
unbiased.
Should be, yes.
They
right.
should be.
This is what I'm
Where it
saying.
doesn't happen.
This is my point.
We literally had a judge
Yeah,
that
yeah.
from-
So you
But like,
can't really.
let me try to explain what I'm saying here, because
Go ahead.
every point you try to give me as an argument to my setup is actually, you can just turn it around to the exact same thing to you. So you
we're talking
using
past
this as
each
an
other, right?
argument, it makes no sense as you using this as an argument. You saying,
hold on.
wait, no, it doesn't. No, listen.
No.
I'm never gonna get a full fucking thing out.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. It's your channel. Sorry.
My
Seriously.
point. Okay, when we're saying that these people that are judges could use their power against you, right? Because they have power, so they'll corruptly use it against you. All right. Why are we not? So the lawyers, you must mean then too that the lawyers are in on this, because the lawyers are still there for my court too. So those lawyers being higher power people that are in with the government to put you down. They could just conspire together. They pick who they want to be guilty or not guilty, or who they want to win, and then they pick the biased jury, and they make whoever go to jail, and they put on an act like they're fighting each other, all for the money.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
but which is
They
more
do that.
easily corruptible? Just the
They
three
could-
people,
that's
the two
easy
lawyers
as
and the
fuck.
judge, or the group of random citizens that they have to pick through?
A panel full of judges with the lawyers there. What do you mean? Like, what do you mean corruptible? Like, what do you think they're gonna like? I'm not understanding where like
I can
you're gonna have like all these.
I can
people,
explain
like,
this very
and
simply.
If we say something,
What are you talking about? Like,
very
no, they're just
simply.
like multitudes of examples of corruptible judicial systems. Like, you must not read American history, man.
We have
Like,
nine.
it's all over the
yes.
place in American history.
You
There are
have to look
examples.
in history. Just look in fucking Georgia in the last 2 years.
Which author was that by again?
I don't
No,
know.
we
if
have
you
nine-
guys are
we have
even
nine- we have
understanding, but,
nine
like,
people on
judges
this panel.
become we're everyday people, right? Like, what's that fucking judge? Fucking used to be a whole ass criminal when he was a kid.
But we have 9 people on this panel, right? 9 people. Do we
Yeah.
agree on anything?
You do know that
It's much more difficult to get 10
judges and
jury
lawyers are
members.
ineligible to actually serve as a juror, right? You know that, right?
Wait, sorry,
it's,
what?
It's much more difficult to get 10 people to commit some atrocity legally than there is to have 2 people or 1 person to be corrupt, right? So I think it's a good cushion to have more people involved, because the more people you get involved, the more opinions you'll have, and you'll always, most likely, you'll have someone who has the kind of attitude and greatness and searching of truth as yourself, SpeakeaZy. You will not be corrupted. You'll always have those people, and it's 10% of people will not be manipulated. So I think it is a big point to have a jury. And then, of course, they can be manipulated, but I do think there's a big chance that they will not be manipulated.
So let me
the way you guys make it sound too is like I'm saying like these courts should also be held in private. People aren't allowed to sit in on them anymore, and like we're not gonna write down everything that's being like we're gonna have fucking all the same records of every. If you think they're just gonna start running this corrupt system under everybody's noses, like what the fuck are we talking about right now?
All that took place during medieval courts, where the king basically was a tyrant. Like, what does any of that have to do with anything about your courts being fair?
I literally
We were just
assumed
watching
that
it.
everything would be
Everyone
the
talk at
same.
once so I can understand, please.
How can we stop them if they did do that? Let's just say that we went to your system and they started running away with the system. Yeah, we're there in the court watching it, but we have no play in the process whatsoever. We can't do nothing to intervene.
So, like judges are like the highest in fuck, I didn't know that. Judges are the highest in the government. Nobody can do nothing. Shit,
In the
judges are
courtroom,
untouchable, bro.
In the
Judges
courtroom,
are
yes.
untouchable, bro. Nobody can ever look into them and figure out what's going on. No. Damn.
Yes, in the courtroom when you're having a court case, yes, the judge is point appeal right there at the top. You
Yeah,
can't.
what are you
do
gonna?
anything
Okay,
against
so what's all those jurors gonna do if they want the person to be guilty, and the judge says, "Nah," no overturns it. What's those? What are you guys
then
all
the
gonna
next
do?
time-
What's the jurors gonna do?
Then the next time it'll go to a
Nothing?
different judge.
So wild. We want.
Well, no,
It'll literally go to a different judge next time. Yeah.
But
Yeah,
there's
but why
another.
can't those judges conspire together? They're in the government. They're all working together. This is my problem. I'm saying a panel full of judges, guys.
Here's a whole other point you're not even thinking
look.
about that would also support the reason as to why judges and lawyers are not eligible. Not only should they not be jurors, but they're not even eligible to be jurors. They are considered agents of the court, right? So you can actually go look them up and know who they are. And jurors, while on a trial, are not to be publicly known. So there are some cases, some trials that are actually not open to the public. The jurors' names will never be listed in any docket or anything thereafter, and the audience, the public, may not sit in the room in that, and they might be in a separate room where their view is obstructed to only see the court officials, which is the prosecution, the defense, and the judge, and the court reporter. That's all they would see. So the anonymity of the jury is solely under the control of the jury. If it's done by the judges and the lawyers, that can be looked up, and every one of them could be influenced. They could be threatened. Refute that one.
I mean, let's be honest. We've seen this kind of stuff in America before. I know a lot of people roll their eyes when I bring stuff up like civil rights, but during the Jim Crow era, one of the entire reasons for excluding black people from juries was so that they couldn't nullify the laws that were being unfairly pushed upon them. Like, juries have a big place in justice.
I don't even believe this is the right way to approach this argument at all. I mean, I literally believe that we should look at our own history and current events.
All
and
you guys
it will completely obliterate what he's saying we should be doing.
All right, so all you guys have added so far is that jurors bring their perspective and their feelings, and we need the feelings of everyday citizens so that
on like a straw man roll
the
tonight.
judges can't corrupt. What do you mean? Say it again. No, please, effigy. Please tell me how it's different from what I said. You literally said this. What are you talking about, a straw man? You literally said this, that they bring their perspective of the everyday citizen.
Not
That's
their feelings, though. He
said.
said their perspective. He didn't say their feelings.
Okay. What is their perspective exactly?
Their understanding of the situation that's been presented to them.
So again, the everyday citizen is gonna have a good perspective of the law.
Yes, an understanding of the law in the most basic form. Correct. Yes.
They're going to have a good understanding of what it is that's being presented to them and the laws that are relevant to that case, because the judge is going to see to it that the two parties, the prosecution and defense, explain the law the correct way, or the judge himself will explain it.
Mm-hmm.
That they're currently ruling on.
So, okay,
it's part of how the process
when
works.
they get it explained to them, they'll have an understanding.
Yes, because the judges are required to explain it to make sure that the jurors all understand it. If
The same judges that you said would
hold on. I
panel
wasn't
of
done
them?
yet. Hold on.
I don't care. I don't care. You
If they
interrupted me
don't-
plenty times earlier. You're talking about the same judges that you also said would be corrupt if we had a panel full of judges.
If they don't, I didn't say that. If they don't understand it, if the jurors don't understand it, then all they have to do is say, I don't understand that. And the judge has to make sure that they get it explained to them in a way so that they do understand it.
The
And
same judges that you keep saying they have to do this thing. Well, then why don't they have to follow the laws and do these things if it's a panel full of judges? Why does taking the jurors away change that they have to do this thing? That doesn't make any sense.
It's easier
They
to
could
corrupt
still be
the
corrupt
judges.
and just explain things wrong and
Right,
not
I
give
understand that.
everything. So why that doesn't take away from them being corrupt?
I'll answer the why, but I'll have to use two things. One, I'll have to use current events, a current system that is being used in the world that could show this and give you an example as to why this wouldn't work. And I'll have to use what Jeremy was saying, how yes, it's easier to corrupt a smaller set of people than it is a larger set of people. Also, the protection that's placed upon jurors right now. The current set that we're using, that I would say most closely resembles what you're talking about doing in law, would be our current voting system and our current government system, which we can see people in our current government system I mean, no, like, you know as well as I do, they're corrupted. But this is the system you're proposing we use for criminal cases and civil cases instead of using the people. And I would say that our government has a lot of problems because there aren't enough everyday people in it, and there haven't been for a long time. If everyday people were in our government, we would have a lot less problems right now than what we've got. For instance, during the 14th Amendment, it never would have happened if the everyday person's vote actually counted, as opposed to the elected officials going, no, we want to pass this. Because most women did not want that to pass, and most men did not.
Okay.
I also got to say that
where did
when it
we
comes
took a
to-
turn there at the end?
Like I don't.
It was just an example to prove the point that the
Damn it, I
system
was
he's
too late.
proposing couldn't work just because the current level of corruption that we have shows what would happen if we had that type of system for our judiciary process.
Taking away the jurors would
Yes.
add more corruption because
Yes. It would make it easier. Yes.
Because
I agree with that.
and
Yeah.
that's based off of, and you're basing this off of the level of corruption there is now
In the government, yes.
Well, I mean, that's not an argument. Let
Well,
me
just,
explain.
that is literally an argument.
No.
because I'm using a process. I'm using a process
saying,
that is
okay,
similar
can I
to the one that
explain?
you're proposing.
All right. You say the same thing again, and then I'll explain. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Explain it. If you understand it, then steel man it back for me.
You just said the process based off the amount of corruption there is today. If we took away the jurors, there would be more corruption. Is that
No. No, that's
okay.
literally not
So
what
go
I was
ahead,
saying.
say it again, because I know that's what you said. But go ahead, say it again.
I was saying the government that we have, the government as in our senators, our cabinet members, our electoral college, our presidents, is even in the past. I mean, like all of that has been corrupted to some degree based off of what we see. I mean, you can look at it, and I don't think this is a fact that any of us
I
can
get it. The government's
argue.
corrupt.
Right. So the
And
system you're proposing mirrors.
would make it
It may
more
not be
corrupt?
exact. It may not be exactly like our government system, but it would mirror it to enough of a level that I believe that corruption would be far easier.
So, because of how the whole government is corrupted, taking away the jurors would make the judicial system even more corrupted.
Yes, and this is literally what they did when they took
So
away
the same argument I said
100%.
earlier.
When they because
Yeah.
the way you proposed it earlier,
Based off I said it based
didn't
off
include
the
details. The
Yeah.
details are important.
No, it's wow. I can't believe you're really going to say there's a difference between that and saying, based off the level of corruption there is now, if we take away the jurors, there'll be more corruption. That's literally the fucking short version of what you said.
No, because there's two levels.
Y'all
here.
gonna
There's
just be
what
quiet
you're
because you want to win
proposing,
this
and
debate,
the
right?
example.
Y'all
No,
gonna be quiet
listen.
and listen to that shit, right? That's wild, bro.
Oh, I'll speak to it if you would let me.
I mean, I still would like an answer into my point in the fact that, you know, jury intimidation is a thing, and the fact that what you're advocating, Easy, as a panel of judges serving as jurors who would be listed out, all the eligible candidates for jurors would be listed out publicly in public domain because they're public servants. How would that would not have a small list of people for intimidation? How would that offer any kind of security to the legal process as opposed to a bunch of random people that are just anywhere between anywhere of voting age?
Security to intimidation. Why?
Yeah, if I've got a list of
Dude, they already have that. If a jury finds the defendant guilty, the judge can overturn it. The intimidation part still is there for them, my boy. They can still be intimidated to overturn it. Yes,
No
they
one-
or are they going to be intimidated for a not guilty trial? Is that what they're going to do, Jeremy? We're gonna intimidate a judge so that we can be guilty. What are we talking about? No.
There are cases where a juror can be threatened by the accused simply to ensure that their trial goes all
There's
rears
plenty
like
of
that.
this
Right?
that
We do a
happens.
whole lot of stuff to protect jurors from threats from the trial. You know, that's the whole reason why they sequester jurors is for their protection and also to keep them from following social media and things like that and getting external influence on the case.
Yes,
it's a thing. And if you do that from the judges who are publicly known,
they're already
you've got a very
publicly
small
known
pool
and
of
they can
people.
overturn a guilty case. So they can still be intimidated into overturning a guilty case. You don't take away that factor.
That would be the judge who would. Well, no, it would matter because that would be the case that they get a new trial.
Yeah.
That
So they
would
can be intimidated, and then we could just keep intimidating judges for overturns until we get the like. What do you mean?
They can be intimidated into letting somebody off. And
Like this
be-
is
no. The thing is
Yeah,
when it
they can
comes down to
intimidate
that,
a number of
guilty,
judges. Al
innocent.
Capone did that, and yet he still went to
And there
jail.
is nothing a judge can do if they're found innocent. We've already gone over that.
But when the judge goes and does that, then they're actually going to look at the judgment on that. It's reviewed and whatnot, so the judge can be brought up under scrutiny for such a thing. It doesn't happen often, but they can do that.
Actually,
Just 'cause they have
that's
the power
not
to
true,
do it
Jeremy.
all.
It happens anytime a judge rules against the jury. It actually does happen every single time. They get placed under scrutiny.
No, not nice. No, that's not what I
Yeah.
said. I said they get under scrutiny when they do it. They
Right.
don't do it often.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood what you're saying. Okay.
Anytime the judge does something that's quite well, actually, even
Oh
if they
well, you know, if a
gets
judge
brought under
is
scrutiny because
okay,
that's
this
the
is all
precedent
just
law.
this is all just besides the main point that I said. The main point that I said is they can still be threatened. So I don't know.
Yeah,
That's
they
correct.
can.
That's correct.
They can, but the thing is, this is the magic
what is that
of
saying,
the system
though?
and
Like,
why the
that's
system
something
works.
illegal as well.
All right.
So
So
like
you
a
can
panel
have-
of
you
judges
can
and
have, like,
lawyers, what's protecting us from those panel of judges and lawyers from being corrupt is those everyday citizens that decide guilty or not guilty. Are you guys actually like this is your argument?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
And
By definition, a group of people are more impartial than a single person by the fact that they have many perspectives.
Easier.
Oh my
Yeah, okay,
god,
okay,
I
well,
said
no,
a
hold on.
group of
SpeakeaZy,
people.
SpeakeaZy,
Are you like
SpeakeaZy.
who the fuck are you arguing with, Effigy?
SpeakeaZy, I need to say something.
Did you
And
just
this
not
is
say what I
going to
said at
take
all?
like
Talking to ghosts,
He said
bro?
a group of people.
No, I
versus
just
a group of
I just
judges.
answered exactly what you said. It's like you're not hearing
you said
English
a group
right
of
now.
people versus a
Versus a
singular
group of
person.
judges.
I'm not asking for a singular person to be the fucking decider.
Okay, SpeakeaZy.
Oh my god.
Let's say that you have
Like, this
convinced.
is happening all night. You guys are arguing with fucking, and then you guys are all asking, and you guys
No, I'm
refute
asking
each
you.
other's shit because one says, "Oh, the laws are so easy," and the other one's, "Oh no, it's not so easy." One, it can. Those people that
What's
with the
easier?
lawyers are corrupted, can be corrupted if we don't have the jury. The other one,
What's
no,
easy-
not
what's
the lawyers.
easier?
are
What's
corrupted.
easier?
I'm
What's
saying
easier?
this. Like,
Hold
you guys
on.
are actually like arguing against each
SpeakeaZy.
other.
No, SpeakeaZy. What's
Yeah,
easier?
I don't know
Your
if you
joke-
heard what I said, but it's harder to hear me when you keep saying "speak easy" every time.
Yeah,
Okay.
you got to wait until he's done.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, I could hear you now, yeah, because I'm not talking, but I definitely can't hear you, and I don't think you hear me when you're talking over me.
I love that response.
All right. My apologies. Now, is it easier to convince one person to be corrupt or 11?
One, yeah, definitely one, yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
and I think I think that if you George
That's why I don't want it
Soros,
just left up to one judge.
if
Norwegian
you, yeah,
ban.
if you're, I'm not done. If you're George Soros, or if you're someone else, like say Elon Musk, I guess, if you're on the other side, and you think they're corrupt, if you're those people and you have the chance to convince a bunch of judges to do something, then a jury would probably get in your way because they're just in from the street, right? They're just citizens. They have not.
Yeah. So
You're seeing
those
what I'm saying,
citizens
right?
probably,
It's
yeah. So
it's a
those
cushion. It's a
citizens,
cushion.
yeah. So hold up. Let me answer to that. So those citizens that aren't paid as good as the judge are probably more likely to accept a bribe than the judges, especially
you
because
accept a
the
bribe?
judge gets paid for doing his job correctly, and when he does it corruptly, he gets arrested. So
Justice, and I'd
But
like
but
to
would
I'd
but,
like
but
to
would
support
you
Speakeasy here real quick, a little bit.
would? But hold on, I wasn't done with my.
And
I
no,
wasn't
I'm
done.
sorry. You've been going for a bit, and I want to
I
make a
was not
point
done
I want to
with.
make a point as to something that you said earlier. Speakeasy should be coming back at you and saying, no, you're making a false dichotomy here of, is it easier to influence one judge or 11 people? Speakeasy should be saying, no, is it easier to influence 11 judges or 11 random people?
12.
Because Speakeasy has already reiterated that he doesn't necessarily want one judge deciding things. He wants
I
a
know that.
panel. So you
I
made
know
a false argument.
You're making a false accusation.
about the
I didn't
claim.
do that. I didn't do that.
No, you literally asked him, which is more easy to
I know
corrupt
what I
one
asked him.
person? Yeah. Okay.
But you just interrupted me in my questioning, like in my I wasn't
To
I wasn't
refute your
saying-
argument, yes,
Well,
because I didn't want to get past the point.
His argument
my
wasn't there
argument
yet. He was
after I'm
asking
done.
questions still.
Yeah, I don't need to get to the end of the argument to
Because
refute
you
the
just
argument.
assumed what my argument was. So shut
Well,
up. Okay,
You
so
don't know what the
Speakeasy.
argument was. He didn't finish the line of questioning. To
I
present the
appreciate that you care about Speakeasy, so do I. But
I
can I
don't
please just
look. I
finish?
disagree that he won this debate, but y'all are way off.
I
in
don't
the fucking
care if you
weeds.
won the debate. Just let me finish my fucking questions.
I agree, though it has gone off the weeds. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The sweater might be right. I don't know. I'm gonna continue my questionings anyways, and then we'll see. But so the thing is that, yes, you said when I asked that it's easier to have people, do what they do in jury duty. But the problem with that is that if you have 10 random people and they get money for being corrupt, they're going to spill the beans to their friends. You don't have control over these people.
It's 12
So they
people.
are going to, at some point, it's going to come out and it's going to be a thing. And it's going to come out on social media or whatever.
Oh, judges aren't human, though. Like, why do we take this
No,
this
no,
very
you
human
don't get
thing
my
that
point. You don't get
everybody
my point.
does?
No.
No, you're
Okay.
saying something that jurors
No.
do that judges
Yes.
will do too.
Yes,
Judges
yes,
will go
yes.
home and tell their
I
buddies
know.
about it, show
I
pictures.
know.
And they probably do even worse shit because they have access.
I'll do you
right?
one better. I'll do you one
So, like,
better.
what?
I'll do you one better. In Congress, you have people who have terms and there are no term limits. And the people who are there the longest are the most corrupt. Because people can hold them accountable. You're gonna lose your job. We're gonna screw you. We're gonna screw your family if you do this or that. Right? So they have a hold on them that is stronger than
Who
the
has the
people.
hold?
Yeah, right?
Yeah,
Isn't
I'm
that
asking
funny?
you that.
Isn't
'cause
that
you just
funny?
said they. You keep saying they. Who's
Yeah,
they?
isn't that
Who's
funny?
they? Like who? And when you say government, do you mean like the post office? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about
I
the
hate
Congress.
these blanket they statements.
I'll let you know.
Okay, so please explain it to me.
All right. I have no proof of this, but let me mention some names that I think are involved. Barack
Wait.
Obama.
So you think Barack
Nancy
Obama?
Pelosi.
Okay, just wait a minute. Wait.
All right, write it
So
down.
you
If you
think if
don't,
we had this court
I have no
system?
proof of this.
I know,
but
but just like let's just
okay.
roll with it for a second.
Let's
think,
roll with it.
Yeah. So you think people like Barack Obama
For example,
would be able to tell the judges they're going to lose their job if they don't do things in their favor?
I didn't say that.
No, he was
I
saying
was talking
that
about
Barack
Congress.
Obama would be an example of someone who was corrupted.
You know, twisting people in
of
Congress.
someone who was corrupted.
Right.
Okay, yeah. So again, I would have a panel of judges, right? And I don't know if you guys there's like a house that all the judges hang out. Wait,
you're
can
jumping. I'm making an
can
example.
you let me finish talking? Please let me
Go
finish the sentence and actually listen to it, because I don't think you're actually listening, because you keep going like you're saying things while I'm talking. I'm just confused. But a panel full of judges. There's not a house that a bunch of judges go and live at and all hang out together, right? Like, you understand that, right? These people are human beings. They have wives, kids. They have life outside of the fucking court, right?
Exactly.
They don't all like gather in
And that
a
makes them
cabal of
corruptible.
other judges.
Yeah.
That makes them corruptible. So now
makes them-
being separated makes them corruptible. So
No, I
then
didn't
the
say that.
jurors will be. No, I'm answering cleaner because you guys all are interjecting against each other's points, and I just love it because you guys are all making this sound stupid as fuck. So keep doing it, please.
That was a
Don't
good
let me in
argument.
with them. Speak. Don't let me in with them.
That was an awesome argument.
Well, dude, like every one of them keep giving different arguments. It's
Yeah,
weird, and like
SpeakeaZy,
they actually go against each other's arguments. So
Really?
again,
wow,
a panel full of judges, for you to think like someone could corrupt the whole panel full of judges, and it's going to be like so much easier than a panel full of everyday citizens. I'll argue with you that you're wrong, because all
You're
those
making my
judges.
arguments.
Wait, please. Those judges probably live better than the everyday people that they're bringing in, right? So they're actually going to be harder to corrupt with briberies. Okay, so this takes away one of the ways they're able to be corrupted, where people that are less well off are more likely to take a bribe.
You think people that
First
aren't
of all,
poor
you think
are
rich
less likely to
I
succumb
gotta
to like
respond.
Bribe for money? Yeah.
I gotta
Our
respond to
government
this.
would argue that.
I got to respond to this one. First of all, you say that all these people are arguing against each other. You're making my point. A jury of 10 people are much more difficult to get a hold of. 12 people are much more.
Yeah. So would a panel of 5 judges.
Yeah,
and they
but
can't come to a
judges,
split
yes,
decision.
yes,
be like
I agree.
24.
And they can't
I
come to a
agree.
24 judges.
I agree with
Hold
that.
up. Hold up.
But
Why would it be 5?
Everybody keeps interrupting Dan's argument, and I understand what Dan's argument is actually going to be, but the thing is like you guys aren't actually letting him make his argument. You're interrupting when you think you know what his argument is going to be.
I'm
and
literally
answering it.
answering to the things he's saying. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I'm not American or English. Maybe I'm just saying things in a kind of dumb way. I don't know.
Dan, can I steel man your argument back to you, and you tell me if I'm right that this is what you're trying to argue? That if you even if you have, we'll say 12 judges is the panel versus 120 people who would normally have been the jurors in place of those 12 judges, right? So if you have 12 judges or 120 people, which would be easier to corrupt, the 120 random people or the 12 judges? Is that what you're saying?
Yes and no. It's actually that, but you have the judges plus the people, so you don't have to choose between the two. You actually have all of
How
it.
big do you think juries are?
In the current system, right?
Yeah.
Can I speak? Might I try to defend this for you?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So you're Cleaner. What I'm assuming you're saying is that there's 120 people that are pooled for the jury, right?
What I'm saying is, all right. So when you're saying you
Can
have
you
a
just answer the
panel,
question, yes or no?
well, I'm trying to explain it to you so that you can understand because you're
Yeah,
not
see, now you're gonna get what I got.
Okay, no, that's
or no?
not no, that's not exactly what I'm saying. No.
Okay, now you can
You want
explain.
me to explain? Okay. So when you have 12 judges, right? You've taken those 12 judges, and each of those judges took the place of jurors. So instead of having one judge sitting there, you have 12. Instead of having the jury sitting there, you have judges, right? So what you're doing is you're replacing them all the random people that would have normally been there for those court dates, for those court appearances and whatnot, right? And I'm just going off of like 10 court hearings. I'm not going off the actual number that happens every year. That's a ridiculous number. I can't even try and math that shit. Not right now. So I'm just going off like 10, okay? You've got 12 judges, and those judges are most likely going to be on every trial. I mean, maybe they won't. Maybe there'll be a rotation. I don't know how they would do that in what SpeakeaZy is theorizing, but I'm just assuming that you're going to have a limited number of judges, whereas you're going to have a maximal number of random people who could be jurors. And so I'm saying, would it be easier to corrupt the maximal number of random jurors versus the 12 judges that are in rotation or whatever, you know?
Why would it have to be 12 judges in rotation, though?
Yeah,
I'm not saying. I'm not saying.
I don't even
specifically
think
it
you
has
guys
to be
understand
12.
my take. So, like, this is what
I'm just giving an example based off of my understanding of what you're saying. I
So
would
you're
like you to
going-
present what you're actually saying we should be at, so that we could actually argue this effectively.
So you're using the 120 as the pool of jurors, right? Why couldn't there be 120 judges that we could pull from?
From where? Where are you finding 120 judges?
We'll just
in
hire
New York
more.
City alone,
What-
there's 3,000 judges. What are you talking about? Do you
and
guys even? What do you?
And
What
that's
about the
fine.
rural
That's
areas?
What?
More rural
That's
areas,
fine.
not
Just in New
York.
York.
Free are
Just
they?
in
Not
New
New York.
York.
Everybody's gonna go to New York to go on trial.
How free are
There ain't
they?
3,000 judges in fucking my town.
How
Again,
free
There's maybe
are
3.
Still, how free are they?
Right.
Okay,
And now
hold
you're,
on,
you're at least
3,000 judges.
tripling the
hold on.
necessity
In
of
New
judges,
York.
so you need 3 times
Hold
as
on.
many more for every trial
Hold
now.
on.
Exactly.
Hold
That's
on,
the
hold on,
other
hold on,
piece.
hold
Like,
on,
you
hold
got-
on.
you're
All of
saying
y'all
they're
are going crazy
serving
with
as judges.
conflations here. You don't even need
Like, this is
to. You can just
insane,
speak to
dude.
the argument he's made. All right. So yes, even if there was 3,000 judges in New York that were being rotated through these trials, it would still be easier to corrupt the 3,000 judges than the 13 million people.
Oh my!
That would
Why?
be
Why couldn't we just
this
apply
is
the
such
same
stupid argument.
Because we're just
anonymous
going to corrupt
tactics to the
every
judges?
case for no
This is
reason. They're
clutching
just
at
going to go
straws.
on this rampage of corrupting
No, this
every
is
single
exactly
case.
what I
This
said
is
earlier.
insane, dude.
One shitty jury is only going to fuck up one trial, whereas a bunch of shitty judges can fuck up thousands.
Yeah, I'd like to speak a little bit on it. I mean, I know
But
I've
this is
heard
not
that-
even like Easy's argument is that it's like the only people who should be on juries
I'd love to
don't
hear it.
understand the law. Like the fact that he's taking it to the judges doing it. It's like that's the sophistication that we need doing the jury trials. So it's like the whole thing of like, okay, it's either you have judges doing it or dum-dums doing it.
Well, to be fair,
it goes both ways.
well,
Like you're not presenting an argument because you're saying corruption, but any jury can be corrupted technically. And when you
Yeah, but the
when you look at the lifestyle of the average
anonymity,
person
right?
versus the lifestyle of a judge,
I
it's a
agree.
lot easier to get to the average person than it
Teriak,
is
I
to get to the
agree.
judge.
I agree with what you're saying, Teriak. Any jury can be corrupted. Any judge can be corrupted. Any lawyer can be corrupted, given enough of whatever it takes to sway them. Right? I agree with you. I do believe that. I do believe there is a certain limit that every human being can come to before they're willing to forego their morals. It's just. You're going to give if your kids are on the line, you're going to give, or something to that effect, right? I understand what you're saying. I agree. What I'm saying is, do you think it's going to be easier to try and corrupt 3,000 judges or 13 million people.
Or it's even easier to find or to figure out
Your
who
argument
is
doesn't
serving
make
as
sense.
a juror out of a pool of 3,000 versus a pool of
My question literally makes sense. You just don't.
It's pretty easy because let me. I'll bring it back to the Pablo Escobar days. Okay, you know what? You know what happened in the days of Pablo Escobar? Anytime that people were supposed to either be a witness or when there was time to have a jury case, you know what would happen? Jurors would start getting bribed and killed until they had all the right jurors to make sure that they didn't get charged, right? They just took over the system like this. Bribed them, threatened them, killed them. So like this can happen with juries too. So you guys using this as an argument sucks balls, dude.
It doesn't because that's the last. No, because that's the last.
Hold on.
The jury is the last. When you can do that with the jury, it's the last part. When you're in power and you choose judges,
you guys are missing it all. You're missing it all.
No,
you're
hold
missing
on.
it all.
If you're in power, you can choose judges
completely.
Hold on, this is happening a lot. Stop talking over me. You can talk
I literally
after.
just came up here. Can I get a
okay,
word in?
so hold on. I'll shut up after this.
People say stupid things.
Okay, but I haven't finished this one. Let me say this, and you can say if it's stupid after.
Something stupid.
Rick is the expert on things.
Please
No, but hold on.
Right.
Because you can choose lawyers, and you when you're in power, you choose lawyers, and you do it. They're in power, and you can give them the power, and then have a foothold, and you can manipulate that. Everyone here knows that happens, right?
Oh my gosh, you guys are missing the whole point. The
Really?
impartial jury is not there for the powerful people. It is for the not powerful people, right? So Pablo Escobar, even though I know who you're talking about, I know why you're saying it easy. The problem is that it's not there for the powerful. It's for the common man. It's so that when the common man steps into the courtroom, he can feel like he's got a impartial jury. The partiality exists upon the power. So if you make it a judge or a panel of judges who are being the jury, then now you've put all of the power into the hands of the powerful. Now the people have no
We
power.
argued this 3 hours ago.
But it's true.
Well, yeah, but that was a point we already argued 3 hours ago, and
Still
it
true.
was unaccepted. So
And it led down to the rabbit hole that we're in now, where we're proving that by talking.
Yeah, it
about
just keeps running over and over to judges can be corrupted. It's a garbage argument. Like it's just a stupid argument. Everybody can be corrupted.
But there's a difference in corruption. There's a difference in corruption here.
Well, here.
All
Hold
I'm
on.
hearing is you have a bad argument because I don't like it.
Here, easy. Put it this way.
Okay.
That Pablo. Hold on. That Pablo Escobar. That Pablo Escobar jury. You said that they were swayed, blah blah, whatever. They were all. You're right. They were all tampered with, and they all helped sway him. Right. How many cases did that jury serve on? Just the one.
What does that matter?
Because if you have the same panel of judges, how many
It's
times
not the same panel of see. This is what I mean. You guys are arguing against something.
Because you're going to be limited in certain areas. You're going to be limited.
You know
There's
what?
only going to be
You
so
guys
many
have this
people in certain
argument amongst
areas.
each other. You're
taking a very small percentage of the population and trying to incorporate them in these huge roles. You know how many court cases are tried in 1 year?
The next part of the Sixth Amendment, it actually says, of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed. So the argument that you can go pull judges outside of the district, it doesn't work. You cannot pull anyone outside of that district. So you have to pull the judges within the district.
Holy fuck, dude.
Yep, you guys keep arguing against arguments I'm not making. Go ahead. You guys are doing a good job. You guys
I understand you're not making these arguments.
Really
You know what?
I have $100 right now for someone to explain to me the system that I presented. Go ahead.
We haven't heard it. That's why I've asked. I've
That
asked
you would
to
have a
present
panel
it.
of
Oh,
judges.
you haven't
asking
heard
you
it?
to
So you're
present it.
arguing and interrupting me every time I've tried to explain it? But
No.
for what then?
No, I haven't.
Here,
No.
see, everybody, everybody,
No, I literally
shut up,
just-
please.
Hold on.
I literally just got
The
here.
whole scenario is
So the
all
system.
silent. Mute everybody.
I'm gonna grab coffee, so
The
I won't be on the
system.
microphone.
No. You gotta listen, cleaner. You gotta listen.
No, I will. I have house audio on. I
Are we
just don't have
talking
a house
about the
Guys,
systems
there's
Speakeasy
100 bucks
are
up for grabs here,
presenting?
so I'm going to shoot my shot.
What it is, please.
Easy. Your position is basically you want the panel of judges to decide court cases.
How about
because
rather
the judges,
than Teriak say his
because
his
the judges
side,
are
he
more
says it.
well versed in the
That's what we
laws,
all wanna
understanding
hear
the
is what he
laws,
has to
being able to
say.
indicate what a
Shut
law
up,
would be
Teriak.
or ethics have been broken. So $100, please. Thank you.
Yep. Looks like Teriak's the only one who gets my argument. Wow.
No,
Literally said it right before
literally
Terry.
knew that was your argument.
Teriak got it. Oh, come on.
So where does this panel of judges
I
come
said I
from?
don't think
that was
the panel of
cleaner.
judges changes the
Where
thing.
does this panel of judges come from?
That was cleaner.
Again, just in New York, there's 3,000 judges.
In New York, yeah. What about in
Just
smaller
in New York
places?
alone, there's
districts within
3,000
New York.
judges.
You're taking a
There's
small
different
percentage of the
within that
population.
Okay, so ask me more questions to interrupt me again. This is retarded, guys.
There are
The fuck are we
thousands
doing? You
of
guys are just
judges.
asking questions to answer them too? Go ahead then. Just
Outside.
talk. Fuck's sakes.
outside
Or
of those
Gen-
districts. Yes, those judges do exist. However, you then have to go outside of the district.
Yeah, that was the question I asked. How many districts are there in New York? Because remember, that pool is narrowed down when you get into a district.
Who gives a fuck?
You're coming up with a very
Oh,
finite.
I had to limit it to this district now too.
Yes.
I didn't remember
Yes,
putting that
that
into
is
my
right.
argument.
Okay,
I don't
hold on,
remember
hold on.
putting that into my argument.
You're right.
but
You
okay.
didn't.
Just
You didn't.
have him-
Good
You're
job,
right.
guys. Good job arguing with your fucking straw man. Go ahead.
Now
Keep
we're
going.
going to change the Sixth
Keep
Amendment entirely. It's not just the jury, but we're also going to change the.
That's my fucking argument, bro.
We're
You're
also going to
changing
change
the
the
system.
jurisdiction.
Oh, you're getting
Not
it
just
now.
the jury pool, but
Good
also
job.
the jurisdiction. So we're going to change the Sixth Amendment entirely to mean something completely different, not just judges and
Yes,
juries.
Brick, that's what he's
Brick,
saying.
brick, though,
Yes.
brick, real quick.
All right.
Isn't is an odd.
Easy. Can I just? You said there's what? Three.
What was
you said
that, squeaky little mouse?
three in New York. How many? How many?
Is
people
one sec.
from-
Is it
were in New York?
busy?
Just last year
Let me
alone.
get the paper.
We can all do
Okay.
that bullshit. Shut up, dude.
A very easy question.
retard
Isn't
thing,
is an odd.
It
Shut
can
up,
be.
Teriyaki chicken on a
You know what I'm
stick.
saying? It's not a
Like a
logical
jalapeno?
argument just to say,
Are you on a
well,
stick right
Sixth
now?
Amendment.
Popping
But,
up
like,
and down.
you're the only one that
No,
mentioned
what
Sixth
I'm
Amendment.
saying is that if you're going to change one part of that right and then say, but we're also going to change this other part where we're going to pull outside of the district, well, then
You're the only
now
one that
we've
mentioned
made
it,
a
though.
wholly different argument.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't made a wholly
How
different
has he
argument.
not?
His
Yeah,
argument has
like I
stayed
said,
consistent the
Easy
entire
was
time.
actually very kind in
How many
offering
judges-
offering someone
how many
$100.
judges
Wink,
in the
wink.
district?
Nudge, nudge.
How
To
many
actually repeat
judges
the
in the
argument, and
district?
Sixth Amendment was not a part of the argument whatsoever.
Now, Speakeasy.
Oh, really?
Speakeasy. I gotta say that I am a very honest guy. I'm just not speaking to be right. I really mean what I say here. So either I'm stupid or you didn't understand what I was saying. When it comes to, maybe we disagree on the quality of lawyers and people, pulled from the street in jury duty being easily or less easily corrupted. Maybe disagree on that.
Well,
but I cannot think that we disagree on the rest of it. I
So-
just can't.
So this is another thing that okay. So you're asking if I just don't agree with, like, okay, sorry. Ask me again. I'm not sure I even
No, it
understand
wasn't
what you're
really. It was more of a statement. I just can't. I can't really
Okay,
imagine us really disagreeing. Maybe we're talking past each other. Maybe we just disagree on the level of who get more corrupted and why. But I can't really think that we disagree. what you were saying, if I'm not wrong, is that people pulled from the street can cause harm to the judicial system because they don't know the law, right?
Well, causing harm is part of it. Yeah, I don't want people that don't understand the laws to be making decisions about the laws. And then on top of this, also, like I've brought this up before, but like the way that the system works with our lawyers too is like I don't think the rich guy should get the better lawyer so that he can get off of doing some fucked up shit while the poor guy has to use a public defender and not get off because he didn't have, you know. So I want to actually X this out too.
Completely agree.
Yeah,
legal,
yeah, how-
legal,
Can I ask-
representation should be equal across the board.
Can I
Completely
ask
agree.
clarity? I'm just trying to get clarity so that I understand, because I want to, like Teriak started to say it, and I really just didn't feel like hearing what he had to say. I want to hear what you have to say, Speak, because, and the reason I want to hear what you have to say is because I know you're going to flesh out like protections for the judges, how many judges, like that kind of thing, you know, into your hypothetical for what we should do, right? So that's why I wanted to ask you what it is that you propose we should try and do for a system that would work better. And I'm not saying it has to be absolute. I mean, obviously, you know, I'm asking for a general range understanding.
Like, so, okay, so what part are you talking about? Like, so you mentioned something about protection for judges.
Well, yeah, I want to understand the system that you're proposing in its entirety, but I'm not asking you for like every specific detail. Obviously, we can like if there's something that you haven't spoken to, we can say, okay, well, what about this, you know, or whatever, you know. So I mean, leaving room open for further interpretation after the fact, right? Or further explanation, I guess, after the fact. Because, I mean, all these points that people keep coming up with where you're saying, I literally didn't say that's what we should do. And so I'm saying that way, you know, we can actually flesh out what you're proposing would be a better way of doing things. And it might actually be.
Yeah, so all right, so one of the things you mentioned, when you talk about protections for judges, you're talking about basically like so that like they don't get targeted, right?
Well, yeah, and I said judges, but I mean, like, since you're the one that's like kind of proposing the system, I mean, you might call them lawyers or
Yeah,
legal
so
authorities
like,
or whatever, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah,
so
I
for
called
them.
it judges so that you would understand what I'm saying. A panel.
I assumed that, and
Right,
that's why I
so-
just continued to use the same term.
Right, and they basically would still be judges. It wouldn't be only one, right? That's my point. Is I would want it to be like a panel. And I'd say a number like 5, you know, so that you can't have a split decision and majority decision rules, right?
That would be fair. That would be fair.
And then I would have like so protections for judges. I'm not I'm not 100% in what you mean by this, other than like their like locations and stuff. But like a lot of judges don't even live in the same places that they're working in because they don't want to get targeted, right? Like I have a family member that's a cop, and he's not a cop in the same city that he lives in because he doesn't want to get killed. You know? Like,
Yeah, my uncle was the same way. He was a detective, and he lives like 150 miles away from the city.
Yeah, exactly. So like,
yeah,
there's already certain things that like are put in place, but like again, it wouldn't be like this like one panel, like the same 5 judges, right? It wouldn't be like that.
So like a rotation.
There would be a rotation of the judges, right? And like people become judges all the time. So like you would have new judges being put into the system. Like it's not like this like one easy fucking like when people it sounds wild to me when we say like it's so easily corruptible. It's like as if like all the judges are in this like cabal meeting that they meet up every fucking Wednesday and fucking
right. Yeah.
No, the point
I
point
get
is
what you're
that
saying.
it's-
I do.
no, the point is that it's difficult
Well-
to corrupt them, but it takes time, right?
Well, possibly, but I think the rotation factor would assist in making it harder. I do think that there would still be an element of corruption that could happen, but that's going to be in any system. I'd just
Well,
like
that's
to
the point.
continue
That's the
fleshing out the
point.
system that's being proposed, though, so that
Well, that's the
we can get a
point.
good
When
understanding
you have
of it.
jury members,
Because he may have some ideas for protections to keep that from happening or to negate that in some way.
Yeah,
Much
so the
like
point is
having
that-
the five judges would be
Yeah.
a protection towards the people who are being judged and the people who
Yep.
are trying to prove what the person has or hasn't done. Having 5 judges up there as opposed to just one, you're making it so there's 5 people, so you have a much better chance of
Yes.
getting a good balanced
I get
system,
that.
right? So
Yes, I agree.
right. So I'm
I
just trying to
agree.
flesh out the system.
Hold on,
he's
but
proposing.
if you do majority rule, that's why I was asking about the odd number. If you do majority rule, then really it's only 3 judges. It's not 5; it's only 3 because you only need the majority.
Whatever.
Well, I think he
So
says
wouldn't that be
5,
easier?
so that
Wouldn't
it's
that be
a
easier
little better.
Well, I know he said 5, but he said majority rule, so you only need 3 votes against the other 2 to decide a case.
Right.
Well, on
That
top
seems
of
like
the
that seems
rotation,
pretty flawed. I mean,
on
I'm
top
just
of the
trying to flesh it
rotating
out here.
judges that are because
Because
they're
then
rotating,
inevitably it comes down to 3 people's decision, not the 5.
right?
Well, right,
On
but
top
so we've
of
got
the-
So you
5
only got to
judges
corrupt 3
under a
people
rotation.
to rule your,
I'm
rule
still
your
just trying to flesh
There's a
out
difference. Yep.
this
And
new
like, let's
thing.
think about okay, so something mentioned in the chat I seen was said, well, what about the smaller states or smaller cities that don't have as many judges, right? So we'll talk about something like Vermont. Vermont has, I think it's like 18 judges in total, right? You know what we
Yeah, not a
do?
lot.
You know what? Yeah, but you know what we do in places when like places have like a low population of something that's needed? You raise the pay for people to work there. You know, it'll bring more judges. You raise the
More
pay,
Yeah,
right?
more pay.
You pay them
And
more, and
to be
we
fair,
populate more judges in that area.
and to be fair, I'm sure that
It's
under the
not
system
like
that you're
filling a
proposing,
grocery store
without having
clerk,
No, I
right?
know it's not as easy as that, but you don't think that judges would take up getting paid more?
now,
You got to
now
go to
hold
law
on.
school, then become a
Hold on.
lawyer, then make it
I'm
to a
talking
judge.
about judges that are already
Hold on though. All right, under the system that SpeakeaZy is proposing, though, having those 5 judges would negate all the costs that are being there for the jurors. So it would take away having to have the extra security there for the jurors to walk them to and from the vehicles.
Well, hold on, hold on.
Having to pay the jurors for their
so having
day.
a-
It would take away all of that, right?
Well,
So
but-
you
but-
wouldn't
but-
have
but-
that anymore. You would just have the stuff
Then you're
that's for the judges.
but then you're taking away a whole nother right of a speedy trial because you're slowing down the process because you're going to bottleneck the system 1,000 times more, which is actually probably, if you look at the research, part of the reason why people are pushed to take these plea deals is because the system is so bottlenecked. It is so screwed up. So a lot of times they plea out just to get rid of it. And that's what I'm
We
saying
don't
is if you have a
necessarily know
smaller pool of people that they're picking from to generate these cases, like if you take New York, there's over 500,000 civil and criminal cases just last year alone, over 500,000. If you have a pool of 3,000 judges that have to rule over 500,000 cases, it's not going to happen in 1 year. There's no way it's going to happen in 1 year.
And that would be why you would increase the amount of judges, which is what he said. So, and I'm not saying that your point is completely moot, Blackout, but I am saying that it is negated in some degree by what he's proposing already. I'd just like to flesh out the rest of what he's proposing. So far, we've got 5 judges or something to that effect in rotation. And then obviously there's going to be the same protections that are already there for them. There may be some more or whatever, but I'd just like to flesh out the proposition. You see what I'm saying? The prescription.
Yeah, at least from a cost perspective, I see that would be substantially larger than a jury.
So, question for SpeakeaZy then: would a competency test maybe be something beneficial?
They have that. It's the whole jury selection process.
Oh, thank you for answering my question.
You're welcome.
SpeakeaZy. Thank you.
You're saying, yeah, no, you're saying though, like a competency test for the jurors.
Well, in the case of judges, right? So, I mean, really we're kind of already giving them that competency test is basically what you're saying? Because they're lawyers, right? They're already supposed to be competent enough.
Right, that's what I'm saying, is that it's people that are like actually professionally equipped to understand the different complex issues that come with all these different trials.
Now, I'm just, basically playing devil's advocate here. Actually, I am the devil. I am the devil in this case. But wouldn't it make sense that competency test, as long as they do understand law, regardless of whether they're a judge or not, wouldn't that just be as good? Would that not be still impartial or fair if they know the law, these jurors?
I get what you're saying. Like, if we made these jurors do competent tests to make sure that they understand the laws in a professional way.
Yes.
The problem with this is it would take even longer, and one of my arguments for abolishing the jury process is actually that this lengthens trials.
Okay.
Like you mentioned, or not you, but King. Yeah. You mentioned how, like, you're right. Things are backlogged crazy to the point
and it's
where
only going to backlog further.
wait. No.
Hold on.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
It's actually not true, because one of the reasons that it's backlogged so far is because the jury process takes long.
Right. Okay, I understand that. Yes, the jury process takes long. But again,
the U.S. judicial system is in that backlog.
If you take a number of 5,000 judges taking on the cases,
go to a
look at the average amount of cases in any state in 1 year. It's insane. You would triple the load, even if you expanded the judges. Yes, you would. Because
these trials would be done faster. They would be done faster.
But
there's not all this interruption during the trial. First off, I don't know if you've ever seen like a trial with jury, but like, dude, the amount of times they have to like stop, take everybody out, talk for fucking 20 minutes, bring everybody back in, take everyone out.
They'll have to do the same thing.
Wait, you're not, dude.
They'll still have to do the same thing because there's still aspects. But that's what I'm saying is they're going to still have to do the exact same process with your panel of judges. They're going to still have to do the same process because there's certain things that they legally can't hear. So they're going to have to leave and come back.
What? The judges legally can't? Oh my god!
Yes, because it would be the same situation in the jury that they can't legally hear.
What are we talking about right now?
So Blackout. The reason I asked.
No. Stop. What do you mean the judges can't legally hear something?
If you were in your scenario of a panel of judges,
why are you making that rule up? Who the fuck said that?
Because that's the way it is now. There's certain things that they cannot.
I want to take that away. What are you talking about? Oh my god!
Because there's certain things that the two lawyers, like in the legal process,
hang on,
in the lawyer process, in the legal
you're just
process,
yelling every time I talk, bro. I don't know what's going on, bro. Everyone's doing it. I don't know if my mic's like super fucking low. But like literally every time I try to fucking get my answers out, you guys just yell over me. That's why you guys don't even understand my fucking take.
Well, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, ask another question so that you can answer it.
Which I think will address what King is trying to argue.
Yeah, you answer it too, because that's what's going on here.
I want to make sure I understand what I think you're saying, because I think you've already actually addressed what King is arguing. Is basically the judges would not actually serve as a jury. Instead of having one judge, you would have a panel of 5 judges. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay.
Yes. There would be the panel of judges and the lawyers, and then citizens can sit in and listen and watch and make sure there's no corruption happening.
We've understood that from the beginning. Like, I don't understand why you think we don't understand that.
Yeah, the only problem I see with that.
Then why are you arguing with then why am I getting asked over and over questions that are not to my stance? Like, for instance, what about this? You can't have the you have to have the judge that's in your district. Who the fuck said that? I didn't say that. That wasn't part of my.
I'm trying to present something that would literally go to why that wouldn't work.
Okay, go ahead.
So in that particular case, so one of the reasons why they bring the jury in and out is because the lawyers want to bring in certain pieces of evidence that do not work for the trial, or they'll try to submit hearsay or things like that. And it happens all the time, right? So they have to present that to the presiding judge to determine whether or not that is admissible as evidence. If they have an entire panel of entire panel of judges on that, that wouldn't happen. There wouldn't be anybody that would sit there and determine that this is admissible or not. They're just going to present it. And then each judge will sit there and determine on their own that this is admissible or not admissible. And each individual judge could actually come up with a different ruling. That in itself would not be just.
It's literally their job. So,
but by that, each judge would essentially be sitting in on a different trial.
And oh my god, I just
Jeremy, are you really bringing up like an inception argument here?
Like, this is insanity, dude. I just don't get it. You know what? Let me try this again. What's my take?
How is that? How am I?
That's what I'm trying to flesh out
on your panel of judges. How am I coming up with a different thing? I'm not.
Jeremy, your argument is that you're like, if you have a panel of 5 judges, then every single case is going to be like 5 new cases because you have 5 new judges involved.
No, it would essentially be like they have different trials, because this judge says this piece of evidence that was presented to the panel is not admissible. So they're not considering that when they're coming up with the judgment. But this other judge says this is totally admissible.
He's not saying
they do consider it in their ruling. So you literally would be every judge.
And majority rules, Jeremy. Majority rules.
But that would still be the case where all 5 judges could essentially be under their own trial because they've ruled certain pieces of evidence are not admissible. Whereas in the particular case of the jury, all of the jurors got the same evidence.
So I want to say that.
So now the judges are too different. They'll be all corrupted and they'll all work together. Oh, you know what? The judges are too different, actually. And they'll accept too many different pieces of evidence, and that'll be the problem. So being too different is the problem. Being too much the same is the problem. You guys just don't fucking want to lose this argument.
Are you even listening?
Let's stick to that. What the reason for my argument is. Is it better to have your case factually, not saying, well, it could be corrupted? No. Just both sides not corrupted, doing exactly what they fucking humanly do, truly or right in the right way. Okay, tell me now, is it would you rather have your case presented to somebody who understands the law to the fullest, or some average Joe Blow that fucking doesn't?
The people who know what they're doing.
Both are not corrupt, guys. You can't add that in. You have to use my hypothetical.
I just answered you.
I still go with trial by jury. Judges have lower acquittal rates.
When there is
juries have higher impartiality
if there is a
rate.
guarantee of no corruption,
Okay, so
I'd like to have the people who know the law.
I took that away. Effigy. All things equal. Please answer my hypothetical.
Either one is fine if there's no corruption.
Yeah, all things equal, I would go with a jury of my peers.
One of the reasons you're given a choice, right?
There's no
you
point
guys
of-
like
there's
no
point
you
if they're-
really
if
I want
Well, just because we
the
don't
dummy
come
over
to
the
your
guy with the high
conclusion,
knowledge.
just because we don't come to your conclusion, it must be crazy, right?
Okay. What are the jury of your peers for your next surgery?
Also, we've had proofs
Make
in
sure
our
you
country.
make sure you look for a jury of your peers for your next surgery.
It's a
guys.
false dichotomy.
Very funny. Very
King
funny.
Blackout and Effigy. King
Look,
Blackout
we've
and
had-
Effigy, because you answered that you'd go with the jury of your peers. Who would you rather take financial advice off? A financial expert or average Joe Blow walking down the street?
That's false.
Who would you rather?
That's a false.
Why? It's
different. You can't-
no.
you
It's
can't-
speaking to the knowledge of what you're going through. You just don't want to lose this argument,
No, look,
so you're
we
not going to
have-
accept his analogy. That's
we have
fucking
yeah, 'cause
retarded.
it's a stupid
You guys are
analogy.
fucking sore losers, bro.
Okay.
Sore
Okay.
losers,
Okay.
bro.
I'm
okay.
actually.
we have concrete
Look,
examples in our history of when judges partiality to the law itself or to whatever the government says has come into opposition with
What
the
do you mean you're not
population in
allowed
general.
on panel, Haku? Get up
There
here.
are
You're
things
allowed.
like I said, I brought up earlier, things like jury nullification is one of the ways that you stop oppression. When there are examples in the history, like whenever the colonial era, they were trying to arrest people for protesting the government, or like I had said before, the Prohibition era or the slavery era. There are times when juries are the things that nullify oppression against people, when judges are going along with laws that oppress people.
I'll answer Tariak's question, by the
Judges
way.
will always have a partiality to the law, no matter what that law is, on some level.
Oh damn! Here we go. What's up, Haku?
Tariak.
Merry Christmas, guys.
Merry
And a
Christmas.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Merry Christmas, bro.
2025.
Welcome on, man.
Maybe
Can
after the
I,
question I'm going to ask has already been asked, but you go first, bro. You go first.
Oh, thank you, man. Tariak, you asked if I would like to a lawyer. Please rephrase the question.
Financial advice off a financial expert or of just some random dude walking down the street.
Right. Definitely the expert. I would
Exactly.
I would. Here's the thing. I would have all my money on the financial expert. When it comes to something I've done wrong, I would also like to put money into whatever I could. But if I'm in the wrong, that would be very bad, right? So the problem is that if there's something that who's really bad, like a mafia boss, if they have all the money in the world, they could try to influence the jury, they can try to influence the judges. But I would have more people trying to come up with the sentencing than less when it comes to the mafia boss. At least if I was on the other side. I don't think anything is perfect, but I do think that...
Well, I am.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I just said I am perfect. Sorry, mate.
All right, go ahead, man. I appreciate your zeal. Go ahead. Or what were you going to say? I had said what I was to say. Go on.
I was just going to say that do you not think like it doesn't matter about corruption or anything like that, but do you not think like judges are generally going to be like overwhelmingly representing a certain class of people?
We hope so.
Just through the...
What is this
because
class?
if you're a judge,
what is that class?
like if you're a judge, what would you guess the percentages of judges are in classes, like wealthy classes, like upper class, middle class, lower class? What class do you reckon the higher percentage of judges are going to be in?
Have no idea.
Which class do you?
Well,
you do have an idea.
I'll give you this. It's probably in the higher class, sure. But do you think that? Wait.
Oh,
Do
yeah,
you think
who
that
they are?
Hold up.
Sorry,
Do you
I'm
think
sorry.
they were all born into the high class?
No, didn't say that.
Okay, so then they have experience with the low class too.
Sometimes.
Okay, so then
Would
that
you
doesn't
say
matter.
less so? No, it does matter. Just because it's not to the highest nth degree. Yes, it does.
Yeah, I care about the laws though. I don't care about like people's feelings and like where they come
Yeah, but
from.
we all know that laws have loopholes. You can represent laws in shady ways and bad ways that we shouldn't do, and they have done before, right?
Sure.
Right.
That doesn't...
Like before, you said that yourself that you don't like the system
do that
of
now,
like the
so,
rich.
like, I don't know why that's
You just
even an
interrupted me, bro.
argument.
Right, so like you said before, that you didn't like the system of how somebody who's rich can have a very good lawyer, and then somebody gets appointed a shitty lawyer, right? That in itself is showing you the difference between like somebody that has a higher class and the treatment that they get, right?
Yeah, but that's their money having access to something. That's not a worldview. That doesn't have anything to do with what I just said.
it has something to do with what I just said. It's not all about what you just said. Sometimes listen to what other people are saying and try and view it from their perspective. What I'm telling you is if you do not believe that being overwhelmingly an upper class majority, right, inside judges, right, if you think that will have no fucking effect on how they actually judge court cases, then you're just being disingenuous, bro. And you know that. You know this to be true.
No, so no, you're just making this again. I don't know. Can you present to me some type of evidence that shows me that higher class people just all fucking overwhelmingly don't know the point of view from the
we can
lower
go
class
back to when we segregated people through races, right? Yeah, do you think that people that are lower class get higher charges for drug possession than lower class people?
Sorry.
I'm sure I could go and get statistics.
Okay, just to clarify, you're asking me, do I think that in the time of slavery, lower class people...
not just the time. Well, even remove the time of slavery. Right now, do you think lower class people take higher sentences for possession of drugs?
Lower class people, higher sentences for possession of drugs. Yeah, and I'd say this has to do with the representation, not with the judges.
What? Why?
Because they don't have a good lawyer.
Do you know it's the judge that makes the decision at the end, right?
So again, that's nothing to do with a jury trial. I that's what I want is a panel full of judges.
Yes, I'm saying that there is going to be some bias towards judges towards a higher class citizen.
Sure,
that doesn't mean the whole system is wrong.
No, stop. Let me answer you, man. The fuck is everyone doing? You asked me a question. You didn't finish your sentence. You just asked me a question.
5 times. I have been on the panel less than 5 minutes.
You just asked me a question and didn't
I
let me
hadn't finished speaking. I didn't finish speaking. Did I?
Okay. Go ahead.
How many times have you interrupted me since I've been on? How many times have you interrupted me since I have been on? Go on.
Holy fuck.
Since you were crying 50 times, now go on.
Yeah, you know what? It's mad fucked up when like this is my show and I'm constantly being the one interrupted and it's 1v7.
I never interrupted you until now. Until right now, you fucking pussy.
Shut the fuck up and let me answer you. Shut the fuck up. It's been 1v7 up here, and I'm the one with the least speaking time, you fucking idiot. I should get more
I am the one with the least speaking time. Learn how to count, bro.
How dare you, SpeakeaZy?
Learn how to count, bro. I'm the one with the least speaking time. I've been here for 5 minutes. Stupid cunt.
I was talking about... Holy fuck.
How dare you make a channel?
I'm talking about the fact that all this time I've been up here, I'm being interrupted when it's 1v7. And then you say, oh, actually, I got the least time. Hey, Haku, it's not all about you. Maybe listen to what other people are saying.
I said that because of the words you said. You said, on this panel, I am the person that's had the least speaking time. You, SpeakeaZy, has had the least speaking time on this panel. Is that a correct statement or not?
Yeah, on my show, this whole time, I've had the least speaking time, yeah.
Am I on your show right now? Am I?
Okay, buddy. You're going to act like I don't know what I said to win this stupid little argument.
Are you going to act like you don't understand words? Are you going to act like you don't understand English?
Are you going to ask your question over again yet, or... You just want to have this
fucking pointless, isn't it? You're bad faith as fuck right now, brother. You've been pissed off.
I'm bad faith. You asked me a question, and then when I tried to answer your question, you interrupted me. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I kind of have to side with SpeakeaZy on this one. Yeah, since I've been up here.
How many times did he interrupt me before I interrupted? Before he interrupted my question, before I finished it. Go on, explain.
I understand. However, even since I've been asking him questions, people have been interrupting our conversation that I was having with him, so I kind of have to side with him on this.
Yeah, I know, right? And a guy cut me off in the road this morning. I'm not shouting at you because somebody else did something to me.
But
I think if you all just want to be technical about it, the argument was actually between SpeakeaZy and myself because I'm the one that presented the claim. So SpeakeaZy, don't we have like
Holy
a gap
fuck,
going
are we
on
just
or
gonna
something?
keep talking about it, or am I gonna get the question?
My question's been asked. It's about, do you like accept that there is going to be bias towards the higher class people when you have a majority of higher class people making the decisions?
And then I tried to answer when you said that, and then you interrupted me. So let me answer now, okay? No, because even you yourself, my friend, has a bias towards higher class people, okay? And you can say no all you want, but I know you think a lot different of the dude that's standing on the corner in the suit holding a suitcase and the dude that's standing on the corner with the fucking sign begging for money. I know you have a bias towards it, and if you're gonna say no, you're the disingenuous one.
Right, so I also, yeah, in some regards there could be biases, but I don't know whether that would be like a bias or just like a accepting of reality, right? That you can look at somebody and say they look more sly than another, but like there's a difference, right? There's like, say like an anecdotal situation like I'm going to make here, like a hypothetical situation of if a guy's stealing to feed his family, like he stole actual shop to feed children, and if a guy was doing white collar crime, how do you think like an upper class judge is going to look on both crimes? Do you think they're going to look at them as the same, just both stealing?
As they should.
Do you believe that to be true?
Yep. Laws are laws, my friend.
You believe that the judge would be impartial in that decision?
Yep. I don't get to go. I don't get to go out and lock up all the doors. I don't get to go out and like.
No, that's disingenuous, though.
All right, so you don't want to let me answer.
You gotta
I
let him
got it.
respond.
Yeah, you don't let me respond. This is what everybody does, and then they complain. It's fucking serious. Holy fuck.
It's disingenuous. It's disingenuous. Straight off the bat, you know that's not true,
cool.
right?
Cool, bro. Cool story, bro. You might as well say it to the wall. You don't want my answer. You all might as well have.
Clearly, a judge would have one. No. Clearly, in every regard, a judge would have a bias in one direction or the other. They are not the same crime.
And
are you just like removing the hypothetical?
Espouse his view. Allow him to espouse his own view. That's.
Go on, answer a question I didn't ask. Go on. Let's hear it.
This is retarded, dude. You guys interrupt
me. Yeah, don't tell me about how the law is impartial. Go on.
Yeah.
Nothing, brother.
Yeah. I don't get to go around and lock up all the fucking abortion clinics and make sure that everybody has their kids because I think it's morally wrong for them to be murdering their fucking babies, right? We don't get to just break fucking laws for our morals, bro. Okay? So you saying, oh, well, because it's more morally right how he stole, he should get less time.
I never said that.
What the fuck are we talking about? Yeah, you're saying the two guys, one is stealing to feed children, the other is just stealing for fucking pleasure. They're both
what
stealing.
Did I ask you on the back of that? I asked you.
They should be judged the same, yeah. Yes.
No, I didn't ask you that. I asked you if a judge would have different rulings or different bias on either of these situations, and you disingenuously said no.
Oh my God. No, you asked me is if they would look at them both as stealing. And my answer was, as they should.
And then I said, do you not believe that they would see any differences in these rulings? Like, do you not believe there's any differences? That they're not going to put any bias or own personal thoughts into this? Why they're sentencing, what they're sentencing, and the severity of their sentencing? Do you not think that would be taken into consideration by the judge? No?
Anybody? Yeah, sure. I'm sure they'll think about it, yeah.
Right, so then why originally did you say no, they wouldn't?
I didn't. Are you fucking serious? Haku, I'll play it back. I swear, I'll bet you $1,000 fucking dollars. You fucking imbecile. You asked me if they would look at them both as stealing, and I said as they should. I didn't even answer no. What are you talking about, Haku? Pay the fucking attention.
And then I asked you to clarify it, didn't I not? I asked you, so you believe that judge would have no personal bias in his ruling on this case. What was your answer to that?
Oh, would. I thought you said should.
So,
Would they?
so
Sure.
said what? That's
Sure.
answer the fucking question, you dumb fuck. Sorry, clarifying it. Answer the fucking question.
I just did.
Would he have bias?
Everybody does. It's a human nature.
Wow! Finally!
Wow! Now tell me why it makes any fucking point. Haku? What does that mean? What's the difference if judges and jurors can both have bias? Go ahead.
Yeah, dude. Your hormone therapy isn't working for you, brother.
Yeah, your whole
Maybe more testosterone.
coming from the biggest fucking spurg, Haku. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh yeah, brother. You're literally on the internet putting that you've never lost a debate, you fucking retard, bro.
Why do you want to cry, Haku?
I'm not crying, brother. I'm laughing at you, mate.
Uh-huh. Good job, buddy.
You're talking about like people being bad faith in arguments, and look at you. Even when you concede a point, you have to make a fucking gay little voice about it and do this whole fucking rigmarole.
Yeah, but you
instead of
can't
just being
answer
like,
it.
yeah, they
You're
do have
doing all
biases.
this. You're doing all this to just avoid because you know there's no fucking.
Answer what?
You have no point. You have no.
There's a
point
reason to prove that they have a bias. You
What was your
fucktard.
point? Yeah, so do jurors.
A reason to
Jurors
prove that they
biases
have a
too, you
bias.
fucking idiot. So do jurors. So what's your point? Yeah, exactly.
reckon
You
that
have
there is
none, you
more-
fucking retard. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, because I was just speaking and you interrupted me. Well done, clever man.
Oh, you took that long? Then give your point. Okay, let me try again. Go ahead.
Well,
What's
yeah,
your
because I
point?
wait till you
What's
stop
your
speaking
point?
usually.
What's your point? What's your point?
You guys.
Right, so do you think that in the population of judges, their bias would sway even, like more likely, like 90% of them would sway to the same or similar style bias?
No, I don't see any. I think you and the judge would have similar biases as well. So like, I think that it's possible, but it's not a guarantee.
Do you think that they would have a higher percentage chance to sway the same direction than the general population does?
I just said, did you? Let me answer you again. I'll do it again. No problem. I think that you and the judge could both have the same biases. So that being said, I don't think it's a guarantee. It's possible.
That's
Don't think
me
it's a guarantee.
and a singular judge. That's me and a singular judge. I am asking you as like a percentage of overall judges and then the percentage of the overall society. How do you reckon they would cross section within this
I'd
study?
say
if we did it?
I'd say it'd be pretty close.
Yeah,
I'd
and that's
guess
where we
it'd be
just
close.
had a disagreement in what we believe the outcome would be. I believe that the judges, being all from a higher upper class or higher middle class,
That,
would
now you just
sway
made a, you
more
just
in a
made, no,
similar.
you just made an absolute statement. They're all from a higher class.
No, I
and
said
they're
not
all-
majority.
No, well, you said all just now, so you can say majority and clear it up.
Just did.
All right. So you think the majority of judges will have the same biases, and this will cause some type of corruption? Yeah, I don't. Do you have some like evidence that shows this, or?
You don't have any evidence to show your part either, mate. You haven't given any evidence. You just literally gave an "I think" statement. You said, "I think that the general population would side the same as lawyers."
Actually, so let me tell you the evidence I gave.
And if that was the case, then you wouldn't care.
Okay, so you
if
don't
the
wanna hear
jurors
it.
were
So you
jurors
don't
or
wanna hear
lawyers,
it.
would you? Because they're all going to side the same, aren't they?
Spurg, you're spurging, bro. Just let me answer you. Right?
Did shout once there. Just finish my sentence.
Okay. Dude, literally, fuck. This is hilarious, dude.
No, I really just wanted to come up because I did
Fucking
not
joke.
understand your position, and I did want to know because, see, I'm open to a better system, right? If it is something that maybe I've missed along the way, I know I asked a couple of questions that probably have already been answered, but I don't necessarily agree with it yet. However, I'm more than open to listening and trying to understand the position. And I do agree that, yes, obviously lawyers, judges, they do have a better understanding or knowledge of the law itself, whatever's been written, statutes, code, ordinances. I'm not sold on the idea that they are going to side with the lower class. I kind of tend to agree with Haku's point on that. However, I do understand that they are put in those positions of power because we vote them in, typically with the judges, like not the Supreme Court. Actually, by the way, the Supreme Court actually is a panel of judges that makes basically a decision that a jury would in the end. Like, so if a case goes all the way up, then that is literally a panel of judges. So in a way, you're kind of looking, the way you're looking at it, it's not far off from what kind of exists at the top anyway. Just kind of making that point.
Yeah. So again, when I've made this argument, the two things, like the two major things I've touched on was the fact that it's people that are professionally equipped. And if you're gonna, does anyone disagree that judges and lawyers are more professionally equipped than the everyday citizen for the laws? Does anyone agree or disagree with that, sir?
As far as understanding the laws, right? Yeah.
Can we clarify?
Yeah. So like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. So they understand the laws
Yes and
better
no.
than the average.
Yeah,
people.
absolutely.
The terminology.
Yes and no. Yes and no. I have to kind of put this out there. It's kind of a gray area because yes, when it comes to the statutes, codes, ordinances, however, the law of the land, even though
we're not talking about the law of the land. We're literally talking about
somebody flushing the toilet right now.
Law.
I hear a whole bunch of background.
Yeah, blackout. You've got something in your background, bro.
Okay. Yeah, the statutes, code, ordinances, and that sort of thing. What the judges are going by the rulings as far as that goes, and then of course the jurisprudence as well. I'm not going to rule that out as well. But the law actually is supposed to be based upon what is quote unquote morally right and that sort of thing. Do I feel like that the judges are going to have some sort of high ground on that? I'm not sold on that.
I mean,
well, okay. What do you mean saying like? I simply, Brick, please.
Yeah.
All I asked, are they more professionally equipped with the knowledge of the law compared to the everyday citizen? Do they know? Do judges and lawyers know more about the laws than everyday citizens?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, not necessarily.
So that's a disingenuous statement. But let me
No.
move on for a
No, it's
second.
not.
My second statement about that was the fact that not only you take away the length of the jury, the length that the jury trials add in, you also take away the fact that we're making a bunch of people, like, you know, there's a lot of people that just don't even want to be jurors, but this is something they have to do. They have to miss work or miss something for it. Like, this is an inconvenience. And some people maybe don't even want to fucking see half the shit that they're going to see, like, or hear half the shit they're going to hear. And why do we force people into something that they don't want to do? Right? Why are you forcing somebody into a system that not only do they not understand, but they don't even want to fucking have a part in it? That's a weird thing too.
Yeah, that part.
Like,
I
my
fully
arguments
agree with.
were simple, and then we got into all this other shit that had nothing to do with my arguments.
I agree. I just wanted to clarify, you know, and like I said, you know, you were interrupted, I was interrupted, and I just wanted to clarify. However, the part about the everyday citizen knowing more than the judges, sometimes, you know, I mean, I would say the average judge versus the average citizen, the citizen knows more. That's my belief. However, I know some people might not agree with that.
No, I will.
That's that's disingenuous though, because he's asking on a
That's
whole.
not right at all.
He's not asking, he's not asking like, is there one person out there that's a civilian that knows more than one lawyer? But on a whole, obviously, lawyers and judges are going to know more about the law than regular citizens.
Right.
I'll
say, a lot more about
no,
the
and then
law.
I'll explain why I'm not disingenuous.
No,
by
that's
that.
not what he said. He said
Yes,
the
I
average
said
judge.
in general. Yes, I said in general, are lawyers and judges going to know more about the laws than the everyday citizens?
Oh, okay.
And if
So
you're going to say
no, you added the lawyers
Yes,
in there.
they are.
I did not realize that you added the lawyers in there. I will take that back. If you're adding the lawyers in there, then I have to say obviously.
Judges too.
I will still say no, and I will explain as to why that's not disingenuous.
Jesus Christ, have mercy.
No, you don't have to be a lawyer to get voted in as a judge. You just put your name on the ticket.
What?
Happens all the time. Stupid judges are all in power.
There is not enough tinfoil in the whole of Walmart.
Yeah.
No,
Well, I'll tell you what. You point out all the smart judges, then Terry.
No, it's
tell
really
me why.
easy to explain
Tell me
how
why
this
there's the
is-
corruption of
Like,
process.
you have that, like,
hold on. There are
Like,
judges
basic
who
level
just
question.
become judges at the fling of a
who just
No.
get voted in. Yeah, that's the
No,
way that
that's
the
not
American
true.
system works. Yeah.
Like
I can't believe
question,
that's true.
Yeah, judges are voted in.
One sec,
Yeah.
lads.
this
One
has
sec,
gone
because we've just
so
sidestepped the most
off
retarded shit I've
point.
heard all evening.
Yes,
Easy
not
just
all
asked
judges
you-
are appointed.
Easy just asked you straight up. Do people who have like spent their lives studying the law know more about the law than people who haven't? And you said no.
And I said no, and I said I can explain why.
Yeah, that's what makes me worried, Jeremy.
But you guys keep fucking talking and on each other and don't let me explain. So would you like to hear
The
why
stage is
that's
yours,
not
my
a
friend. The
disingenuous
stage is
statement
yours.
on my part?
We have to hear why now.
So the reason that's not disingenuous is, one, there's legalese. Lawyers and judges are more versed in legalese, basically the legal speak that is in the law. But that doesn't mean that they're more versed in all law. So one lawyer studies this particular aspect of law. They're very well versed in that aspect of law. There is several other aspects of law that they know jack shit about, and any common person could know more about that than they do. And on top of that, even still going beyond that, right? The judge presiding over a case may not actually know the law pertaining to that case. The judge the lawyers that are defending or prosecuting have to present case law on that to the judge, and then the judge will go research that and then come back on his interpretation of that presidential law that happened.
Yes, yes,
So
that's
that's
exactly right.
they're more
Yes.
versed on it. They have to go
Happens
back
all
and
the time.
study that on
That's
their own.
cute.
I could
That's-
do that
so-
too.
Yeah, that's cute. That's cute. But
what
when
does
you
in general
study
mean?
law, you get a very good knowledge of where you go to find said law that you don't really know much about, and you still know law as a
It's
base.
not that hard to find them, Dan. It's called books.
So just to
It's
be
called
clear, Jeremy, you think that like in general, like the everyday citizen would be able to pass the law school admission test?
Could they?
That's what you think, right?
Could they?
Yeah.
Yeah, you think the majority of people would pass, like not saying they
The
go
bar
train
exam.
for it. Like we
Yeah, the
just
bar
give
is
them
easy.
no, not the law. Yeah. The law.
Yeah, the bar.
Yeah, the bar, the law school administration test.
It's
Do you think
friggin'
that
difficult.
we could get anybody to pass this test? Do you think anybody would be able to?
They don't have to.
Yes, you do to be a judge.
No,
Yes,
they
no.
don't.
No,
No,
they
no,
wouldn't.
they
do
only
not
have
need
to
to
if
pass
they're
the
gonna
bar to be a
represent
judge.
No,
Easy,
they
what are you talking
wouldn't.
about?
You
Like,
only need to
They
be voted
only
in
have
to
to
be a
haven't you
judge.
all passed the bar?
somebody else.
Isn't that like
Not all
standard?
judges pass the
No.
bar. There are plenty of districts where they are just simply voted
Lads,
in.
what are you doing with your lives?
No, they would not
no.
pass the bar. No.
Can I give a good answer for
Okay.
you, easy there?
That's
The bar exam is only required if you're going to practice law in
As a judge?
representation of somebody
I
else.
passed
You
that
can
shit when I was
represent
12.
yourself, having never even looked at the bar exam.
Really?
Yes,
Wow.
it's a constitutional right.
So it's like a
Here we
jury.
go.
Yeah, judges are voted in right now.
Easy. You do know that Lauren De Laguna
Jeremy has
passed
to be
the bar.
trolling at this stage.
I'm just saying.
I'm blown away right now.
Yeah, she's pretty stupid, but that doesn't mean she doesn't
I know,
know
it was only a
shit
joke,
about the law.
It's only a joke. That you said, like, do you think average people could pass it? I'm like, well, Lauren De Laguna did, so you know.
Yeah, that's a fucking.
So
Did
so
she though?
This is the thing. We're
Did she
gonna
though?
have,
true.
we're gonna
She's
have
never
judges who
had-
don't know the law, who've never passed the bar, rotating to be juries.
Well, yeah, how else would I become a judge? You know what I mean? And we need that in life.
So okay, so as there is no official requirements in the U.S., the many expectations for a possible potential judge include legal competence of and experience of 10 years. Or sorry, no. That is a supreme. Sorry,
Yeah,
this one.
that's
Having a history of child work as a lawyer, being in good standing with a state bar association, and showing your legal competence. So these are the standards that are expected to become a
Expected, but
judge.
not required.
So like,
But not required.
I if you guys think so, like, oh my god, this is what I mean. So like, so just to be clear,
Take a look at
do you
Baltimore.
guys think right now that the
Baltimore's
majority of
lit.
judges haven't passed the bar exam?
Well, to be
That's
a
a
lawyer,
good
you
question,
have to have passed the bar
SpeakeaZy.
exam. That's a specific.
The judges.
No,
The
judges, I said.
Oh, I don't know. I don't
Judges,
know.
Jeremy.
Honestly, don't know judges. I would say probably, but that's just because they follow those expectations generally. I would say
Right.
maybe, but I guess I don't know. I would have to look into it.
That's 51%, not 99%. You know what I'm saying? So when you say the majority, like, you're giving them a lot of credit.
Okay, let's slowly walk this down. So, given that majority, we would say, let's say 51% of judges have passed the bar. Do you think more than half the population have passed the bar?
Passed the bar?
Oh, absolutely not.
Could they
Okay.
or have they? Could they or have
So,
they?
so there's a higher pool.
Yeah, I would say over half could.
Of legal knowledge.
Wouldn't that
I
go?
would say over half
Wouldn't that
could.
go to our point though? Because okay, granted, yes, they have more of in-depth knowledge of the law and the way it's written.
Oh my
Because I don't know if you've
God.
ever read statute; it's freaking crazy to understand. But there's this thing called the reasonable person standard, and that's what at which you're held in legal court. So a reasonable person would understand the law, not
Okay.
based on the advanced knowledge a lawyer would have.
All right, hold on.
Yeah, but
Okay, let's
Reasonable person standard.
These are literally
Look,
admitting.
look,
that,
I'm
that the
going to
lawyers
speak.
and judges will have more knowledge in the law.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I said that. Yeah, absolutely. You know, I agreed. Yes.
Yeah.
I
talking
But
about
Jeremy's saying no, they
lawyers.
wouldn't. The average person would know more about the law.
Why the
let's say we're
lawyers are
talking
included
about
in this? I'm still
hold on.
trying to figure out.
Hold on. Let's say we're talking about judges specifically, and just we're gonna make it a given. Let's say judges don't have to pass the bar exam. They're ordinary people, and they get voted into those positions, and they become judges and start judging based off the law that they understand and are learning while they're judges. Do you believe they have more knowledge about the law than the average person?
This is literally like trying to debate against Mel. It's like, yeah, if we just change the definition of a woman, yeah, of
And
course you're a woman.
just so we can clear it up here, it says that the majority of judges in the United States who were elected and appointed to their positions have passed the bar exam.
Yeah, exactly.
But I mean, even if they weren't, just them being a judge would mean that they would have to have a better understanding of the law based off of them being a judge and sitting on cases and learning the law while they're in court.
No,
So,
it just means that a bunch of idiots voted for him.
Yeah, but I don't think that's how it works, brother.
Even if we throw a given that there's even like a 5% amount of them that are complete and total retards that do not understand anything and they don't learn anything by being a judge, there's still a preponderance of judges that would learn through the job they're doing how to interpret the law. I mean, it doesn't matter how you spin this. A judge is obviously going to know a little bit more about the law than your average person.
Nah.
Yeah.
Nah.
Even the worst judge.
Oh my God. You're arguing under such bad faith.
Nah.
You're really arguing under such bad faith.
I'll tell you the reason why I know this. It's because the average person, the smart person, the average person does not want to be.
No. You can't add smart in there if you're saying the average person, because the average person.
You didn't want to hear the answer?
I
see. You didn't want to hear the answer. That's why you talked over me. I got you. Go ahead.
No. But you can't. You totally fucking strawman that.
Average person understands the law well enough to just go on about his business without becoming some person in a position of power, afraid that they're going to lose in the long run. That's why people become judges and police and politicians, because they understand the law very little and don't want to lose their power. And money rules that.
That's
money.
Not the
it's
only
about
reason.
Money. And that's really why here in this position, when you say, I would rather the judges be in that position of power, and you look at it and go, who's got the money? Oh, the judges. Those people who are already in power.
Can you prove that? Can you prove the only reason that judges become judges is because they want the power? Can you prove that? Can you prove it to me? Can you? No? All right, shut the fuck up.
It's the same reason why anybody wants a position of power. Do you want a position of power?
Not.
Do you want a position of power? You don't,
it's
right?
Absolutely not.
Because you're not
it's
corrupted.
Absolutely not.
Because
why.
You know that it is wrong to rule over men.
See,
because those people
you're being
who are in
ridiculous
those positions,
here.
You don't want to hear the answer. That's why you keep talking
ridiculous.
over me. You ask the question, and then
I don't want to hear you. No. You're absolutely right. I don't feel like listening.
You know what? Go ahead and talk over me. Go ahead and talk over me.
Because you're being
every time you ask a question and then you don't allow me to answer, that looks stupid. You're stupid, bro.
So does your icon.
Your face is stupid.
Your fucking icon looks stupid. So does that stupid ass beanie that you wear all the time. So what? Who gives a shit? What's with the ad homs? You don't like the fact that you can't.
Oh no, I just solidify your claim. This one thing, bro. I'm just gonna say this one thing. You're stupid because you don't want to hear the answer, and so you talk over me.
Yeah, but man, you've got to realize.
Hey, that was fun.
Do you think?
Where's the gap?
It was. Wait. Do you think generally, if we switched out every single lawyer that took cases in the US this year, and we switched them out for just general civilian population, do you think we'd have like more mistrials, more like acquittals forced by judges outside of the court? Like, do you think we'd have more issues with the court cases that happened in 2024 than we did with lawyers doing it and judges?
I think we'd have more if we had a panel of judges.
I didn't ask that question, did I?
No,
like, it'd be cool if you tell me that you like chips over mashed potato.
Okay, then the answer is no. I don't think we would have more mistrials.
Less, yes.
In that case, I think we would have more if we went with Easy's route, having a panel of judges.
I never asked about a panel of judges. I asked about the same system that we have currently, versus a system.
I couldn't agree with you there, Jeremy, because we never let Easy finish fleshing out his scenario, which is what I was trying to do with him when all you fucktards started interrupting us.
The question was very simple. The law system, as it is today, ran by judges with jurors and lawyers who have passed the bar representing people, right? If we remove the judges and the people who have passed the bar from representing people and put general civilian population in those roles, what do you think the outcomes would be? Better or worse?
Oh, no,
it may be worse in your opinion. However, the mob rule would not allow those mistrials. The mob rule would actually make a ruling.
What?
What I'm saying is there would be less mistrials.
How? How would the mob rule affect that, but not affect the system we have currently?
Because I'm not saying that it's better. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there would be less mistrials.
I do not
But
think
how's
so.
that? How's that? The court process, when there's two lawyers that are fighting, they have to use
Do
certain
you
legal
guys not
jargon. They have to
understand
ask
what
certain
he's
legal
saying?
questions.
He's
So then
literally saying that these judges,
you remove them
these
and you put
regular
just random people on the street. They're not going to know legal jargon or how to argue. Like it's going to be a complete shit show. What are you talking about?
You realize that you're making his case for him right now by saying what you're saying. You're making his previous statement true, right? So I'm going to agree with him because I do think there would be less mistrials because the judges that were sitting there wouldn't know how to declare a mistrial when there actually was one.
Well, he didn't ask about judges. He simply no. I don't think you guys
Lawyers.
even heard his question. Everyone, please. His question was: if we took all the lawyers representing people today and switched them up with just random everyday citizens, okay, would we have more or less mistrials?
Yes.
I thought he said
Far
judges
more.
and lawyers. My
Yes.
apologies.
Oh, well,
I could
yeah,
have swore he said judges and lawyers both.
Yeah, but either way,
I don't
it
know
would
that
be
we
less
would-
mistrials because the mob rule would just simply rule upon the case and be done with it.
Well,
it wouldn't be a
I
big
don't
problem.
believe that that's the reason
How- wait,
why.
how does
I
that-
believe the
how does
reason
that
why
not
is
work now, then?
because the judges that
I'm not
would be
saying
there
it's
would be
better.
average civilians and wouldn't understand the law as good
No,
as the
no, but
judges that are there
I'm
doing
not
it.
saying it's better.
So there would
How
be
does
less
mob rule?
mistrials.
Wait. How in the hypothetical would I change the system just to remove lawyers and judges if you want, right? If I do that, how does then mob rule have more power than it did previously? The jury is still the jury, right? And there's still going to be a set group of people voting on a trial. They can't speak to anybody outside of the trial. They can't speak to anybody about the trial till the decision has been made. So, like, mob rule is... where's that from? Why is that changed? Why is mob rule not doing it now?
I you know what? I was actually in my mind. I was just going to that very point. It's kind of already mob rule, really.
Yes, then there would be that would make actually zero difference, and the only difference would be the quality and skill of the lawyers hired, right? And we would have more people.
Yes, it
Right,
would.
if the
Yes,
judge,
it would.
right, so like if the judge is not a judge and not employed and not trained, right, and neither is the lawyers, they could bring evidence that should not be put into trial because it's not meeting the standards of requirement, but it passes anyway because nobody has any fucking standards because nobody knows what the fuck they're doing.
Well, let me tell you a little something about standard.
If there was a panel
Okay,
of judges, any evidence was brought in, and then each judge would determine whether or not they would want to.
I heard this comment
evidence
before.
Let me tell you something about
Yeah,
standard.
right.
However,
But this is
I can
easy.
your scenario.
Of counsel.
This is easy.
There's your
easy answer
standard.
this.
It doesn't
Wait,
even matter.
easy
The
answer
scenario
this.
doesn't work because
Easy.
the
There's your
prosecution is who
standard
brings the
John
case.
Barrett, I literally commented on it.
Okay, wait 1 second.
So
Easy
if
already
there's
answered
no
that
lawyers,
literally
there's
in
no
his premise. In his premise, he already answered that. He said that like it would be a majority rule. So if you gave the 5 jurors a piece of evidence and 2 of them said, I don't agree, this meets the markers of standing for evidence, but 3 of them said it did, the other 2 would now have to take that as evidence.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. All I heard was squeak, squeak.
Would that be correct, Easy? All the
That was
evidence
me.
would be displayed to the juror pool, which is now full of judges, trained law people. They would be shown the evidence, and then they would discuss well, they don't even have to discuss, they can all make a ruling on whether they believe this evidence to be substantiary or not, and
Right.
then, if the majority voted yes, it doesn't matter what the other 2 people said, they then have to accept this evidence as substance.
Exactly. Yes.
Yes,
Exactly.
it's simple. And that's the same if 2 people voted like, no,
The whole
Go on.
reason they bring the jury out when they do this is literally so that they don't present evidence that is not admissible. You know, once you let the cat out of the bag, the cat's out regardless. So even if it's not admissible, they've all seen that piece of evidence that is not to be evaluated.
But they do this all the time, though.
How do you
They don't-
unring that
they don't-
bell? Right.
They
That's
don't-
that's what declares mistrials. The shit
They don't declare a mistrial every time.
Jeremy, that's
They don't
happening
declare.
now with TV, the internet. Like, people know about the whole fucking trial before they even do it. What are you talking about? It happens
Also,
all the
like,
time.
this happens all the time anyway. Like generally in law cases, court cases, if you watch any court cases, there's so many statements that they say in front of the fucking juror, and then they have to withdraw. And the lawyer himself will say withdrawn, but they do not require a mistrial. They do not require a mistrial.
Bills that can't be unrung. Literally 2 months ago, this happened. The judge told the prosecution to go start working on plea deals because she is very likely to award them a mistrial because of the bells that they rung and could not unring. This just happened.
Oh my God. Hello. Do you know there's something that you're all forgetting? There are two parts. Hey, up as a relative concept, Brick Jonesy. It has no intrinsic value. Now there are two parts to a trial, like two broad categories of things. Right. One is evidence. The other is procedure. And the reason why, if you have fewer lawyers working in the courts, you will have an increase in mistrials, is because stupid fucks like us don't know the criminal procedure rules.
Right, and that's what I was kind of getting at, yeah. When I said that
if you don't get the criminal procedure rules right, your case will fail. Same for the civil courts. If you don't get the civil procedure rules right, then your case will fail. So the idea that somehow having people not trained in the law advocating for the accused or victims, that just seems like a non-starter to me. Also, Easy, I'm here to challenge your title. You didn't win every debate because I won the debate between me and Wally.
I get it. I should have said I won every debate and beef I was in. Yep, I get it. That's a wording loss, okay? And I'll take that as my first L of 2025, okay?
Damn.
I wrote the title wrong, okay? I get it. You're always so picky about how things are worded, motherfucker.
But do you guys see?
Spending like 4 hours. It was that easy.
Do you guys see what I'm saying about the criminal procedure rules? Though I don't know if you've ever looked at the criminal procedure rules, but they're as much of a headache to read and understand as the statutes are. They're a fucking nightmare.
Who is it that writes those rules, Shiva?
I'm guessing it'll be whoever is in charge of the courts in America. So in the UK, well, I'm from in the UK. That would be His Majesty's Courts and Tribunal Service.
Yeah. So typically it's the judge, or there's like a proceeding judge that the district that they've already written these things. Yeah. So it's the judge, right? So,
but hang on, it will be a council of judges, though, won't it? It won't be one person deciding what the criminal procedure rules are.
Typically, they're written long ages before the current judge that is in that district. And I do
no, they get revised and updated yearly.
Yes. I mean the basics of it and that sort of thing. And yes, they can be changed and yada yada because of the judges. The judges are the ones who are writing these things. It's their court. Right. And so now you've got a situation. Let's go back to the moral argument. Is it right or wrong for this? Or is it going to be like a situation where it's like, no, it's my court. I get to do what I want,
Right. Wait. What moral argument? I might have missed that because I joined the stream about 5 minutes before I joined the.
It's just been going round and round. Oh, yeah. You just joined.
Where's the gap?
Okay, the moral argument doesn't apply because we're talking about the law, and the law doesn't contain morals.
So Shiva, as you were saying, like the lawyers and judges specifically, they have such a deeper understanding of the way that the law is written, and they understand it even better than you do, right?
Well, not just the law, but the rules.
Right, the procedure. Yes, the whole aspect of court in and out, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but the problem is that
when you're being brought up to them, do you want to be held at their standard of the law or what your understanding of the law is?
No, I think it's much better to not. I mean, I would go with the understanding of the law that is understood by the lawyers and judges.
Are you sure, Shiva?
They have a deeper comprehension
Am I
of
sure?
the law than you do.
Well,
So
yes,
you-
Haku. If I wasn't sure, Haku, I would have become a lawyer and then become a judge, or maybe became a lawmaker. But the fact that I didn't do those things.
Are you sure you wouldn't just
that I
prefer
can
to
live
hire
with,
me
Shiva.
as your lawyer? It'd be cheaper, mate. You know, I can do it.
Are you a lawyer? Are you a
No,
lawyer?
don't worry about it though.
Yes,
but
I am sure
Mate,
that I would
man,
not
I'm
like
an
to hire
average
you as a
citizen.
lawyer.
I'm an
But
average
there's-
citizen, and have you not heard the compelling arguments for average citizens knowing more law than lawyers?
Hey,
No,
look,
have you not
man,
heard them?
There's no argument on that.
I used to hang out with freemen on the land. I've seen how well an average citizen does when they think they know how the courts work when they really don't.
That's my favorite. Like, that's the problem, right? Actually, like, Shiva, this is one of the things that's like drove me towards this argument, is that I'm so sick of so many people. And like, it was the fact that I had an argument with somebody that lived in America and said it was against the law for them to own an AK-47 and openly carry it, and they live in a state that they're allowed to own an AK-47 and openly carry. So I explained this to them, and they said, "No, that's against the law in America, bro." And I'm like, "No, in your state, it's not against the law. No, you can't just do that." Like, I was like, this, and it made me think, like, if people really think they know the laws so good and they're that dumb, I don't want them. Like, I don't want to ever have to have a jury of a bunch of fucking retards determining if I'm the one that's guilty or not because somebody fucking set me up for a
Well,
crime.
no, hang on. Easy. They will. That will happen no matter what happens. Because the jury is a jury of your peers, right? They don't
what he's
adjudicate
saying
the
is
law.
he would want the judges as the lawyer, as the.
Well, that's what I'm. No, I understand that, Shiva. That is what will happen. But my argument is, I want the system, the jury trials to be abolished and moved to bench trials by a panel of judges, right?
Yeah, and I strongly disagree with you on that.
You guys seem to keep forgetting the simple fact that the jury instruction gives them an equation for evaluation. It's not going through and interpreting every aspect of this law. It's literally, this is the law that applies. If this, then that.
Okay,
That's
Jeremy,
it. It's done as
Jeremy,
simply
hold on,
as simple
hold
as
on.
it can be.
I get what you're saying, and you said it. I think this is the fourth time. But do you understand what confirmation bias is, and do you believe it's a thing?
That's an argument against the judges. You understand that, right?
Shut the fuck up, Brick.
Wait.
Ask Jeremy a question, not you. I want Jeremy's opinion, not yours.
Too late.
It's man, I think probably half the people that pass the bar probably can't fucking be a lawyer or a judge, to be honest, man. Most people are fucking stupid. Jeremy, you're giving humans more credit. I think like most of the Western world that are above like 18 can technically legally drive a car, but I'd say about fucking 10% of them can actually drive a fucking car.
Oh, hang on, Haku. Hang on. Wait a minute. No. If you've passed the bar, you're definitely qualified to be a lawyer.
Nah, there's gotta be some fucking stupid lawyers out there, brother. And if you think they're all fucking really good lawyers, you're crazy.
Wait. No. Don't straw man me. I didn't say that all lawyers are good. Just if you've passed the bar, then you're qualified to be a lawyer.
the bar is the qualifier.
Yeah, and then my backup statement to this was that many people have qualified to drive a car, but I'd say about 10% of them can actually fucking drive. Drive one day around a city in England,
Yeah,
and
but
you'll
driving
fucking
driving a car is way more simple than learning the law to be a lawyer.
Yes, and they still had to pass a test for that, and they still can't do it.
But to Shiva's point is the qualifier is the bar exam. So by that, anybody who passes the bar exam would be qualified to practice law. Whether or not they're capable of practicing law is a different argument.
And we've already established that in order to be a judge, you do not need to pass the bar.
Yeah, but
majority. Most judges
technically,
are.
yes. So it's not. It's technically there's no details about what is needed, but the point is they're not. You're not like. I'm sorry, Brick. But your chances of ever trying to be a judge and getting just like right today, maybe if you go to school, but I'm saying like today without your into school and everything.
SpeakeaZy, I know more about the law than you do.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. Sure. This may be true. This may be true. But my point is, nobody's gonna want you to be the judge when they know you haven't went to school and passed the bar exam. When they see there's guys that have passed bar exams that also want to be judges, they're gonna say, I'll take the guy who passed the bar exam.
But you
in the UK, I think if you in the UK,
I know I don't know what you know, and that's my point. I know that the person who passed the bar exam, they have a well knowledge in law. With you, I just have to determine. Trust me, bro. That's all I have.
Funnily enough,
I
in the
get it.
UK,
I don't, but that's all I have with you. If I elected you to be judge, with you, all I have to go on is trust me, bro. But with the judge that went and passed the bar exam, that's what I have to go on, and that's what I'm saying.
Okay, but not in the UK. In the UK, you don't have to be a lawyer to be a magistrate judge, I think.
You don't have to. Like same thing with the US. You don't have to technically be a lawyer to be a judge, but the majority of judges all have passed. The majority of them have passed the bar exam, and also have been lawyers.
Yes, same here.
Yes.
And I've seen people. I've seen non-lawyers operate in court. I'm telling you now, I would never like if I was going to court, who I'm going to get to represent me is the most expensive person I can find who has knowledge of the law in the field that I'm going to court in.
Look at what's his name. Did you ever watch fuck his name, Ted Bundy, representing himself in court?
Yeah, I mean that's fair. I personally I would never self-represent in court either, and there's a few reasons for that. One being, I am not going to go and do any legal research to defend myself. I'm going to present to a lawyer and let him go do the homework for me, and then pay him for that.
See, this is what I'm saying. I don't want someone like you to be on my jury deciding if I'm guilty or not.
Yeah.
No. That's a category error. That's a category error. Sorry, Easy. You keep doing this. Look, juries adjudicate on fact, not the law. They don't adjudicate the law. They adjudicate on matters of fact based on the evidence presented to them.
Right.
This is the evidence. Did X happen?
And what are they determining, Shiva?
Whether the person is guilty or not of the offense that they have been charged with.
Guilty of what? Breaking a law?
Breaking
the offense that they have been charged with.
Right.
The law,
so it has to
the
do
law
with the
they're
law.
interpreting has been broken down for them.
Yes.
For lack of better ways of describing it, as a mathematical equation, right?
The sentencing
That's what
comes
they're
later.
doing. They're not interpreting.
So
the law. They're translating.
So the judge, when he's instructing the jury, what the judge will do, he will say, "This is the law." In this, let's say, for instance, it's a theft, right? He'll say, "In this context, right, this would be guilty, and in that context, it would be not guilty." And your job as the jury is to decide based on the information that I have given you in this document, which can be pages fucking long, depending upon the complexity of the case, right? Based on these guidelines, all you need to do is work out in your own minds whether it's beyond a reasonable doubt that the person carried out that action. That's it. The interpretation of the law is down to the lawyers and the judges. The lawyers when they're presenting their cases, and the judge when they're adjudicating.
Why do you act like that's all the jury selection is? Is that like, okay, they explain to you exactly what you need to know, and then
I'm not talking about jury selection. I'm talking about jury instruction. Jury instruction and jury selection are two different things.
That's the last 2 days of the trial.
Shiva, I have a question.
Okay.
For you. Guys. If juries were basically allowed to make their judgment based upon the law as they felt or they knew, would that not lead to jury nullification in some instances?
I think that's a U.S. legal concept. Can you explain that to me?
Yeah, so jury nullification is basically when they rule not guilty or guilty, and that's basically their own personal interpretation of what the law is. That's literally what
as
this
to
is.
whether the law is valid or not.
They don't follow the instructions. What they do,
Yeah,
is they
Right, but Bricky, that's why there's a total of 12, and they have to do a unanimous decision and not a majority
Brick,
decision.
You said it a little bit.
Brick, that's not actually the
wrong.
definition of jury nullification.
It's basically
jury nullification is when. Sorry, go ahead, speak.
Yeah, so it's basically when like a the jury of the trial decides that the person is not guilty, even though they believe that they did break the law. Right. So this is something speaking to the situation brought up earlier about like the one dude who is stealing just to get shit, and the
O.J.
dude that
Simpson
steals food to feed kids. All right. And then, there could be a time where the jury was like, you know what? He stole, but he was feeding kids, so fuck it. He's not guilty. Like that.
Okay. So that seems to be a case of like.
I'm not okay with that. Wait, Shiva, let me finish. I'm not okay with that, though. I don't think that should be a thing.
Okay.
I just want to say bye, Easy. Sorry, let me just say bye. Before, I actually thought the topic was literally, do they have bias or not, or more bias than general public or not? So that's what I came in to debate. Whether that was the topic or not, I don't know. But anyway, peace out, guys. Have a lovely time. Take it easy. Happy New Year and all that shit. Bye.
Stay safe.
Good seeing you, Haku. Thanks for coming in, bud.
Now, SpeakeaZy, can you get my picture? The SpeakeaZy? I sent a picture. I saw something earlier in chat, and I took a screenshot of it, and I sent it to you just now in the. Did you see a picture that you can bring up?
Where did you send it?
It's here. I could upload like present, and I did present, and I did the picture.
Is it this thing you have in the back here?
Yeah, I sent a picture. It's like, yeah, there you go. Thank you. Did anyone else see this? It was amazing.
Party gold is.
I mean, seriously.
That's pretty cool.
And Teriyaki, you're really giving us, you're like the guy on the end of the rainbow.
Shit.
I'd be so if I've understood the concept correctly, it seems to be a case jury nullification is where the person is technically guilty, but for whatever reason, the jury thinks that they shouldn't be punished for the crime because they weren't acting immorally.
No, it's not.
So
even,
they found them not guilty.
Even, it doesn't even have to do with whether they're technically guilty or not. It's when the jury believes they're guilty, but they find them innocent, or the jury believes they're innocent, but they find them guilty anyway.
Yeah. Why would they do that? I don't understand.
Well, that's
I don't know. Ask the jurors that were on the O.J. Simpson trial.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to say if a jury genuinely thought that somebody was guilty of a crime but found them not guilty, to me, it seems that jury is void.
Yeah, so it's usually stuff about like if they disagree with a law, they want to send like a message basically about the social issue. Like this was brought up earlier about like slavery, like juror nullification was like a big reason that was like fought against and stuff. And it's I get this is morally wrong. It was morally wrong, right? And I'm not like saying anything that is good, but the problem here is I also think abortion is morally wrong, but I can't go burn down all the abortion clinics because would stop abortions from happening, right? Like I can't just go break the laws because of my morals. That doesn't work. This would be a chaotic society if we just allowed people to break laws because of their morals.
Also, if we allow, I mean, so hang on, jury nullification. Surely that leaves a system wide open to jury tampering. Right. If a jury can decide that someone is not guilty when they're clearly guilty, then that jury can be bribed, right?
Yeah, it happens.
It does. Yeah.
And I mean, I'll even I don't even disagree with you on jury nullification. I don't think jury nullification should be something that's permitted, but that has nothing to do with the rest of the topics
hold
about
on. Hold on. To what I understand about how it is supposed to work, the jury nullification thing is supposed to be something that's written on the paper that's given to the judge so that the judge understands that the jury has been compromised without compromising the jury further. So, like, if a jury has been bought off and the head juror writes on the piece of paper jury nullification, the paper goes to the judge, they write down everything else there so the judge can read it off. The judge reads and understands jury nullification has happened to them, or they say something to that effect. That would be his ruling. Now, I might be wrong on that. If I'm wrong, explain how they do the process then, please.
No, it's when they present their verdict.
This is important. This is
just
actually
simply
important.
Present a verdict where publicly people know that, hey, this jury was definitely nullified. It's a social thing. It's not like
okay, and so there are no legal implications to this, right?
Right. Yeah.
So why are we fucking talking about it? Let's move back to fleshing out
my point.
SpeakeaZy's
The reason
original.
if you want to know, you ask the question. You want the answer. This is what happened before. You ask a question. Why are we talking about
it? It was a rhetorical question.
No,
it
it's
was
not.
actually
It's
a
not
rhetorical
a rhetorical question.
No, it
My
was.
point
I'm the one that posed the
if you want
question,
to
so I
hear
know
it,
if it
you
was
can hear it,
rhetorical or not.
you can just continue to talk over me.
Okay, I'll
The
continue
reason
to
I
talk
brought
over
it-
you then because it's fun and
The
blah blah
reason
blah
I
blah
brought
blah.
it
Your
up
beanie looks
was
stupid. Blah
that
blah 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 blah.
Shiva had mentioned that bringing like let's say a jury
I
wants
just want to get back to fleshing out the original claim that Speak was making because I'd
Okay,
like
go
to
ahead.
hear.
You know what? You don't want to hear the answer. Fine.
No,
we won't get anywhere.
I don't
Good
because
job.
it's a moot.
Good
it's a
job. You
moot
got
point.
nowhere. Good job. You don't
Because
hear other
it
points
is
of view. I get it.
literally
Yes,
a
you don't
moot
want to hear
point.
anybody else's point of view. You just want to hear your own words. And
No,
then
I
you
don't want to hear
SpeakeaZy
this
to
one
respond
because
so that
it
you can
doesn't have
talk over
anything to
him.
do with the legal
I'll let you
process
talk over him
overall.
next. Go ahead.
I mean, I like hearing the sound of my own voice. Just saying.
I do too. Your voice.
Now, if Brick is not allowed to finish, that's a loss, right? So come on, Brick.
I mean, yeah, because the reason why I brought it up was that Shiva was mentioning that, there are times when jurors will basically he brought up the point about instructions. Jurors are instructed in the law and what the law means and how they should rule if it means this context or that context. Now, if they're allowed to rule not in context, that presents a situation that could lead to jury nullification more easily.
How so?
And can I just ask a clarifying question? Is it in jury nullification? Is it the jury that's being nullified, or is the jury nullifying something else?
They're basically they're being nullified.
Yeah, wait a minute. There can be legal implications to nullify. So let me give you an example. Right, there was a teen, 16 years old. He was getting bullied at school. He ended up fighting his bully and punched the kid to death. Like literally punched him enough times that he killed the kid. And the jury, when the judge instructed them that a manslaughter, because I think it was in Texas, a manslaughter or murder charge will be a death sentence for the kid, right? And the jurors did not want to give the kid a death sentence. And they even said because they didn't want to have putting the kid's death on their conscience. So instead of giving him manslaughter, they gave him assault charges. So like,
Wait,
it
can a
can't
jury
affect
do that in
the
America?
charges.
Can a jury do that? Can a jury decide that they're not going to try the case on whatever charges?
That's why I want to take them the fuck out of there.
Well, hang on. Hey, wait a minute. Easy. Wait a minute. You don't need to get rid of juries. Just get rid of that rule.
I don't think they can actually do that. I don't think they can say, "Oh, you're not guilty of this, but guilty of that," unless they're
they can. He had assault. The charges were
what jury nullification is. At least the way I understand it would be that, let's say, all of the evidence based on their jury instruction, would say they're guilty, but they don't want to give the guilty verdict. They give a not guilty verdict because they don't think that the punishment for the guilty verdict would fit the crime that they're guilty of, and so they come back with a not guilty verdict on that. In which case, that.
So
would be
what happened was So what happened was, Jeremy, the lawyer of the kid asked that assault be added to the charges prior, so that because the lawyer knew that this would be an option, that they could say no, not guilty in the case of manslaughter and guilty in the case of assault. This is literally, it was a planned out thing on how they were going to do it and everything.
But that would have to be
This is another problem. The jury selection in itself has become like a fucking mini trial, and like both sides are fighting for. You guys say like they're fighting for the most non-biased. That's bullshit. They're fighting for the person who thinks the most like them, so that they can get people on their side. Of course, that's what they're gonna do.
So the judge
Lawyers
made
win.
So the judge made these rules, or what they could choose from?
No,
no.
Well,
Well,
the
so like the lawyer asked, and the lawyer had to work hard for it because they weren't even going to do it. But the lawyer asked that assault be added to the jury charges prior to the closing arguments, so
but that would be the jury instruction. But that's not jury nullification. They're literally giving additional options that they can rule upon. That's not nullification. Nullification would be
you're right.
They come to a verdict that evidence does not support.
That is an example of it, though, because again,
no, it's not.
Dude, he killed the kid. Is he guilty of manslaughter or not? Was it manslaughter or not?
Easy. The issue here isn't whether it's this isn't a matter of law.
Shiva, can I get an answer to my question first, please?
Yes, he's guilty, but that's not the point. Okay,
yes, it is my point. It's my point.
Right.
They called him not guilty on something they knew he was guilty of, so that he wouldn't get fucking death sentence. That's jury nullification.
But the reason why it's not jury nullification is because the system provided an out.
It was a deal.
Well, I mean, even still, I could even still give him. I could still give the acceptance of nullification.
Not guilty verdict.
Only if the reason they went to the other option was not supported by evidence.
Okay, so evidence showing video shows kid punch kid against a concrete floor many times in his head. Kid dies of brain injury. Is kid guilty of manslaughter? Yes or no?
Involuntary or
literally on fucking video, my guy. Jeremy, don't be bad faith. Answer yes or no. Is he guilty of manslaughter?
He tried to kill him.
I'll answer yes. Probably.
I don't have all the evidence here, so
let's say yes.
Based on what you said, yes.
You're so bad,
easy,
bro. Come on.
Okay.
You guys are all doing this tonight. You guys squirm away from my answers. I answered everything.
Seriously,
easy. I'm trying to engage with you in good faith. I said yes several times.
I did too. I said based on what you said, yes. How the fuck is that bad faith?
You didn't
say like if I'm saying yes, how is that bad faith? Come on.
A different decision.
I don't care, but come on, manslaughter. Yeah, manslaughter. He killed the guy. Was it because I want him to die? Is this a stupid kid? What the fuck is going on?
Okay, Kyle Rittenhouse shot a guy to death. Is that manslaughter?
Manslaughter is the accidental killing. Red rum is the other one where it's intentional.
He didn't
then
murder
it's manslaughter.
him.
Then it's manslaughter.
That's
hands down.
Well, he shot a guy to death.
So
he's guilty of
to tie it back,
if that's the definition, it's manslaughter.
But he went to trial and was not guilty.
To tie it back to the original point, what basically Easy was saying was they nullified the case of manslaughter.
I don't know. I don't know all the evidence.
But hang on. You can't do this. No, you can't fucking do this with legal concepts.
Sure.
Words and meanings in law have very specific meanings, right?
Yes,
so the phrase, jury nullification will have a very specific fucking meaning. What is that specific meaning?
Okay, you know what? How about this, Shiva? Because I already said the specific meaning. Did you not hear me say it or no?
What, did you get that from a law dictionary or a statute website?
Yeah, actually, yes, I did. I got it from a website, yep.
Because what you're talking about doesn't sound like jury notification. It sounds like striking a fucking deal.
It is.
Okay, well, a jury nullification is when a jury returns a non-guilty verdict even though jurors believe beyond reasonable doubt that the defendant has broken the law. The kid is on video punching the other kid to death.
Yes.
And now it wasn't a act of him trying to kill the kid.
What's the source of that? What's the source of what you just read out?
3 times on the floor. The kid's head hits against the concrete. It's all on video, and that kid never gets up from that.
What's the source of where did you read that from?
Wait, what?
Sweet baby Jesus.
The thing that you just read out, or the definition that you just gave, where does that come from?
Well, I can give it to you from here's
Shiva
Informed Jury Association, all right? .org. Is that good for you?
He's Black Law's Dictionary.
Would that be a good one for you?
Black's Laws Dictionary. Okay, I mean,
yeah, we could do that one.
We're getting into Freeman on the land territory here. Is there not like a criminal procedure rule or a civil? Well, I mean, it will be criminal procedure rule that deals with jury notification in the procedure rules. There must be.
It only in the case that it's found out. Are they supposed to deal with it? But they don't really. I mean, there's no way to know until they render their verdict.
So it's not even something that's allowed. It's something that's not allowed.
No, according to Black's Laws Dictionary, it defines a jury nullification as when a jury intentionally rejects evidence or refuses to apply law in order to send a message, such as acquitting a defendant even when the evidence suggests guilt or when the jury disagrees with the actual law itself.
Right, okay. Well, I put it to you, to use court speak, that if a jury is given 3 options that they can convict on, and they convict on one of those options, that's not jury notification.
No, it's not.
No, because it's,
wait a minute. Okay, let me. I say to you that the definition says simply, it doesn't say that if they have an option and they deny all of them. It simply says if they give a not guilty verdict when they know that the person is guilty, that's jury nullification, right? It doesn't add in saying, but they gave him other charges or they didn't give him other charges. That isn't part of the definition.
They didn't find him not guilty. They found him guilty of assault.
They found him not guilty of the
manslaughter that he was on tape doing. He was literally on tape
doing it. That was within their instruction.
Right. Guilty of a lesser charge, which is still crazy. I've never heard of them putting it in at the end of a trial. That's nuts. I completely disagree with that.
Gosh, of a lesser.
Yeah, look, easy. If you're arguing that system should be changed, I'd agree with you 100%. That as a legal system, that seems fucking crazy. That's how it works in America. Definitely change that rule. Like, absolutely.
Yeah, and the thing is too, the reason you couldn't. The reason that you can't actually take that rule away with the way they do the jury is because with a jury trial, if they find the defendant not guilty, the judge can't do fuck all about it. If they find the defendant guilty, the judge can overturn it. But if they say not guilty, not only can the judge not do anything about it, they can't retrial those people for those same charges. All the jurors, no punishment. They could literally laugh in the face of the judge after and say, we did that on purpose, and they don't get no fucking trouble for it.
Well, and
again,
there's
I would
nothing
respond.
you can do with it. You can't change that system unless you take away the fucking jurors. So
wait, no. I would respond that it sounds like that's a rule that needs to be changed, not the entire system dispensed with.
But I mean,
why
even
can't
in
you change that rule?
But I mean,
Because
even in
it's
this
not a
case,
rule.
they got a guilty verdict. The guy has
happens.
the defendant got a guilty verdict of some sort. He has the ability to appeal that.
So you want to be able to sorry, you're saying instead to just change the rule to they can overturn not guilty verdicts as well? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
SpeakeaZy, could you please give the link?
I mean, that seems like the
private
simplest
chat?
option, right?
Well, no, because then then at that point, it's just you just got the judge. That's
Yeah,
that's
then
what
you've just got the
he's
judge.
been the whole time.
Well, no, but you also have the legal process. It's not just the judge. You also
No,
have the
allow
rest
the-
of the legal process, right? So if the judge fucks up, well, there are remedies.
So then you're
But
saying more
it
like
seems like
you're
it
saying
seems a
more
bit-
like not necessarily overturning so much as just like saying, let's do a retrial and then there'll be a new judge, new jury, all that shit, right?
how many times will you allow
I'm
that?
suggesting that whatever the rule is that the judge can do for guilty verdicts should also apply to not guilty verdicts. For example, if there's video of someone, going on a shooting rampage, but he's a left-wing politico and all the juries are all left-wing politicos, and so they find him not guilty on that basis, it seems to me the judge should be able to say, you're all fucking mental, we're doing this again, right? I mean,
SpeakeaZy, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, but then you're just saying thank you, Shiva. Fine, sure. You want to do that? All right. So let's, instead of doing the power all to a panel of judges, let's do your idea and just give it to one. That's not corrupt. That can't be corrupted. Only the
wait. That's not my idea. What kind of fucking straw man is that?
You just said the judge can overturn a jury for guilty and not guilty. So what's the fucking point of the jury if the judge can just overturn?
Because
it for both?
eventually,
you're giving all the ultimate power. Shiva, wait.
Yeah, let me answer your question.
Yeah,
let me answer your fucking question.
I didn't finish though.
Oh my god! Well, let me know when your question ends.
P.S. I love
answer
you.
the question, Shiva. Go ahead.
Because eventually you're going to move up the chain of the legal system until you get to the ultimate Supreme Court, right?
Same thing with a panel of judges. So you're still speaking for my argument. Thank you. So there's nothing that you don't have to worry
I'm not
about.
saying do away with juries. I'm not making that argument at
I
all.
know you're not saying that, but what you're saying speaks to my argument because
No,
you're
it doesn't.
saying. All right, you don't want me to
Does
explain
it
anything.
shit? What the
can't
fuck are you
fucking
talking
listen.
about, man?
None
Get
of
a
you
grip.
can do it tonight. None of you can do it.
It actually
It's
does.
Crazy, bro.
Do
Every
you have the
time I
link
try to
to the
explain
verdict
it,
you're
it's
talking
tough.
about?
Every
The
time.
link to the verdict you're talking about, do you have that?
It actually does
So
speak
what
to SpeakeaZy's
you're
argument.
saying, Easy, is that the system already is the way you want it because it ends up with ultimately the Supreme Court, which is what a tribunal of judges. Yeah.
Hang on though. So in that same example for jury nullification, right? So in the case you presented, you said that the defense put that in there as a loophole for a lesser charge for that guy, right? Well, let's go to the other example that we've referenced a few times on the Rittenhouse trial. The prosecution actually wanted to put in, and they did, they put in a lesser charge on Rittenhouse in his trial to basically try to make it impossible for a not guilty verdict to come off on Rittenhouse. He still got the not guilty verdict, but the prosecution is the one who put that in there, and the defense didn't want that in the instruction. So it's not only the defensive stance that puts that in there. It's done by both sides. It is a tactic used by both sides to have multiple charges applied by the jury.
Yes, all tapped out. That's what led us to where we're at now. JNOV.
I mean, I don't disagree that that's a dirty tactic and shouldn't be a case, but that's not jury nullification. It's part of the instruction.
So maybe it's a misunderstanding of what it is, why the juries exist. Then the juries in that sort of system.
Can you guys do something for me? Can you guys do one thing for me?
What's up?
Search up in Google examples of jury nullification. Go ahead, do that for me.
I mean, you could just
Jeremy,
share your screen. Easy.
The reason why.
No,
the
you
reason
can
why-
do it. You can do it.
Yeah, but you can just share your screen and show us.
No, but it could maybe it's my algorithm or something. Go ahead.
So most of them.
Let me paint a little picture real quick here, because, like I said, as you're kind of looking up and
While
kind of
they're
just listening to
doing
my
that,
beautiful
can
Irish
we
accent,
flesh
you
out-
should be able to
Well, no,
understand the argument.
Tariak, I can either read or listen to you. What do you want me to do?
Yeah,
'Cause I'd
because
still
like
like to
pretty
get
much
into
the
that.
argument that
Oh,
Easy's putting forward
I'd like
is
to
that
give a chance
like
to understand.
if you find
Hold
this
up, you
dude
guys are
guilty
talking
of
at the same
assaulting,
time.
yeah, so if you find this kid guilty of assaulting the other kid, and that assault led to the other kid's death, you necessarily would have to have the same logic to say guilty of assault and he's guilty of manslaughter. But this jury found him guilty of assault, but did not find him guilty of manslaughter, which makes no sense. But that's an example of jury nullification because they nullified the manslaughter charge. You don't have to nullify every single charge; just have to nullify one of the charges for it to be.
I put that link in the back. If you look at the second link I posted in the back, all right, it'll bring you to the Fully Informed Jury Association .org, and then when you start reading down about what why would a juror want to nullify, and you start reading down through that, and then it gives you examples with a link you can click on, and if you click on that link, it gives you a link to the exact fucking charge I was just talking about. So go ahead and do all that, and then you'll see that, right? And you can.
Yeah, I'll read
Right.
those later.
Right, but the thing is, in this thing right here, it's not saying that like that. So like the manslaughter charge was there, but it's not saying that they added in the assault charge. It's just saying the thing
read it
about the
down.
manslaughter
Go down and
charge.
read it. Go down and read it.
Just that jury nullification one, or is
On
there
the
another
link.
one?
So when you when you
KSAT
go
one?
down, when you go down of
Okay.
what is jury nullification, there's a
Right.
here, you know what? Fuck it, I'll just do it here for you. I'll just do it here for you.
It might actually help, because what I'm reading is just saying what jury nullification is and why it might happen. It's not talking about like the trial that we were just talking about or whatever, you know.
Basically, it's mob rule, but on the innocence side.
I don't.
That's
even
all it is.
Agree with.
Oh,
it being
okay. Yeah,
It's
you're on
ridiculous.
the. I'm talking. So I did send you the wrong page. Sorry.
Okay.
Because there's a bunch of if you click the arrow there, it goes to the next page. And I
The next
accidentally
question one?
Yeah, I accidentally
Oh,
clicked
okay.
the page and then sent you that
So
one.
is it the FAQ page we want then?
Here?
No, it was the second question one.
I'll
Is
give you a
jury
really good,
nullification legal?
a really good
That was
version
my
of
bad. That was my
nullification
bad.
in history that everybody will understand. Barabbas and Pilate. Pilate
I
released.
don't know what
Barabbas.
that is, so I don't know how I'd understand it.
Pilate released Barabbas.
And also,
People
that was in a
wanted-
completely different continent.
I mean,
Yeah, it's a
it's
completely
I
different
don't-
same
jurisdiction.
context.
Yeah,
It's
I
the
don't
same
know.
context.
I don't know what that is, so
It's
I don't know
the-
how I'd understand it.
So it's the same context, right? So in
Why
the
don't
trial,
Why don't you just reference the OJ trial, because that's
So,
much easier.
in-
The
so
jurors
you're
even came
pretending
out
like
later.
you don't know who Pilate is? Come on,
No,
dude.
no, I
Who's
really
Pilate?
don't.
Like, who is that? Who's Barnabas?
I really don't.
Barnabas. You don't know
But you
Pilate
could
and
reference the
Barnabas.
OJ
Come on.
trial, because
you've
the
never heard
OJ
He's talking about
trial,
Barney Rubble.
the
No,
OJ
dude.
trial
Who
would
is
be
Pilate? Like, why
Are
you
we
gotta
just
be like that?
on a panel
Like-
full of retards?
like really the
Speakeasy, you got
OJ
some retards on your panel.
Sir,
the
Okay.
OJ
He's
trial
talking about
would
the
be
one and only
completely
Jesus
in
Christ.
line.
Reject, because you don't want to tell somebody something, instead you just want to be
Like-
a douchebag about it. Okay.
The OJ trial would actually be in
Well, why
line
did you
with
go to OJ?
jury
Because OJ's your
nullification.
savior. OJ
No,
is the guy
I'm
you
going
wanted
to
released?
OJ
Here.
because OJ
You
is
didn't
something
want
people in
Barnabas, you wanted
America would
OJ.
have an understanding of.
One sec. So this right here is and when it starts talking about why would a juror want to nullify, starts
Oh, you
coming
got
when
it,
you
okay.
come down here, and it talks about like the penalty is unfairly harsh, and then they talk about the situation that I was just talking about, and then it gives you the link to it right here. You can click on the link, and it brings you to the thing, and it tells you the story here.
I read
it was in
both of them.
Texas, and after more than 9 hours of deliberation over 2 days, they found a 16-year-old Canyon high school student guilty of assault in the death, not and the death, just so you heard that right, of his classmate Logan Davidson. Prosecutors asked the jury to find the teen, who is not being publicly identified because he is a minor, guilty of murder or manslaughter. The teen child punched Davidson in the head twice. Oh, it was twice, not 3 times. And as he exited the chemistry classroom in November, Davidson died from a massive brain injury. Video recorded by another student showed Davidson's head slamming into the concrete hallway floor following the second punch. Following the verdict, the lawyer for the defendant said the jury worked hard and arrived at a just verdict. I feel like justice has been done this way. The lawyer's talking, and it goes right here. Garcia asked that assault be added to the jury charge prior to the closing arguments 2 weeks ago. Charles Stevenson agreed, but the Como County District Attorney objected and filed an appeal with the Court of Criminal Appeals in Austin. The appeals court agreed with the judge, and the charge was included when closing arguments began on Monday. So, as you see here, it wasn't the jurors, right? So they would have came to this lesser charge without the jurors, it seems like. So it's a little bit dicey for your jurors being the safety net when it wasn't the jurors like that even gave.
Right. I see what you're saying.
So this is a corrupt court.
But anyways,
it seems like a bad example.
Don't get sidetracked. The point of the story is that story is.
I saw it.
That story is literally used. Wait. Let me finish, please. That story is literally used as an example of jury nullification.
No,
so
it's not. It's not. It's used in an example of why a jury would nullify.
No, it's not even used an example of that.
Okay, you know what?
It's
it
does not say that was an example of jury nullification.
Does it
it's
say
it as an example as to why?
Does the definition of jury nullification have anything? Does it mention anything to do with other charges being included or not?
If it's
that
part
is
of
an
the
example of
instruction,
Jeremy, that's not my question. Yes or no is an answer to my question.
No.
You have a real hard time tonight answering yes or no. Can you just answer yes or no? Is it in the definition? There's no nuance to this. Just answer the question. Is it in the definition?
Is what in the definition?
Is anything to do with other charges being included or not have to do or included in the definition?
No.
Yeah, no.
But
okay, so then by definition, no, stop.
Defendant.
Let me finish, please. Then by definition, them saying not guilty to a verdict of manslaughter when the kid's on video killing the other kid is the definition of jury nullification.
No, because it's
hang on. I mean, it might be an easy. I'm going to say that. Personally speaking, I actually don't like. I've seen the phrase come up, jury nullification, in the last few weeks on panels like this, and I don't really understand it. So it could be that you're right, but I'm going to research it.
I would say this would be a hard example to prove it. Speakeasy, I would say this would be a hard example to say either way, because the jury may have believed that he was guilty of manslaughter, or they may have believed his intention was only to be fighting the kid and not to commit manslaughter or to actually kill the kid.
Well, wait, that is manslaughter. Manslaughter is accidental. It means you killed somebody by accident. So that doesn't matter.
You understand
more on this, Speakeasy, and I'm literally against you on the jury. So I don't know, man. It's so weird.
We can argue in generalities.
Wait. I have to let's address things one at a time for a second. Cleaner. That's not right what you just said. You know that.
No, I'm saying they may not believe he's guilty of manslaughter.
Okay, but like
In their mind, what they may see that he's
an
guilty of is getting
accidental
into a
murder.
fight.
He literally did. Okay, how could they not?
I understand that.
Come
I
on,
understand
this
that.
is being disingenuous. The jury
not.
sees the
I'm literally
video
not being
of a
disingenuous.
kid
I'm
punching
not.
another kid, and the determination of that kid's death is the brain injury from the actions in said video. This is all the evidence presented to them, and you're saying maybe they didn't think he accidentally killed him. What do you
I
think?
can guarantee you. I can guarantee you that wasn't all of the evidence presented to them.
Actually alive somewhere?
I
Come on.
guarantee you, Easy, that wasn't all of the evidence presented. I guarantee it.
Right. I'm
sure. I don't even know anything about the case that you're talking
all the
about.
evidence. I said that's all the evidence you need for manslaughter.
Yes.
Kid on
Is it?
video.
Then why do we have mitigation?
Oh my fucking god!
Why do we have mitigation?
You guys are so bad fucking faith. So you're telling me if some dude punched out your fucking
do you understand
a
what
woman that you
mitigation is?
love? No, shut up for a minute. If some dude punched
Do you
out a woman
understand
that
what
you love,
mitigation is, man?
all right.
Do you understand what mitigation is?
Bro.
The basic
It's a
definition
yes or
of
no
manslaughter-
question.
Yeah.
Shiva. What is the basic definition of manslaughter? Shiva.
Me?
Yes. Yes, sir.
I mean, it would be the.
I'm reading it here. I can read it to you.
Well, no, Shiva. Shiva
Oh,
only, please.
But I can read it to you.
That's okay.
Well, why don't you read out the
avoiding
definition of
questions.
manslaughter?
Yeah,
Why don't we
bad
get?
faith, and
Well,
then
why
you,
don't we
like,
get the actual definition? Dan?
And that's fine. That's fine, Shiva. If you want to read it,
I just
that's
sent
fine.
I mean, I did say the hang
Where?
on.
Where
I
do you
did say
want
the
the
accidental
definition from?
taking of a life.
Okay.
I did
Right,
send you the actual.
So, like, if
definition.
I punch you and then I accidentally kill you, that's manslaughter. If I punch you with the intent to kill you, that's murder. Right?
That's murder.
Yes.
Yep. You get the difference now.
And that's why he was charged originally with manslaughter. And then when the
Holy
jury decided
fuck.
to rule that he was not guilty, it's clear and
The
evident
bad faith coming out
societally,
tonight
not
is
by a ruling,
wild.
You're not
but
even getting it,
societally,
right?
morally, that it is
From being
understood
told
he did
Hitler to
commit
being told maybe they didn't think the kid on video actually killed the other kid that was on video killing the other kid. Like this is like we are in fucking la
Yeah,
land
but we
right
don't
now.
look easy.
Okay,
You're asking us to come to a hard decision.
Okay, you know
on a
what,
case
Ted?
that
You know
I
what?
only just
Shiva,
fucking heard
that
of.
speaks to
No,
my point,
no,
Shiva.
no,
That
no,
speaks
for
to my
God's
point.
sake.
No,
you're
I'm
asking us
sick of being
to-
fucking interrupted all the fucking
you
time.
listen to me for a minute.
No,
you listen
no,
to
I don't care. I don't care.
you
That
fucking
speaks to
listen
my
me.
point.
All
That
this
speaks to
fucking
my
horse
point.
shit
You guys
coming
take
from you.
advantage. Listen,
Well,
you're gonna.
I've only just heard
you know
about
what?
this case, and I
You know what? You guys
guarantee
are all gonna stop
100
taking advantage. Yeah, you're all gonna stop taking advantage of the fact that I don't mute you. You can go fuck yourselves, all of you. Straight the fuck up. Stop taking advantage of the fact that I don't mute you guys. This is still my fucking show. I don't know what you guys don't get about this shit. It's my fucking show. So just shut the fuck up sometimes. Especially when I'm fucking trying to answer or explain the topic we're talking about. Don't fucking take advantage of it. I'm getting fucking sick of it.
Okay.
You're just fucking getting
Okay,
goofy as fuck.
I'll try to calm down. But like I only just heard about the case that you're bringing up fucking half an hour ago. Right? I guarantee you 100% that there was a whole bunch of evidence that would have influenced the jury's decision making. And I haven't seen any of that evidence.
Okay.
So I don't know if the jury made the right decision.
Okay. So can you just take this in good faith that the kid is on video punching the other fucking kid, right?
Yes.
Just take the fucking evidence I'm giving you. The kid is on video punching the
Yes.
other kid. Autopsy reports of the kid's death died from injury, brain injury.
Yes.
All right. So do you
I'm
think that
accepting all
in
that.
itself, that in itself is enough evidence that the kid committed manslaughter?
Wait.
Not if there's other mitigating evidence.
Okay.
Just one question.
No.
Just one question.
Yeah, nobody can answer.
I just did. Not if there is
what's
other
the mitigating
evidence.
Go ahead. So explain the mitigating evidence.
Well, I
Go
don't
ahead.
know. I haven't
Oh,
seen
you
the
don't
fucking
know it?
evidence,
So if
have
you don't
I?
know it, shut the fuck up. There is no mitigating evidence then. If you
How
don't
do
know
you
it,
know?
don't
Have
say
you
it.
read the case?
Because I know.
Have you read the case notes?
Yeah, I know. The definition of manslaughter is killing
Have you
somebody
read
by
the case
accident,
notes?
and the kid killed somebody by accident. That's how I know.
Have you read the
Dumbass.
case notes?
Can I just
Have
ask
you
one
read the
question
case notes?
so that I
Yes,
can answer?
exactly.
I just
Have
want
you
to
read
ask
the-
is correct.
one question so I can answer because I
hang
don't
on a minute.
understand this case at
Yo,
all.
you know what's funny? I get what's happening. You're all so mad that I said I won every debate that you're gonna just compete bad faith right now, so you can feel like you're getting some win over here, bro. You're
That's
just
actually
looking
what's going on.
stupid. You're just
I'm not
looking
kissing,
fucking
kissing
stupid.
your ass, but I'm saying you're
not
right.
you, Terry. You're the only one that seems to even understand my take. I bet you still for that $100 I offered earlier, and I am gonna send it to Teriak because he was the one who answered. But I'll ask you again.
man.
What's my take? What is my
the hell?
take, and what's my argument for the panel full of judges? Go ahead.
So essentially, that rather than
$100.
have
No, wait,
jury, have this
Teriak. Let's see if anyone else can answer first.
Why we should do away with juries and have judges? Because you would rather have a system where people who are knowledgeable about the law adjudicate on such matters. Does that about sum it up?
Yeah, that's the why. And then and you know how it would be just a panel full of judges and the lawyers
Yeah.
still, right?
Yeah.
You understand this concept.
No actual jury, just a panel of judges. Yeah, we totally get it easy.
Well, I don't totally get it because I was still trying to
Earlier,
flesh
it
it out
didn't
with
seem
them
like
when
you guys
started
did when I
arguing.
tried asking.
Well, no, I mean, easy. We've had this conversation before. Take it as read that we understand. Like, I personally understand your basic position. Like, I do. I don't agree with it, but I understand it and I appreciate it. Like, I can understand the reasoning behind it. Right. So that's why when you're asking the question again, do you understand my position? It's sort of like I don't feel like I need to answer because we've already had this conversation.
Yeah, and for the record, Easy, I was on that original panel that Cleaner brought up. If you look, I opposed you then. I'm still opposing you now. My stance hasn't changed, nor has yours. I don't give a fuck about the getting the point that you've lost a debate or whatnot.
Yeah,
I'm literally just arguing the same stance I had then because that's where this led to.
I was just trying to engage.
You guys
in a
are
debate
like
with them because
purposely
I
not
enjoy
answering
engaging in debates
questions,
with them.
or
I've been answering your questions easy in a straightforward manner.
I'm actually trying to answer your question, but I have to have one thing clarified, and that's it. I just need to know who threw the first punch. Like the kid that killed the other kid.
the
was
other
he
kid.
defending
While they were
himself at
both
first?
walking out of chemistry class, and I guess because the reason the kid gave, I'll even give you that. The reason the kid gave is because apparently this kid was a bully of his and bullied him at school. So as they were walking out of chemistry class, he punches him. The kid drops to the cement, smashes his head off the cement, and the kid punches him again and walks
He
away.
threw the first
Dead.
punch then?
Two punches.
Yeah,
dead.
then yeah, I'd say this is most likely a case of jury nullification. Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, I just needed to know that because manslaughter is the unlawful. And so like if he was defending himself, then I could see why maybe it wouldn't have been that the jury thought he was committing manslaughter. That's why I just needed to know who threw the first punch and was the initial fight started by the kid that killed the other kid, or was it, you know what I mean?
I get
That's
it.
all.
Yeah,
I just need. I wasn't trying to answer
self-defense. I thought that would have been clear because I didn't say it was a
No,
self-defense. But
I could.
I
You might have said
it wasn't a self-defense case.
To be fair, you might have said it, and I might just not have been able to hear you say it. I was not trying to argue in bad faith. I just needed to understand. That's all, because I'm not familiar with this case. You know.
Right?
so.
Yeah, no, never heard.
I don't
Never
know
heard
that
this
any of us
case.
are.
Right? Yeah,
But
never heard this case.
I definitely say like it. Yeah, if he attacked the other kid, then yeah, I mean it definitely sounds like manslaughter.
But
So I mean, I don't see how the jury could not see that too.
Did he die from the punch, or was it his head bouncing off the floor? Like that,
Yeah,
I think would be
like obviously, yeah, that's the thing. That's the reason it's manslaughter is because like in the video, the way that his head hits the floor and where the brain injury is, that is most likely the cause of the death. But like it's the same thing as if like if you started running through a hallway of a mall and you accidentally like bump some little kid hard enough that they smacked against the wall and the wall killed the kid, you still get charged for manslaughter. You obviously weren't intending to kill that kid, but you still get charged for manslaughter because you caused the death of another human being, and you should face some punishment for this, right? That's why they've given you a lesser version of it, so that they know you're not an asshole that wanted to kill the kid, but you still have to face punishment for killing the kid.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, and like I, as much as I understand this kid's getting bullied, and we want to think, fuck, poor kid was getting bullied all the time, and he just lashed out. I get it, but he still needed to be punished, in my opinion, because this just gives an out to kids or anyone about their feelings. I was so sad that I just had to punch him in the back of the head. You know, like that's crazy talk to me. We can't do that. you know. So, like, he should have got a manslaughter charge. When you get manslaughter charges as a minor, but that's the thing too. Actually, that's right. He was in Texas. I'm pretty sure it's manslaughter, the death sentence in Texas, or what's minimal?
No, only capital.
Let me see.
No,
minimal.
It has to be. It has to be like first degree murder, or I'm sorry, first degree.
Let me just
you
see.
know. There's like a whole stipulation thing, and then it's still up to the judge.
First degree is not accidental, right?
It's up to 20 years in prison.
First degree is premeditated.
For manslaughter.
Oh yeah, so yeah, up to 20 years in prison, and then $10,000, and that's the thing. So, if they found him guilty of manslaughter, then the judge could decide, okay, put this kid in jail for 20 years. And that's probably why they were like, oh, we don't want to let the judge do that, right? We don't want to let the judge put this kid in. And like, it's Texas, so they're about punishment over there. They don't fuck around. So they would have probably just said, yeah, no, the kid's going to jail. You know?
And I mean, and that's fair. That's
I'm
fair.
guessing,
And
actually,
it's been proven.
Did they hold him? Did they hold him on an adult level? Do you know? Did they try to charge him on an adult level, or did they do it as a child? I'm just curious.
So what it said here in the, let me bring back up the
manslaughter is an adult charge. I don't know.
Is it?
Yeah,
that's why I was wondering. I was wondering if that was like how somehow they twisted it, and that's how they got the assault thrown in there, because they were trying to say something about him being a juvenile or something. I don't know, because I know that the juvenile court is a completely different court than the actual
and for first,
court.
second,
So
third degree, or for manslaughter, it would have to be criminal of an adult.
No, I get that none of us are lawyers and don't really know what we're talking about. But nevertheless, I'm going to ask the question: why is it the case? I don't know if that's the case in the UK, whether you can just append a charge to a prosecution that's already underway. Maybe it is. I'll have to check.
Well, I think that's why the lawyers threw in the assault charge being there too, so that because they kind of figured that the jury would not want to get him on manslaughter because of the minimum amount of charges or the minimum time served, and they didn't think he should be in jail for that long because he was a kid. So the lawyers were kind of playing to the emotions of the jury and what they expected the emotions to be and the emotional outcome, which they ended up being correct in this case. But something that jurors are allowed to do is put a recommended sentence on the piece of paper that they hand to the judge also, and the judge can choose to either go with their recommendation or go with his own judgment.
Shiva,
So, I mean,
they can't hold people in contempt of court there?
In the UK, yeah.
Yeah, so like that's an example in itself of adding a charge during a trial. You can literally and I've seen this one video where a guy was like, "That's 6 months, and that's another 6, and that's another 6."
Well, that's true. But that's based
that
on
was
your,
funny. I saw that too.
but
That shit was hilarious.
But that's based on your. 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 But that's that's based on your actions in the courtroom, right? That's not after the fact.
Yeah. But like, so like, say during a trial, that something comes up that was found out. Like, say, like someone finds a video that shows that
Right.
the person actually did this, and in the video they're also stealing the wallet of the person. So now they can add theft because they have that proof, right? Like, or something, you know.
But surely, if you do away with
be...
juries, wouldn't the same problem still exist? It's just that essentially you've reduced it from 12 people down to one person, right? But like the same processes will still be in place, wouldn't they?
Yeah, but I don't want it only one. I want it like 5. So like I want it to be like a panel of judges that and in an odd number so that it's still majority rules.
Okay, but the same problem would still exist, right? You'd have situations where you'd get one bunch of lawyers coming up going, "Hey, can we add this charge on?" And then, because judges are still people, they're still prone to
I agree.
Emotional decisions, right? So you still got the same problem.
I agree that it could happen, but I think that when we're talking about like people that are at a professional level, that like that we also have heavy consequences if it's found out they're doing this type of shit, you know. Then,
but there are heavy consequences anyway, right? I mean, if you're a corrupt judge.
That's where you're wrong.
Oh well, like for sure. There's definitely there was just this year, a retired judge, or not this year, sorry, last year, a retired judge in fucking Quebec. He got arrested. He was retired, and he got arrested because they realized he was a fraud, and he was doing some shady ass shit. So they arrested his ass. Now he's getting to spend his retired life in fucking jail.
It's much more difficult to arrest judges and police officers for doing shit like that. I'm sorry, but
well, yeah, I'm not saying it's easy.
But like it's also much more difficult to arrest someone like Elon Musk that's got billions of dollars and they can spend as much money on the best lawyers there is all over the world. Like that's definitely
to my point. That's to my point. You agree? I agree.
In a
Good
small
reason
aside,
to not put more
Dan,
power into their hands.
In a small aside, Dan, you know why it's hard why it's rare and hard to arrest a judge on those, right? The reason, I was asking you, Dan, because you made the statement that it was very hard to arrest a judge for those actions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they have full immunity.
No, it's
no, they don't.
It's not immunity at all.
It's not full immunity. No.
Yeah, they do. It's called full immunity, or it's not full. It's like
the
same context.
It has nothing to do with immunity.
Yeah.
The reason it's hard to arrest them for that is anytime a judge is arrested for a crime that would come back and go into their character of judgment, that opens the gate to every case that they have presided over and evaluate whether or not that case was upheld by the rule of law. Every case that they ever presided over gets brought up under scrutiny. It can actually grant in every one of those cases.
It's called judicial immunity.
And this is why I don't. This is that right there, Jeremy, is one of the reasons like you have a less of a chance of this happening with a panel. I get
that. You have 5 judges now that would go up to, or 10, or however many judges you put in that panel of judges.
Is there a situation where jury nullification could be seen as being a net positive for society?
Yes.
Well, on the moral implication, yeah. On
and legal too.
Legal. On the pure legal, no, because someone's still violating the law. They should be held to the letter of the law. Whether or not the law is morally right is something that would have to be changed.
What if the law is legally? But surely it's about whether the law is legally right.
Right, and that's the thing is like the whole jury nullification thing is, I mean, that is speaking to whether or not a jury believes that someone should be morally held accountable for the crime they're being convicted or charged with, you know, and because that's what's going to overwrite their belief in them being guilty. So, like in this case that SpeakeaZy was bringing up, the lawyers added the assault charge because they figured if they didn't, then the jury would probably just find him not guilty. But he should have been held.
No,
the prosecution believed he should have been held
opposite, Cleaner. They would have had manslaughter as their option, and they would have found him guilty because he was clear as day on video, fucking punching the kid and killed him.
The reason why I'm asking
the lawyer, it was his lawyer. It was the kid's lawyer that asked for this charge to be added because the lawyer knew that if they had a different option, they would look into their hearts, because they even say that was one of the closing arguments, I guess, was saying like if you guys give him the manslaughter charges, he could face up to this many years and so this made them and it happened with a murder case too. I'm trying to find that one. I can't remember
I believe I misunderstood that part then. I believe I misunderstood that part then, but I think what we're saying still holds though, as far as that's like they gave the extra one so that the jury could use that one as opposed to the 20.
Yeah, because like Texas and like would you guys agree with me? Because like everybody I've talked to Texas seems like they're really about punishment. So
yeah, very conservative state.
And like we know the law there is straight up about punishment. So
yeah.
So the reason why I'm asking is because I'm just doing some cursory reading.
Yeah.
And I think now, after having read this, have a deeper appreciation of why it's a thing in America. So apparently, during the civil rights movement, it was used to return not guilty verdicts on people who were up on charges. Yeah, and it's kind of implied that those, if they'd been found guilty, that would have breached their constitutional right to freedom of expression.
I'm so glad you brought this up. So I'm
it's
actually
like a First Amendment issue. Right?
I'm okay with jury nullification. In fact, so the reason that the rights are written the way they are in our Bill of Rights is because they're there to protect the individual, not the majority or even the minority or any group of people. They're for the individual.
So when a gang member is like,
that's why I posed a question. Could there be a situation in which jury notification could be a net positive to society?
Yeah, sure. I can agree that there's probably situations we can say that it would be a positive. But again, my problem here is that when we get down to it, is that if we started like accepting laws to be broken based off of our morals, then you get people with really fucked up morals that they think certain things are okay and they want to, stop a charge from, somebody who did some weird shit with a kid because, they believe that, it's okay.
I gotta say something.
SpeakeaZy even appealing to, and I wouldn't even say like that one, like the thing you just brought up, but I would even say, okay, so somebody who their wife was killed, right, and they want justice against the killer. They go and they seek their own justice against them, a life for a life. And I mean that's the thing that we're trying to stop here is that kind of thing from happening. So because if you say it's okay for people to say, well, I mean, that guy killed his wife, so he killed that guy, then, no, that's not okay, and that's what we're trying to stop.
Whenever you're done,
Blackstone's ratio.
I have something to add to the conversation once we're done with the conversation, and I
go ahead.
Gotta talk about them.
I can mention this here in a minute. Go ahead.
Appreciate it. Well, in Norway, we don't have a jury system anymore. Actually, we stopped that in 2017. So now we only have judges. Yeah. We had up till 2017, if it was like judgments that was like up to 6 years, we would have a jury. Now we don't have that anymore. Now what we do have in Norway, and Norway, I don't know if I can really compare it directly because we're very different than America and stuff. We're only 5 million people, and our strictest sentence. You remember the terror attack from the right-wing guy Breivik in 2000?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
Anders
he
Breivik,
killed
yeah.
like 77 people. The strictest sentence we have is 21 years in prison.
Huh.
That's the strictest sentence we have.
For all the charges?
For any charges, yes.
Wow.
Now, Breivik,
Wait a minute. So it's not like stacked with more charges?
So each of the people that died isn't a separate charge?
No.
Oh my god, that's fucked. That's fucked, bro.
Weird.
And this guy,
That doesn't even make sense.
he complains because he doesn't have the newest PlayStation in his cell.
Tell him
it seems
eat
like
a
there's
dick.
been a bit of a
Welcome to
trade-off. in this
Norway.
system.
Yeah, tell him eat a dick.
We live in a
I
very
know.
liberal world. So mentioning
Wait.
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, I'm just going to
Well,
finish
yeah,
with
go
the
ahead.
judges.
Right.
Most of our judges now are female judges, and we have a lot of people coming in from other countries that are crashing with our cultures, and when they grape people, like 10 people grape an innocent girl, they sit and they are let go with community service for 12 months because they don't understand the Norwegian culture. We have to understand them. That's what happens when judges are corrupt. This is true. You can look it up. I'm
Yeah,
not
that's
saying
fucked.
this is an argument against the judge system that you're talking about, Easy. I'm
Mhm.
just saying that in this specific case,
Yeah.
it has gone very wrong.
Sure, like there's gonna, I get it. There's gonna be corruption in literally, like, there's gonna be corruption in McDonald's, my guy. You know the McDonald's roll up, or not the Monopoly thing. There's a whole documentary about how there was dudes running
Oh,
a
yeah.
whole scam with that to claim the winners.
Right.
And what,
And I
like,
don't think this is corruption. I just think this happened poorly. I don't
yeah,
think this
sure.
is
Like
corruption.
what it could. I'm just
Whoa.
saying that corruption happens literally everywhere, to
Yes,
even
yes.
McDonald's. You know what I mean? So like,
Yes.
and have you ever heard of like the corruption perceptions index? Right? Like, take this as you will, but it's like it's a score and ranking of countries based on their perceived levels of the public sector, and like the corruption is it's assessed by like experts and business executives to give like a ranking on the corruption perception of
What they
countries.
define.
And
What they
Norway
define.
is actually like one of the highest ranking for non-corrupt countries. So like it actually
Oh
has
my
like
gosh.
yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's like Denmark, Norway,
Well, that's
New Zealand.
that would be
I know
easy if the
Sweden
laws
and
are
Switzerland will be
lax.
there. Yeah, and
But
like
easy
they
if
aim the
laws-
highest.
Yeah.
Speakeasy, wouldn't you say though in this case, I mean like what he's describing would literally be corruption
Yeah,
of the
that's
Norwegian
fucked up.
culture.
That judge should
Like,
go to jail.
Yeah,
Straight up.
those judges should be taken out of their chairs. They shouldn't be allowed to be judges anymore.
I don't think it's corruption. I think it's stupidity and naivety.
Well, no.
Bad
The
laws.
reason I say corruption is because you guys have a very specific type of culture, and when someone comes into your culture from another country, they're supposed to assimilate to your culture, right?
Good luck,
but they
right?
don't, and
They
that's
don't.
corrupting your culture. You
We
see what
have
I'm
to
saying?
assimilate.
That's
Yeah,
why
yeah,
I say
yeah.
I think it's corruption.
Sure, sure, that's true.
You're very
That's true.
accepting people, and that can be
Yeah.
detriment.
Right.
It can be
it's
taken
bad.
advantage of.
It's very
Yeah.
bad.
I like that. I would like to point this out, though. I don't know how anybody else feels about this, but I wanted to hear SpeakeaZy's view on this. I'm sure you've heard of Blackstone's ratio, that it is better than that 10 guilty persons escape than it is for one innocent to suffer.
Yeah, or is it like 1,000? It's better to release 1,000 guilty men than it is to convict one innocent man. Yeah,
Right.
yeah. So, and like I agree, but like, what's the I'm
Correlation.
not under.
So
You're
that-
saying that like I don't know if you're saying this, but I kind of think that speaks to my end. It's better to have a bunch of professionals.
Yeah, I feel like that we would have more people who would be convicted and not be allowed to go free if we continued to allow more power into the hands of those officials. That more of the people, like for instance, we were talking.
Yeah, but it was
about
like Shiva mentioned earlier. You go like it goes up the ranks, right? Like it's not like these judges are like the end all be all, and they're gonna just be able to start like fucking everything up because they have people that look down to them. Like it's the chain of command here, right? So if this was like this is what happens now when people are like, whoa, this judge is like, oh, look, this judge has a guilty conviction rate, a high guilty conviction rate of black people, very low of white people. And then they'll start looking into this type of shit or something like this, right? Like I'm just trying to think of an example that I've heard of.
Yeah,
before.
no, and
But
it's a fair assessment. So
yeah,
the thing about it though is the people who are releasing the records are also the judges. So we're allowing the judges to not only be the people on the jury, the sentencing, the releasing of records. You see where I'm going with this? It's going to be all the power in their hands.
Like a president, right?
No, the president. No, the president's. He's supposed to be a lot more
Like
limited
Monopoly.
than he is. The judges
Like
actually
Monopoly.
have most of the power already. They've kind of been self-arbiters of what the Constitution says and all that. They kind of assumed that with Marbury versus Madison, and so it's kind of been that way since. However, it's not supposed to be like that, and it's also not supposed to be that any one of the branches are supposed to have as much power as they do. Even the legislation has too much power. The people is who is supposed to have the power. But like I said, I'm here to hear SpeakeaZy's view.
Yeah,
like
so
I said,
like it doesn't take. So I don't think like it takes away any power from the people. So again, you're allowing citizens to still be able to sit in, right?
Mm-hmm.
We still have like the people. Fuck, why can't I think of the word? The people who sit there and type out everything that's being said.
The arbiters. The arbiters.
Yeah,
Yep.
and it's
The
also
record.
audio recorded, right? And so
Yes.
like if there seems to be some corruption going on, right? You would go to like the judicial conference that like goes over the code of conduct for the for the judges in the United States, and then
it's called
they
judicial
have
review.
like they have like the administrative offices, and then
I'll
the
tell you what.
federal judicial centers. Like it goes up and up. Like for there to be a corruption, the problem is it literally has to go all the way through it. And
Yes,
I'm not
and I
saying
would-
this isn't possible, but like I think it's a very pessimistic way to think like, oh, if we do that, this could happen, so it most likely will. Like
So
I don't.
would
I think that's a
absolutely
really
be down for your view if it was allowed that cameras would be in the courtrooms, and I do mean every single courtroom. You do understand that there are literally courtrooms where they will not allow cameras in there, right?
Yeah, I've thought about this too.
Okay.
But the thing is, we know things about like the scarlet lettering of somebody, right? Sometimes certain things that get accused on people, this doesn't just go away after even when they're proven to be not guilty. And putting this on like a wide scale where it's like on the internet for everybody to see, and this could lead. I think that's a worse thing. This actually one of the reasons I don't like the juror thing, because I think we put people in danger, right? You got some gangbanger that's got a bunch of jurors that found him not guilty, but he's still got people on the outside. And like, if you think they can't figure out who was on the jury just because they try to hide you, that's weird thinking, right? Like,
it would kind of limit the
it's
witness
definitely
protection.
possible.
Yeah, I do agree with that.
You know, so
Yeah,
like, I'd rather have, like, you know,
I'm
the
still not
reason
sold
these
on it,
judges, the reason these judges
look at
became judges is because they're willing to put their faces on the line in front of criminals and let them know I'm the one putting you away. Everyday citizens don't agree to this, right? So we're putting everyday citizens to do something that's actually against their will, right? Like, they don't have an option. So like, we're
Yeah,
kind
unless
of
they're
you
able
take
to
away,
get out of
you're kind of taking away a right, don't you think?
So
sort of. Yeah, sort of. I don't disagree.
100% you are.
I don't
Hang
disagree.
hang on, Easy. You just made a claim that's at least from the law or the legal friends that I have, and several YouTube streamers who have made statements on this. You made the statement that the judges are happy to put their face out there for and convict people for crimes. They actually don't. They prefer a jury trial so that they're not the ones who are determining the conviction of the defendants, but rather that's somebody else. Their hands are clean from that. All the judge has to do at that point is make sure that the trial was fair for the accused.
Yeah, but if the accused is found guilty and then the judge doesn't overturn it, the judge already has themselves at risk.
They dole out, but they at that point they dole out the sentence, the punishment, but they did not say that you're guilty. That's the thing that the judge is free
I don't
from.
think that matters to the fucking person being sentenced. You're the one that could have told them that their guilty verdict's being overturned, and you didn't do that. So you're still the one that had the ultimate decision there, dude. Right? Like, if you're the judge and like you could have said, "Yeah, no, I don't think he's guilty though, so I'm gonna overturn this for a retrial," and then all of a sudden, you know, now the person thinks, okay, you didn't want to do that, fuck you, bro, you're the one that I'm coming for first.
I mean, depending on the trial, they get a retrial anyways. So any guilty, like on a murder trial,
well, I get you can appeal it. Yeah,
no, you're granted them a certain number of appeals. You're just kind of blindly granted them.
So I did want to point out one more misconception, that a lot of people believe it's a jury of your peers. That is not the wording. It's a jury of the state. So these things are possible even within the rights. So what you're talking about, Speaky, isn't against what the Bill of Rights says is a right. It just says jury of the state.
Yeah, no, I don't even think it says jury of the state. Isn't it it's the Sixth Amendment? It's the right to a jury trial. That's literally like, it just says a jury trial. So like
it says of the state. It says
oh, is it okay? Okay.
Yeah, it says
well, anyways,
by an
but
impartial jury of the state.
Yeah, so still it wouldn't be against the.
It's not against it. Yeah.
Well, but that depends on how.
That's interesting wording, isn't it? An impartial jury of the state. That is interesting wording.
But
it would depend on the jury of the
Easy's particular thing. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Easy is you stated that it wouldn't be a jury; it would be a panel of judges.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, so yeah, the wording technically wouldn't be a jury. It wouldn't be it would be a jury trial because it wouldn't be just a solo judge, but it wouldn't be a jury trial of your peers. It would be a jury trial of professionals in law.
In the right state. In the right state, you could test the theory, I would say. So I would say it's something that maybe in the right state, it could be, voted for, implemented, and that sort of thing. It depends on the constitution of the state, because every state has their own constitution as well. So you'd have to check that, make sure it's not against the jury of the peers wording, because some states might have that in their equivalent to the Sixth Amendment. So it's something that I feel like could be implemented and tested. It's just
there's another change to this that
And here's another. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So there's another change that Easy proposed in this that also kind of changes things too. Is one is a not guilty verdict. A guilty verdict must be unanimous. So they have to get a unanimous decision for a guilty verdict. In Easy's panel of judges, it's not a unanimous decision. It's majority rules.
Yep.
So I just want to make sure that's noted out there as well.
So mathematically, would that make guilty verdicts more likely?
Yes.
Yeah.
Interesting.
No.
See, well, I don't know that it would mathematically, but
how would it make it more likely? I don't know.
I don't know. You'd have to say that the majority would.
There'll be an equation, right? You know, number of judges, number of cases.
It's not there in the wording. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know that indicates that there would be more guilty. It does mean that it probably would be less mistrials based on the derivative of a verdict, but there's nothing there that particularly states that they're going to, by majority, going to come up with more guilty verdicts over not guilty verdicts.
It doesn't say it has to be unanimous.
Because it's majority rule, so there could be in majority more three judges generally come to a not guilty verdict. And
where are you getting the unanimous decision from?
Where's
that?
That's the way it is. In order for the conviction to go, it has to be a unanimous decision from the jury.
That is not a right.
Yes.
No.
If it's not unanimous, it is. That's why when they read them off, they say, was this unanimous? If they say no, then they didn't reach a verdict.
Yeah, if it's not unanimous, that's called the hung jury.
It's not part of the Sixth Amendment, is what I'm saying. So it just depends on the district.
I see.
The verdict is a unanimous decision.
You can implement these things in certain jurisdictions. You would just have to change those things. That would be fine.
That's the point I made. I said that was a change from the way it is.
That doesn't
going to majority rule
necessarily ring true. Oregon is wild, man. This is why I said in the right state, these things might be able to be implemented, right? So I don't know all of the jurisdictional requirements in the Constitution of Oregon. So it's going to have its own wording, and it might be what you're saying, unanimous, but I don't know, man.
It's unanimous.
It doesn't say it. It doesn't say it in the Bill of Rights. So I highly doubt it says it in the Oregon Constitution.
It's unanimous everywhere. The verdict has to be unanimous.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
All right. Let me look. Because you're saying
I would love for you to find me one state that does not require a unanimous verdict.
Hey, SpeakeaZy.
Wait, isn't that recent though? Like that's not how it's always been, right? Like it wasn't it was a majority before, right?
No,
I believe it's always been unanimous as soon as they put to the jury system. It's always been unanimous. So that's why they have hung juries and mistrials and all that kind of stuff.
It hasn't.
Jury
always been
decision
unanimous.
have to be unanimous in all of the U.S.
In 2020 was when the Supreme Court ruled that it has to be.
Yeah. See, it was recent. Yeah, it was in 2020. I mean, like not like yesterday recent, but it wasn't.
Okay.
It wasn't like
right.
My
bad. I thought it was always.
That's for criminal jury trials specifically, not civil jury trials.
Right. I mean, I think we're only referring to criminal.
Right.
Anyways.
Well, right. I'm just clarifying so that nobody tries and puts words in it or whatever.
Yeah. Okay.
So
yeah,
that would be jurisprudence, case law, right? Which case would that be?
In what case? It was the case.
That was a Supreme Court.
The 2020 case of Ramos versus Louisiana, when the Supreme Court ruled that the Sixth Amendment requires a unanimous verdict in criminal cases, and then it overturned the Apodaca versus Oregon.
Okay, so
Oh
I
wow!
just
It's literally an Oregon case. So see, up until 2020, it wasn't the thing in Oregon. That's so interesting.
Yeah. In Oregon in 2020, like up until 2020, they had non-unanimous decisions.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, Oregon and
just missed
Louisiana.
it. Can't
So
get
Oregon
in
and
answer
Louisiana were the only two states that allowed non-unanimous jury verdicts on criminal trials.
Wow.
in answer to my earlier question, I just asked ChatGPT. ChatGPT is good for some things. Apparently, if you switch from a system where you have 12 people adjudicating guilt and they have to be unanimous in order to achieve the verdict, to a system where you have 5 people adjudicating guilt and it's a majority vote, then apparently guilty verdicts become increase dramatically. And there's a formula. So I can go through the formula if you like, but if you're interested in the maths, that there is a fairly simple formula. It turns out. So, what do we think? Is that like a something that we think is
You
going to
know
be a
what? You know what, guys? I've thought about it a little bit here, and I wouldn't be totally opposed to making a guilty verdict have to have the unanimous decision among the judges.
Yeah, that does decrease, like the thing that makes it increase dramatically.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. 'Cause then this knocks out the like 3 guys don't like one guy and the 2 guys.
Exactly.
just
Easy.
being- I get what you're
that,
saying. I get what
that
you're saying.
change easy. That change alone has completely changed how I feel about this whole situation. Because that was my contention, was the fact that it was always an odd number, that majority. That was the part I couldn't wrap my head around. But I guess I didn't realize it was case law in Oregon and shit.
Yeah,
That's
I
what I'm saying.
can't
Like, that's the
actually.
crazy part. Yeah, no, I
I
completely
can't
agree with
actually
you.
like really come up with a more
moral
positive
argument.
reason to
Yeah.
have it a majority decision rather than a unanimous decision. So, like, following that logically, I don't see why
Because
that part
Well,
should change.
especially if they're so versed in the law.
Exactly. Exactly.
Majority.
I mean,
So,
mathematically,
then
even if we
and then if
switch
you have
to a
3, then why not just have
unanimous,
1?
even if we switch to a unanimous decision with a panel of 5 people, mathematically, guilty verdicts are much more likely.
Then 12 people, you're saying?
Because
Yeah.
it's easier for them to
Oh, well,
see.
yeah, I get that point, but I don't care. I don't care.
All right, fair enough.
But I think that formula, you're not, that thing that's not equated in the formula is that the 5 people are way more versed in the law than.
Oh no! I mean,
Yeah,
yes,
with
yeah,
law,
yeah. No, I mean, Chat GPT did actually spit out judicial expertise as one of the key considerations.
And
So-
Shiva,
It did.
Yeah.
So finally in agreement, if we can not only get the unanimous,
can be wrong,
but
I was
also
just
cameras.
putting that out there.
Also,
one
full
point to
record,
make on the
like
council
cameras
panelists
straight
or
out to the
whatnot.
public.
One
Between
point to
those
make-
two, I'm down.
Okay, go ahead, Brick.
I was gonna say, if you get the unanimous decision and the full press, full video and audio recording straight out to the public, I'm down.
I would say I wouldn't.
Yeah, no,
I would
me-
have to have. I would have to
See,
have
I would be
prerequisites
against
for the
that
judges.
just for the witnesses.
That's the one thing that
Like-
Canada
for, like, the
has
witnesses
that I
and
think
the
is
people that
better
come
than
in like
America.
that are innocent. That's the ones that I
If-
would feel like that's kind of
That's-
crooked, putting like witnesses front and center. The
I-
ones who
I
got to
would
come
say-
up there and like
No,
That
I'm
would be-
talking about the
I don't
judges
know.
making this decision. I'm not
You're
talking
cutting
about
out a
the
bit
entire-
there at the end.
the
there,
entire
Kenny,
case
cut out.
necessarily. We're obviously gonna blur out the faces of witnesses and things like that, and obviously to keep the kiddies,
Oh, I got
in a safe environment, we're not gonna just show all the blood and gore.
Okay, so you're not
However,
saying no holds
the
barred. I got
decision,
you. Okay, all right. I
yeah,
got
we
you.
get to see we get to see those judges who are jurors. We get to see their faces. We get to know who they are, and we get to hear every bit.
Well, yeah, that's why it's just like I said that I'd allow, like it would still be citizens can still sit in and
Yeah.
you know, and But the thing with I don't like this, like putting it out to everybody shit, because this is one thing I've actually agreed with that Canada does compared to America. So, like in Canada, you can't I can't just go search up another Canadian person's like information, like the houses they own and shit like this. Like you can't just do that. Like we don't we don't have the rights to that information on each other. We're
I'm okay with
our
like
right
a
is
15,
actually the
20-second delay.
privacy. That's what our right is. It's the privacy of that information.
15,
So-
20-second delay within the live feed, but I still want the live
Well-
feed so we can hide that personal private information. That's fine. Protect the people. I get that. Yes,
I
we'll
would
sacrifice a
contest
little bit
that.
of the liberty for the security.
I would contest that and say
Okay.
if
I
you
can combine
wanted
it.
if you wanted a video feed of it, I would say after the case is done, maybe that would be all right. But either way, whether you go with the video feed or not, I would say it would be I mean, you would have to have a requirement that the judges would have had to have passed the bar exam. I mean,
Right. Well, yeah.
there would have to
I
be
mean,
something
you
like
could
that.
you could definitely build that into there. But then
Yeah.
aren't we just talking about just like wouldn't it be like, what's the word I'm kind of looking? Wouldn't it be just society then being the ones holding the judges accountable then that way then? So societal accountability for the judges that they're holding it then, like not
I
miscarrying
would
justice.
think the state Supreme Courts would be able to hold those judges accountable just like they are right now, and that would
yeah, I got
probably be enough.
Well, part of the reason
But then
why I'm
we
saying
have judges
no
overseeing judges though. Isn't that
to
would that be like a conflict?
No, the
No.
reason I'm saying no to the finale of the whole entire proceeding is because of specifically because of the Second Amendment. Because if I have to wait to find out what decision has been made until after the proceeding, like not even like 15, 20 seconds, like I'm talking about, they get to redact all this extra information to find out what's happened to my buddy, right? Then my Second Amendment does not apply. His Second Amendment does not apply. And we know what that means.
And Blackout, the reason that I said no is because each state's Supreme Court justices are held to accountability by the people. So
Right.
that way it creates a loop to where the people do actually get to say, okay, this judge is obviously not doing what he's supposed to do by holding these other guys accountable, you know? So they have to.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I got you.
But anyway, I'm so glad that I was able to hear SpeakeaZy's views. I'm actually considering some of what you said, and thank you. I'm gonna have to head out. It's only 6:30 in the morning for me here, but you know, gotta head out at some point. I appreciate you, SpeakeaZy. Thank you for letting me up.
Yeah, no problem, man. Thanks for coming.
All right, Brody. Later.
So
have a good one, bro.
Yeah, I agree. I like that we got to flesh out some of this finally. That's really what I wanted to do, was flesh out this idea and get some more insight into what it is that you think would actually be a good system.
Yeah, I'm you know, people say sometimes it seems a little authoritarian in some of the ways I want to do things, but like, you know, I think it's a morally good thing to have laws in society that prevent people from freely doing immoral shit. You know?
Right.
There's still a few things that I don't agree with on this, Easy.
Sure.
And so first, I've got one question, and this goes kind of to a thing Shiva said, which kind of makes his point on the number being irrelevant. But my question is the number of judges on the panel, is that a fixed number for all trials, or would this be a sliding scale on how many judges would serve on that panel? So for the reason I say that is as it is right now, the jury is not always 12 people or 13 people or however many alternates and things like that. It could be a jury of 6 at one time and a jury of 8 on another trial, a jury of 15 and another. they do have a different number of jurors that serve in certain trials based on the severity of the case and several
Yeah,
other
that's
factors.
exactly what I was just about to say right there. So I would bring it down to that too: the severity of the cases, the severity of the time the person would face, or the punishment the person would face for the charges. You know, and the more severe, obviously, I'd want more judges there. So
Yeah,
that
so I
it's
would
fair.
not. I'm sorry, didn't.
No, yeah, I was just saying, just so it's fair.
Yeah, so I mean, I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to that as a concept. The thing is there's two things you also stated in this that would address. Is one is that trials are they're expensive on taxpayers, and in this particular recipe, it would significantly increase the number of judges required. You also made the claim during this
I didn't
that
say it was
they would-
cheaper on taxpayers. That was
Well,
someone else.
actually,
The cheaper thing I said was it would be cheaper, as in like, so like someone doesn't have to miss a day of work. They don't have to waste gas driving there.
Cheaper on the
All
people,
these.
yeah.
I wasn't saying like it's cheaper on the taxpayer in general. I don't think that. No.
Actually,
this would be
just
more
just
expensive
going
on
off
the
of New
taxpayer.
York.
It would raise our taxes to cover the
Hold
cost of-
on. No. Hold on. Now, just based off of New York, okay, based off of last year or 2023, actually, not 2024, but 2023, okay, if they would have had no jurors, there would have been roughly 120 million that would have been saved, whereas the judges that currently preside in New York only make 193,700,000 collectively. So you could almost double the amount of judges just by getting rid of the jurors.
We would need like 5 times that, dude. Remember, however many judges
Right,
we have on
you
the
need
panel,
because
that's
there's
the
so many
multiplier.
cases.
Right. That's also a possibility. We might
They
actually
get through
need
the
that many,
same
but that's just with me taking out. You're roboting.
You're roboting, King.
Mobile.
Yeah, roboting hard.
All I was saying is that's just with me taking out the specific chunks that say that they're for jurors, not even going into like all the different things that they have that they do for them and all that other stuff that have to do with other things, because there's other parts of the balance and the budget that they have that will account for, will be accounting for jurors also. So, I mean, there's probably more money than just 120 million, but I was just going off of the stuff that they specifically equated to jurors specifically, like for their protection, for their transport, for their all this other stuff. So I'm sure there's more money that could be pulled out, but yeah, it may not be enough, but it's a possibility.
Right, but I mean, you've got an easy equation to run on that. If you say, even if you just say we're going to have 2 judges that serve on everyone, what you're paying the judges now, you're doubling the workload for the judges, because now you have to have 2 judges preside on every trial.
Right, but here's the thing.
You doubled the cost of the judges alone.
But here's the thing, Jeremy. You also have to remember, though, you're talking about so you've got different aspects to this that would change. One of them being the amount of time that passes from when they would have normally had jury selection to the trial starting. That will reduce. All right. Right. In some cases, it's like a day because 24 hours is the minimum. And in some cases, it could be a month because, you might be having to wait a month for the court to have an opening for the case to be seen. But they wouldn't know that.
Actual time in court, though.
They wouldn't
not
know
the time
that,
you're waiting
though.
in between the two things, but I'm saying like the actual time you spend in court wouldn't be that much different. Yes, there would be some.
It would be reduced.
Some better because you're eliminating much, at least by the jury selection process. I completely agree. Yes, but you'd still be having to double, if not triple, the workload on the judges because they still have to be there for each case instead of alternating judges. Yeah, go ahead.
You will still reduce the amount of time needed for judges because for capital jury trials, you no longer have to have a judge that will be presiding for the jury selection. So you're reducing one of the jobs of the judge, but at the same time, I believe and then I could be wrong, but I would be led to believe by judges having to pass the bar exam, they would have a more full understanding of the law, and so it would take less time for the defense and prosecution to present their case and the judges to reach a verdict. Now that may not be right in all cases. I mean, there's always going to be those exceptions, but
I was just saying,
overall, I
when
would
it
say
comes
it would
down
probably
to
take less time.
Right. Well, when it comes down to witnesses and that kind of thing, like to present your evidence, they can't really, pull it together that much more. So yeah, no,
Well,
I
the
don't think they
part
would
that
save
they
that
pull
much time
together,
there.
though, King, I know it doesn't seem like long, but like when you watch certain trials, like we watched the trial of Ernie and them, that his brother was involved in a murder case, and like the amount of times that they have to tell the jury to leave the room so that they can discuss something, and then bring them back in, then do it again, like that it takes up so much time to the point where they'll go like, okay, we'll recite this till tomorrow, and that shit would not be happening. You know what I mean? Like we wouldn't be having
Not to that degree, but there would still be some, because what they're arguing in that fact is the admissibility of the evidence. So there would still be some of that. It would just be condensed because nobody would have to
it would
actually
just be a
physically
lot
leave.
faster, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
I mean, wouldn't that be?
But my
wouldn't
argument
that
wouldn't be that
fixed?
it wouldn't be that big of a difference, because the argumentation that they would have to make is still there. The people actually standing up and walking out takes what, 5-10 minutes, and then standing up and walking back in. Like, but the argumentation happening in between there isn't going to change, because the two sides are still going to make their point.
It seems to me that this
And that's the bell that's been
problem.
ringing that you can't unring. That's the other problem in a fair trial.
It seems to me that this problem, and also the problem of jury protection, would be easily solved by having the jury in a separate room with video screens.
Yeah.
So they can see the courtroom, but the courtroom can't see them. And then when they want to deliberate on matters of law before they present the evidence to the jury, they just switch off the audio-video feed to the jury. Then, that process would be expedited so much.
Right.
And it would also solve the problem of the jury being able to be intimidated by vengeful criminals.
Yeah,
you're not.
I could see that being a fix to our current system. However, I would say that even in the case of like what we're talking about here, where King is saying it's going to take about the same amount of time, I would say it's still not, because a lot of the time that's spent in the courtroom is the defendant or the defense and the prosecution explaining things to the jury so that the jury understands the legalese of what it is that they're saying. Whereas if they're talking to judges,
I agree. Yeah,
that time's going to go down at least. So it may not save a lot, but
that's what I
do
mean.
think it'll
The
save a
time
little.
save would be minimal, but then the whole point of it is that you're adding another professional that is going to have to be paid exponentially more, if not a few more, just to sit through that same drawl of a thing. Like the same 8-hour case might that's fine. I'll give it to you. You might reduce it to 6 hours, but then still you're still paying 3 times as much as you would for the 8-hour case, because you're even though it's happening in a smaller amount of time, you still have to pay those now 3, 4, 5 judges, or whatever the number may be, depending on the severity of the crime.
Well, and I would think that dependent on the severity of the case, I mean, the amount of evidence and witnesses and all that other stuff is going to change too. I mean, obviously, if you've got a video showing a guy that robbed a liquor store or something,
You know why they
quick,
can't do that, guys? So the reason they can't do that is because one of the things about being a juror is like you can't be connected to the person, and if that person doesn't see you, this could be your fucking worst enemy on the other side of the fucking wall, and they're simply gonna just vote against you because they don't like you, and you're not able to see them to point out, hey, I know that fucking guy. Why is he here? You know what I'm saying? Like he fucking that guy hates me, right? So that's one of the reasons. And then another reason is like they're not witnesses to the case, as in like the actual charges, but they're a witness to the case happening. So like it's like it's the defendant's it's part of the Constitution because they have the guarantee that they have the ability to confront any hostile witnesses, right? So like what's the fucking thing, like right to disclosure, right? Like they're allowed to, yeah. So like
either facing your accuser or
right.
Fuck, I forget the other one. There's another term where they disclose
Yeah,
all
where
of the evidence they have before you.
Yes, yes. I think it's right to disclosure.
It's
I
right
think
to
so.
discovery, I believe, is what it is.
Or discovery, yeah.
Yeah.
Discovery, that's it. That's the word. Thanks.
So yeah, so like in that sense, like hiding them, it won't work. So like I just say take them right out.
So now I would say, like, even in all of this, like, even though, yeah, I could see that it might cost us more, but we're talking about and in a state as law fucking overran as New York, right? We're talking about $2.3 billion that was spent on various judicial whatevers. So there, I mean, that amount of money, when we're talking about the money that goes through the United States government, increasing that twofold or threefold really is not that much if we're talking about expediency of justice and things actually happening in a more correct way.
If you could say that speeding it up would make it efficient, but not make it what's the word I'm looking for? Like I would be okay with efficient as long as it was effective. Not not there wasn't a bunch of miscarriage of justice because they're prioritizing switching through flipping through cases. That's what I would come down to. Is making sure that the evidence is properly being heard. And I guess that maybe the argument there would be that the fact that they are more attuned to the law would help maybe them understand the evidence quicker.
Yeah, and like they still have to answer to their higher commands that are going to look into making sure that they're following the conduct of the United States.
And as long as you keep it a unanimous, then you really remove the basis for appeal.
Yeah.
Then that's what I'd say. If you don't keep it unanimous, if you have 2 on 3, then you have more of a reason to appeal because you'd be like, I have 2 legal experts that are saying that I am innocent, and 3 saying I'm not. So how could exactly? Yeah. So yeah.
Whereas if you have 5 to 12 judges that are all agreeing that this guy is definitely guilty, then it's a lot harder to try and appeal something like that. But that will guarantee that you're going to have a more fair outcome because you have to have all 5 to 12 judges agree that this is definitely against the law.
Yeah,
Would there be a judge selection process? Would there be a judge selection process like there is with the jury, or it's just?
Well, there would have to be.
How would that be?
Well,
because we take 10 that they have to pass the bar.
So what I was thinking about, like the judge selection process, you mean as in the cases? I think as long as the judge isn't personally connected to the people involved in the case at all, like I don't care how the selection. It could be like a randomizer type thing. Just like a program made to randomize the thing.
Yeah,
I actually have an interesting question because
judge doesn't even know what he's doing day by day, case by case. It's literally you're coming in that day and you're getting your docket.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I would say we could even set up a computer system so that it'll randomly select from a pool of judges that are not related to somebody and someone who has not presided over the same defendant twice. So I mean that would take out any chance of there being any kind of judge bias against the defendant if the case was declared a mistrial and they had to do the case over and get new judges,
Well, I mean, you're going to take out the judge bias by essentially making a unanimous decision all across the board, no matter how many people. Because if one judge has a bias, that judge is going to have to sway 4 other people, 3 other people, whatever the number may be.
Yeah.
So that's what innately I think that's what the impartial jury of your peers essentially was targeting towards. Where I could see if you do it on that aspect.
Well, here's the cool thing Here's the cool thing: is judicial bias is actually grounds for a mistrial.
Right.
Yeah.
But if
Right.
we do what we're talking about here, I mean, we would completely eliminate the chance of there being a judicial prejudice. So I mean, they would know
you're
ahead of time.
multiplying you're multiplying the surface for that by however many judges you put on the panel.
And it has to be random.
No,
it has to be randomly selected, and it has to be quick.
How does that change the fact that you're increasing the potential of that by whatever multiple of judges you had on the panel?
Because
yeah, and I think actually, if you have a limited pool of judges, I actually think you're going to increase the amount of bias. Here's why: because everyone has biases, right? So a judge might be predisposed; their biases might incline them to interpret evidence so as to find a defendant not guilty, or it might incline them to interpret evidence so as to find a defendant guilty. So over time, that's going to be a pattern that emerges, but that's much less likely if you're selecting from a random pool of individuals, like a truly random pool of individuals, because the pool is much larger.
Well, there's that, but also the fact that the pool of individuals or jurors, all they're determining is did the evidence meet the burden for the law that was spelled out for them in as basic language as possible for them. That's all they do, and then their hands are clean from that. That wipes the judge from any bias at that point. He couldn't have bias. If he did have bias, it would have been in what they allowed to be presented before the jury.
Well, no, I mean, people have all sorts of biases. Like you might have a bias, for example, to treat displays of anger more leniently. Like, so,
well, you know, I think,
or you know, like, yes, sorry, cleaner. Go on.
oh no, I think I kind of get what you're saying, and I think I understand. I mean, based off of having to have a unanimous judgment on capital cases, if all of the judges do not say the same thing, then you're having a hung jury. So you would have to have another court case, which would be the same thing as if you had a jury there. But the difference would be if you have one judge that's biased, they can't get somebody declared not guilty if the other 11 or other 4 think the guy's guilty. So it would just be a hung jury, and they would have to get another seat of judges.
So there's one thing I don't get. The term hung jury, does that mean it's a sexist thing? It's just guys, or?
Good joke, Dan. Good joke.
That's a Wally joke.
We gotta try.
I like it. That's a good dad joke. That was actually funny, unlike 90% of Wally's.
Yeah, no, that was really good, actually.
Well, we're getting so stuck up, right? Yeah, so.
Hey, Speak, I never got my gap.
Your gap.
It'd be interesting to hear an American lawyer's perspective on jury
I
nullification.
Sorry,
Do
what
we
did
know
you say, Tina?
Oh, I was just saying it'd be interesting to hear an American lawyer's perspective on jury nullification, because it's not really a legal concept in the UK.
Yeah.
Do we know any?
Well, actually,
Well,
there's a few that we've had encounters with, like that one chick that goes on
Jafar?
Midlife Bros channel sometimes. I forget her name now. I think she actually just calls herself Lawyer Chick, because yeah, she's a lawyer, and she seems to know some shit.
I took 1 year of law and decided I didn't want to do that shit because it was fucking retarded.
I just
Yeah,
wonder.
like another example of jury nullification is like when like you weren't supposed to be harboring runaway slaves. This was something you could be charged for, and there was certain juries that would make like a social and political statement by saying not guilty, even though they know clearly that they committed the crime that they're being charged for. But these people that said, no, this is an unjust crime, we're just going to make them not guilty.
Yeah.
And again,
No,
I'm not disagreeing with that. Like it's morally, there's certain laws that like it would be morally okay to break them, right? In the sense of, I'll give you a weird one actually. So here, there's like laws for people that like. Actually, I think you guys have it too. Like if you do dumpster diving.
Oh yeah.
Right? Like you're literally going into the garbage, dude.
You're
And
stealing
they want to
someone's
be able to
property.
fucking give you charges for going into the garbage and taking something. Like it's just wild to me.
See,
But
the reason they
it's still
have
the
that in
law,
the States
so
is
I
so
respect.
that. Sorry.
No, I was just saying it's still the law, and like I understand the importance for having a society that follows, or at least has rules to follow.
Well,
So what
and
do you guys?
the reason they have it in the States, like that law, is and this was something I didn't know, but I actually learned during my first year in law. So the reason they have this is because before they made this law, police would go into people's trash that was on their front porch or whatever, but wasn't off their property yet, and take things out and say that it was evidence and that it was collected in a legal manner. Well, the things that they were finding were that those things weren't necessarily evidence, because some of the police would just grab something off the street in front of somebody's house and say they got it from the property and it was evidence. So, I understand why they made that law, so that, they have to have a warrant and all that. And then it goes through a legal process to where it gets verified as evidence. They have to take pictures, all this other stuff, So I understand why the law is there here in America.
So before anybody else chimes in, I'm not contesting anything, but I have to say this right now. It is 9 a.m. I have to work, so I have to drop. I've got to drop. Like I said,
Oh, Lord. I was having fun with this one, Jeremy.
I've literally been up all night debating.
Yeah. Remember when this was going to be just a few hours stream?
Yeah,
No, it's fine.
in chat.
I've enjoyed every bit of it. No regrets.
Oh my God, you've been streaming for 11 hours. That's a work day.
Jeremy, before you go, Jeremy.
Fun at work, Jeremy.
Copy the link I posted in chat, and you'll get a good laugh.
And actually, Jeremy, before you go,
Motherfucker, get your shit out right now.
Jeremy, before you go, why are you alive?
But
Jeremy,
why, bro?
before you go, I love you.
Shiva. It's too early, Shiva.
I hate every fucking one of you.
No, seriously. Hey,
we love you too, Jeremy. We love you too.
Later, guys.
Love you, Speaky. Hey, SpeakeaZy, if you got a chance, you gotta check out the link I posted. It's like 3 years old, but it's like a Family Guy meme. They took 60 hours to make. Kind of funny.
A Family Guy. That took
I took 60 hours to put faces on the Family Guys people.
That's crazy. I see it. It's not bad. That's pretty good. It's not bad, dude.
Hey, thanks, man.
I like it.
I worked for a media company. We did a satire program, so it was like a.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
I like
it
that.
worked out pretty good, actually. That's funny.
Thanks.
I've actually had a really good time with this one, through the debate and the conversation sides of it. I can actually see, like, if we were able to flesh it out like this, I could actually see that this might be. I mean, it would be a little more expensive system, but I could actually see this being a better system for definitely holding people to the letter of the law. And the reason I say this is because of the case that happened. I can't remember if this is past year or if it was in 2023, where the woman stabbed her boyfriend 118 times. And I'm sorry, but you can't say that, like, that in any way, shape, or form should have gone not guilty, but she got off scot-free. No
That
charges.
seems excessive. I mean,
But
sure.
can we also agree though that the letter of the law isn't written perfectly though?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And
Right. So then
yeah.
being held perfectly to an unperfect standard, there's kind of a flaw.
Oh, I'm
there,
not saying
is it
it's
not?
being held perfectly. I'm just, again, when I talk about these type of things, I always aim for what's most optimal. Right?
Right,
I know
okay.
it's not perfect, obviously. Right? We even just came to the decision that I actually can't come up with a reason why the majority decision would be better. So, like, the unanimous decision actually would make sense. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. No. I agree with that. Like I said earlier.
Yeah.
That was
and
one of the things I completely disagreed with. But yeah, no.
This one is like, so this idea has been like, I've fleshed through it myself a few times, and like there's still some things that like I still have to like argue, try to do like arguments against myself with, and see if that like I'm able to come up with something that just completely destroys my own take about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this one's kind of reminds me of like my take with like guns, but the thing with guns is like I fully understand what my take is. I just haven't I think I just haven't come up with my favorite way to present it. And that's something I work on a lot, because it's something like in the future I want to have this like I don't want it to be a debate though. I want it to be more of a discussion with Andrew about it, and see maybe he can change my mind.
Meh.
Yeah, man.
I think that's where we ended on it.
I think that a debate definitely needs rules, but a conversation's better.
You saying a conversation's better than a debate?
Yeah, because we can learn more. Like I remember back in the hood, they would say, all right, let's build. So we'll get together, sit down, build. So we're building knowledge on a conversation and not debating. And if we are to learn, it has to be some type of parameters. Like I've noticed yes and no questions when debating, people don't answer these questions. So that shows right there, like, okay, a debate can't be majority. Oh, this bunch of crowd thinks you won. No, that's just zombie land. That's why, I call my shit American Zombie, because we're living in a nation, a world of zombies. If the majority says slavery, then slavery it is. That don't make sense. But when you look at it and you say, hey, you know what? Why? Is this true? Like when I ask people, all right, look, is evolution a theory or a fact? Is it a fact? Yes or no? And instead of getting yes or no, they'll start dancing around the question. Well, there's this. And I'm like, listen, man, they're changing the definition of words right in front of our face. Terrorism used to be defined in the Oxford Dictionary as intimidation by government. When people look at it now, it doesn't say that. And then the new people, the younger people that are 20, 18, you got to remember, somebody who's 18 was born into the rhetoric of what the official story of 9/11 was and all of these other things. They're the ones that are going to keep us in line. Like when we say, wait a minute, man, this censorship is crazy. They'll say, no, censorship, there's a good reason for that. And they become minions of the state, the American zombie, because America does, the world
You're
does.
fighting a lost philological battle there.
A what?
I'm afraid. I lost philological. Philology is the study of how language changes over time. Like I get what you're saying. I find it really irritating when people's misuse of a word becomes the commonly accepted definition of that word, like enormity, for example, which, you know, little bugbear of mine. It's meant to mean a great evil, and now people just now it just means something very big.
So enormity, you're saying, was specifically meaning a great thing, but only great evil. It just didn't mean a great amount.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like yeah.
Wow. And now people are saying, well, it's just enormous. Like that building is enormous, and that's not the right way to use it, you're saying.
Yeah, and it just like every time I hear it, it sticks out in my mind because my little pedantic self goes, "No, that's not right. That's not what that word means."
Yeah, and the thing is, this is where the zombies come in. You'll never overpower the zombies. They'll always be like, "No, that's what it means," and it's like, this is what George Orwell tried to tell people about in 1984, the double thing and the double.
Well, wait, isn't that? But aren't they technically? That's different words, right? Like enormity is like, I think it would still like, it still would be like an extreme like bad
like a
thing,
large
right? Like
thing,
something
right?
really bad.
Not when you're talking to idiots online who don't understand the language they're speaking. Easy.
Well, yeah, but like enormous is a different word than enormity.
I know.
There.
I know. I've had this
so you're
exact
saying,
argument
like,
so many fucking
I
times.
get what you're saying now. Okay, I get what
So-
you're trying to say.
Honestly,
Max, I understand what you're saying, but I would say that there are times where debate is the correct tool to use. And there are times where, yes, like what we're doing here, we did start out in a debate format and we got more into a conversation format because we wanted to understand this concept that SpeakeaZy was talking about and flesh it out and see, you know, hey, do we think this would actually be a cool thing? But there are other times where debate is actually the correct tool. Like when you're trying to get someone to understand that their logic isn't logic and it doesn't make sense. Debating with someone can actually help them understand that, and also
No, it
in
won't.
cases like it does.
No,
It does.
look at what
Not
Shiva
everyone.
just said.
Not
Shiva
everyone.
just said that you cannot battle with these zombies. So if you were to
Here's the
debate
thing.
somebody over enormity, you're never going to get anywhere.
If you let me finish what I was saying, you'll understand why I'm saying it this way. And this is because when we're doing things like we are here on YouTube, where there's a viewership, we don't always just get the guys that want to come in here and see what we have to say. We also get people on the other side, and those people may have their views changed and shifted by the fact that they see this guy not being able to recognize logic when it's presented to them. And they say, wait, no, he's actually wrong there. And so they change their views or shift their views and learn something. So we're not always just trying to debate with the person to change their mind. Sometimes it's just to change the minds of the people who are watching.
Okay,
Oh, speak
now
for
let's
yourself.
test that theory. Let's test that theory. How many times?
I'm sorry, Max. Just let me say this quickly. When I'm generally not thinking about the audience when I'm engaging with someone in a debate.
Exactly. And you can't change anybody else's mind. They have to change that for themselves. And most of the time, debate, like when Shiva and I were just talking
Then
about.
you should explain cults.
Well, yeah, okay. No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely
Social conformity.
right,
That's the problem.
So, I mean,
social conformity. You're what you call the American zombie. That's what that is. It's social conformity. They've done
Mass
many of these
psychosis.
tests. They've done many of these tests on people.
Yep.
My
Mass
favorite one is
psychosis,
where they bring a girl into a dentist's office. She's waiting, or a doctor's office, and she's like has an actual scheduled appointment. But in the waiting room, every like 3 minutes or 2 minutes, a bell goes off. And at first, when she gets in there, she doesn't know what's about to happen. The bell goes off. The person that's in the room already, it's just one person.
Yep.
The person that's in the room stands up. Oh, actually, I think it's a couple people. Sorry.
Yeah, I put
a
that
couple
video.
people up first. They all stand up, and then the person's looking around, and then the second time, right by the second bell, already they're doing it. They're already standing up with everybody by the second bell. And in the tests that I watched, there was 4 different people.
It's a push, right?
Well, this is one of the tests I watched, but there was 4 different people that they did it on. Only one of them even asked why we're doing this. Most of them didn't even ask. They just participated. And what they do is they slowly remove all the people that are part of the project as new people that aren't part of the project are coming in. And then all the people that aren't part of the project are doing it. Nobody in there knows why they're doing it, and they're all standing up with the fucking bell. It's the most hilarious fucking thing.
Yes.
And sorry, let me just add this one part. Even in the face of danger, there's another test they do where these people are told they're just coming in to do a survey to gather something about the average person. So they go into this room, start doing the survey with other people, and smoke starts coming out of the door, underneath the door that's to the room they're in. And like the people are told not to react to the smoke. So like act like they don't see it, just keep going. And every time the person's like sitting there, they notice the smoke, they're looking at everyone else to start panicking. Nobody's doing nothing, so they just continue. Like the fucking bitch could be burning down, and they're just like, oh well, nobody else is doing anything, so I think we're good.
Well, have you seen the push? SpeakeaZy, have you seen the push?
This actually speaks to what I was talking about, though. I'm not saying that you necessarily can change a mind. Yeah, maybe you can change a few, but if they've never heard something you're saying before and you make the debate with someone and present some things that they've never heard before, do they now have a chance to change their mind because they've heard this new knowledge?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, but
okay.
Now, let's go.
So without that, though, if you're just having a conversation with someone, typically they won't hear both sides. You'll only end up hearing one side of things. It's rare that you can get a conversation where you could get both sides with a lot of these super liberal people or the super radical people or super right-wing people.
All right. If we look at the etymology, like Shiva was saying, of a word, debate, the etymology of that word is to debauch, to beat each other up, to bludgeon each other. So we're using even the word. Why would I want to try to bludgeon somebody in a debate, like mentally, with verbal words? And this is what all debates go to, and that's why they.
Because that's what it is. A debate is like a battle of verbal combat.
So how much do you learn? Also, the point that I was making about the language changing earlier is, I think, kind of the opposite of what you're saying, actually. In that, my position is that etymology is not the same as definition because the meaning of words change over time, and what dictionaries are. They are descriptive books rather than prescriptive books.
Well, again, that's 1984, where the dictionary every year got smaller. The New Speak Dictionary. So they were making words less, and that's the problem. Etymology is how you translate languages. So if you change the definition of a word from etymology, now you screw everything up and you get what's called English. If you look at English, right? I think that English speaks to us within its own language. Like, look at the word president, right? I wrote a book called Secret Words by Sidney Prince. And I show in that book that president, those letters can be rearranged to respell the 2 words is pretend. Now, that's an anagram. You're not adding a letter or subtracting a letter. You're using the exact letter. So how is it that when anybody who's awake, the president is a pretend figure that is taking its orders from somebody behind the scenes? All presidents. There's to think that the president runs the country and that your vote got him in. That's zombie land. That's American zombie. And any country, any country.
That's fine. All right. Well, happy to be here.
Well, think in Norwegian, right? In Norway. Look at it. Isn't Norway called Norge, right?
Norge. Yep.
All right. Now, why don't we call it that? Because of disrespect. We're like, we'll call you Norway. No, the name of our country is Nord. or
I don't
Sven,
care.
right? Isn't Sweden
I
Sven?
do not care. Sverige.
Yeah, so why don't we use that? And the reason we don't
It's
is
a different language.
Well, it's to keep people confused.
Oh
It's
my
to keep people confused and saying, no, you're going to call yourself that, but I'm going to call you what I want to call you. It's a
Well, let me
childish.
see.
immature-
Let's see if this is true real quick. Dan, is there do you have a Norwegian word for America?
America.
It's just America?
America.
It's just pronounced.
Do you have a Norwegian word for England?
England.
All right. Because the
Well,
French
in
call us
Finnish, they call
Angleterre.
England Englandia.
The Germans, I forget what the Germans call us, probably England.
The Irish call them cunts.
The French.
Yeah, the
have a
Irish
word?
call us cunts.
The
Do
French.
you have a word? Okay, let me see this. Do you have a word for united?
Yes, we do. Samlet.
Okay, now states.
Stater.
And then of America.
De samlede stater av Amerika.
See? He's got a different word for United States of America too.
But no, you're putting a different concept because you're saying he has different words, which makes sense for United and States. But America, what we're called, we dictate what the world does. So you call us America, whether it's America, Americano, or something with America. But when we talk to you, we call you what we want to do. And this was ushered in by England because we are the children of England, Canada, America, Australia, New Zealand. We all speak. The world speaks English. You can't go anywhere on the planet and find somebody that speaks Russian, but you can go anywhere on this planet and find somebody.
It is true that England is the greatest country on the face.
For now,
Yeah,
it is.
but
Yes, of course.
America-
And then you have BRICS, and then you have BRICS, and then you have BRICS, and then you have Russia. And I don't fucking care, man.
Yeah, but
This
you
is
can
really,
also wait.
This is boring. Like this is pissing me off.
Hold
Come
up,
on,
though.
piss
Hold
off.
up. The thing too, the thing that's weird too is like,
oh my
with
gosh.
when you say the words like so. Like you brought up Russian just now. Russian has actually a different word for America as well. Like they don't call it.
They call it Americano. Like if you say, if I tell somebody in Russian, you speak English very well. It's something like Tipani Manu Amerikansky Arashur. So Arashur is well. So you speak Americano, English, well, you know. So if whenever you get to that word America,
yeah, but because like also the thing is too, because that was what I meant to extend to is because you mentioned how like English is like the most spoke language all over the world, and that's true.
Isn't it Chinese? Isn't it
now we
Mandarin?
gotta ask, why is that true?
Because it's simpler. It's dumb. It's simpler. It's dumb. Okay? It's dumb. Oh
So
my
in other
gosh.
words, what you're
Are
saying,
you
you're
so
agreeing with
dumb
me.
that you think that this is some kind of conspiracy that people are calling America all over the world?
Well,
Because
also, we did have a global
I'm
empire,
pissed
and
off right
we
now,
did
for
impose the
fuck's
language
sake.
on everyone
I was
else.
gonna
Seriously,
say like the
seriously?
thing is the
When
next
people become
spoken
dumb,
languages
I'm
are
pissed off.
Portuguese.
People can call me dumb and fucking everything. This is so dumb to me.
We're not
Sorry,
calling
I
you
gotta mute
dumb.
myself.
You're the one that's calling everybody else dumb. We're not calling you dumb. You're the one that said that. And if what you're saying is correct, that English is dumb, it's agreeing with what I'm saying. English is a language that was created less than 400 years ago to dumb people down.
Yeah,
In
but
Spanish-
wait though. The thing is, wait, hold up though. The one thing is you have to understand with history, right? Like the people that were like traveling the oceans the most were English people, Portuguese people, and Spanish people. These were the people that were traveling all over the world the most. These were the best navigators of the oceans.
That's
So
not true.
no, that is
Because
true.
if
What do you
look
mean?
at ancient civilizations, they found 3 Roman vessels off the coast of Brazil. And what did they do? They banned underwater diving. off that coast on Brazil. In
And where's Rome now?
Wait, what?
No, this is the thing. People have tried. If you look at the Piri-Reis map, right, that a Turkish admiral made from 1513, it has the whole coast of South America and North America.
That has no bearing on what
Yes,
we're
it
saying,
does.
though.
That has
because-
every bearing.
To be fair to Max,
have
there is evidence of prehistorical global like trade.
Civilization.
There has to
as
be,
well.
because there's traces of cocaine and nicotine found in Egyptian mummies.
I'm not
what's his
saying there
point?
isn't. What I'm saying is all of that stuff happening in a pre-current society doesn't have any difference. It doesn't make a difference either way on whether or not debate can change someone's mind or the mind of their viewership.
A debate cannot change your
agreed.
mind. The only thing that's going to change your mind is when you get fed up with your own bullshit. When somebody gets tired of that, then they decide to change.
Not entirely true. I've seen people change
You're
their mind
proving
from.
my point.
Yeah, actually, that's
now
not true,
by
Max.
not
And
changing.
I can
It
give you a
is true.
personal.
I'm about to give up on this entire fucking shit.
Wait,
Well,
just
I
hold
can
up.
give
Wait, do
you
you
a
think that?
personal anecdote.
Do you think that
if
it's
you don't mind.
easier? Wait, hold up. I want to ask you something. Do you think it's easier, the easiest language to learn as spoken? I understand with writing with English, it can get a little dicey sometimes. But spoken language, you think it's the easiest to
No. Russians tell
learn?
me English is so hard to learn. Other people tell me
Really?
it's very hard to learn English, but they learn it, right? Now, for us to learn another
I
language,
hear a bunch of other countries, people from other countries coming and learning English or not even having to come here to learn English. I it's not very often you see like a bunch of English people that are going out to learn these other language or even can learn these other languages. The ones that learn them is like half-ass, right? These languages are a lot more complex than ours. It's like that's the thing. We have like a very like I read the book. I have a red bike. I just said the same word, but they're actually different words. You see, like our language is
That's what
very
makes it hard.
flexible. No,
Here,
that's what makes
here.
it hard to spell. That's what
not
makes it
only
hard
spell.
to write in English.
No, but also to speak.
But it's not what makes it hard. No, that's the thing. It's not what makes it hard to communicate with, right? And like you got to think these people are going to all over these different countries, and taking over, and you think they're gonna learn a language they can barely fucking even attempt to learn, or they're gonna just make everyone learn their shit?
It's Rome. Rome said, look, you can speak your own language, but you better speak ours too. So you can keep your language, but and that's what the world, this is the new Rome. If you look at the back of the dollar bill, it has a pyramid on that. And people don't even think about that. What the heck is an Egyptian pyramid doing on the back of an American dollar bill?
Is it because of Rome?
Well, Egypt is what created
goes
Rome.
back to ancient
Rome is
Egypt,
what
boys.
created England. When you look at the Greek and Roman influence that comes from Egypt, and then where does Egypt get
I
influence
mean,
from?
you do
Somewhere
know
else?
there were already people here when the Romans arrived, right?
Exactly.
Let
They
him,
were,
let
yeah,
him just
exactly.
go head first down the rabbit hole.
People don't want to go down the rabbit hole. They want to stay in their comfort zone. The rabbit hole is
We started
outside
off in
of
the 1600s. Now we're in ancient Egypt. Let's keep going back.
Egypt was called Kemet. That's where we get chemistry.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me just ask you something. Do you think they knew about the pyramids in the making of the dollar bill?
Yes, of course.
Right.
I mean,
And do you think that a country that was in preparation to, because it was the newest, right? Everyone else has been established, but they came here to prove strength and duration. What do you think was a good symbol of strength and duration? Do you think a pyramid
Benjamin Franklin
might
thought
be
it
a
was
good
Turkey.
symbol of strength and duration?
Benjamin Franklin said the turkey is stronger. The American eagle is more
What?
of a scavenger. It's a hunter, but also a
He's
scavenger.
not asking about the
No.
eagle. He's asking about the pyramid, Max.
Oh, okay.
Guys, I got 5 more minutes and I
I
can't take
just
this
asked
anymore.
you a simple question. Do you think a good symbol of strength and duration is the pyramid?
Well, if it was put in that context, which it's not, because it's put in the context of Annuit Septus Novus Ordo Seclorum, the new order of ages, basically. It has an eye on the top of the pyramid, the all-seeing eye, and it has the Roman numerals on the bottom of the pyramid. So now you have
the all-seeing eye that represents a symbol for divinity. That's what that eye is like. That's what the symbolism of the all-seeing eye is.
Also control.
Divinity, right? And like,
no,
so like
not divinity.
Well,
it's
that is the yes, it's the eye of God, right?
No,
just because some conspiracy theorists and weird people made some weird shit out of it, dude. If you think I have that eye on my neck, if you think I have that eye on my neck because like I represent some weird fucking cult shit, that's wild to me, bro.
Well, think
Could
about
it be the eye of a dinosaur that helped build it? Easy.
I mean,
the dinosaur.
Well, think about this. Think about this. Tattooing something on you is kind of cult-like behavior. Not saying you're part of a cult, but it's saying, why would somebody, if you really understand the word of God or whatever religion you are, that word is in your heart.
Yeah, tattoos aren't against anything.
Well, tattoos, Leviticus. Did you ever read Leviticus in the Bible?
What is that speaking to? Well, if we're going to talk about that, you have to know the context. What is that speaking to?
No,
speaking to the pagan rituals that were happening at the time.
Well,
yeah,
if you look at the
wasn't just speaking to general tattoos. That's not what it was speaking to.
Yeah, Max, I read the Bible, and the Bible says very in the beginning, did God really say, you should really use that as your slogan?
Wasn't it no graven idols? And look at the word Bible. Bible, like dual bull. There's a lot of stuff that, like we were saying, in a debate, it's hard to get that across. But in a conversation, we might say, hey, you know what? Your belief is always going to supersede the reality, your perception of reality.
None of this makes
how do we say,
any
hey,
sense
you know what?
to me.
Let's leave belief behind, because belief suspends thinking.
You are not alone.
Just
Like
the way thinking
we're
suspends
sitting here
belief.
having a conversation about something, and none of this makes any sense to me. How you're jumping from one thing to another and
Like,
trying
this
to
is-
tangentialize
Hang on for the ride.
everything into one topic.
This is
isn't
an exact quote.
Insane roller coaster conspiracy I've heard.
Isn't belief a
Explain what you don't
been at
understand
least
so
6
we can
months.
go further. How about that?
Max? Isn't belief a type of thinking?
No, belief is less than opinion. Opinion is belief with thinking about evidence, and then fact is the truth. So when you look at a person's belief, they'll say, I just believe it. I don't care. This is what I was raised to believe. Now, if you have an opinion on it, it's a belief with a thought added to it to say, you know what? Yeah,
Right.
there's contradictory stuff in there. So, I think that some of it was written in a context, and you start putting in your opinion. But it doesn't.
It seems to me that you've kind of got it backwards. It seems to me that you have the
No,
general
belief comes from the Anglo-Saxon
hang on.
word belief,
Hang
to
on.
wit.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the etymology. I'm talking about the concepts that we're talking about.
The concepts, it goes
so-
from belief to opinion
so-
to fact.
So I think you're making a type of error here. It seems to me that the largest set is discursive thought, and that belief forms a subset of discursive thought.
Okay, explain discursive.
The thoughts that arise in your mind. For example, when I'm looking out of my window right now and I'm looking at the sky and I'm thinking in my mind, the sky is blue. That's a discursive thought, right? And it seems to me
why wouldn't it be an
that
observational reality.
right, but no, yes, the thought arises on the basis of the observation.
No, I'm asking you a question. Why would it not be an observational reality?
The thought is separate from the reality.
How do you know?
I mean,
I'm trying to learn now. How do you know that?
because the thought arises within my mind.
From what?
Now, you could argue that my mind forms part of reality, right?
And it
that would
forms
be
by
that would be an
observation.
interesting conversation. But belief, like when I believe something, I'm engaging in a type of thinking, in a type of thought process.
Belief definitely has a thought, but it's not a logical thought. It's like you see the sky.
I'm not
and
saying
you
it's.
say,
I'm not making that argument. I haven't said that belief is logical. Just
yeah,
that
okay.
it's a type
All right,
of thought.
fine.
Hold
Because
on.
that-
Hold on.
we're
Let's
both at the
parse
same
this.
place. We're
Let's
both at
parse
the
this
same place.
correctly. Let's parse this correctly.
A
I
belief is
believe 1
usually
plus
not
1
logical.
equals 2.
What? Say it again.
I said I believe 1 plus 1 equals 2.
Can you prove it?
Yeah,
Yes,
so if you look at
I
my
can.
profile picture,
If you can prove it, then it's a fact. It's not a belief.
yeah, you'll see I have
You
a
ask
definition. 2
if
plus
he
2
can prove
equals 4.
that.
It's still
You
a
ask
belief.
if he can prove if 2 plus 2 equals 4. You ask him if he can prove it. Now that's
Now,
rich.
if he can prove it, which all of us can prove it, then that shows that that is not a belief. It's the truth. 2 plus 2 equals 4. And that's how you tell the difference between a fact and a belief. And if somebody thinks it's otherwise, now they got an opinion, but that doesn't make it true. We're saying, look, we can prove here 4 minus 2 is 2, 2 plus 2 is 4. George Orwell wrote, that's the way they're going to say, no. You're going to tell me 2 plus 2 equals 5. And this comes from listening to
No,
him.
but see, what you're getting
but
wrong.
knowing. Sorry.
What
I
you're
was
getting.
just saying, but
Oh, go ahead.
knowing that 2 plus 2 equals 4 is still a type of belief. It's no different than falsely thinking that 2 plus 2 equals 5.
Explain it. Explain it, please.
Well, because it's a view that arises in the mind.
No. We're proving this mathematically, saying, okay, do you see when we have, say, integers, and we say, okay, this is 2 feet away. Now, if we double that, that would be 4 feet away. Now, of course, we have to create.
I understand that.
Well, no. This is what I'm saying. If you can prove it mathematically, how is it not true? How is it a belief or just?
I'm not saying some beliefs are true.
No, it's not a belief. If it's true,
Yes.
it's a fact. You see, you're getting
A belief can
and fact
be
mixed
true.
up.
A belief can be a fact. You
No.
can believe in a fact.
A fact is a fact.
A
What
fact
you
is a
believe-
fact. Right. Sorry. A
If-
fact is a fact. A belief is a thought based on whatever it is that you've got going on in your head. Well, if you're looking at something that's observationally real, like an apple is red and it's sitting in front of you and it's red, you're believing it's red. But
No,
that
you're
doesn't
not
take
believing
away
it's
from the
red.
fact that it
No.
is actually red.
No, you're not.
You-
You're agreeing with the reality of it being red.
Agreeing with reality is another belief. That's just you're believing
apple is
something
red,
that's
bro.
in front of you.
The apple is red, and the only way the apple wouldn't be red is if somebody's visual cortex is interpreting it as a black and white picture, like colorblind, or if they can't see it and they're saying, well, I don't, we see red, and the majority of us say, okay, how does this red work? It works by the way light reflects and, the context. If there's more light, you're going to see a brighter red. If it's less light, you're going to see a darker red. This requires study and conversation, not debate.
Okay. I'm glad you brought it back round to debate, because I disagree that people's minds can't be changed during debate, and I know that's true because my mind has been changed during debate. For example, I used to take the strong position that there are no gods, and then it was during a debate, it was pointed out to me that is essentially the same as saying there is a God, and it's not the same as rejecting a proposition of a specific God, right? So, and that changed my mind. That actually changed how I frame my entire approach to that discussion. And now I'm always careful to make the distinction between saying, well, I don't really accept the evidence or the arguments that you proposed, so I reject that specific proposition. But that's not the same thing as saying there is no God.
Well, now, are you talking about a religious God or a creator? Something.
Well,
that
hold
created-
on now. I mean, that
Any
doesn't really
type.
matter. He presented you evidence in which he did actually have a mind change because of a debate he had.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not disputing that. You can watch two people. What you said earlier is correct. Somebody can watch people.
Well, see
debating.
there, you've literally changed your mind during my debate with you.
Well, we didn't have a debate. I was having a conversation, and you might have been debating. So
I
now
was.
we look at it at a different way. But when you said
debate
it, I
is
didn't
another form of
disagree.
conversation. So I agree. We were having a conversation.
Yeah, exactly. So now look at this. You had a good point in saying that the two people debating might not change each other's mind, but somebody watching the debate would probably be more likely to change their mind watching it and not participating, because it seems that the ego isn't involved. The two people that are debating, high ego. You know, it's
my mind was changed during a debate.
And I'm not saying it couldn't be. I'm saying that
someone
you did
proposed
earlier.
Like someone made an argument
I'm not.
about
I'm
an
saying
argument that I was making, and that
usually
changed.
it's not. It's two people beating each other up. A debate.
No, actually, Max, you did literally earlier say you can't change someone's mind in a debate.
You can't change anybody's mind. They have to change their mind for themselves, and that's true.
Well, okay, no, I think you're being shifty now.
No, Shiva.
I mean, because I agree with you. People do change their own minds.
You have to make a decision.
Agreed, but if like me changing my own mind was prompted by what the other person said.
So that didn't mean the debate changed you. You were open-minded enough.
It was in a debate.
It wasn't
if the debate had not happened, he wouldn't have not changed his mind.
He could have encountered
Like
some
Easy
knowledge
might
that he
change.
read.
Easy might. I'm kind of don't want to admit this to him, but Easy
Max,
might
may
be
I
on the
say
cusp of changing my mind about jury trials.
May I say something?
Let's
I'm
fucking
very
go.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
Again,
sorry.
he's not on the verge of changing your mind. You're on the verge of changing your mind.
But it's based on what Easy is
I gotta
saying.
say
If Easy,
Easy's influenced it.
It doesn't change the
do have to
fact
say
that you're the
something.
one doing the changing. It can be influenced, but they can't make you change it. And we said before, you have to be very careful about the words we speak. This is why they call it.
I think
I will
Dan's
be.
trying to get in.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
I gotta
think,
say something.
I think
And
your wordage
I
is
was
disingenuous, Max.
I
What'd
gotta
you
say
Dis-
front up,
disingenuous?
Max. I gotta say front
I got
up.
a
This is
DoorDash.
not going to sound intelligent at all. This is going to sound really stupid. It's gonna be something based on my gut, and I've been doing it for some time now. I don't know why. I don't ever do this, but when I hear you speak, it does not sound genuine. It sounds as if you're saying something to say something. It doesn't sound as if you mean it. It sounds as if you're saying it as if you're trying to convince air. And I don't know why I feel that way, but wait, hold on. I don't know why that is, and I apologize for it, but I have to be honest.
I think it's your perception, and you're entitled to that.
All right. Well, I appreciate that.
All right. The way we learn is if I say something that's a fact and you still say, well, it doesn't sound genuine, then the problem is within your mind.
See, that's what I mean.
Okay.
You're telling me why.
saying?
So the thing is, I think, and I'm not alone about this.
Oh, really? Who else?
It doesn't sound
matter.
genuine.
All the world is with you. If you're wrong, you're wrong.
I literally just said you sound very disingenuous.
Well,
do you think he's
like
opposed?
So he's not the only
whole
one.
world says you're wrong. It doesn't mean you're wrong. You guys are the zombies, and I can understand that. If you're
I
going to
mean,
say
I'm
you're
going to be honest.
zombie-
I think he's being genuine. I think he's being authentic.
I think he's being a genuine zombie.
All right, now Norwegian Dan is angry, so you don't need to slur anything like that, man.
No. I said
He called you a zombie. You just got done calling us a zombie. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, I just returned.
How's that a slur?
Who's the one that's telling me that what I'm saying to them doesn't sound genuine? But when I say, look, if I say a fact and that's truth, and you're going to say, well, it still sounds ingenuine, then that's zombified. And all of us.
The problem here is earlier you stated a fallacy and then you went back on that and said you didn't say that. That's why I'm saying you sound disingenuous.
No. You lied.
Yeah.
You literally said
news
you
or
can't
anything,
change
but I
someone's
think Max is
mind with
fed.
debate.
What I said.
I think he's a
and
fat
you're
boy.
Still in that frame of mind where you're lying to yourself.
You literally
I
said
think
you
he's
can't
CIA.
change someone's mind with debate, and then you agreed and said, "Yeah, you can change someone's mind with
I
debate."
said that you
so
can
I'm saying
your own
you
mind.
sound disingenuous.
You are the one.
Yeah.
I said you are the one that changes your mind, and maybe
He's a
I don't
quack.
know. Maybe from my lips to your ears, something changed, but that's what I said. that a debate doesn't change your mind. You are the one that decides.
I think the problem here is that you can't hold a thought and remember it 20 seconds after
Wait,
you say
hold
it.
up. So I want to just make sure I got this clear. You're saying that like when somebody watches a debate and then they hear something that makes them actually see a different point of view, and then they think it over and they change their mind, that influence didn't help change their mind at all. It was just
it did.
they
It
did.
did. It did
Okay,
help.
so yeah, that's what Shiva's saying, is that a debate can influence you to change your mind.
No, I think he said the debate changed his mind, and I
Well,
was
that it does by extension,
No, no,
because
that's the thing.
the debate happening and him listening to it is what gave him the information for his
All right,
mind
let
to
me prove
change.
it to you. Let me prove it to you in a lot.
Without that,
no, hold up. I'll prove it to you.
Without the correlative, the causative would
Wait,
not
hold on.
happen. You understand that, Maxed Out?
Hold on 1 second. I'm going to prove it easy. Now, when it changed Shiva, he said, "Oh, what the evidence made me change my mind." Right?
Well, no,
Now, what about the person
it was
that-
the argument.
it was a
Can I-
conversation.
When the person that's right next to him says, "Well, it didn't make me change my mind," so it shows that one person is not changing their mind through the evidence or whatever they heard, and the other person is. So what is the difference? It's the person that's changing their mind according to the evidence, and the evidence will have it might even not even have to be evidence. That's how cults are started, when they just believe. Oh, I just believe what John Jones said, or Heaven's Gate, or one of these other cults. That's a belief.
I mean, yeah, lots of things are beliefs. Beliefs aren't necessarily bad. It depends on the belief in question, right?
That's true.
Yeah, I think you're kind of playing with the words here a little bit too, because like when someone says this changed my mind, I think you're taking it in the literal sense of, no, your mind is in your head and you own it, so that means you changed it, right? Like I think
you make that.
I think I'm understanding what you're trying to argue, but I just
no, it's not an
we
argument.
don't mean that
It's
like
not an
we don't
argument.
own our brain.
No,
No.
It's not an argument. It's just,
Well,
this is
it
why I
is.
like to stay on the.
No, it is an argument.
It is an
Well, when I
argument.
say an argument, I don't mean
arguing.
it. Wait. I don't think
said
I
that
don't
it
think
is.
Max debates a lot, so he doesn't get that statement. Like when I say your argument, I just mean like your worldview that you're holding.
Okay, yeah. Now, if you say
Like that's what I wanted to mention earlier when you talked about building. Building is debates. I used to do. That's how I found out I was good with debating. Is that my boys always used to say when we were building. They used to always say, "You should be a fucking lawyer or something, dude. Like you're convincing as fuck, bro." Like that was their thing. And then like I realized I listened to debates a lot, and I like debating with my boys. I should do this for real. So like a lot of that time, even a discussion, when it comes to a disagreement, that's basically what a debate is, right? When two different sides are kind of presenting their reasoning for their worldview. So that's all I meant by argument.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I hear you.
And see the thing, Max, when you're saying the things like you can't change someone's mind in debate, I understand now. I understand that you're talking about the direct causative being the debate, and I don't think any of us believe that the direct causative is the debate. It's obviously the math that's going on inside your brain that allows you to logic things out and reason things out, that's getting you to the point where you can blah 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 blah. Who gives a fuck? The point is, if we don't have these debates with people, we don't present them with opportunities to change their mind. That's
What
why
about
we do the
conversation?
debates.
Now, in reference to conversation versus debate, you don't think a conversation sitting down, because most people can't debate. They don't want to debate. They don't want to argue or fight. They just want to have a conversation. Can you explain it to me in a way that I can understand it? Because we're thinking most debaters, oh, everybody's on their level and it's about winning. And that's the problem with debates. It's about winning and losing. And when you go for that, you lose the truth.
Well,
Oh,
that
I won.
depends.
Well,
That
that
depends
is
on what the
winning. Who has
debater.
the truth, right? That's that's what
No,
the
no,
thing
no, no.
is.
It's not about truth. It's about like a lawyer. When they said you
See,
should be
here's
a lawyer, a lawyer doesn't care about the truth. A lawyer cares about winning the case, and we see this happen in courts all over, where the guilty get free, innocent get problems, and you say this is because lawyering has become a sport. It's not about who wins, who's the best. It's like, no, what about the truth? The truth is always the first casualty of war, always.
But
All right,
that
hold
is
on,
who
hold
wins
on.
in court, like who has the truth. That's
The
the whole basis of winning.
not everyone's
people
purpose
that are not
in
with the truth
debate
have won in
is
court.
to win the argument. Not everyone's purpose in debate is to win the argument. Some
That's true
people's
too. In
purpose-
the end, it's like an
Going into
inspiration
it's
to the culture that is viewing you do it, or even the other side that, right? Like if you can like winning a debate even could be in the sense of, you know, me and Cleaner have a disagreement and about something, and then Cleaner presents a really good argument for why he's saying his view, and I'm listening as I listen and take in his view, and it's something maybe I haven't heard before, and it makes me realize, oh shit, you know what? You're actually right about that, you know, and that right there, that would be a win in a sense where like, not as in like, yeah, you lose, because like I always say with every debate, even if you take an L, you're learning, right? You're still learning, but that's what it is, right? When you lose, you just learned basically shit you
Right.
didn't know, or
Sometimes.
you just tried to
You don't
present an
ever, yeah.
argument and were stubborn. There's that too.
Hey, you don't ever
Yeah,
actually
the truth is
lose
to win.
versus you gain a new perspective.
But the reason that I like to engage in debates is because I like to have the arguments and learn. Because other people will present different cases, different theories, different facts, and all of these things culminate into more knowledge and more understanding. I want to know everything. My end item goal is to die knowing everything in the universe.
You think that's
So,
realistic?
no, I
Well,
don't think it's realistic, but I do think it's a goal to strive for.
Hang on. We can only perceive like about 3% of the universe.
Yeah.
97% of it.
That doesn't mean I can't
is
try, though,
invisible.
right? That doesn't mean I can't try.
Well, he wants to view that whole 3%.
He wants all that 3.1%.
Let him have that.
Where do we get the 3% from? From who?
Well, from our
Mathematics.
little chunk of the galaxy.
Yeah,
Our universe.
you know what? Don't
It was-
worry,
it was
Max. I'm with
semi-joke.
you on this part, bro. I'm with you here. Don't worry.
Yeah, I think
I'm
there's
with
a-
you on this part. I don't believe we're out in space and all that shit. I don't.
Yeah,
believe
man.
it.
I think the spiritual.
I do. I don't think the world's flat though. But like,
But what if
I
the
don't think we're
spiritual
doing as much as they make it look like.
Max, do you think the world is flat?
It's easy. What if the
Max,
spiritual
do you,
universe created the physical for us to inhabit?
yeah, I mean, maybe that's what
You see
happened.
what I'm saying?
That would align with Buddhist cosmology.
But it would also align
Hold on.
with a lot of things that goes against what they're trying to push on us with materialism, because it seems that we're here to really learn and to experience and maybe to grow the things that aren't physical, because we know you're not taking anything to the next world or wherever you think you're going.
I'm taking all my gold. I don't know about you.
Well, I think the Egyptians try. You'll never see a hearse
fuck off,
following.
Bacon.
You'll never see an armored car following a hearse. You can't take the money with you. You can't take.
You want to bet?
Okay,
How
so
much do you want to bet?
Well, sell that to the guy who made sure he was buried with his vehicle. That asshole.
Max, you were saying that you said something interesting, and I'm trying to remember exactly how you phrased it. I've been awake for way too long, though. You said something about the energetic side created the physical side, right?
The
Can you say
spirit
that
verse.
again, please?
Like some cultures, Hinduism and other cultures believe that the spirit verse, like what we see physically, they say, okay, the physical universe. No, it was spirit, and spirit created the physical so it could inhabit that. Now, I'm not saying this is true or not true. I'm saying
Right.
Yeah,
when you
but
look at these different worldviews, it's
That's
amazing.
logical.
Right, but see, that's the thing, though.
Because before you create
that
anything, you have to have
actually does follow
the thought
logic.
of creating that thing.
Exactly.
I also think that goes along with the Bible.
That does follow
what he's
logic,
saying
and
there.
yeah,
Well,
and
I
it
don't
does
think it
go
goes
along
along with
with
the Bible. I think the Bible.
it-
goes
Oh, yeah,
along
it
with
does.
The Bible you're putting the Bible first. because other religions will go along with this.
Oh no! I'm putting Jesus first.
Well,
yeah, no,
that's
I'm
your belief.
definitely putting God
and
first.
you're okay with that. You know, that's you. So as long as you're not telling me that that's the definite truth and it's the fact, for you, it's the truth.
I will never
I'm
tell you
putting-
to what to think. Definitely.
I'm putting his noodly appendage first.
Well, listen,
I won't tell you what you have to believe, but I will tell you that I believe that that is the truth, and that's what everyone should think.
Well, now, when you tell me that's what everyone should think, then you're telling me that I should believe that, and you just
Max,
contradicted yourself.
you can
by
also
saying,
you can
I'm
also
not going
do
to tell
that.
you what to believe, but then you just told me what to believe.
No.
No,
Come on.
I'm telling you. I'm not telling
guy.
you what to believe. I'm telling you what I think you should believe. Do you understand the
Again,
difference
you're
in belief
imposing
here?
that upon me. You're not saying, hey,
Do
you
you
know
understand the difference in the two beliefs?
Look,
All I'm telling you is buy Bitcoin. Just saying.
Well, you're
That
allowed
too.
to do what you want, man, for the time
No,
being.
but like I would be a horrible person if I did not tell people to believe that Jesus is the way to God, right? I mean,
What
I
about
would be
other religions?
if I believe. Yeah, I know, but if I believed that we are all sinners and then there is a way to God, and we have to be nice to each other, less so than I was to you earlier, and we have to tell people of this possibility, not force them not being mean to people, but like, hey, come on, I really think you should believe this. I think you can grant us that, right?
Well, how about instead of believing it, we do what you said. We just treat each other better, and we care about each other, and we love each other. That sounds to me a lot better than telling what somebody to believe. To say, hey, man, if I
know, no. What I'm saying is that's exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah, but I'm saying without bringing religion in, saying, hey, if you want to be religious, if some guy's a Muslim and another guy is a Christian
you
or
don't get
Catholic.
it. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, and I absolutely understand what you're saying. But when it comes to okay, so I had this abortion debate with some people, and I was actually in New York City. I was doing this anti-Trump versus and Pence thing in 2016, and they found out that I was a conservative, so they said you can't be the producer of this show because you don't believe in abortion. And the only reason I was able to finish producing that show was to convince them that seriously, I believe that person inside the womb is life, and they were like, "Oh shit, he actually believes it's life." So I actually believe that people who don't believe in Jesus Christ are still lost. Then I would be a horrible person not to at least say, this is what I believe. I think you should do so too.
Well, why would they? I don't understand why. Because anybody that has abortion, if they watch abortion videos, it might change their mind.
Sure.
You know, if they really understood the process of what they're doing. Now, there are certain instances like an ectopic pregnancy where the egg starts to form in the fallopian tube, where it does
can't do
require
anything
surgery.
about that. Yeah.
Now that's different from.
Yeah,
There's a
of
doctor
course.
that did an interview. He said over 1,200 abortions that he did, only like 9 of them were legitimate. Every other,
I know,
and it's horrible.
But I mean, I don't see how that has any bearing on the fact that I believe that you should believe in Jesus Christ and in God. And so I'm going to tell you that. Now, whether you choose to do that or not is up to you.
Yeah,
but I
exactly.
believe I should at least give you the knowledge and understanding that I have that will give you the opportunity to make the choice.
It might be uncomfortable.
You see what I'm saying?
I don't mind telling you what to believe, Max. Believe that I am both handsome and intelligent.
Now, if you
Yeah,
could refrain from saying that again, I would be very, very happy because I'm very ugly. So, could you please shut up?
I can't force you to believe that, Max, and I wouldn't want to force you if I could, because that would take away from that.
You don't have the power to force me.
Listen. What I'm saying is, even if I did have the power to change your mind and make you believe this,
we're not living in fairy tale land.
Max,
you will never
stop.
have the power.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to the words I'm saying.
It
doesn't.
He knows that
matter,
it's
Max.
not. He's
You're
creating
not,
a hypothetical.
You're seriously not even listening to what I'm saying.
Listening. You're
No,
give me
you're
some
not.
hypothetical stuff
No.
that just doesn't make sense.
What-
Let's stay in reality.
Yeah,
fine,
I am staying within reality. If you would listen to what I'm going to say, you would understand that. However, you've been
Go
interrupting
ahead.
instead of
Just
that.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay? Even if I could change your mind for you, that would be taking away your chance at free will, which is what literally defines our faith. You choosing to believe in God of your own free will.
You know what the
Like,
ultimate
you,
proverb
you,
is?
you can change people's minds, and as evidence, this might seem a bit weird if you don't know his work, but I'm going to put up a UK magician, like a stage magician, called Darren Brown. Now, what happened was he started off doing card tricks and whatnot, then moved over to doing mentalism, which is a style of magic where you, in his case, he pretended it was psychological manipulation and body language and all that stuff, but he mixed stuff in with it. And he kind of moved on to doing these weird experiments where he would get people to commit crimes, or get someone to rob a bank or to shoot Stephen Fry, who's a popular UK comic personality, or to have a religious experience, right? So you can, in fact,
How did he do
change
this?
people's
Hypnosis? Like how did he accomplish it?
through a variety of methods. Hypnosis, maybe, yeah, in some of them. There's one time where he convinced someone that a zombie apocalypse was happening
Well, this
by
is the thing.
hypnotizing him,
If
right,
it-
putting him into a trance, and
Okay.
then very quickly transporting him to a set
Okay.
where there were a whole bunch of actors all made up to look like zombies, and then waking him up from
And that's
the
not,
hypnosis.
that's
like.
not making them change their mind. That's
No, but having
them.
someone have a religious experiences, making someone commit an act of murder or a robbery, like that's pretty fucking hardcore.
That's
horrible.
Hypnotizing. That is hypnotism. That is not
It's manipulation.
No,
it's
no, it's
manipulation,
not.
hypnotism. Yes, it's hypnotism. It's
brainwashing.
manipulation.
But Max,
Manipulation,
hypnotism
yes.
is definitionally a change of the mind.
But it is using hypnotism. It's
No.
not-
He's
Doesn't
using
matter.
manipulation.
It is forcing
Wait, no,
someone's
no.
mind to
You know,
change.
I think what you said, they should have the choice to change that belief, right?
Yes.
Okay,
I
now
do.
when we look at the forcible way, which Shiva was just saying, the forcible way, that's a control. That's not somebody actually changing their mind. That's somebody being brainwashed. We see this with the cults, and they say, "Man, I don't know what got me to do that."
Right.
And
What Shiva said, though,
look at the key words. I don't know what got
what
me.
Shiva said, though, was that someone else is changing their mind, not that they're changing their mind.
I
You see
said
the
earlier,
difference?
right? I said
You,
that
you like to argue semantics, so I thought you'd appreciate this semantic.
No,
but Max has
I
a
love
point
it.
though. Like the difference there is a pretty big thing, right?
It
When
is.
you're manipulated to think something.
Exactly.
It is different from you
No,
changing
you're
your own
feeling
mind.
you're
Yes.
feeling the fight.
However,
You
what
wanna
Shiva
win.
was saying
No, you
was
wanna
that you
win,
can
Taylor.
change someone's mind.
You were in
And Darren Brown doesn't always use hypnotism, like so he'll quite often use a
Suggestion.
form of like, yes,
Suggestions, yes.
yes, and like they these suggestions can be verbal, they can be visual, they can be contextual, right? Like he's a very clever man, but quite often he doesn't hypnotize people. He's just influencing them.
I would say it is an influence with a purpose.
Yes.
And it's bringing the worst or the best out of people, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think quite often he will quite often strive to bring out the best. I mean, obviously, if you can get someone to murder Stephen Fry, then you know,
yeah,
bring out the best in them.
Do you think people can be hypnotized into believing religion?
Sure.
I think you can stimulate the brain to induce a religious experience, and I don't know what specific part of the brain you have
No,
to
it's a
stimulate.
yes or no answer. Do you think that people can brainwash, that they can hypnotize people to believe religion? Yes or no?
Well, I think those are two different things.
No,
I
it's
can
a
answer
yes or
that.
no.
Yes,
Let me ask
brainwash
you
them.
something real quick, Max. I want to ask you: do you think the people that were involved in the Jonestown massacre, do you think those mothers that fed their kids cyanide before they drank it themselves, do you think that they would have thought this was a good thing to do before that day?
Some, but then the others that didn't do that, they were forcibly injected. So if you look at the Jonestown whole thing,
Well, no, there was so a lot of the mothers fed their kids, and fathers were involved too.
Yeah.
Fed their kids first, and then did it themselves. Some of them didn't want to do it to their kids, but still did it to themselves for some reason.
Yeah, to
And
answer
then
your
some
question-
refused, right?
Yeah.
So like there's one dude that survived. His wife, and he tried to fight her on it, and everyone was holding him back. His wife fed it to the kid, drank it herself, and like this was their way of like trying to.
And then what happened to
They
the
had convinced her that the good thing to do was to drink it so that they would be protected and they would all go to paradise together, right? And this is what I'm saying. Like he obviously, because I don't believe that up until that point she had raised this child and thought it was a good thing to kill the child. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Somebody brainwashed her.
I'm sorry to interrupt,
Yeah,
but
so then they changed
12
their
minutes,
mind.
12 hours will be the cutoff of your stream, right, SpeakeaZy?
Well, yeah, but it doesn't matter. It's okay. Like as
Okay.
in what stays on YouTube. That's what you're talking about.
No, I'm talking about us staying on. But I have to go. I will come back right after. I have a Zoom meeting, but I will
Well,
come
that's
back. if
fine.
you're
No, I
on.
am gonna shut down soon, though. Yeah.
Okay. If I don't see you guys, Max, I'm sorry. I was kind of
No,
harsh,
Dan,
but
I
I
thank you.
appreciate you.
Dan, we had a great conversation.
Good seeing you, Dan.
It was a pleasure meeting you, Dan.
We sure did. I'm sure we'll talk again.
It's all love, brother. It's all love.
Absolutely, man. All right, guys. Love you all.
Have a good
love
one,
you
Dan.
too. Have a
Stay
good one,
safe,
man.
All right.
Take care.
Take care. Yeah, I thought that some people, I don't know how they do it, right? But I see some streams that are playing music with just like a looped animation, and it's streaming from like months ago. Some of them even have years ago they've been streaming. And I know you're pretty
Yeah.
good with tech. How do they do this?
So it's because it's running, right? So like if I keep it running, people can join in and watch and then rewind and stuff while it's running. But as soon as I stop it, right, on YouTube, it'll only upload 12 hours. So all the stuff that's after it, I have to go into the YouTube like editor, and I would have to chop that out and put it into its own video.
I've been asking people about this, and I think you're on a higher tech level, definitely, than me. Now, there's a channel called Lofi Girl, Lofi Girl.
I think I've seen that pop up.
Now, they stopped streaming, and I just checked it today on some videos from a while ago. It has 20,400 and something hours that the stream is. So you can replay it somehow, and it'll stream for over a year. I don't know how this person is doing that. And they're streaming 10 different live streams right now at the same time on one channel. This is amazing.
I think you can buy servers that you can install virtual machines on, and then presumably you can just stream from the virtual machine automated.
Well, you can do it from a Raspberry Pi also. You just
Yeah.
have to set it up to run the environment correctly. But yeah, the 12 stream thing, what they're doing there, they have account access that will allow them to have multiple streams running at once, and they set it up on multiple computers. And each of the computers has enough storage capacity to actually store some
So
of that
I know
data,
what he's
and they
talking
chop
about.
it together.
So I'm going to show you right now. So I just went to the channel you were talking about because I was like, what? That's crazy. But I do remember, now that I'm seeing this, I do remember it. So after I end the stream, right? When I first end the stream and until the video is processed, it will say, like, say we went 20 hours straight. It will say 20 hours right when I end the stream. And until the 12-hour video is processed, it will do this. Watch, let me show you. Watch this. So when you, let me bring this up. So when you see, this is the channel you're talking about, the Lo-Fi Girl. I know exactly what I do see this all the time. Yeah, they got like 12 streams going at the same time here. But
Yeah.
these videos, when you click on them, watch. We're processing this video. Check back later. Yeah, because it's so many hours, they're not going to put all that together. So they're processing it on their side. They can't. You can't even watch that.
Wow.
Yeah. So.
All right, so there might actually be one stream that's actually live, and the rest are all old streams that are processing.
Exactly. Like the live streams have been probably going here. Let's click on one and see. This.
I don't think they're monetized.
This one has been streaming since November. What's to say? November 11th, 2024. The stream's been going. It's just like random lo-fi music.
There's one that's been streaming since 2020.
And they are monetized. Look, I can super chat. See?
Wow.
Yeah, they're monetized. Those channels you're able to monetize off of that.
It's probably
basically like
ridiculously easy to do, and I would imagine that if you go onto YouTube and just put how do I stream multiple streams to the same channel, you'll get a whole
I can do it right now. What do you mean? I can do it right now through StreamYard.
Yeah, I mean, I could
remember
do that.
when I was gaming, I had to run another stream and then present it onto here. I was running two different streams at the same time.
But were both streams live on YouTube?
Yeah, both streams were live. Yeah.
I thought you had to have a higher tier access on your account in order to do that.
By the way, speaking of gaming, just to pivot entirely, if you've got, I don't know what it costs over here, it was like 30 quid. Path of Exile 2 is fucking great. Good fun.
Yeah.
Anyway, there you go.
Yeah, you're basically just running a like, so even like in StreamYard service, for instance, I can just set up different streams and then run them all at the same time.
Right, but wouldn't they go to different channels?
No, you can run them up for the same channel. You just set up a different, because it says create new live stream, right? Well, you just create a new one, and then create another new one, and then another new one, and then another new one, and then
you just have to have feeds going to them, or
I think
automatically.
Yes, exactly. If you don't have nothing going to it, it will stop itself.
Right. I think presumably you can actually do the same with if you open separate instances of OBS.
Yeah, see, that's the side of YouTube that I don't have a very good understanding of yet. As far as the multiple streamings, I understand how they're doing that. That'll typically be done with a couple of computers because it's hard to get one computer to process all that shit. But,
unless you hire an Exy server. So
well,
then you
yeah,
just set up a whole bunch of virtual machines on the server, which is externally hosted.
But they may even be using like two servers, and you just think you have one. So
yeah, because servers, depending on
the
power of it, they could probably
they just rack up the hours and everything because people just use those channels as like background music or go to sleep and stuff. So people are just racking up hours there quickly. But like, people don't realize how many hours you get in like just a 12-hour stream. Like, because you got to remember, like, something like a 12-hour stream. Think about if just 10 people,
it's 120 hours,
is watching that.
Yeah, it's 120 watch hours.
Right, just from that. So like that's what I mean. Like I've ended streams and it says like shit like 300 and something watch hours just from that one stream. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? But then I realized it's because it's counting each individual watch hours like it should, obviously.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Which is how I'm getting a lot of watch hours on my channel. So I can get those watch hours up.
That's what's up.
As opposed to clock hours. So.
I think I was at 800 something the last time I looked at watch hours.
Sorry for getting shouty earlier. I feel embarrassed now.
Dude, It wasn't only you. That's why I said everybody. You were
Yeah.
just the one yelling at the moment, and I just fucking.
Exactly. Everybody's at
been a
fault.
fucking
Yeah,
a wild stream, bro. And like I was getting interrupted and talked over for so many times in a row. I was just like, fuck this. And I get it. It can get it can get comfortable with not because I don't like muting people. That's just it's stupid to me. It's really dumb. But there is a point where it gets a little too much where I'm like, okay, I can't even talk on my own show. Fuck this.
Yeah, no, everybody's.
But yeah, today's been wild. Fucking earlier, I was compared to Hitler. It was just but
I've been compared to
some
Hitler.
random schmuck. This is the thing I want people to understand too. Like if some random schmuck fucking says that to me, it's not the same than like as someone that like I thought we respected each other and held to a higher standard and doing that to me publicly like that, right? Like if we were in private and he was fucking around and having that with me, I wouldn't have even reacted like that. But like we're in public and he's like, yo, you know else like that? Hitler did. Like it's like what the fuck, dude? Like why would you do that shit? You know,
makes sense.
that's why I got wild and like I feel like different shit like that has happened since the me and Glenn thing with him, and then there's there was just the talking over me. Everything just built up, so I was like, fuck this. I think I need to remind people sometimes we all, and even on nights like this, we should all let each other talk. You know what I'm saying? It's verbal combat. That's what that's for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did you invoke Godwin's law?
Invoke what?
Godwin's law.
I don't know if I'm hearing you correctly. Godwin. Godwin. Yeah. Okay, I thought I was hearing something else.
Which is essentially like if you bring up Hitler on an internet debate, you've lost the argument straight away.
Well, yeah, I should have brought that up, but yeah, I just said that it was just stupid because like, and then like someone else, I was just saying like, oh, Hitler liked hats like that. Did you know that? That means you like Hitler. Hitler was also against LGBT, so that means you like Hitler. Like it's just a stupid argument.
Godwin's law is an internet adage asserting, as an online discussion grows longer, the probability of a comparison involving Nazis or Hitler approaches 1.
Yeah. Yeah, because a lot of people will literally go to that when they feel like they have nothing left.
Yeah.
It's horrible, but it's true.
Yeah.
But the thing that I like is when somebody goes to that within the first like minute or two of debating, because that means that I know that I've brought them to the point where it's time to start rebuilding their walls. I've already broke all their walls down and they understand their logic isn't logic. And so it's time to rebuild it with facts,
Yeah. They had to they had to use their Hitler insult. So
right.
they to that right away. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm sure and appreciate this because you've probably seen it and probably done it yourself in conversations with people where it's like, you've got to understand that what you're saying isn't logical. There's no logic to it at all. So,
You know how I get around that, Cleaner?
By claiming that your morality is center point and nobody else can convince you of anything?
No, by openly admitting that I'm a highly irrational being.
That's pretty good. I like that. Yeah, I like that. That's good.
The crazy thing is logic can get us through certain things, but life just isn't logical. It's emotional. It really is what it is. I mean, trying to figure out existence is amazing, because you're like, what am I really in here? It's not just the physical. I have schools and other people trying to tell me, oh no, it's just physical. Everything just evolved from nothing. And I'm like, wait a minute. I study science and that just doesn't add up.
Yeah.
The design of stuff. It's like, no way. I told somebody, look, mathematics debunks evolution because to make a protein with 11 amino acids, just to get that combination by chance, is over 1 trillion. Now, what about the proteins that have 100 amino acids? We have bone proteins that have amino acids that go into the tens of thousands.
And then, but then add into that the fact that those that like the area they're stewing in is literally at that point in time was literally designed to kill them.
Yes.
You know,
Yep.
It's like, no, there had to be more than just that little bit. So maybe there was intent. Maybe there was will. Maybe they were pushed, or
Maybe
it's
it
like,
was
no,
designed.
there had to be something else that happened.
Maybe it was designed, and they don't like to talk about that. Maybe that
Right.
it did not start by chance in a puddle by somebody just making a story up, and that maybe these life forms that we see, which can adapt and genetically shift within their own species, which they try to call that microevolution. Again, that's the double speak and the double think. It's like, no, that's adaptation and genetic shift. And they
Right.
try to say, no, microevolution. And then macro is some fairy tale of a cat turning into a dog, and then they lie and say a missing link. A missing link implies that it exists. So they're very astute with the wordplay. I mean, the evolutionists are.
I mean, I really want to hear a video of someone who's a proponent of evolution claiming that cats can evolve into dogs.
Oh, bro, this is
I've
what
heard
they
it.
use. This is what they use.
Not see
They
that
say-
that very scientific documentary, Shiva, Cat Dog.
I've heard it,
There's
but
no
it
animation involved.
Yeah, but
I've heard the argument, but it involved Nazis.
Yeah, but Shiva, this is what they use, because I've debated a lot of evolutionists. They use
Right.
oh no, cat doesn't come from dog, they came from a common ancestor. And I say, okay, what's the name of that common ancestor? Because it doesn't exist. There's no fossil. They'll find a fossil that looks like something else and say, oh, look, this is a transition. And every time I ask evolutionists, I say, okay, has anybody lied about, like, has there ever been scientists? And they say, oh, well, the one guy. There's multiple
That's
amounts.
literally confirmation bias, though, Max. I mean, we could both see that.
Yeah.
Like,
Because you can make the same argument about religionists, right? I mean,
Yeah, no, religionists, without a doubt. If you apply the science, you say, okay, that's not scientific, but at least religionists admit it's a belief. The evolutionists will never admit that their belief is a belief. They'll
well,
never
hang
say-
on. I broadly believe in evolution provisionally, but it's only a viewpoint. Like it's only.
Well, it's a
like,
belief.
Yeah.
Yeah, but most evolutionists, almost all that are like Professor Dave and these guys, they're going to say, no, it's a fact. And that's where, when I first came on, I said, these people don't know the difference between a belief and a fact. And the more you study the simple cell, it's not a simple cell. I mean, a cell, just to form the carbohydrates and the lipids and the protein and the nucleus, that is not happening by chance. The blood clotting system that needs 12 key components cannot form by chance, because if one is missing, the organism will bleed to death. So when you look at evolution and the way they try to mind meld somebody with that through the schools, it's pounded into people in the schools. It's sad, because they're saying, oh, life started in a puddle and all of this stuff. At least the religionists say, listen, this is my belief. I can't scientifically back this up, but it's my belief. Evolutionists cannot scientifically back up anything with evolution, because I've studied science for over 20 years and archaeological records lie. I met Michael Cremo, who wrote Forbidden Archaeology back in 2018. And he was chastised. He had to write a second book called Forbidden Archaeology's Impact, because that's how catastrophic it was to these scientists that claim to be, all knowing or something. Like somebody's telling me how the universe started. What do you have, a time machine or something? It's like, if you really look into evolution, it's really that. Now that is something that sparked the eugenics and all of these other movements that led into the whole Hitler card and all of that. And again, they try to act like Hitler is the worst person that ever existed in history. Well, he wasn't a good person, but there were a lot of other people that, you know, took
I
the
mean, he
baton.
was definitely one of the worst, though. Come
He was
on.
one of the, yeah, definitely one
Well,
of.
well, hold on. And this is something, and I'll use this in debate a lot. I'm just gonna say it so that you guys can hear it, because this is something that I hear a lot, is people saying Hitler's the worst person in existence. Is he, or is it the first person that started listening to him and doing what he was told? That's the worst person, because
Yeah,
that's
no,
the person that started
they're
the
all
lie.
equally as bad, Cleaner.
Yeah, see,
they're
you
all
can't
among the
point
worst,
to one
people.
person, right? You see my point, though.
But it's like I think is the to my mind, like, the question then becomes: is the person who originates an evil idea more evil than the people who enact that evil idea? I don't know. I'd need to think about that. Probably.
I personally, I would say no. Everyone's equally as culpable for the things that they do, even
But
if
you,
someone else
well,
started
no,
the
yeah,
idea.
no, agreed. But it's not about the culpability of the different parties. It's about the severity of the acts, in my mind. And it seems to me that inherently, like, coming up with the idea of the final solution is a worse thing than merely. I'm not going to then
right.
Scratch the word merely. Than, you know, being a guard who works in a concentration camp.
I get what
And
you're saying.
I'm not saying being a guard who works in a concentration camp is moral or good in any way whatsoever.
Right.
Just that there's a scale, right? You know.
Right. And yeah, I mean, yeah, based on what you're doing, yeah, there's obviously a scale as to how much damage and how much net negative you're doing to the world and things like that. But I also, whenever people, like, they bring up Hitler, you know, I always have to take it back to that. Or hey, can you prove to me that Hitler's the one that came up with the ideas for these things, and he wasn't just listening to his generals or scientists?
Yeah,
it goes I was just gonna say that thing you said too with when it comes to, like, the guard for the concentration camps. It goes back to, like, the social conformity thing and, like, the level of threat that's in your life. Like, if you have kids and a wife, and you're not gonna want a Lone Ranger try to take out as many Nazis as you can and be the one that stands up alone against everyone, you know, when you know your family's gonna die for it, right?
But still,
And
still,
you
I
also
think,
don't want to be the one to stick out when everybody else is doing the same thing. So that's, like, this happens to human beings, and I know a lot of us want to, like, I know all of us would, if we had to live that experience, we would all know that what was happening was wrong. But I don't know if any of us or how many of us would have the will or the ready to make the risk of standing up against that as an insider.
Yeah,
I would say I generally believe the same amount of people now would have the wherewithal to resist that did, because he killed all the resistors, or tried to.
Yeah, there will be resistors, but they won't be as much as the people that follow, you know, that commit those. Because when you look at it, there was more. What about the other people that got killed?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Cleaner, is the fact that he was doing that was what made other people like, oh shit, I don't want to die. I don't want my family to die. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to do
they
that.
have pictures in Poland. When I went to Amsterdam and they found out I was a veteran from the U.S. Army, they were like, hey, they started telling me stories of how when Deutschland, Germany marched through there, the Netherlands could only stand against them for 5 days. The Nazis took over in 5 days.
But didn't they? Wasn't that as a defense kind of rejected during the Nuremberg
they were telling me, like, they still had the fantasy, like, oh, if we were in the U.S. Army, we would have crushed them the way you guys did and all of that. And when they saw that I wasn't really, like, pro-war or anything, I'm like, look, man, most veterans ain't pro-war, because you know, and when you're in there and you're in the field and you have your M16, and, you know, I had an M60, I was signed for a 50 caliber. you're not going to turn against those other troops because we're going to kill each other. They're going to say,
But this is slightly different because we're not talking about troops on a battlefield. We're talking about
you're talking about people
like
inside.
people running concentration camps.
Look
And I
at
think
George
like,
Soros.
wasn't the kind of I think the like I understand the argument that Easy is making about the kind of influence of group dynamics, but like that wasn't that kind of dealt with during the Nuremberg trials, because quite often the guards would respond with, well, I was only following orders,
bro,
as in doing
everything
what was
that they
socially
hung-
expected,
Shiva,
and that was rejected as a defense, right?
Yeah, but Shiva, everything that we hung people for in Nuremberg, we've committed 10 times those atrocities since Nuremberg.
Well, maybe, sure, but
No,
that's
it's not a maybe. It's not a maybe.
That's not what's under
Who do you
contention.
think-
at the
Who do
moment,
you
is it?
think became the head of NASA after the war? A Nazi.
Right, but we're not arguing whether the governments of today are morally good entities.
They
Right.
never were. There is no government that you can tell me that was morally good. It's all
What
about
about, what about the
No.
monarchy of Bhutan?
still oppression.
Even though he
Still saying,
abdicated
look,
the throne,
it's
and they
saying that-
have rather than a GDP, they have a gross national happiness.
You know what GDP
Index.
does? The more you destroy your country, the higher your GDP goes.
Right,
If-
but in Bhutan, they don't have a GDP. They don't measure.
okay, now, and so this is what I would say. It's
sure
better.
Africans would disagree.
It's better. It's not the best, but it is better than these other examples. The word government literally means govern, to restrict, to limit, to hold back, and ment is Latin, mente, for mind. So it's a restriction of, it literally means that if you translate the words correctly, anybody can look it up. English is half Latin.
Like that's not how you're supposed to English, bro. You're not supposed to say like take half a word, take another half, and say these going to sound like these other words.
No, how do you?
It's half Latin, half Greek, half French, half German.
That's
half
how the
Norse.
words became to be. The
When
word
you're
government.
speaking to the etymology of the word, yes, you are. And so Max is doing just that. He's speaking to the etymology of the words.
Etymology.
If we look at
Etymology
other
of the
words
word,
too.
sorry.
All right, let's match it up and see if it passes the test of scrutiny. Entertainment. So entertain means to distract, to divert, to hold the attention of what? The mind. What does entertainment do? It distracts you. It holds the attention of the mind. So this is how you can test whether a word is definitively
Right. What about shipment
Well, now you have to look up the etymology of ship. What is
and
that?
meant? So when
Well,
I'm,
meant-
like a shipment, like a boots
Okay, so that
or
means
shoes.
all right, we're going to have to look up the etymology. So, and it's good that you're coming off the spur. What about apartment? What about resentment? You know, is it resent? Is something with the mind? Is what is the etymology of resent? And this is something.
What about basement?
We have to look at all of these.
Fucking king.
Basement, you
I know where he was going with that.
Well, you know, that's the thing where we always have when we're making progress, and it's good to have a joke here and there, but it's sort of like, okay,
I mean, I think it's important to be aware of etymology, and I'll often look up the etymology of words because I find it interesting. But I think it's also important to not confuse etymology with definition, because quite often the contemporary meaning of a word wildly diverges from what it used to mean.
okay, why does it diverge? Is it
Because words change, because the way people use language changes over time.
no
Lingual evolution.
No,
Like you literally said, president means is pretend.
It is lingual evolution. Is
No,
what it is.
I didn't say president means is pretend. I said the letters from the word president can be rearranged to spell.
Good morning, gentlemen.
It's called spelling for a reason. You know,
But the word pail, like a bucket, a type of bucket, you can rearrange the letters in that word to spell the word Pali, which is an ancient Indian language.
Hey,
It
have
doesn't
you guys
mean-
figured
it
out what
doesn't mean
words mean
anything.
yet? Or do we need to go through another dictionary rounds of
They're still trying to figure
encyclopedia?
out what words mean.
By the way, anyone who's in the West, good morning. It's the next day.
Good morning.
Yeah. No shit, isn't it?
It's 10:25 in the morning here.
If you think
Holy
about
crap,
it,
guys.
And
if
can
you
I
read
just
the
say that
dictionary,
yesterday was
have you not read every book?
yesterday was the best day of the year so far.
Word. So, what's today's topic of debate? I missed the middle
Your
part.
mama.
Oh shit! I think we finished debating that for the day at least. We may bring it up again another time.
So now that words have meaning,
done
would anyone like to discuss the current cultural and political problems of the death of the West and the rise of the left wing?
Holy shit! That's the beginning of another 12-hour stream. I think.
Well, start it right now. SpeakeaZy, let's go.
Well, Chris is actually because I'm gonna actually be shutting down soon, and Chris.
Oh, I knew it. As soon as I show up, you don't want to have any
Chris is
fun.
gonna be. No. I was just actually talking to Chris in the chat there and telling him to set up a stream so that he can run an.
Yeah. Plus, you need to get some sleep.
But I actually want to ask quick. You said that the word president.
Yeah,
When
if
it's
you
rearranged.
Yeah, those. If you take those letters. Matter of fact, look on the American Zombie channel. Right, I put a short out and I explain it in like 30 seconds. But
yeah.
I'll let you know.
What's the word though? What's the word? If you
Okay, if you
rearrange
take president, all right. If you take if you take president, presidentdent, and you take those letters, you can put the S and the I
Anagram.
and then the anagram. The other letters say pretend. So the word president actually can spell two other words that says is pretend. And when you look at what the president does, it's like, is he really the figurehead? You're telling me that when
Hey, maxed out. I got a definition for you. President is the sock puppet of the deep state.
Exactly.
There's today's definition.
Yeah,
of
but it
president.
could also be I sprinted or I inserted.
No.
Well, that depends on what
the
is
president.
is.
But that's fair because the president does literally run for office.
No, I sprinted.
You guys are
has
just
two
being
eyes.
stupid.
You can only use you can only use the same exact letter. You can't add more.
Not
letters.
that there's any smart people on panel, but anyways.
Okay.
And still somehow you managed to lower the
when you're
IQ
saying
of the panel
is
by 50
president,
coming on here, I find.
when you're saying is president,
Come at me, bro.
It's you're just saying because like you're just taking out letters and making these two words. So like is you're just adding it to pretend, right?
Yeah.
But what if
It
I
depends
just
on what
say-
is SpeakeaZy.
I'm taking the letters and I'm respelling. I'm using it.
I did not have relations with that woman.
Like you can take the word link and rearrange them.
Bill
And
Clinton.
spell the word kiln.
I can't believe you guys just turned this into a Bill Clinton meme. This panel is officially a Bill Clinton meme.
Bill
Wait, hold on.
Clinton.
I just put the link to the president video short in the private chat. So
Hey, Max, I got a question for you. What's the definition of the right wing?
Oh my god, fuck off, Hi-Fi. Stop trying to change the fucking conversation.
What's the conversation about what words
Yeah,
mean?
well, just
SpeakeaZy?
stick
What the
around,
fuck,
chill a
dude?
minute, bro. You just got here, bro. Don't come here and start demanding shit.
You're sitting there trying to figure out what the word president means, dude. For real?
no, I'm not saying what it means. I'm saying like you said.
No,
it's
he's saying that you can rearrange the letters in the word president to spell.
Okay, I rearranged the definition to sock puppet
pretend.
of the deep state. Does anyone disagree with that definition?
We're trying.
No, he's not talking about definitions. He's
Yeah,
talking
exactly.
about word magic.
Yeah.
Who gives a fuck about word magic?
Okay,
Max?
then just sit back for the conversation for a minute, bro.
SpeakeaZy. I'm trying to salvage this panel.
No,
man.
you're
Come
trying.
on.
No, you're
Help me
trying
out,
to
bro.
like make it all about you, bro. Relax.
Of course, it's always about me.
No,
You
it's
don't
not,
even have
though.
me in
We
your.
already had a conversation going. Relax.
You don't even have me in your intro properly. You have me like
Look,
bitching about my
the
voice.
problem is,
dying.
Biden. The problem is that Max doesn't like philology.
And etymology and all those other fun mental
I ever say that?
masturbations.
No, he likes etymology. He loves
Did I ever
etymology.
say that? You see, because you, for some reason, you don't like to study how languages were created, how one language can actually create other languages.
Didn't you hear me say not 5 minutes ago that one of my favorite things to do is to fucking look up the etymology of words?
Yeah, but you haven't. You've went back and debunked yourself on that, saying, "Okay."
But what did you say the word government comes from?
Government comes from the Latin word government, which means govern, to restrict, to hold back, and meant the mind. And that's a lot of our language comes from Latin. So if you look this up,
No, it comes from the word gubernar. Or governor.
It wasn't called govern like we call
direct.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The words change. Who changes these words and takes them to create English?
It comes from the word big daddy bitches. Bitches who need big daddy to wipe their ass for them. That's who
change
needs
words.
Is an inherently
over
pagan
time.
Max.
That's just how things. That's how it works.
That's why real men are libertarians. We don't need no big daddy to wipe our ass. We're real
And
men.
anarchy is the only glimmer of hope, man.
No, anarchy's not practical.
Did you say anarchy is the only glimmer of hope?
Yeah,
you can't have anarchy and a nation at the same time.
You literally you hear
incompatible.
bump in the night, and literally the first thing you do is reach for your phone to ring daddy government to come.
Yeah, I like to call FBI to save me from the scary intruders.
Yeah, you're straight on. You were straight on that thing. Yeah. Hello, please, emergency.
Here's some irony for you, Teriyaki. Why does the left wing, who loves sucking government cock, want to defund the government?
You literally look like exactly like that bitch from like Scary Movie. You know what I mean? Where she rung straight to the phone.
I can answer that question because with a defunded government, there's more cock to suck.
Ah, I think he's onto something here.
And it suits him too because he'd be hiding in a closet.
So, Max, did you ever figure out what the right wing is yet, or does it even exist? Is it extinct at this
right
point?
wing, all right, the right wing and the left wing are connected to the same bird. So if you think that they're different, that's non-okay.
Okay, I got a definition for you. Tell me.
The American icon.
I think wait, hold
eagle,
up,
which is a
just stop.
bird.
Wait, the thing is the govern, right? This has a meaning already by itself, right? It's a verb, right? The word govern, and then when you turn it into the noun government, that's what the meant part is, right? It turns the verb into the noun.
No,
it's the people that rule.
Yes.
It's a compound word, like guberment, gubermente, right?
But it's a very broad term. That can mean a dictator. It can mean a
Gubermente.
committee.
How do you spell this?
Guber and mente. Mente is Latin for mind. So when you look at I'm saying
control the mind.
To control, yeah. So and I'm people can contest this, fine, that's okay. But I'm just saying when you look at the words, you see that it comes down. How was English created?
This is like some Billy Carson shit, man.
This ain't Billy, man. I don't support.
No, he's onto something. It's a bit like Pokemon, like Thunderwave.
I'm not.
You gotta catch them all.
If you want to associate me with somebody that you think is a grifter, please don't do that, man.
Well, you're not asking us for money, so
No,
it is mind control. There's no debate there. The problem is how much mind control are you willing to tolerate? Do they?
So when I look up Latin for gubermente, it's two separate words. It's not one word, and it means pilot's mind in English. So it's not even
English. They see. So this is what I'm saying. Anglish from the Anglo-Saxons. English. You gotta say, okay, what made somebody use this word to put it together to form a word that tells us these people should rule over us, that we should give them money and they're going to do what's best for us with the money. Meanwhile, we see them giving the money to other countries. We see them spending it on bigger chains to put people in, and nobody blinks an eye.
So wait, like you want no government?
No, I'm not saying. Yeah, actually, I don't want something to restrict my mind.
So you want anarchy?
What's wrong with the smallest government humanly possible?
Let me see for a second. So you want no government? So like, does that mean you want no laws?
Well, laws, okay, and this is going to be a hard one to get by. Laws are created by someone who's in an authority position.
Yeah, I know that. I'm asking, do you not want those? I know what laws are. I'm not stupid, bro. I'm just asking. You're not answering my question. I'm asking you, do you want laws or not?
No.
Because
Okay, dude, this is why you can't argue. This is retarded. All civilized people need the rule of law. Even libertarians admit to some government.
It just proves you're an idiot, man. That's
No, dude. And cap only works.
And also, Max, I'm
wait,
fact-checking you. Sorry, Max.
Stop for a second. Hold up, guys, please let me have my interaction I'm trying to have here for a second. I've been quiet for a while, and you guys all been talking. Let me just get this out for a second. I just want to understand. I want to get this. So you want no laws?
All right, I'm going to explain.
Yeah, that's what he said.
I'm going to explain it. More people have died in the world in current history in the last century by following laws than those that didn't follow them. Now, I'm not saying we shouldn't have a crazy nation. I'm saying that we have to have rules. But when you say that something is a law, you allowed criminality to persist. Like, look at the Hitler thing. Those people were following laws. Everything Hitler did in Germany was legal. Everything Winston Churchill did was legal. So laws, when you let somebody put themselves up on a pedestal as authority, which can only be created by government, you create an authority and authoritarian figures in government that dictate laws. That's why they call it law enforcement. Now, when you have a law that says, well, you can pollute the river 0.5 parts per million. No, you can't pollute the river, period. That's our lifeline. Laws enable people to do bad things under the disguise that they're not.
And with no laws, you can completely pollute all the water because there's no laws.
You can completely pollute all the water without any law.
Can I explain it, please? This is what the
you did, and you failed, like all anarchists do.
You're an idiot, man. You know
no, I'm a libertarian, and you're the reason why you give libertarians a bad name because they think we are you retards.
You're a jackass, Bill.
All civilized people need rule of law. We all agree that there are minimum laws all human beings should obey.
Monkey on the branch.
Can I jump in? Can I jump in here for a second? Does everyone everyone okay with that? Well, okay. Look, Max.
Interview with a libertarian.
Max, I just looked up the etymology of the word "ment," and it actually doesn't come from the Latin for mind, as you're claiming. It comes from the Latin from mentum. Right, which denotes an action. Mens is the Latin for mind, not ment.
Thank you, Shiva. I was going to get on here because I was getting really pissed off because people were saying things about language that just isn't true. So when you look at the word pavement, it is the action of paving something.
That's why we use the word meant to make a verb into a noun, right? Like
yes, correct. You're correct.
The result of governing is government, right? Yeah. That's the result.
It is the action or the
that's why
governing.
John,
that's why in law, Max, in law, the Latin phrase for guilty mind is mens rea, not ment rea.
Right, and this is what I was saying about
MENS. MENS.
And I don't know if you're going to understand this, but they are changing definitions every day in front of our face.
No, this is Latin.
No. But when you looked it up on Google, your master, your God, the square God, Google.
Where did you look up your information, Max? I'll look it up.
In a library.
Of course,
he has the original. Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. No, guys, hold up. Let's not all shut it down. Can you give me a book recommendation, like say 3 I can start with?
Okay,
the Vulgate.
Start with the Webster's Dictionary before 1986. If you can get a version that's in the 60s, because the Webster's
You're really telling them to go read the dictionary.
All of them.
Well, are you for fucking real?
No, you see, this idiot, he won't even let me explain it.
No, wait. I just want to.
I'm giving you the reference, but some idiot, Phil or one of these guys, just won't shut up.
Dictionary.
60s Webster's Dictionary.
All right. And the reason being is because the Webster's was bought out by certain corporations in the 80s. 86, I think, was the last one. Benito Mussolini, he said that the fascism, the similar synonym definition of it would be corporatism. So corporations were like, look, tyranny flows out of language because you got to get the person to believe what you want them to believe. So when you change words and you say this word means this person's bad, or this word doesn't mean what you thought it meant. Now you can get people to commit these atrocities because they believe.
Right, but okay, Max.
All right, so what's another book recommendation?
You'd have to look into Latin dictionary, which would be, going back, say, late 1800s. They used to have them in the library. I go there now, they're switching everything electronic. So that makes it easier to change the definitions. And I'm saying,
Max,
nobody's seeing this.
Okay, he wants a third book. Okay, yeah.
By the way, the Merriam-Webster Corporation was formed in 1831, so they were still a corporation back then.
I said 1986. If you pull your head out of the grass,
okay.
One second.
All
right, let me just get the third book quick.
Yeah.
All right, go into the Greek dictionary. A Greek dictionary.
Latin.
No, because English is part Greek. Oh no, Germanic, because we have a sprinkle of Greek,
Germanic, yeah.
But we have more Germanic in our language, and we have a little. It's kind of neck and neck with Latin and German. Was conglomerated with sprinkles of Greek and other languages to create English, because a lot of our words, if you look into it, do come from other languages. Paprika, the spice, that's Hungarian.
Yes. Okay.
So one sec, Shiva. One sec. I just want to ask a genuine question. So, Max, in your spare time, are you actually leading us to believe that you go to the library to research by reading?
Bro, I've been going to the library
dictionaries
since I was a kid. I know it's hard to believe. Maybe you haven't gone to one, but I was raised to learn to say, hey, pick up a book.
A dictionary and just read the dictionary.
Well, you have to read through the dictionary. How are you going to know your language?
Do languages change, Max? Did they evolve?
No.
To be fair, Tariaq, when I was a kid, I used to read dictionaries for fun. There was a game that I used to play where I'd look up a word in a dictionary and then pick a word in the definition and look that up.
So
I just keep doing that.
So Max, do you speak the original Sumerian?
So Shiva, when you were 12 years of age, someone said, recommend me 3 books. You'd be like, the ancient Greek library, a dictionary, the 1960s.
We're looking at words. What do you want me to say? A Disney novel? We're looking at words.
Okay, look, Max, it seems to me like you haven't acknowledged that one of the statements that you made, which is that the Latin meant is the root for words that pertain to the mind. You haven't acknowledged that that's actually incorrect. It's the Latin word meant, and that the Latin word meant denotes.
I did acknowledge it, but you weren't listening.
Okay, I mean there was quite loud.
I said that they are changing definitions because if you search more in actual books that are not being around anymore, you're going to see that the word mente is a Latin word that can also stand for mind. In Google, when you look it up on the electronic demon, they're going to change these definitions.
How is mente spelled?
How do you think it's spelled? Pull your head
I'm
out
asking
your
you.
ass and spell it.
Is it mente?
No. If you can't spell it yourself, because all you guys are doing now is trolling.
No, I'm not fucking trolling.
She was not trolling. She was.
The contract goes to the library to read dictionaries.
Look, I'd be being way more silly if I was trolling you.
Why don't you look up a couple of different spellings?
I'm asking you for the spelling of the word mente.
And I'm telling you, why don't you look up? You said you played the dictionary game, which I think you're lying about. I think you're full of shit.
Why would I lie?
Try spelling it MENTOS.
That's why.
Oh my God. Okay.
I have a question to add in since we're here. They're definitely not trolling though. But I do want to ask, so are we talking about Webster's New World Dictionary of an American Language?
No, you're looking at
published in 1960 by the World Publishing Company.
That's not the exact one, but I would say start with that, because if you can find that in print, the problem is.
Yeah, I can buy it right now.
No, but this is the problem now. If you're getting that printed in a new version, it might be changed. You have to find the versions that were printed in the 60s, because they can have.
How do you know you found those versions? How do you know you didn't just find some?
He was there
that somebody fucked with.
Well, it says it in the book, the copyright, and you can see the age of the dictionary. You can see that it's not a newly produced dictionary. And this was over 15
Have you ever watched
years.
any movies? You can age the fuck out of shit with special effects.
all of that can be fabricated by just
Yeah, I'm
printing
sure it
numbers
can.
in the
Yeah,
book
I'm sure it
and then
can. I'm
making
sure
it
it
look
can.
aged.
They
I'm sure it
can.
can.
They do it all the time in the movie industry.
Hey man, look, I said it before. You can't.
No, I'm just no,
I can't
Max.
force people
The
to-
reason I said that, listen, the reason I'm saying that is because the argument you're using for why this dictionary may be wrong is this, like, it literally could just be used against you for the dictionary you're using.
Yep.
For proof, right? That's all I'm pointing out here.
Well, you're pointing out something
And-
really good
and
because
I-
it goes back into saying that these books could be changed and have been changed. And if we say, "Oh, this is what it says," without thinking, what does it get us? We got to think, man. We got to say, "Hey, you know what? Who's trying to get me to believe this, first of all, and why?"
All right, so I'm going to give some credit to Max here. Mente is a form of the word mens. It's the singular. It's the ablative singular form of the Latin word mens.
it
Right.
is.
So he is correct. Like mente is
But
a.
you called me a bullshit.
But hang on, Max. Hang on.
Backpedaling
Look,
now.
but-
Backpedaling, and so
no.
did Cleaner, right? Cleaner was popping shit too.
My
Right.
God, this just fucking take the
Max, he's trying to
take
give
the
you credit.
W with good grace.
What?
Jesus Christ. But
Don't say that.
the word meant, as is used in the word government, comes from the Latin word mentum. It bears no relation.
Yes.
The confusion arises due to
You
the similar
think it
spelling.
bears no relation because the square God just told you so. I'm telling you, if you get off your ass and you go and you find these books, you're going to see a serious conspiracy that's real. That shit has been changed. And they're printing new books with the copyright from the 60s saying, "Oh, no, this is the original." No, it's not. You have to find the original. That's like finding a Bible today and saying, "Oh, that's exactly
They're
how
not
it was
printing new dictionaries claiming that they're the original. In the
Speaking
UK,
of Bible, do
Oxford,
you have the original
there's
Greek
a thing
Bible?
that happens in the UK every single year where the Oxford English Dictionary adds new words to the dictionary. The dictionary is changing every single
Oxford
year.
Dictionary. All right, being that you're from the UK, I have family in the UK, 2 aunts from London. Now, being that you're there, being that you're good at looking up things, can you look up at when they changed the definition of terrorism in the Oxford Dictionary?
I mean, I could.
All right, please find that then, because when you find out that they've changed the definition, then that should make us bring questions about everything else. What else did they change?
Well, all
the
sorts of
words.
stuff. They changed the word meaning of the word nice. They changed the meaning of the word famously outlined by South Park, faggot.
And,
That's
and
changed
hold
over
on,
time.
hold on.
Definition of what is
Words
autistic
change.
and
And I
ADHD over
just
time
want
as they've
something
studied.
clarified here, okay? I didn't say fuck all about the word meant or y'all's argument about words. I didn't say anything about any of that shit. So don't
Yeah, no, that's
don't
me
add me
being
into
a
that
pedantic
one.
asshole.
I'll take the I'll take the cuff for all the stuff I was actually doing, but not this.
Okay,
not this.
Yeah, no, this is me being a
This I'm just listening
pedantic.
to.
What I just want
Change,
people to
growth,
understand is that there are different in the Latin language there are different words that are associated with the same definition. So when you're talking about, for example, mente, it is associated with words such as thought or intellect, but mind. And we do need to be specific when we're talking about languages, when we're talking about definitions, because I hear people say this kind of stuff all the time, that when they look at the compound or the suffix words, they say, well, it's similar to this word, so it must mean this word. And that kind of thing happens a lot, and it's not based in anything from a linguistic standpoint. That's all
Okay,
I'm saying.
John, now you said that it means intellect, right? You just said that. Now,
Yes.
okay. Now, to restrict the intellect, to restrict the mind, to say, okay, now, is that too much of a leap there to say intellect is not part of the mind?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying
No. I'm
is
asking you a question. Is it too much of a leap, or is it like, okay, yeah, that's pretty close there?
when you're
Intellect,
using
mind.
the word meant from government, yes.
Okay, now, and that's what I was just saying in the beginning, and it got twisted all out of context. I said, okay, if you look up these definitions, you'll see where we get some of our words from, because like before, English is Latin, German, and a small amount of other languages. So we want to know why. Why are they doing this?
Hey Max, we already admitted it's mind control. Can you admit that there's such a thing of mind control that's good?
Discipline.
Exactly. So why are you arguing anarchy? Anarchy is not discipline.
All right, what does anarchy
Well,
mean?
you don't know. Well, let's not get into
Anarchy is
anarchism
lawlessness.
because
There's
it's
no
not-
government,
it's not
no law.
lawlessness. It's not
See,
lawlessness.
it's not lawlessness.
Okay, what are the laws of anarchy?
Thank you, John. John brought it up. Let John explain it to you.
What are the laws of anarchy?
John?
There are not. You have to understand there's different forms of anarchy, but the root basis of anarchy is a voluntary basis in which people group or come together.
Okay, what if
Without-
I disagree? Am I being anarchist or anti-anarchist?
No, you don't understand the definition if you disagree.
Oh, I see. So I'm not following your laws. So now I'm not the cool anarchist.
Look, you don't understand the meaning of the word anarchy.
I don't give a shit about your meaning. If I'm an anarchist, there's no laws. No one can govern me and tell me shit.
And just like I said, we can't force somebody. The zombie will never believe.
Exactly. This is why no one takes anarchy seriously.
Well, you're a
No,
zombie.
the reason why people don't take anarchy serious is because they don't understand what anarchy is.
Explain to me what anarchy is.
Because they put up straw men or they'll make association with fallacies.
And do a
that
better
are
job
based
than
on their
Michael Malice, by the way, because he's like way better than you. You're like amateur hour here.
Well, it looks like you're looking for a fan club, and I ain't with it.
No, I'm looking for good and intelligent people who don't try to argue anarchy because it's bullshit from the beginning.
You ain't gonna find that in the mirror. All right, Phil?
So anarchy, it's fighting, by the way.
Anarchy, you didn't even know what
anarchy only
anarchy
works with good and intelligent people, Max. So
now that you looked it up, come on, man, don't play that. You
so,
already
so if in the absence of good and intelligent people, Max, if you have evil retards, will anarchy work?
Bro, why don't you look it up?
Well,
again?
you know what? That's the same logic what anarchists would say about the reason why we have to be careful about centralization of government, why we have to be careful about people who have the max authority. You're looking at two different things, right? So if the idea
This
that
is
there
why
are
you
evil
need
people,
some form of government. You need the rule of law, bare minimum. You need the rule of
but
law.
that rule of law depends on people, right?
Exactly.
I just
And
love how like
institutions-
this is exactly why anarchy or anarchism is a joke, because you guys like the like an anarchist is simply someone who advocates and promotes anarchism, and then anarchism is simply the advocating for abolishing like a hierarchy in the government, where they want a system where basically just everyone works together. We're all the boss. We don't force each other what to do. We all just come together cooperatively.
And
But
what
the
happens when
problem
we
is-
disagree, Speak?
That's
What
the
happens
thing.
when they disagree
That's
with
what
each
I'm
other?
trying to say. That's the problem. Anarchism literally just leads to anarchy, because like in John's community, they could all be like God-fearing people that they have strict moral and they abide by God's law. But then the next little community next to them could think, no, we just take and do whatever we want, and we're gonna we think we should be the biggest of them all, and we run as free men. So whenever you want to go to that city over there and take a few women or do whatever you want, you go ahead. That's what we
And do you
believe.
notice how quickly they
And they
turned
would
on me
both-
as soon as I disagreed with them? So you're not allowed to disagree with these statist anarchists. You know, they have a definition that you're only allowed to
No,
accept.
I'm just saying you have to look at the definition of it, and you're
No
you're not
state, no
saying
law. That's what
factual
anarchy
definition.
is.
You just
That's
want
not
you're,
what it
you're
is.
a bootlicker, Phil. You're a bootlicker.
No, I'm not.
That's
I'm a
what you are.
libertarian, dude.
One. How low?
Are those the only two options, anarchist or bootlicker?
According to Max, who is the keeper
No,
of the
according to
meaning
you,
of
man.
words.
That's what you're the one that just.
They better make boots taste better then.
I agree. I do like to lick God's boots, and so I don't like to kill and steal and lie. So,
I don't either. That's why I have no king but Christ. That's why I have no king but Christ.
Okay, so how do you impose morality on man without any form of government or rule of law? Enlighten us.
How can you promote anarchism if
Morality.
you
So
yourself
you believe that the purpose.
Christ
You
is
believe
king?
that morality is something that must be imposed by a
Of
government or
course.
by a
Otherwise,
nation?
you have everyone killing and stealing and lying to each other, like barbarians.
There's no such thing as good moral people outside of the law.
Yeah, he doesn't understand morality, John.
You can't find moral people even with law, but at
What
least
about
with
the part
law,
of the
you have a
Bible where
minimum
God says that the
standard
only
from which
purpose
to start.
The government is to create tyranny and people who would be fearful, who would do that stuff in the first place.
The law doesn't guarantee good
Did you
people.
hear
It
what
just
he said,
increases
Phil?
the chances of encountering good
Bill
people.
ain't listening to understand, John. He's just waiting to respond, man. He's zombieing.
Yeah, I'm just listening to respond. How dare me?
Bootlicking zombie, man.
You're right. I do lick God's boots.
I want to ask
Guilty
Easy
as
something.
charged.
Easy. You're saying that this is not recording after 12 hours, right?
It's 12 hours and 55
Like it won't
minutes.
be on the like.
It'll only be on StreamYard, like in the back.
Not StreamYard, but my YouTube studio.
Okay, now being that I got StreamYard, it says stream this. Now, if I would have pressed stream this to my channel, right, would it record like the rest of this stream, like as we continue on there, or is it like how does
that's what it'll be. It'll just be
because you're not going over 12 hours. Yeah.
No, but now, so when I say stream to my audience, how's this gonna? Is it gonna show up on the channel where we can still continue this as it being recorded, like right from this moment?
I think so. I'm restreaming to my channel.
Okay. Because I'm wondering if I stream it right to my channel, then how do I get on the StreamYard in my StreamYard, or do I just stay here?
No, you don't have that option. When I end my stream, it'll end yours as well.
Yeah,
right. Which is why if you want to start a new stream, you'll have to do your own stream.
I thought you said Chris was going to reboot a stream. Are we going there or what? What's
we just keep getting into different.
Hold on. So I
think Grid was interested in the topic now too.
Just because we finally got Grid here,
was, man. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to get the take between Grid and SpeakeaZy. So on Verbal Combat 50 during the 1v1, when it was Grid 1 Motorsports versus SpeakeaZy, did Grid 1 win?
Yeah.
This is what you were talking about when I left 12 hours ago.
Mic drop. Mic drop right there.
Also, SpeakeaZy, I want a rematch where we were talking about culture and politics. That's what I came for. By the way, Grid 1, dude, you're sounding too much like your NCAP buddy over here, Max and John. You guys need to get your shit together and realize that there's
I am not an
law.
NCAP. I am not an NCAP. Don't even.
I'm not
there.
libertarian.
Or anarchist, whatever.
I think libertarians are weird.
Well, no, I'm a particular type of anarchist, and if you want to
gives a
know what
shit?
that means, well, you know what? That's the whole point. Then you don't give a shit.
Okay,
So,
are you
I'm
better
sorry.
or worse than the Michael Malice version of anarchy?
You
Well, I
know
don't
the
know what
problem.
you mean by Michael or I believe
You don't know
there are-
who Michael Malice is? He's
I
like
did-
the
did
most
I not say that
prominent
I didn't-
anarchist.
Did I not say I didn't know Michael Malice? You didn't let me.
You just
finish
said,
my
"I don't
sentence."
know
No,
what Michael
no,
Malice
you
is.
didn't let me finish my sentence
didn't
because you're too
finish.
busy trying to be
Okay, go ahead.
an asshole here. I said I don't know if I would compare myself to him
Why not?
because to me I don't look at anarchism in the same political aspect as a lot of anarchists do. It's more of a
See, this
a
is why you can't
theological
get a straight
aspect.
answer out of them. It's always like,
No,
I'm not like the other girls. I'm a special kind of anarchist that you can't put in a box or define.
Okay, so how many Christian anarchists do you know?
Quite a few actually.
Okay.
I mean, considering I haven't even gotten you to
Cap.
define it for me yet, I don't
I have
know
to
one
find
yet.
it. I have to find it cleaner. You
No.
just ignored it. So
In fact, I think
I'm
Grid
calling
might
Cap on
be one of
iPry
them.
over here.
Hey, Grid 1, are you a Christian
literally just being
anarchist?
a contrarian now. Come on now.
Hey, Grid 1, are
We
you a
don't know
Christian
bunch of
anarchist?
Christian
I couldn't
anarchists.
hear whoever's talking. I'm
It's
sorry.
me. It's
What?
Pi. Grid 1, are you a Christian anarchist?
No.
Oh, I thought you were arguing ANCAP earlier, dude.
No,
Totally.
I was not. I'm a constitutional conservative. I keep saying that. You keep ignoring it. It's okay.
SpeakeaZy, play the clip back where I had to correct him on being an ANCAP, and I told him it was retarded, and we have to at least admit
Go
libertarian.
ahead. I told you I was not an anchor.
I will play. I restreamed it to my own channel. I'll play it back for you.
Why you got an ego problem? That's
Clip
it.
that shit.
Whether or
Clip
not
that
you
shit,
meant to,
because
you
what
were
you're going to
arguing.
have is you're going to have me saying that I am not an ANCAP. I have interviewed an ANCAP, and it's kind of a weird philosophy, especially the whole insurance fucking thing. I don't know, but
Okay. I thought you were. Okay, well, John and Max, I'm friendly to the ANCAP philosophy. Unfortunately, it doesn't work with the evil, retarded planet we have. If
You don't
have a
understand the
planet full of
definition.
good and
Why-
intelligent
why?
people, It's a
Fine, you
reasonable
don't understand
discussion.
the definition, so you're like a child that doesn't want to learn. And
No,
like
I actually
John
know
said,
what words
you
mean.
just here to cause
And so,
discussion.
without law or
You're a
government
demon,
or
man.
rule
You're
of
a
law,
demon. You're a
you are a
lying demon.
barbarian tribe, and that's
You're
the
a
best you're
lying
ever going to
demon.
be.
Do you know who my rule of law comes from?
Hopefully, God, if you're a Christian.
Yeah, God. Yeah, it's God.
Okay, so how can a Christian live in a nation without
Unlike
laws?
you, Fi, because
Well-
you keep lying, you don't believe in good. You're a liar. You've been lied.
Christians
so many
already
times.
have
You
laws. We
attack
have
everybody
God's
on the
law that we
street.
at minimum have to obey.
You're a
So
liar.
only we have to obey laws, but our neighbors
You're a
don't?
liar, Fi.
Does that make
You're
sense?
a liar.
Which part did I lie about, Max?
You didn't listen to anything we said, and you're here to cause confusion. So
I
that's
listened to
just what it
everything
is.
John said. He didn't respond to anything I said.
You're
So
here
go
to
ahead and
cause
answer for John, Max.
confusion,
How do Christians obey laws without any government or rule of law?
You're here to
You,
cause
you have to understand why what God told us about law, the purpose of law, and what it fits within us as individuals. And if you're going to try to say that what God is trying to promote is He's trying to promote that you obey every little law that anybody gives you, you would be wrong. He does tell us to render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, but then he
No, that's
follows that up by
taxes. That's a
saying
different topic.
he follows that up by saying, but render everything unto God which is God's. And therefore, if you believe God is the master of the universe, if you believe He's the creator, then everything goes to Him. And therefore, any law you do, you go to Him first and say, okay, what's the point of this? I would agree. There are times when God wants us to submit to the authorities that are before us because there's a good moral reason to do so. However,
John.
that's a far cry from believing that that laws themselves, written by sinful, imperfect men, are themselves going to be paragons of morality.
Hey, John, I got a quick question for you. Sorry to interrupt your soapbox. What does Romans 13:1 say?
I know exactly this. I've dealt with this misconception before, so I can tell you what it says. I know.
Enlighten me. What does it really mean? How do you interpret it?
Okay. And it talks about, if you look at the verse,
Can you put that on screen, SpeakeaZy, by the way, so that everyone can see what he's talking
he
about?
talks about how he says, give what is due in taxes, give to what is due to other people. He talks about respect. He talks about, so he doesn't just make it just a government thing. The
It doesn't
idea
sound
is,
like you've actually read it.
I have.
Because he doesn't literally say those things. He doesn't insinuate
does.
those things.
Yes, he does.
Do you want me to present SpeakeaZy? Will that help?
Well, what do we?
Romans 13, chapter 1 and 2.
We're
can
doing
Google it for
Theology
you real quick
Thursdays.
if you need to, or
Uh,
you can
While all that's going on, good to see everybody this morning. I got some sleep, which was good, and
Yeah, I need some.
Yeah, I know. I just woke up. I was telling these dudes, get some sleep already.
Brothers, can
How
you
long have you been up,
testify?
Easy?
We're about to do shift change here. I
Been
guess.
up.
Good one's
I've
away
been
from-
up. Almost 24 hours. Yeah,
Yeah.
actually no. Yeah,
Easily.
24 hours. I'm past 24 hours. It's 11. Yeah.
Get some sleep, dude. Let me present real quick and let John enlighten us what these words mean. I got the screen for you, SpeakeaZy. Just throw it up there.
Pardon me.
Let him read the
Bless you.
words and then tell us what those words mean, since he's an expert on these passages. Go ahead, John. Tell us what that means. And don't say render unto Caesar. That's talking about taxes. That's a whole different context, a whole different scripture.
Yeah, that's a different line too. It's not this.
And by the way, I'm totally against taxes, but that's a whole different topic.
This is very specific here.
Correct.
You still here?
Go
Are
ahead,
you muted
John.
or something, John?
You have the floor, dude.
Mosman?
I think I scared him away. I usually do.
Maybe you got cut.
We can't hear you, John. I don't know if you muted yourself or your microphone.
You might have
disconnected.
muted yourself or something. Yeah.
I'm gonna speak on
yeah.
John's behalf. I'm gonna speak on John's behalf.
No, you're
Y'all
not
motherfuckers
qualified.
don't know shit. What the fuck is talking about Romans 13? I'm gonna tell
outta
you
here, you
exactly
leprechaun.
what he says, you motherfuckers. Okay, But disrespect back my boy Jesus like that, okay? Get
Teriyaki,
off
when
my
are you
shit,
gonna get some God
okay?
in your life. You need religion.
This is
dude.
Mosman right here. You know what I'm saying? We don't fuck around. This is Mosman.
Is it?
I actually like John a lot. John's a good guy.
Exactly.
I love it. I love anarchists, but they're retarded when they try to
Keep
argue their point. That's the
Mosman's
problem.
name out your mouth.
He is a good dude. I disagree with his worldview, and I totally don't understand it because he's not able to really explain it in a way that doesn't contradict itself. But I like talking to him and arguing with him. He's a fun dude for sure.
Oh, I would rather live next door to anarchists than like Democrats and authoritarians by far, easily. So, Max, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying like you're the bad guy or anything. I'm just saying your argument's shitty and you need to improve on it and join the Libertarian Party like me, and so we can reclaim the country.
He is in Nowheresville, Colorado, so he could have actually be having issues.
Oh,
I'm also in Nowheresville, America, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't reclaim the country because it's quickly turning into
I'm just
shit.
saying that he may be having issues with his having issues with his internet.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
I'm not making an argument for in his favor or anything. I'm just pointing out.
Yeah, no, he's had that happen to him while he was on my panel before, actually, where he got cut out and then had to come back.
He can come back.
Yeah, his internet sometimes.
Well, so Max, do you want to try and argue anarchism while he's gone, or are you good?
I still am trying to have someone explain to me so that I can understand Christian anarchism because I still don't understand that shit.
In theory, you can try and live in a barbarian tribe just directly under God's law, which is written on your heart. But the problem is all men disagree what that means, and so that's why you can't ever functionally do it in a practical sense. It's just it's like herding cats.
The reason it's an oxymoron because the problem here is like Christianity, there's a hierarchical system, but anarchy doesn't want the hierarchy. They want everybody to be equal. We're all making this say together. We're all going to come together and kumbaya. You know what I mean? Like,
the
so
problem
like,
is most.
Well, I mean, I can tell you from the ANCAP point of view, is that you do go sort of tribal or community, and you all agree to live under the same kind of standards, and you're responsible for your stuff, and nobody can tell you what to do or not to do. And if you offend somebody or damage somebody's stuff, you should have insurance for the insurance to enforce the restitution or whatever. To me, it's an overly complex kind of way.
I think they're leaning too hard into the idea of unspoken rules, which is kind of an oxymoron because as soon as you speak them, they're rules, and if they're not spoken, then they're not rules, and then everyone gets to decide their own path.
I had Fabian Liberty on my show, and we talked about it quite a bit. And I mean, I understand his point of view. He admits that it's something that is unlikely to happen anytime soon, but obviously
it's impossible.
He's trying to push it down that road. And the thing about libertarianism in general is it sounds so much like conservatism. You just don't like specific pieces. You just don't want all of the pie, right? I want to be a conservative, but I also want to do this. Right?
Yeah, there's two camps that conflict, which I think was perfectly illustrated in the Andrew Wilson, Dave Smith debate, where a conservative tried to debate a libertarian and they both failed. And so if you can actually find a conservative libertarian like myself, then that is the final solution. But unfortunately, the anarchists won't ever concede it because they think we are bootlickers, which is hilarious because we are the most anti-bootlicking people. But we wish anarchism was possible, but it's not. As long as evil retards populate the earth, you can't have anarchism. It won't ever work, period.
So,
which I was trying to explain to John, but unfortunately his hamster wheel broke, and so his internet's not working. So anyways, Max, if you want to try and carry that torch, feel free. But I I still want to debate SpeakeaZy about the left wing, but since we're defining words here, let's define some words. Speak.
Oh.
Wait, what?
You want to define words? Let's define some words. Are you ready?
I think he probably wants to define sleep right now.
Yeah.
I don't know what
good night's
words
rest.
you're even talking about. What?
And I have a question.
We had a debate about defining words. When was this?
When I showed up, when I just got here like 10 minutes ago, y'all were like, "What does is?"
Oh
what does
no,
mean
we were
is
we were
mean?
talking about the etymology of words.
Of government and whether it's Old French or Latin and all, and
There's
whether or
not the
not Webster's
etymology of
dictionary
words,
is a
but,
good argument. Anyways, but you got mad when I asked about the definition of the right wing, which I was still waiting for Max to tell us what the definition of the right wing is. Can you?
You ain't here to learn, man. That's why there's no sense in really speaking with you that much. The other people, great conversation. You're just here to cause bullshit.
You sure know a lot about me, even though you know
Well,
zero
I'm
about
saying
me.
what you've said.
Okay, hold on. Can I ask a question, if you don't mind?
Yeah.
Because I really want to ask a question to the guy.
Yeah,
I think
you
he's to the
did.
right of me, right? You're the
Yeah,
libertarian,
Fiden.
right?
I'm I-Fi, by the way, but yeah, go ahead.
I-Fi.
You just asked a question.
I was wondering, because I'm curious about libertarians and everything. I was wanting to do like a little interview with you on my channel.
Okay.
If you're up for that. My channel
Sure.
name is the name down here, James Live Talks. That's my channel name.
Okay, I've got. Do you see my subtitle at iFi-YouTube? That's my channel. Just go to my community page and send me a link to invite me to your channel or whatever, and I'll come do an interview. Sure.
James, are
All
you
right.
libertarian?
No, I'm not libertarian, but I'm just curious about libertarianism.
Oh, I'll tell you all about it, dude.
I'm
You
just
come
curious
to the
about
right
it.
place.
I'm wanting to do interviews probably with a lot of different people to get a lot of different worldviews.
You come to the right place, James. I can tell you everything you need to know about Christian libertarians. So I'll help you out, brother.
James, are you Republican or a conservative?
I'm lean more conservative, but now I do have some. I guess I'm more middle ground on some things because it's like more modern on some things.
Well, there's your problem, James. You don't want to be middle ground because that's what centrists are, and that's why you have arguments about like murdering babies. Should we murder half of them or all of them?
Well, that's that issue. I'm talking about like as far as the issue, as far as like say like guns, for example. I don't want mentally insane people to have guns. Like that's
Yeah, but aren't they going to get them anyway? And the only good people with guns are the only thing that's going to stand against that.
But yeah, you're right. We don't want mentally ill people or children.
We don't want them.
I'm definitely not. I'm pro-life for sure. So far as the abortion issue, no abortions at all.
Yeah, but what about with the gun
pro-life.
issue? You know, there's no gun control. It's a monopoly. You know, any gun law is unconstitutional. And a lot of people can't wrap their heads around that, man. When they say, "Oh, well, mentally ill," they're going to use that to get people that aren't mentally ill to not be able to have a firearm.
How do you define that? That's a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that's an issue of how you define the word mentally ill.
This is where I will argue a middle ground, James, because even though I would love to just take their full extreme view, we do need some rule of law, including, standards upon like who's, mentally capable of handling a gun and so forth. So, yeah. And
who's mentally capable of administering laws? That's what we should really
the government, if they're good, intelligent people.
Well, that's where you have the checks and balances, like I was saying earlier.
We don't have any checks and balances today. They say that we're supposed to.
Hey, Max,
that's why you have to clean the
Go
swamp.
ahead, James.
That's why you have to clean the swamp, like Trump's talking about. So you
Did
get
he
checks
clean
and
it though? The last 4 years when he was in, and I'm not saying
Yeah,
I know for a fact that Trump was a better choice. Anybody who would even think of a choice between Kamala and Trump is so zombified. I don't even know what to say. Now, I'm not saying that Trump is the savior and he's going to do all, but with that cleaning the swamp thing, if you look at the 4 years he was in, and you say, well, what happened to the swamp? It's still there. Biden just made it worse. I mean, they are the swamp basically.
Well, he empowered it. Like all the work that Trump did to pull some of the power out of the swamp, Biden not only put it back, he enhanced it because he gave the Justice Department all kinds of authority that they don't actually have.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't think
no,
Trump has
he
the power.
actually gave them the ultimate authority, which is the authority to tell the DOD to attack civilians within the continental United States using lethal force.
Yeah,
based off of only the president's order.
And when I look at something like that, it doesn't seem like a president. It more seems like a dictator.
Do you guys want to try like a Wild West version of gun control where, again, there's like no government involved or very small government involved? Because even the Wild West still had like sheriffs and stuff like that. But
yeah,
imagine a Wild West without sheriffs. Is that what
well, think about this. All right. Remember the gangs in New York when Bill the Butcher, right? What did they do when he killed the politician? They brought in the army. And I know I was a military soldier. We're going to kill who you tell us to kill. And then later on, we're going to figure out if it was right or wrong.
But if you're arguing anarchy, there is no military or government to intervene.
What I'm saying is that, and I'm not saying I am an anarchist. When somebody asked me what's a better form, I said anarchy. And then all of a sudden, people labeled it. I like when John came on because I'd like to talk with him about his view on why he considers himself an anarchist. I know that, yeah, it's not going to work straight out because you need protectors. You need people to protect the anarchist state.
You need rule of law. You need a government to have a nation.
Gun control with anarchy, it would be everybody has to patrol their neighborhood.
Well, you can't have gun control and anarchy together.
No, you can't. Well, you don't.
And what happens when certain neighborhoods get together and form cartels, Max? Then what do you do?
I think gun control is actually a mental illusion because it's somebody telling us, oh, we have gun control, yet we see all these criminals with guns. There's no gun control.
But they don't enforce those laws probably as well as
no, man. They're gun control.
They enforce
thing
the
is,
laws.
you can buy privately owned, buy private, and get around a lot of those loopholes.
Look, the fact that they sell guns,
James. Hold on. I've got to ask this, guys. Give me a second. James, I have to explore this, man. What loopholes are you talking about?
But they don't, because they don't do like background checks when you privately buy a gun.
And they shouldn't. It's none of your damn business what I own.
Right. Absolutely.
But what if a mentally insane person gets the gun?
Who determines that?
Who gets to determine who's mentally insane?
Psychologists.
Who cares? Who cares, James? What if for a mentally insane person going out to their backyard outside of a city and getting to shoot their gun in the dirt is the thing that cures their mental insanity?
Or what if going into a crowded grocery store and unloading a clip on all the people is their choice? That's why they're mentally insane and why they shouldn't have guns.
Why.
Right.
You can't just
but a sane person can do that too, just from being triggered in the right way.
Most sane people don't go into grocery stores and unload clips on people.
All those people.
That's what you would say, but I would say your reference of sanity in that specific scenario would be subjective.
Yep.
And our version takes care of both. We take care of evil people and mentally ill people. So
do you understand the problem with trying to figure out who's mentally ill now?
Give me a minute here. Give me a minute, guys. So, James, would it surprise you to know that almost every mass, and I use that term only in its popularized way and not in the correct way, every mass shooter has been on a watch list. Every single one of them.
Yep. And what about the people?
Would it surprise you even more, James, to know that they're on mind and mood altering drugs?
Yep.
Every single one of them.
And they vote Democrat.
No, they all vote Democrat. Let's just leave the politics
well,
out.
that's the problem with the whole psychology area is that they give people way too many drugs. They need to use herbs instead of
Well, James,
drugs.
you can't have it. You cannot have your cake and eat it too. Okay?
And
either people have personal freedom and can act in the way that they want to act and have freedom and not be locked up because some doctor says so, or the doctors are able to give them medication that they say they need. Me personally, I think we need to bring back insane asylums. That's just my own personal opinion.
I think so too.
Unfortunately, the science behind it says that people get worse in insane asylums, not better. And so home
Or we
care
could just
is better.
deport the left wing, and then we won't need insane asylums. So
Yeah, there's no problems on the right,
problem
right?
solved.
Well, that's because the whole country would be an asylum.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. Right. Yeah. They. So if you heard of these experiments where they had a psychiatrist of this like really well documented, well thought of, like super cool, or not cool, I guess, but whatever, a top level institution, psychiatric institution, not even psychologist, psychiatrist, they sent him people that they said, okay, we want you to test these people and tell us which one are disturbed people. He sent them back an answer. He said, nope, you didn't get one right. None of them have mental problems. Yeah. Sent him another back. He said, oh no, I knew you were messing with me. It's just, I was testing you to see if you were going to accept it. So, okay, we'll do it again. So he did it again. Didn't get one right. Did it 3 times, James. And they couldn't identify. Every person he identified as having mental issues did not have mental issues.
You know what the craziest?
So I just want to correct one thing, because you said that all the mass shooters were on watch lists, but like literally the most deadliest modern mass shooting, that dude wasn't on no watch list.
Which one?
He was just like a real estate business guy. The Las Vegas shooting.
That you know of.
Hold on,
easy.
So first of all, we can get into the
okay. So now that you say that, you can't wait. You can't just say that you know of. That's a
well, you know how the deep state operates, SpeakeaZy. They're doing shit
okay,
you
then
will
if
never
it's a
know
secret
about.
to you, it's a secret to you.
Hold on.
You don't know either.
Hold on. I thought
you
that
say
guy
something
was
that's
prior
not-
military.
I'm prior military.
You don't. Hold on, guys. Let me respond about the Vegas shooting first, and then we can kind of dive into all these other things. So first of all, I had people there on the ground when that was happening. Reporting like instant. I knew what was going on the whole time. That was actually happening. I was actually posting about it in a specific place, but that was not one dude, and I promise you, they weren't bump stocks. Those were M240s. That was actual machine guns that they didn't find. But in all of the crime scene photos, there's none of the brass that they claimed were piles and piles of brass. It didn't happen.
So you're making my point, Grid. Is what I'm saying is that like the information we have on that mass shooting, you just admitted it's all wrong. So like
I think it was a definite psyop.
So like. Yeah, but like saying so, like you can't possibly know that every shooter was on a watch list before. That could be false information as well.
Well, the FBI's admitted
it's
that
speculation because you're not going to be able to Google what they knew. Was
right when the FBI said, all right. So like the Georgia shooting, right? The Georgia shooting just recently. The kid walks in. I think he shot one kid, 2 teachers. That kid had been interviewed the year before by sheriff's deputies who then just passed it off. The FBI never went out there. The FBI had a credible threat. The kid had said on Discord, I'm going to take my gun and go shoot people.
There's the other problem with our culture.
And all they did was send out a couple of sheriff's deputies to talk to the dad. They never investigated it. They never tracked the kid or anything like that.
Do you think they should have? Because it seems like you don't want them to be
I think if
involved.
somebody says something very specific, like I'm going to go to a school and shoot it up in a context that is not like we're talking now. Like honestly, I'm on all the lists easy. I mean, I own fully automatic weapons. I own suppressors. There's not a list I'm not on. Like
we're probably on more lists than they are.
Is it legal to own suppressors?
Yes,
it's
it is.
Absolutely legal to own a suppressor,
but only certain states, right?
Yeah.
No. All right. Well, that would again that kind of like then that kind of just defeats the purpose of like
government.
Wait, what?
Of government.
I is just having a ball. But I mean, no, look, I get it, man. We all want something to be done. What I want is better parenting. I don't need a nanny state on top of me. And I don't want it. And I don't think anybody else does either when they think about it.
Yeah,
I want the bare minimum government humanly possible that's fully transparent and accountable.
Well, the thing is, sure, I don't want them, imposing on my life as I'm not a, I mean, no longer. I did do shit that would have been illegal before, but I don't do shit that's illegal or worried about this. But like, I do think like if I was like, say, like beating the shit out of my wife and kids, that the government should impose on this type of thing, or
But they do. If you're beating the crap out of your wife, and your wife goes, "Hey,
yeah, I know that's." But that's all I'm saying is like I do think they should get involved in our personal lives in certain aspects.
But that is at that point you're asking them to come in.
No, the criminals aren't asking. So
all right, so
no, the person who's being beaten is asking.
Not
They're asking for help.
necessarily.
Right. Well, yeah. I know exactly where IFI is going to go with this, and to some degree, I have a real problem with it. We have a real problem in the United States of sticking our nose in other people's business where it doesn't fucking belong. And my entire philosophy is it's none of my damn business.
True.
Absolutely none of my business. It's none of your business. It's none of IFI's business. It doesn't fucking matter to me. I'm not my neighbor's keeper. I'm not my brother's keeper. I don't really give a flying fuck. Now, if the shit that he does crosses into my yard, now we got a problem.
Sounds like what Kane said.
Yeah, but the thing is, I do
hear you,
like.
I'm sorry.
Sound like what Kane said. I'm not my brother's keeper. That's basically what he was saying.
And like what I'm saying is like, so I get this mindset of like I don't want nobody involved in my personal anything because I don't care about anybody else's personal anything. But I have a not only a different thought, but I feel compelled as a duty to my fellow men to do what is right. So like if there's something going on that's wrong, I do think
that's the $1 million question.
What?
Easy. Where do you draw the line?
Great. Oh, sorry, I'm interrupting IFI.
Sorry.
Go ahead, IFI.
I was just saying he hit the crux of the argument. The point is we all want the rule of law, but the question is where do you draw the line? Like how much government is too much government?
Any government. If you're not part of the government, you're subjected to its tyranny. So we have to work together and be part of that government.
Wait, I just wanted to point something out quick. Did you say get involved in my church?
No.
Is that what you said?
Well, I said be a part of your. If you want to be part of your community, be a part of your church, be a part of your neighborhood. But
wait,
that doesn't
so
mean
now
that
you're trying to tell me on how I should do my duties.
You asked. Everybody wants to do
you
something.
do care about how people do things.
Specifically, I don't know why you're taking this personally. We're not.
No. I'm saying it's not personally. I'm pointing out the flaw, and like you said,
what flaw?
You don't, because you said I don't care what other people do, and then you just said, well, if you want to get involved in helping people, go and help in your church. Like you're giving me a suggestion to do something.
Will, right? I'm doing that in my free will. I'm willing to do that. But what I'm saying is that it's none of my business what other people do.
Also, church can be a
okay. So you don't mind then? So you don't care that I want to influence people to be involved in other people's lives that are doing fucked up shit?
All you want. Yeah, you can want to all you want.
No, I'll do it. I'll do it though, too, right? Like I'll inspire culture to hopefully make everybody start turning to abolishing pornography and abortion, these type of things. I would love to. I want to do that. Yeah.
I know. Yeah, and you're free to want that.
No, I'm free to do it though.
I'm assuming.
Am I not good? Am I not free to do it?
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah,
not in a libertarian state, you're not.
What's that?
Not in a libertarian state, you're not. In an anarchist state, you're free to mind your own business, but not in a libertarian state.
Not in a democratic state either.
Now, fuck democracy. That's retarded.
Yeah,
Meritocracy is way better.
Nobody
than
wants
democracy.
democracy, man. Nobody.
Democracy is shit.
Yeah.
The problem I have when we get into these, like, I don't like if we like just kind of like mind our own business for everything. This is how we're getting to places like, well, you know, parents should be able to consent to transitioning their kids because, you know, it's their business what they want to do. It's how they run their household. Like, this is the problem, right? I just disagree with that statement. I do want to have a say in how we're allowed to live.
In your life?
What, sir?
How much is the right amount of government interference in your life?
Libertarian.
None.
Well, how much is the right amount of government? This is like a very blanket statement that would be very hard to just answer in a sentence or two, right? We'd have to go through every single thing. But I do want them involved, that to the point that we will make laws that will be against immoral acts.
Exactly.
Yeah,
A conservative
morality,
libertarian
yeah,
government.
morality.
You hit it
That-
right on the
that'd be
nose.
enough.
That's fine, but I think I understand what Grid One is saying, and the best answer that I could give would be that I would want a government that was not invasive in my personal life, but one that protected the rights of its citizens. At the same
Right. So
time.
how can you?
Conservative libertarian government.
That's the problem, right? Is because how could you have the government not involved in your personal life and have them stop you from
Involved
transitioning your
at a
kids
bare minimum
or
level,
having an
the absolute
abortion?
smallest level possible.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's like, so like, should they be allowed to stop you from transitioning your kids?
Well, they're the ones that's pushing it. If you look,
No,
at
I'm asking a question.
Hold on. So, if we take this to its ultimate, right? The government shouldn't be the one stopping you because the hospital should never have that right to do it in the first place. If a parent wants to do it and wants to pay for it, and the child agrees with it for some dumbass reason, maybe, but I wouldn't agree with it. But because I don't agree with it, has no bearing on the fact that that's okay for them to do at this point, and they have to deal with those ramifications. Actions have consequences, Easy, and I'm not here as a citizen to dole out those consequences.
Yeah, but basically,
but you want them doled out to anybody that does things that you don't like. So, like, if somebody comes and takes a shit on your lawn,
I literally just said that.
So if someone comes and takes a shit on your lawn every morning, and like you're able to like,
that'd be trespassing, and that would be directly coming into my area. So
they would be infringing on a law, and then you would want the government to protect you. You would want them to invade on it.
And now it's my business, and now
yeah, but then how do you stop it?
What do you mean? How do I stop it?
Yeah, how do you stop this guy from shitting on your lawn?
Probably kick him in the nuts.
No, you know who it is, but you don't get to catch him. You're seeing it
How do
on
I
video.
not get to catch him? It's my property.
You're seeing it on video.
You set a
So,
trap.
like, he's there when you're sleeping. He shits and then he leaves.
You set a trap.
Yeah, I mean, what do you?
Oh, you're allowed to set traps.
So you're allowed to set traps. You're allowed to.
Hold on. So
what
you
state
want
you
the
live in?
cops to take care of your business for you? Is that what it is? Is that what we
Yeah,
want? as
yeah. I'm
society?
not gonna shoot
Is that
some
what we
guy. Let
want
me
as
explain it to you.
society?
I'll explain
Is
it. Yeah,
that-
I'll answer you. I'm
Is
not
this
gonna.
possible to
I
take
am
care
not. I am not gonna go pick up assault charges or a murder charge because some guy was shitting on my lawn. It's not worth it to me. Maybe it's worth it to you. Ego's a killer, but I'm not that egotistical.
It's not a matter of ego.
Okay, I'm just gonna have the law deal with him and then get to enjoy my life with my family. If you want to like throw your life away over some guy shitting on your lawn, no, you guys. Can you let me actually finish before you guys all interrupt me, please? Please, it's not worth it to me to risk my freedom and my being able to be out here for my kids and family over some dude that shit on my lawn. That's not worth it.
What happens if it's legal to shoot him for shitting on your lawn? Would you do it again?
No.
All right, so you're
No,
not
because
shooting-
I don't think it should be legal to put anybody to death.
Yeah. Okay. I was just
breaking
asking.
a law.
All right. So let me ask you a question.
Even in
You call the
self-defense, if they're
cops,
trying to
you
kill
say, hey,
you,
this guy's shitting on my
That's
lawn
different.
every day. The cops say, not our
how's
problem.
that different?
What then?
Yeah, it is different. That's
No,
that's
Well,
by,
then you're
by
just
God's law. That's okay.
So then there's no law, like so. Oh my
Here-
god!
No, here's the silver
That's
bullet to
reality.
no 1 sec. Here's how you
And we live in
destroy Grid's
anarchy, and
argument
I have to make
and
the
like
laws
libertarians
myself. So
in
I get
general,
the
right?
biggest gun, and I make the laws. Grid. That's how that works. If it's
What
to
about
the
the
point where
McCoys?
the law enforcement can't enforce the law, then I guess I would have to do that myself.
What if?
Okay, then.
But what if
But we have a
what
law
about-
enforcement, so.
But
What if the law just
here's
writes
silver
that
bullet.
they-
Like basically, like just like look at the McCoys from Always Sunny in Philadelphia. What happens if you have like a family or whatever that like they think incest is perfectly normal.
I didn't hear the first part of that. I'm sorry. Could you walk me back through that?
In terms of the libertarian worldview, in terms of you think the government shouldn't get
I'm not
involved.
libertarian, so I can't answer that.
Well, the government does get involved. In the state of New Jersey,
No, Grid said he's not libertarian, but he
Yeah, I'm not
doesn't want
libertarian.
the. He
No,
doesn't want the.
Phil,
But Teriax, your question will still follow the good.
It's
one,
still
Grid.
same logic in terms of holding. You don't want government to get involved.
well, they do get involved. In New Jersey, they allow father to marry daughter.
Wait, no, let Teriac ask this question because I think it's a good question.
Yeah. So basically, in terms of your worldview, in terms of like the government shouldn't get involved, what's stopping incest? In your worldview.
So let me get this straight.
Morality.
You think that the police have a duty to enforce the law? Because the Supreme Court of the United States has said they do not.
They enforce the
They
policy.
do have
That's why
to
they call
Grid,
policy.
I'm asking in terms of your worldview, where you think government shouldn't get involved. Are you going to
No,
bite the bullet
don't.
here?
I think that people get involved. I think that I get involved. I think that if I have problems with it, then I go to my friends and my neighbors and my countrymen. I don't go to the police unless literally it's the last resort.
So you'd beat him up for shitting on your lawn?
Yeah, I would. If you're shitting
And
on
then,
my lawn,
and
you
then
get an
in, when he decides, I'm going to call the police now for you doing that, and you're
I'm
going to
gonna
get
tell
charged
him
for
that he's
assault.
that he was trespassing.
And they're
shitting on
going to
my
say
lawn.
you
I
should
told
have
him
called
he
us.
refused
They're going to
to
say
leave.
you should
That's
have called
what he
us, Grid. They're going to say you
No,
should
you know
have
what they're
called
going to
us.
say? They're going to
That's
say
how the law works, Grid.
They're going to tell the guy who shit on my lawn, sir, turn around. We're arresting you for trespassing. And you
No,
got
they're not.
Want to bet?
Yeah, I do.
Go for it.
Are you down here?
on my lawn.
Grid
Yeah,
one, are you
that's
down
right.
here in Texas with me, bro?
No, I'm in Tennessee. We can shoot.
Oh,
people
yeah,
on our
yeah.
lawn.
Okay, that's another one. Yeah.
So Tennessee and Texas have that law. I think Florida too, right? Or no?
Yeah, if somebody's trespassing on your land and you tell them to go,
Yeah,
they don't
but-
go, you can shoot them
But
dead.
Grid, but the scenario I presented, Grid wouldn't be beating him up on his lawn. He would be going and finding him to beat him up because Grid
No, I
doesn't
would not.
actually
I
catch
didn't
him.
say that. You
Yeah, no.
didn't
I
say that.
said
either.
I
Now
presented.
you're
Wait,
moving
I
goalposts.
presented
Come on, if you
scenario.
want to have an argument, let's have a legitimate argument. Don't keep
Yeah,
moving
so I
goalposts.
presented the scenario, right? The
Yeah, you
scenario was
presented
you were
the
seeing
scenario.
him
The guy
shitting on
comes to
your
my
lawn
yard
every
day,
night while
and
you were
I catch
sleeping.
him and I beat his ass.
Okay, you're not listening. No, that's not what I said. So the scenario was that you're seeing who it is shitting on your lawn because it's on your like cameras watching your property, but you're not actually catching him in the act. That's what I said.
Yeah, he's right. But you can't go search for him.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
wouldn't go search for him. I would
yeah.
catch him on my property.
But now what about
Well, what if
about
you couldn't catch him on your property?
my
You would just
property,
deal
I
with the
beat
shit.
his ass.
What if
Yeah,
you
but what
couldn't
about-
though? You would just deal with the shit.
No, I would catch him and beat his ass. What do you mean?
I'm asking, what if you couldn't, Grid?
No,
What are
he's
you
saying you
talking
can't
about? What if
catch
I
him.
couldn't?
No, he's
Yeah,
saying-
I don't know if you think you're like the Punisher or
long time
Superman,
waiting for
dude,
his
but like
ass to come
like
up.
people
What are you
can do
talking
things without you. Like
I think
I
what
don't.
he's
What do
saying
you
is
mean?
like, what if
It's
you had to
very
leave your
easy.
property to go get him? You can't
Like,
catch him on
I don't know
your
why
property.
you can't
Yeah.
agree with this. Like,
If this is my property, I'm gonna
engage with
catch his
this, Grid.
ass. I promise you.
He's saying if you can't catch him
If
on
you
your
can't,
property,
can't you engage with the hypothetical? In
No,
my
I can't
hypothetical, okay, so you
because
can't
I
engage
won't
with
go off of my
hypotheticals. That's good.
property after someone
Yeah,
easy.
you just get too
and the
emotional with
cops
the
won't
argument,
either.
Grid. You just you
You're
want to
not- I
present
can't
arguments, but
engage
you
with a
don't want any
hypothetical that is
pushback.
So far out of
Every
bounds.
time you get pushback, this is what you do. You're dancing around the answer.
I'm not dancing. I'm telling you, I cannot engage with the hypothetical.
Yeah,
because it's
you're
so
yeah.
far
It's
out
bad
of
faith.
reality.
hey, Grid One,
Ask
Hold
the guy
on.
in Texas who literally, as long as you're on my property, I'm going to deal with you. Once you leave
Yeah.
my property, the
Look.
cops aren't even going to deal with you. The cops
Okay,
are not going to
cool.
go to some guy's house
All right.
and arrest him for shitting on my lawn. They just aren't.
All right.
Hey, Grid
Like,
One,
you
can
can't
you
But you
answer?
thought they would arrest you after you beat him up. So they'll arrest you after you beat him up and tell him that he was
No.
shitting on your lawn, but they won't go get him if you have video evidence of him shitting on your lawn.
Yeah,
Are
because
you
he'd be laying there on my
come
lawn
on.
Because
his ass beat.
because in order for
at this
him,
point.
here's the reason they would arrest him, SpeakeaZy, because in order for him to have gotten his ass beat, he would have to be on my lawn trespassing and admit to that, and
In
then I
my-
would admit to have
So you guys
having
just don't.
beat
I
his
get it.
ass
You don't want to engage with
because
my
he did it.
hypothetical, so I'm
No,
done with the conversation.
Your
I'm just done.
hypothetical is irrelevant because
I have a
wouldn't
question
chase
for
somebody
Grid
Yeah,
off
One.
because
my
you
lawn.
don't like it, so it's irrelevant. I get it.
Hey, Grid One, can you answer my question real quick, buddy?
Yeah, man. What do you got?
Earlier you said you're not anarchist, and about 5 seconds ago you said you're not a libertarian. So
Nope.
how are you arguing keeping government out of your business and not being either one of those?
I'm a
so
constitutional
confused.
conservative. I believe if it's not in the Constitution, it doesn't belong there. I
The
think
Constitution
that
that's
literally
enforced by the
all
government?
three-letter agencies need to go. The smaller the government, the better. We do need government, but the government as originally envisioned, which was simply to protect our borders and allow Americans to be Americans.
The phrase "the smaller the government, the better" is the definition of the libertarian
No,
movement.
no,
So you are a
libertarians-
libertarian
there's
whether or
more
not you
to it.
understand
Libertarians
the
don't
word.
want any government. What are you talking
There's
No,
a
that's
lot more
anarchist,
to it.
dude. This is why you're confusing
that's
people. You gotta
anarchist, not
know what
libertarian.
words mean.
about? Yeah, whatever.
Well, what about you said that in Tennessee and Texas you can
Very
shoot
little.
people in your yard if you tell them to leave and they don't, right? You can kill them. Now, how do you prevent somebody from luring somebody or inviting somebody over and then doing that to kill them? To say, look, I told him to leave, and
I'm
he
sure it
wouldn't leave.
happens. I can't. I don't know. I
No,
don't
yeah,
know
that's
of
what I'm saying. Like,
speaking
how
from
do
that.
you prevent that? You know, because I believe, yeah, you should have the right to defend your property, but being able to shoot somebody, it's like I guess you'd have to show some type of probable cause or something.
So this
like
has
that.
come up in a couple of cases, and there was one specifically in Colorado, which has a stand my ground law, where a guy, and it was on the news, really famous. A guy's sitting there, and he's drunk. Guy gets drunk every night. He goes home, he gets drunk, he sits in his little fucking cabin off in the middle of fucking nowhere, and that's what he does. And he's sitting there with a pistol, and his friend tries to scare. The story is his friend tried to scare him, and he shot his friend and killed him. And then it comes out that maybe they weren't actually friends, and there was there was a girl involved and some other stuff. The investigation was very long and very erratic with all of the different things that came out. But at the end of the day, it didn't change the fact that the guy kicked open the front door and dude shot him. Those two things happened, and that meets the self-defense requirement.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
it. Guy kicked open the front door. It doesn't matter if the guy was joking. It doesn't matter if it was something they did every day, or did every so often. Was this guy would scare him?
Yeah, the instance of him doing that force. Yeah. But Phi is a libertarian, right? I would ask him,
correct.
What would you say to convince me to become a libertarian?
If you feel like the government you're currently in is overbearing, swampish, deep state, not working in the best interest of your ideals, then you should vote for libertarians to reduce the nonsense.
Okay. Has there ever been a libertarian president in America?
No, there hasn't been a president. There was a candidate called Ron Paul who only got 2% of the vote because the deep state controls the uniparty voting system. It doesn't matter who you vote for. They've already picked the two left-wing candidates. You only get to vote left-wing, period.
Yeah.
So we're never going to get a libertarian candidate. The best thing you can hope for is that we implode like Argentina, and then we get a Javier Milei come and bail our ass out after the country is gone.
I do like Javier, though. I mean, that's pretty.
He's
fucking
awesome.
funny.
He's an ANCAP, by the way.
I gotta
but
give
again,
you. I gotta.
don't argue it.
I
Just,
gotta laugh
just
at
believe
that
in
one.
it.
I do like that. I do like.
But
that.
anyways, Max, the serious answer is Ron Paul. You Americans had your chance. You blew it. You fucked up the whole country. Dave
I remember
Smith was,
Ron Paul. I remember. What do you mean, you Americans? You're not American?
I don't claim that title anymore. I don't identify anything as American anymore. What modern
No,
people call
Canada don't
America.
want you either, bro. So go down
That's
to
okay.
Mexico.
I don't want
or
your,
something.
I don't want your socialist shithole. Keep your socialist shithole, SpeakeaZy.
Yeah, what do you identify as then?
I'm a conservatarian. I'm a conservative libertarian.
That's
wow.
That's a new one.
So like if you took like a Ron Paul and kind of combined them with like a Murray Rothbard, a Ludwig von Mises.
What we'll do is we'll mechanically install Ron Paul's head onto whose body did you who did you just say? We'll put him on that person's body.
Murray Rothbard and Ludwig von Mises and Thomas Sowell. If you take all those people and merge them into a human, I would vote for that person.
That's great.
Yeah, but do you?
In the meantime, we need an emperor to bail us out because no committee is going to fix the shit we're in. We're so far in debt, and the deep state controls everything. So there's no way, even if you voted a president, it's not going to make any difference.
Bro, you can't vote your way out of tyranny, man. It's just
exactly. That's what I was saying. So I'm not trying to say which candidate you should vote for because again, you're voting for Tweedledum or Tweedledummer, whichever the deep state wants you to vote for.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so that vote doesn't matter. And Ron Paul proved that. Ron Paul proved there were way more Tea Party and, like libertarians during that time than 2% of the vote. So the deep state actually rigs the vote so that you're not allowed to vote for the people that will actually make change. So that's why I recommend people don't even waste your time voting or arguing with people about voting because it's a complete waste of your time.
Voting is a slave suggestion box.
True though. Jeremy points out something that's pretty true. You just said you're not an American and you need to be American to vote. So sorry, bud.
That's okay. I wouldn't vote even if I was.
That's pretty funny, actually. I actually kind of like that.
That is true.
I mean,
you can vote for Tweedledum or Tweedledummer, and if that makes you feel better, helps you sleep at night. But by the way,
I'm not saying that the choices were, the greatest choices ever, but like out of the choices we had, we definitely picked the best one.
By the way, did you vote for Trudeau, SpeakeaZy?
Fuck no. And I won't be fucking voting for him, and I'm gonna make sure that all my fucking family doesn't vote for him. Even the women that said the reason they voted for him before because he was cute. Fucking morons.
Does the deep state in Canada care which one?
Did they really?
Oh,
yeah. 3 different of my family members, 2 cousins and an aunt, said that they voted for Justin Trudeau simply because he was cute. I was like, yeah, this is why not everybody should be allowed to vote.
Yeah, that's the exact same reason that California women give for voting for Newsom.
See,
is that they like his smile? They think he's hot.
Yep.
Doesn't Trudeau look like Fidel Castro a little bit?
He does. I've seen the photos where they say and like his mom did hang out with him when
I gotta say, and I'm not gonna say every single time I hear someone from California because there's a few that actually present some thought to what they say, but almost every time I hear someone from California talking about why they want to vote for the person they want to vote for, I am so mortified by the fact that they have 54 electoral votes for the state.
But Newsom's dreamy. Why would you have a problem with him?
Shut the fuck up.
I used to live in California, by the way. It's overrated.
Man, it's really like, God, if you can handle the earthquakes, it does have beautiful beaches. It does have nice weather. But God, those earthquakes, man, when they do happen, it's horrible.
California has some great trees, some redwood forests and shit like that, but it's got too many evil retards. So it needs to break off into the ocean and sink to the bottom, and then we can make Arizona new.
That's why they say California is like a bowl of cereal, right? It's if it ain't fruits or nuts, it's flakes.
I mean,
I like that one. That's good. That's good. I like it.
Is it a bowl of cereal that the dog took the dump in or something? Because that would be a better analogy for what California is.
I mean, the stuff I've seen, I've been there decades ago, but I could imagine what it turned into now. It's probably worse than New York City.
I used to live in a city that was controlled by one of the Mexican cartels. There wasn't even like an American government pretending to run the city. They were just letting the cartel run it. It's awesome.
I know that I know that this stupid little rumor meme mill thing that's been going around about that one little section of California is trying to secede from the rest of it or whatever.
Yeah, state of Jefferson or whatever it is.
Yeah, something like that. You know, I know that's just like a rumor, but I kind of really wish that would happen.
I've been wanting that to happen for like fucking ever, dude. Like
that would be awesome.
No lie. I have been wanting that to happen forever. And
I mean, to be fair, I would even split Texas in half if they would split California in half like that. I would, because I know that Texas would still be all the same.
Yeah.
So, SpeakeaZy, do you want to challenge the conservatarian view or not? Because you've always been against it. I was wondering if you want to get into it now or not. Are you?
No, not right now. No, I'm actually gonna wrap this up because I've fucking
go to bed, dude. You've been up 24
hours. I've been up 24 hours. Yeah, it's fucking. Yeah.
All right. Well, after you get some rest, I'll try to jump on one of your panels and go at it. But
yeah, I'm doing verbal combat this Friday, so it's gonna be the first verbal combat of 2025.
I was just about to talk to you about that, SpeakeaZy. I don't want to be that guy, but the quality of your panel.
You're always that guy. What are you talking about? You don't want to be that guy.
It's starting to go down quite a bit. I was gonna jump on like the past 2 or 3 weeks of verbal combat, and I was waiting for all the like retarded spurging to slow down, and it never slows down. It's just like constant noise. So you might want to just kind of ring it in just a little bit so you can still have good conversations and stuff.
Coming from the guy who jumped on the panel and tried to change the whole conversation that we were having on the panel. You literally did. Yeah, it's you. It's you.
From the guy
bro. What are you talking about? You literally came up here and tried to like fucking derail the whole conversation. And
I know, because y'all were arguing about dictionary definitions, and I was trying to promote a point. But anyways, like I said, I used to be a pretty big fan of it. Recently, it's kind of hard to jump in at any point because it's just such heavy.
Bro, if you're scared, just say that, bro.
I'm not scared. I have slightly better things to do than to wait until
He literally said, "If you're scared,
no,
it's cool."
No. I'm a reigning champion, by the way. I'm not scared of verbal combat. But anyways, speaking of which, where's my little icon in your Hall of Fame, SpeakeaZy?
Yeah, remember when I told? Well, he did win one a long time ago, and I remember when I made the announcement telling people to send me their photos so that I can make them a character, and if they don't want a photo to be used, to let me know so I can just create a character for them.
Here, I got your photo for you. Hold on.
Oh no.
I'd like to know if Phil can still convince me to be a libertarian, because John Mosman had a good point. He said there's no morality.
There's your photo. Put that in your Hall of Fame.
Word.
What do you want me to do, Cleaner?
No, that wasn't me.
That was Max.
Oh, Max. Sorry, Max.
Yeah, I was saying that because John Mosman had a good point. He goes, no libertarian can't be moral. And I'd like to know more about that. And then you're telling me that libertarian is,
you can be moral. And yes, libertarians can enforce morality because we do have rule of law and we do support a small controllable government.
Well, how do you
enforce our cultural standards?
Morality? It's like morality has to come from within. If a person,
no, it doesn't. It can come from an objective standard. Even if you're in a nation that aren't purely Christians, they can still be tolerant of Christian morality. Like there's plenty of agnostics,
but that doesn't make them moral. It makes them
love
tolerant.
living in Christian countries because they're so peaceful and safe and civilized. So they don't care about arguing with Christians about eliminating all of our morality. They just don't want like Christians to take over the nation like a Christian state or something like that, which I'm also against, which is why I'm a libertarian, not a Christian authoritarian, which is the opposite.
So why are you against Christians taking over the state?
because you should always separate church and state. If humans didn't learn anything else from the Dark Ages, then you should learn one lesson, that whenever you try to combine church and state, it will always fail. Even if it is, like a Christian group that's like forming this perfect government or whatever, it will always fail, because first of all, power corrupts absolutely, which again, SpeakeaZy doesn't believe in, but the rest of us
No,
do.
I don't believe in that either. I think power, the corrupted are attracted to power. It doesn't just corrupt anybody, but corrupt
I think the reason I say that is because it's an absolute statement, and I think an absolute statement like that is actually stupid to make, because
that is absolutely true.
If hypothetically, if hypothetically we had a man that would was able to act in a way similar or very close to Jesus, I think if that man was to be the enforcer of the rules, we would have a very moral society based off the rules that were enforced.
I love your hypothetical, SpeakeaZy,
but I do get what you're
life,
saying, because people are fucked up right now. We live in a
real life,
society that we think killing babies is okay.
Yeah,
So-
in real life, SpeakeaZy, the reason why we have laws is because there are so many evil retards. If the world was full of good and intelligent people, we wouldn't even need laws. There would be no need for government, and anarchists would actually sound smart when they argue. So the problem with their argument is the planet is full of evil retards, which is why we have government and why we have laws. And yes, we can still, keep that government to a small minimum. We don't have to have a $1 trillion government with alphabet gangs controlling your thoughts and everything like that. All you need is a government that protects its citizens and enforces the rule of law. That's all it needs to do. That doesn't need a budget. That doesn't need any voting or anything like that. All you need is just a bare minimum meritocracy of people who can, manage the economy or whatever. The government shouldn't even be involved in the economy in the first place, but that's a whole nother debate. But in the meantime, it is possible. It is theoretical. It is practical. The problem is, as soon as you give man power, he always wants more. The American government started out as a very small conservative libertarian government. It eventually grew into this monster that we have now, which is our own fault, because we got lazy, we got comfortable. We just said, oh, what's a little more government going to hurt, and now we need to start policing the world. So we need more government, more military, and so on and so forth.
Well, let me be cheesy for a second and give you the Avengers line. With great power comes great responsibility. And to be able to have responsibility, you also need some type of authority over said thing that you are responsible for.
Okay,
right?
SpeakeaZy, I will concede.
So,
I will
let's
concede.
go.
I will concede the point that I'm basically an isolationist, but I would even openly
that's
debate
Spider-Man.
you.
Sorry, my bad.
About
bro.
whether or not we should protect
Yeah,
our
maybe
allies
Spider-Man is an Avenger.
and our trade routes. So that you got a point there. That's the end of it, though. We don't need to do regime changes. We don't need to police the world. We don't need to govern the world like we are. We keep
definitely don't need
replacing
to be the
people's
world
governments, and that's not our place. So I say we draw the line there.
Oh, you're talking about going out in the world. This comes to a whole different conversation. I'm talking in the country.
Oh yeah, well definitely in the country.
You're talking about like enforcing. Yeah, I'm with you, right? Like, setting up camp in every single country. It does seem a little bit. It seems hectic, but there's also, I don't know. I think it gives an advantage in the case of bad shit happening, and we know that with history, bad shit like world wars happens, right? So being set up and being prepared for that in all over the place. I think this was just like a logical, assessment that, like, okay, if we have camp in all these different places already, we're basically gonna know it's coming before it does,
Yeah, but then you also have to police the world when you can't really have your cake and eat it. So if you're gonna have camps everywhere, then you have to maintain camps everywhere and then just control all the governments, because eventually someone's gonna cross you. Speaking of bad decisions, World War II is a good example. Can you imagine a timeline in which we picked the worst of two evils? Can you imagine what would have happened in our modern day world if that happened? So, for example, everyone thinks we picked the lesser of two evils by going against the Nazis, but we ended up funding and supporting the communists, which made the world 1,000 times worse. So there's a perfect example of how Americans fuck up everything they do internationally. So we should just get our shit straight first, and then we'll worry about other people's problems.
I mean, listen, like, so I've heard like a bunch of different stories about the stuff that happened when the military was pulled out, and all the schools, because like in these Muslim places, they basically don't even have school. Well, that's the thing, they're not like even a like, can you tell me there's no like, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm super fucking tired. There's no like established government, right? So like there's places where chicks aren't allowed to go to school. So like when America was in these places, they had built like schools that the girls were allowed to go to. They were guarding them from Taliban attacks, shit like this.
I think you're talking about Sharia law in the Middle East.
Yeah, right. And like when we were over there, there was a bunch of like, you know, women that were allowed to go to school, right? Like kids. I'm talking about kids, right? We're not as well, like from as a kid up until teenage, and they definitely couldn't go to colleges or anything.
By the way, are you a
So we
Zionist?
built schools there, and we were guarding them from the Taliban.
Yeah.
And as soon as we pulled out, everything just got invaded, took back over, and like all that shit got fucking pushed away. And we left them a bunch of fucking gear, which was kind of.
By the way, who funded them?
But my point is, I'm sure those kids that were able to go to schools and not be ran by people who just like make videos chopping other people's heads off for fucking, you know, like I'm
Throwing
sure
people
those
off the
kids had a
roofs and
better
stoning
life.
them to
So
death.
I do get into this like sometimes I think, yeah, it does it does seem fucked up that we're going to other countries and invading like that. But some of these places are so fucking far gone that I'm like when I still don't understand how we can all know there's the cum warriors of the Papua New Guinea tribe, and we're just letting that go on. Like, no, I would be perfectly fine if America said, no, we're gonna go and stop all that shit right now. What the fuck is going on? And I wouldn't feel bad about it. I'm sorry, I just wouldn't. They're making boys suck adult men dicks. Like, this is weird, bro. This is weird. It's moral as fuck. It's
My
all
first question
weirdo
to anyone
behavior. Take it away.
My
Take
first
it away.
question to anyone who brings up the Middle East is, what business does a Christian nation have in a war between Muslims and Jews? Like, which side are we supposed to take? Let's start there.
Wait, what?
The Middle East. You brought up the Middle East. I don't know if you're aware, there are two, warring factions in the Middle East, and they are Jews and Muslims. And so, as a Christian nation, allegedly, what business does America have in a war between Jews and Muslims? Which side are we supposed to take?
I don't know what you mean by which side we're supposed to take.
Are you a Zionist,
I don't
or
know
are
if
you
we're, I don't know if we should get too much into this one.
that exactly? The answer is
That's why I'm just thinking. I don't think this is a topic. And you know what? I was supposed to shut down. If I shut the fuck up, you keep talking.
Yeah, go to sleep. You dumb bitch. And put me in your Hall of Fame, you retard.
You've entitled your stream "Go to Sleep." That's hilarious.
So get some sleep, and I might show up for a verbal combat if you can get the retards to stop spurging for about 10 minutes at a time. So we'll see. All right. Thanks for having me on, bro.
I really like verbal combat, man, but it just goes so late. I've got to get up.
Yeah,
in the
start a
morning.
little early too.
But I really like it. I really like to come on and hang out and
Start earlier, SpeakeaZy is what he's trying to tell you. Some of us old fogies don't stay up till 4 a.m.
Yeah.
Well, I used to. I just
Boomer.
my wife.
Yeah,
wants me to
yeah. I was
bed.
20 years ago, but you know, now that I'm old, I don't like to
Well,
stay up.
while I'm in America, and I'm gonna be leaving in about a week. And while I'm there, my streams will be an hour earlier on the Fridays. So
Yay! I'll take
Yeah.
what we can get. Anyways, I always enjoy getting into it with you. SpeakeaZy. Get some sleep and let me know when you're ready to get serious with Fi, and then we'll have a throwdown.
All right.
All right, later, bro.
Later, dog.
Yeah, I've actually got to start my stream up here in a few minutes. Speak so.
Okay,
I
word.
got an hour, I guess. I'm a little. I need to get some breakfast and shit like that, but I had to come out and edit some videos. So I was like, "Fuck it, I'm just gonna get back on with Easy, man. He's still on."
Word. Yeah. I went. This is the funniest thing is this always happens. Every time I say, okay, this is just gonna be like a few hour stream this time, and it goes longer than normal streams. I'm like,
It's
what
so crazy, man. I woke up and I'm like, he's still fucking going. He's still fucking going. Look at him. Look, man, I don't know. I don't know what the deal was last night. Dude, I got no animosity towards you. You seem like you had some towards me last night. Maybe you're just tired or something. It's all good. If you got an issue with me, man, DMs are open. We'll squash it right away. Always happy to come on though, and send you raids and things like that, man. I think you're a good guy overall, and I enjoy arguing. So don't and when I'm arguing, don't take anything personally, man.
Yeah,
I'm not.
No,
I'm not
I'll definitely message you, and we'll talk more in depth about it there.
Yeah. But when I'm on here arguing, literally nothing personal, man. It's just part of the show, right?
Yeah, word.
Yeah, so
And
don't
you
give
know
that-
what? It's just not what a man does.
I like that. I like that a lot.
I had to reference that one, you know.
Yeah,
I had to.
That's it.
Yeah, right. And but yeah, I always like coming on. Get some sleep, man. Get some sleep.
Yeah,
Enjoy your.
I'm
enjoy
definitely
your-
gonna be doing that.
Yeah.
If you're on when I wake up, I'll come pop in.
It's just a daytime stream today, man. So
Oh,
it's 3
okay,
hours
okay.
now. So if you only sleep 3 hours, what's wrong with you, bro?
You know, it's horrible. That happens sometimes, but no, I am gonna try to sleep in.
Been there, man. I've been there. So, and Terry, good to see you, man. I thought you were taking time off, bro. I see you everywhere.
Yeah, like I said, I'm just chilling. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. All right. Everything going good in your life?
Yeah, like I said, I'm just chilling at the end of the rainbow, a pot of gold.
Pot of gold. I got an Irish sweater for Christmas from Ireland.
Yeah.
Nice.
So what makes it Irish?
It's made in Ireland.
Close, you know.
I mean, that's technically, if you're born in Ireland, you're Irish. So if you're created in Ireland, if a thing is created in Ireland, come on, it's Irish.
I think Terriac is tired. I think he needs to go back to bed.
Well, to be fair, it is getting late. You know what I'm saying? It gets dark. You know, kind of gets dark kind of early around here, around these times as well. You know.
I had a guy call me from Germany this morning. That was pretty funny. So,
Shit.
Austria, not Germany. Austria.
Close enough.
Right.
It's the same thing to me. I was like, I don't know what it is, man. They probably think the same thing about U.S. and Canada. It's the same. It's not.
Oh, 100%. You know, I've actually listened and watched even videos of because we'll try to do the English accent, for example, and and some people we make fun of how it sounds, and that I've seen English people making fun of how our accent sounds just to them, you know.
Yeah.
And it's weird to think of it that way, where ours is the one that sounds weird to them.
Yeah. And Cleaner 409. Honestly, I only ever see you here, so I haven't seen you in my chat or anything. So I hope you're having a good day, man.
No, I've stopped into your place a couple of times. I hang around I kind of
Okay.
lurk more than anything,
Lurk?
and
Lurking
I lurk, and I try to push our algorithms on
No,
the
that's
Google
great, man.
searches.
Appreciate that.
I'm
Something got
always
fucked up
trying
in
to
my
do that.
algorithm, man. I got like, it was like a nosedive from November through the end of December.
A lot of people did in November.
Yeah, it was. I had 100 subs unsubscribe in like a week period.
Well,
Shit.
so I watched the Google
I
searches.
had something like this happen one time too, though.
Yeah,
It was like like 100 and something subs, and it was in such a short period. I was like, "What the fuck is going on right now?"
right. Yeah, nobody was even cursing me or anything. Like I usually, I fully expect it if you're pissed off at me. But
yeah.
But
I think it may have just been a busy month because it looked like that all over everywhere. Everything on YouTube and on Twitter was just dying down for a little while.
I know that YouTube has something in the way that when they like update their algorithms and stuff, it will bump your subs off. So I had people that were like, I'm not subbed anymore. What happened? And they thought I did it. I'm like, I can't unsub you. You got to do that yourself.
Yeah, I've had that happen too.
Yeah.
I actually have had that happen a lot. People telling me like, "What the hell? I never unsubbed. Why didn't I know you were live and I was unsubbed?"
Yeah. So I think that there's something about the way when YouTube updates or resets their algorithm, it just and it's totally fucking random. It doesn't matter whether it's my channel or Terryag's channel or who the fuck, it doesn't matter. It's just totally fucking random.
Yeah, for sure.
It
All right, guys.
doesn't seem to have any kind of correlation in any way.
No, it
but-
really doesn't, man. No, it really doesn't. It's just strange. But it was so weird.
Yeah.
Fredo, you were unsubbed? Fuck.
I stopped getting I had SpeakeaZy on notify so that anytime that the stream went live and the VK stream also, and it unsubbed me from the VK channel, and it actually unnotified me from SpeakeaZy's channel.
That's
even
been
though I
a
was still
thing for a
subbed.
while, apparently. Like that's why you'll see a lot of streamers even say, "Hey, if you go ahead and make sure you hit that notification bell, and if you've done it, just check it to make sure that it didn't undo it, because YouTube does this sometimes." Like yeah. Like I've watched videos where they say that, and I'm like, "Oh shit, okay." So that's why I've even told people to make sure you check your your notifications, because that turns off.
So ZD Den was like, I didn't get any of your notifications, and I thought, well, I don't know what happened, and she looked into it. She said that she had to unsub and then resub to get the notifications to work again.
Yeah, because I had tried just re-hitting the notification bar, and it doesn't change it. It still won't tell me. So I actually had to do that myself.
Again, I think the way YouTube's so big, and I think they're constantly fucking with the algorithm, and so it's just I mean, at first I took it a little personally, to be honest. I was like, "Fuck, what did I do?" And I'm like going over trying to think if I said something extra heinous on any of my streams, or if I pissed off somebody that maybe worked for Google, because I know a couple of guys that work for Google, and I was like, "Man, I really haven't done anything to have this fucking happen." And then people start, I started kind of investigating and finding a lot of it's just the way YouTube works, and you just have to suck it up, just nobody did anything.
Yeah, you gotta think there's like 2 billion people that are monthly actively on this shit all the time. So like that's a big number of traffic just fucking
Yeah.
So,
It's really hard for them to take into account all the effects of a simple code change for the platform that they have,
and the more they
size.
put AI in, the worse it gets.
Oh yeah.
Now that it's really hard now to get human eyes on a complaint. It's almost all AI.
Yeah.
Like if somebody make
this has been an issue,
yeah.
You have to push it past a single appeal now, It has to go and get hit a second time before you'll actually get real eyes on it, because they
And
even
even
have
sometimes
AI.
with that, it still doesn't, because like
Yeah.
unless it's like a really egregious thing, but like that, even if it's not something that's really risking their shit, they don't care, and their AIs are programmed to know that. So like, it's this has actually been. Then they said that the reason they've had to move to that is because of like the overwhelming amount of complaints that come in every day. And I can imagine, again, there's 2 billion people using this shit every day. We got trolls that want to just do like massive shit. Like, so like I can just imagine, right, how overwhelming that must be.
Oh
So you may not realize it, but you as a creator, you have a personal account rep.
Yeah.
You never talk to that person ever.
Yeah, until you get a certain amount of revenue, actually, because I got a you'll see it probably too when you get it, because I got a notification that gave me my it gives me a link for me to apply for my manager and have a manager that I personally talk with for my channel. I don't want that, so because I want to do like a third party version of a manager.
Yeah.
I don't want them doing that shit for
I
me.
had to talk. So when I got that PP slap for taking the firearms down from the
Yeah.
put him on the floor, I had to talk to my rep, and they were like, "We don't think you meant to do it. It looks pretty innocent to us. So we're just gonna we're not even gonna give you a warning. This is just go watch this video and you're done.
Yeah, the little training thing. Yeah.
Yeah, the training thing, and it was just funny. But yeah, I didn't know that I had a personal rep, and but apparently you do. You just
I think they do that, like they assign it automatically to certain people, and then if your channel starts getting some traction, they know, okay, you got this person, so you deal with that.
Something like that, yeah. All right, well, guys, it's been fun. I'm going to go get ready for my stream. You guys have a great rest of your day. Easy,
Yes,
hit
sir,
me up,
you as
people.
well.
Figure out whatever's going on, and
Yeah, definitely.
Don't take
definitely.
anything I say when I come in here. If I come in hard, if I push back in arguments, don't take any of it personally, man. Even if I call you, 4 different kinds of motherfucker, promise you it's not personal. So
Got you.
All right, cool, man.
Yeah.
All right.
See y'all later. Y'all have a good night.
He did what do you call it, Teriak?
The Irish goodbye, motherfucker.
Shit.
You guys take.
Did my move, man.
Shit.
You know what I'm saying,
Teriak, you
man?
want to show them what a Irish goodbye is?
Yeah, but like the thing is, it's all about the suspense.
Shit. Fucking fuckers. Shout out to all of y'all, okay? And all of y'all in the chat, okay? Thank you for coming and joining with this crazy marathon stream. 14-hour marathon stream that was supposed to be just a few hours. That's so wild. I don't know how it happens every time. I should just never say the words. This is just going to be a short stream, guys. I should never say that. All right. If I ever say that, make sure you remind me to take it back. Or else we're going to be here for 14 hours. Shit. Listen, you guys are amazing. Oh, wait, no. Before we go, sorry. Before we go, I have a bunch of these I have to get through. We'll do it quick, though. Okay. We'll do it quick. Where was the last one we read? We got Chase, member for 4 months. Happy New Year's to all the Bears and family. Stay blessed and stay safe. Bless you as well. Member for 4 months. Let's fucking go. We got John Bert with a $2 super chat. What are Carney's thoughts? Yeah, Carney likes to come and just, chill, take it in, add in every now and then, but Carney's cool shit. He's a chill dude. I like him. He's a cool guy. Jess with the $10 super chat. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you as well, Jess. Thank you for your support. Member for 16 months, Frankie. I don't know if you're here right now because this was all the way back at 6 hours ago. Oh my gosh, this is how far back. I was dug right into these convos. Holy. I don't think I've ever gotten this far behind. But you are amazing, Frankie. Thank you so much. Cleaner. Gap now because we need to laugh to take it down a notch. That was the gap you were talking about earlier. And yes, gap now. Dollar. That's what's up. Shazzy with the £5 super chat. Thank you so much, Shazzy. You're amazing. Never trust your mind, boys. Wild. That's just wild. Thank you so much, Shazzy. John Barrett with another $10 super chat. Bear. Thank you so much. We got Wicked Wally. You guys don't get it. Anglo-Saxon, Saxon, saxophone, phone, phony. Yeah, this all sounds pretty fucking phony. Oh, fuck. That's good. Oh, that's too funny. Shit. That shit's fucking hilarious. That's great. Especially because he was talking about we were talking about how words have different meanings because it comes from shit. Too funny. Hey, happy new year. Here's to a happy new year, everyone. Looking forward to another 16 months. Let's fucking go. Member for 16 months. OG over here. Okay. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much, Creative Witch. All right. For all the support and help you do over here. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. And yes, here's to another 16 months. Shazzy with another £5 super chat. Whatever you all say, there's one God, so you're all talking gobbledygook. Gobbledygook. I don't even think I've heard that for a while. That's good. What is that from? Shit. I can't think of what that's from now. What's it from? Anyone know? Oh, it's gonna bug me. Here? Was it here? Wait. What? Who said it? Ah, fuck. Was it you? An old politician from the 40s? I don't think that's where I'm remembering it from. I don't know. I'm tired. My head. Can't think straight, I think. John Barrett with a gifted membership. Thank you so much. Absolutely amazing. We got Wrongful Rage with a $10 super chat. Rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. Boom, boom rules. Be proven reasonable in an unreasonable world. Shit. Tell him again. Tell him again. Rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. Mm-hmm. I want you to kick him more. With this $20 super chat. Wrongful Rage, thank you so much for the support. You guys are all absolutely amazing. Let me drop one of these.
Hey. Ah! You ripped it! Okay. You ripped the money! We're rich. Look. We're not rich! We're rich. We're broke! We're rich! You gotta fake it to make it! We're broke! Oh my god.
You know what's the best about that? If you watch that video, the more I watch that video, it seems more and more like that wasn't even like a made up moment. It seems more and more like that's a real moment. Because when he rips the bill, the guy goes, ah! The kid gets like scared for a second, then he goes, like he looks at him like, what? Like when he's holding the bill, like like what someone does when they're in like shock of like what's going on. They don't know what's going on. I don't know. He's either really good at acting that shit, or that shit's not made up. That whole situation happened just like that. Those two fucking dudes were dancing, throwing money on video with music playing. Look, I'm gonna play it one more time. Pay attention to the kid that rips the Bill's reaction after the guy goes, "Hey!"
Hey! 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 Ah! You ripped it! Okay. You ripped the money! We're rich. Look. We're not rich! We're rich. We're broke! We're rich! You gotta fake it to make it! We're broke! Oh my god.
And you even and you even